Upon traversing the realm of Dragon Ball, Subai awoke to find Bulma clasping his arm, exclaiming, "This is my boyfriend bestowed by Shenron." Activating the system, he learned that the stronger the child, the stronger oneself. He received a novice gift pack containing royal Saiyan blood, enabling him to effortlessly vanquish Yamcha, leaving son Wukong astonished. With Raditz invading prematurely and Vegeta lurking ominously, Subai simultaneously indulged in a sweet romance with Bulma while strategizing a grand plan to grow strong through offspring, vowing to become a hidden overlord of the Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 1. 5 years prior, at the world's foremost martial arts arena, Wukong triumphed over Piccolo, while Chi-Chi interrupted to claim him as her husband. Time has passed, and aboard Bulma gathered the 7 Dragon Balls once more. Come forth, Shenlong. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and golden light pierced the sky. Shenlong spiraled majestically, his voice resounding like a bell. "Speak your wish, and I shall fulfill it." Bulma had already devised a plan, blurting out, "I want a perfect boyfriend, handsome, strong, and extraordinarily powerful, with martial arts talent that can surpass Sun Wukong. And of course, he must love me wholeheartedly." Shenlong broke into a cold sweat. This was indeed beyond the scope of his duties. Yet, at that moment, Shenlong had yet to experience the harshness of society. His pride was paramount. Suddenly, a golden light reappeared, and a tall figure descended from the heavens, landing precisely before Bulma. Upon witnessing her dream lover materialize, Bulma was overjoyed. "Thank you, Shenlong." Shenlong silently withdrew into the Dragon Balls, which scattered in all directions. Moments later, Subai struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. "Where is he?" Bulma immediately approached, her cheeks flushed. "It's wonderful. My name is Bulma, and I am your girlfriend." Subai trembled all over. "Bulma from the Dragon Ball world? I have crossed over, and now I am her boyfriend?" Suppressing his astonishment, he asked in a low voice, "What year is it now?" Bulma tilted her head, muttering, "How could this boyfriend not even know the year?" Then she smiled brightly. "It's the year 762 of the Age of the Dragon. You are a gift from Shenlong." "Shenlong? A wish for a boyfriend?" Subai inwardly scoffed. "I merely stayed up late watching anime. How did I end up in a comic? This cross-dimensional adventure is rather hasty." Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Bulma's lips curled into a playful smile. "I'll go answer the door. Just a moment." She hummed a tune, skipping down the stairs. From a foyer, her clear voice rang out. "Yamcha, we are impossible. Go home now. I have a boyfriend." "Lying? Umph. My boyfriend is both handsome and capable." Subai suddenly slapped his forehead, almost forgetting this crucial plot point. Although the future Bulma is gentle and virtuous, her younger self was infatuated with love, having had a fling with Yamcha. "If I inexplicably become her current boyfriend, I can't shake off the chill creeping over me." The argument downstairs grew louder as Subai descended the staircase. The scene before him widened his eyes. Yamcha was actually a girl, her little cat named Pooh perched on her shoulder. This appearance was strikingly reminiscent of a female version of Karafura. Yamcha faced Bulma defiantly, her gaze freezing as she caught sight of Subai. "Bulma, you actually found a boyfriend? We promised to be best friends forever." Bulma turned and linked her arm with Subai's. "Now, do you believe it? Don't interrupt our date." Yamcha's eyes turned red, her clenched fist trembling slightly. "I want to challenge him to a duel." Bulma flashed a mischievous smile. "Are you sure? He is a formidable opponent, even stronger than Sun Wukong." "Stronger than Wukong?" Yamcha scrutinized Subai with suspicion. Subai was equally bewildered. How did Bulma know about his strength? He merely looked fit. Perhaps it was just a facade. "Dare you to face off?" Yamcha teased. Subai, just having crossed over, had no martial arts skills. Just as he was about to decline, Bulma interjected. "Let's compete. He hasn't had dinner yet. Let's wait until he replenishes his energy." Yamcha crossed her arms with a cold scoff. "Winning means he is your boyfriend. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Subai was nearly astonished to the point of dropping his jaw. Although this female version of Yamcha was beautiful, the direction of this plot was exceedingly bizarre. The key issue was that the opponent was clearly a martial artist, while he was a mere novice. Bulma sneered. "Umph, you dare to lay your hands on my boyfriend? Do as you wish. Regardless, my boyfriend is the strongest. Prepare to be beaten." She turned and linked her arm with Subai, softly saying, "Are you hungry? Let me take you to eat something delicious." Seeing her about to leave, Yamcha hurriedly called out, "We can't be so casual about the duel. I'll go find Wukong and Krillin to witness it. Let's meet at Kame House to avoid any regrets." With that, he leaped into the air, heading towards Kame House. Subai murmured to himself, "I didn't expect Yamcha to already know how to fly at this point." Moments later, The servants laid out a lavish feast. Subai thought, I'll fill my stomach first. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, host detected as a traveler. The many children, many blessings system activated. Binding successful. Many children, many blessings system? What on earth? The number and talent of your children will enhance your own strength. In simpler terms, the stronger the child, the stronger you become. This newbie gift pack has been delivered. Do you wish to receive it? Though strange, I won't refuse a free gift. I'll take it. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Royal Saiyan blood. Initial combat power 3000. Wishing you success in nurturing legendary Super Saiyan blood. Instantly, Subai felt a surge of power coursing through him. After acquiring Saiyan blood, his appetite significantly increased. Bulma rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with sparkling eyes, contemplating. This boyfriend bestowed by Shenron is indeed exceptional. His appetite surpasses even Wukong's, and his strength must be greater still. In the blink of an eye, the dining table was cleared. Are you full? Bulma inquired. About 80% full. It's sufficient, Subai wiped his mouth. From now on, just call me by my name. Got it, Subai? Bulma pointed to the helipad. Shall we take the jet to Kame House? She showed no concern about the duel. How could a wish from Shenron go awry? On the small jet, Bulma, accidentally, allowed Subai to wrap his arms around her waist. The engine roared, and the aircraft sliced through the sky toward their destination. Bulma's blue hair danced in the wind, the cockpit filled with a faint fragrance, causing Subai's ears to flush. As she adjusted her seating position, she suddenly lowered her voice. Are you hiding any weapons? No, not at all. Subai's Adam's apple bobbed. Lying. Something was definitely poking me. Perhaps it was. The seatbelt buckle? Bulma's eyes widened suddenly. The engine emitted a deafening roar, and the craft shot toward Kame House like a shooting star. When the hatch opened, Subai was stunned. Not only were Sun Wukong and Krillin waving from the beach, but Chi-Chi was also there, holding little Gohan, alongside Tianjin Han and Dumpling standing under a coconut tree. Yamcha was confidently introducing him to everyone. This is Bulma's. Hey, Sun Wukong. He dashed forward, his orange martial arts uniform stirring the sea breeze. Your energy is so striking. I thought a formidable enemy had arrived. He laughed, scratching his spiky hair, while Krillin tiptoed closer. Wukong, and I sensed it simultaneously. Tianjin Han's 3 eyes focused intently, while Dumpling floated shyly in the air, nodding. Suddenly, Lan Chi pushed through the crowd, her long black hair sweeping across Subai's hand. Nice to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. The blush on her cheeks prompted Bulma to swiftly grab her by the collar. This is my boyfriend. Yamcha tied her long hair into a high ponytail, her Kame House patterned wristbands glinting in the sunlight. Master Rashi, she bowed to the elder wearing sunglasses, please witness our contest. Observing this, Subai also assumed a fighting stance, the call of seagulls echoing as Master Rashi's staff struck the turtle shell, producing a crisp resonance. As Yamcha leapt into the air, the wind from her Feng transformed into a silvery gray shadow. Subai instinctively leaned back, his hair lifted by the gust, and in the fleeting moment as the wolf's shadow dissipated, his right fist pierced through the defense. A dull thud accompanied the rustling of coconut leaves as Yamcha collided with the distant rock wall like a kite severed from its string, curling her body as debris tumbled around her. Ugh, my ribs are going to break. It was then that Subai realized his fist still bore a lingering softness, cold sweat immediately soaking his back. The turtle sage adjusted his slipping sunglasses while Krillin's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a whole Sensabine. However, Suin Wukong's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fist, to think he can see through all the trajectories of the wolf Feng. On the beach, Yamcha buried her face in her knees, her headband hanging loosely, utterly refusing to look up. The turtle sage's gaze sharpened. This young man is remarkable. Bazima, where did you meet this boyfriend? Krillin's eyes widened. He's too strong. Such martial prowess exists in this world, completely overshadowing me. He can rival Wukong. Wukong shook his head lightly. His energy far surpasses mine. Tianjin Fan stared intently at Subai, frowning, clearly possessing extraordinary strength, yet he is riddled with flaws. The turtle sage scrutinized Subai, his expression full of confusion. As Earth's top martial artists, they could instantly see through another's foundations. Although Subai's strength was astonishing, he was evidently a novice. Young man, have you never practiced martial arts? The turtle sage asked bluntly. Subai admitted calmly. Indeed, I have not trained. I apologize for my heavy-handedness earlier. Wukong, eager to try, said, your name is Subai, right? May we spar? Sure, but I have no technique, so be careful. Wukong grinned. Bring it on. The sound of turtle shells echoed as the two figures collided in an instant. Subai continued to strike with direct punches, while Wukong blocked with his arms and retreated a half-step before counterattacking. Subai nimbly parried the assault and retaliated with a powerful blow. Wukong flipped backward, but Subai followed him like a shadow, landing a solid punch to his abdomen. The impact crushed the mountain rock, sending dust soaring into the air. Krynl gasped in disbelief. Wukong couldn't withstand even a single move. Tianjin Fan murmured. The level he has painstakingly reached over many years is eclipsed by a novice. Lan Qi gazed at Subai's handsome visage and athletic form, her eyes brimming with affection as she shouted to Bulma, I want to pursue him too. Bulma laughed heartily with her hands on her hips. In your dreams, he's mine. Wukong approached, rubbing his stomach, a look of incredulity upon his face. I never expected you to be this strong. If only I could fill my belly, I could continue the match. The turtle sage prepared a sumptuous feast, gathering everyone for a reunion dinner. After her defeat, Yamcha left the table in a dejected mood. Upon hearing that dinner was served, Wukong's eyes lit up. Since marrying Chi-Chi 3 years ago, he had already devoured all of his father-in-law Yamawang's savings. Recently, the meals had deteriorated, and if it weren't for the hunting and fishing at Baozi Mountain, he might not even have enough to eat. Lan Qi raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just consume a Senzabine? You shouldn't need to eat for 10 days. Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. Hee, it's been too long since I've tasted your cooking. Even if I'm full, I can still indulge a bit more. In the blink of an eye, everyone sat around the dining table, devouring the food like a whirlwind. The turtle sage suddenly asked, Bulma, you say you found your boyfriend through the Dragon Balls? What wish did you make? Bulma nodded nonchalantly. I wish for the dragon to grant me my ideal partner. Someone with good looks, a strong physique, formidable combat strength, martial arts talent surpassing Su and Wukong. And of course, they must love me wholeheartedly. The gathered crowd instantly understood. Krynl slapped his thigh. No wonder I sensed a powerful aura suddenly appearing in Shidu. It turns out the dragon sent you a boyfriend. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. If Bulma could wish for a boyfriend, couldn't he also use the Dragon Balls to get a wife? Krynl's eyes darted back and forth as he covertly observed the reactions of those around him, realizing that no one grasped the underlying implications. He felt he had glimpsed the ultimate secret of the Dragon Balls, thinking to himself, once I gather all the Dragon Balls, I will definitely wish for a stunning beauty with long black stockings. The inner voice of the Dragon Tool remarked, Dream on, you time traveler. This has nothing to do with me. Wukong inquired curiously, Subai, where do you hail from? Your strength is unfathomable. Subai smiled gently. My homeland is called launching. Krynl's expression suddenly changed. An extraterrestrial life form? You are from outer space. Subai replied nonchalantly. I suppose so. Though both referred to as Earth, they were indeed realms apart. Upon hearing the term extraterrestrial, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 2. Little did I expect that there were such formidable beings among the extraterrestrials. With further systematic cultivation, your prowess would surely ascend to even greater heights. I had believed my martial arts had reached their peak, only to realize today that there are indeed those beyond my capabilities. It is truly exhilarating, Subai. I am determined to train diligently and surpass you. Subai smiled gently and nodded, I await the day. Suddenly, Master Roshi proposed, your innate talent is remarkable, yet you have not undergone formal training. Would you be willing to study under my guidance? Bulma immediately slammed her hands on the table, exclaiming, you old fool. Do not even think about taking my boyfriend. His strength has already surpassed Goku's. Why would he need further training? Master Roshi shook his head in silence and continued to focus on his meal. The dinner was a joyous occasion, with lively conversations filling the air. Launch and Bulma kept piling dishes onto Subai's plate. Despite having arrived at the meal already satiated, they managed to feed him quite a bit more. Subai and Goku, both gluttons, nearly devoured the entire feast. Chi-Chi glanced at Bulma and chuckled, Bulma, your boyfriend is quite impressive. His appetite rivals Goku's. She sighed, you have no idea. Goku can eat us out of house and home. Goku scratched his head and laughed. You need to eat well to have strength for training. But don't worry, Bulma, her family has plenty of money. Bulma nodded proudly, exactly. My boyfriend 1T need to work. Our family can support him. After saying this, she blushed and leaned into Subai, prompting exclamations of delight from the others. After the meal, Master Roshi approached Subai and said, although you do not intend to learn martial arts from me, your strength is considerable. Let me teach you a method to control your energy. It would be wise to suppress it to a level of an ordinary person to avoid causing unintentional harm to others. Rest assured, it will not take long. You will master it in no more than a month. Krillin chuckled. A month? I took quite a while to learn. Isn't that rushing it? Goku interjected. He has a solid foundation and such strong energy. He could probably manage it in half a month. Master Roshi shook his head. It's not that simple. Even Master Matedo took a month and a half. Bulma, brimming with confidence, declared, I believe he can learn it in 3 days. My boyfriend is a genius martial artist. She understood the necessity of this training, considering they would be spending so much time together. If he could not control his strength, it would be her who would suffer. The golden-haired launch exclaimed excitedly, That is wonderful, Subai. What do you like to eat? During these days of training, I'll cook for you every day. Bulma immediately glared. There's no need for you to worry. I'll be the one to pick him up and drop him off every day. With his talent, he'll have it down in no time. Launch scoffed. Even with talent, mastering advanced martial arts techniques requires time. Are you afraid he might be taken away from you? Krillin quickly intervened. All right, let us not argue. Thud, thud. 2 sharp knocks landed simultaneously on Krillin's head, instantly raising 2 large bumps, making him resemble a little Neza. Krillin, mind your own business. What would I do to deserve this? Subai intended to mediate, but seeing the 2 women engaged in their spirited banter, he chose to observe instead. Launch leaned closer to Subai, winking playfully. Hey there, have you considered changing girlfriends? Bulma, infuriated, jumped up. Launch, you've gone too far. Soon, the 2 individuals confronted each other with palpable tension. Lan Shi, being a few years older than Bulma and possessing a more commanding physique, made Bulma feel a twinge of uncertainty. However, she quickly reassured herself that this boyfriend, acquired through the wish to the divine dragon, would undoubtedly cherish her wholeheartedly. A sudden sneeze escaped from the golden-haired Lan Shi, causing her hair to darken instantly and her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. How utterly humiliating, she thought as she covered her face and dashed into her room, slamming the door behind her. It was then that Subai noticed the impressive figure of Lan Shi, who exhibited a dual personality. How curious it was that no one pursued her in the original narrative. Determined to lay a solid foundation in martial arts, Subai resolved to master the turtle school's techniques and breath control, readily accepting the rigorous training from Master Roshi. After dinner, the formal lessons commenced. Others either exercised nearby or engaged in casual conversations. Lan Shi, hidden by the window, secretly observed Subai, contemplating that one day she too would gather the Dragon Balls to find a boyfriend like him. Your mindset is steady, yet your energy is overly agitated, Master Roshi advised. Stroking his beard, let your breath guide the flow of your energy. To everyone's astonishment, what was expected to take several days of practice, Subai managed to master the turtle school's techniques and basic breath control in merely 2 hours. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. This is simply outrageous. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, stating, a calm mind leads to smooth energy flow. Rapid learning is quite normal. However, he added with sudden seriousness, perceiving others' energy is a more advanced skill, one that even I only grasp superficially. Do not let success cloud your judgment. You understand, Subai nodded. But he was more eager to learn the skill of flight, which seemed more practical. Well, that, Master Roshi scratched his head awkwardly, is a specialty of the Crane School. I cannot teach you. Tien Shinhan, with a hearty laugh, chimed in, it's simple. Come to my dojo. I'll ensure you learn it. After bidding farewell to Bulma and the others, Subai followed Tien Shinhan to the dojo. Although the principles of flight were straightforward, his breath control was still unrefined, resulting in a wobbly afternoon akin to a fledgling bird learning to fly. As twilight descended, a shadow suddenly landed at Kame House. Is Subai back? Bulma joyfully opened the door, only to find Raditz hovering ominously in midair, exuding an aura of menace. Goku tensed instantly. Who are you? Raditz fixed his gaze on Goku and declared, even though your appearance has changed, I recognize you at once, Kakarot. You and your father are cut from the same cloth. Goku, puzzled, responded, Kakarot? At that moment, Bulma and Subai also touched down on the ground, with Bulma unable to restrain her curiosity. What on earth is happening? Raditz continued, Kakarot, you were meant to fulfill the task of annihilating this planet. What game are you playing now? Krillin stepped forward, asserting, hey, whoever you are, leave this place immediately. Raditz remained unmoved. What a nuisance, Krillin exclaimed impatiently. Chasing away a drunken intruder in broad daylight. Just go away. Goku urgently warned Krillin, don't approach him, before the words had fully escaped his lips. Raditz's tail swept through the air, sending Krillin flying. Everyone was left in stunned silence. It is essential to note that Krillin is a formidable warrior, second only to Goku. Yet he was vanquished with a single strike. It was then that the onlookers noticed the tail swaying behind Raditz. Goku exclaimed, "He has a tail too. Now, do you finally comprehend?" Goku inquired, perplexed. "Comprehend what? Kakarot, have you truly forgotten even me? I do not recognize anyone by the name Kakarot. I am Sun Wukong." Goku replied. Raditz, astonished, remarked, "How can this be? Were you injured severely in the head during your childhood? What do you mean? Did you lose your memory due to a head injury when you were young?" Goku nodded. "Indeed, that did occur, though the details elude me. Had I not consumed the senzu beans, the scar would still be present. It is as I suspected. But what does this signify?" Master Roshi began to speak. "I understand now. Many years ago, when Gohan found you, you were quite ferocious in nature. After a fall that left you gravely wounded, you transformed into the gentle soul you are today." Bulma suddenly realized, so that person truly has a connection to Goku? Goku turned to Raditz. "What do you intend to do?" Raditz crossed his arms and said, "You've forgotten everything, haven't you? Quite troublesome. However, I will help you remember, as your strength will be necessary moving forward." At that moment, Krillin struggled to rise. "Be careful, Goku. That guy is no ordinary opponent." "Indeed," Goku replied solemnly. Raditz scoffed. "Listen closely, you are not of Earth. Your true homeland is planet Vegeta, home to the bravest race in the universe, the Saiyans. And I, Raditz, am your elder brother." The crowd was struck with disbelief. "Goku has a brother?" Krillin gasped. "Could they truly be siblings?" Bulma pondered. Raditz then revealed the Saiyans' practice of plundering planets, causing another uproar. Goku declared fiercely, "Leave Earth. I am Sun Wukong, not Kakarot." Krillin echoed, "Indeed, Goku is already a part of Earth. How could he join forces with you butchers?" Raditz took note of Goku's missing tail and then spotted the trembling Gohan. "This little brat must be your son. Since you refuse to cooperate, I will take him with me." Before the words had finished resonating, Raditz had already appeared before Gohan. Goku lunged to intercept, but was struck away by a single punch, crumpling to the ground in agony. Under the despairing gazes of the onlookers, Raditz abducted Gohan, demanding that Goku submit within 24 hours. Bulma murmured, "If only Subai were here." Suddenly, a streak of light crossed the sky as Subai descended gracefully. Noticing the dejected expressions on everyone's faces, even Piccolo, rarely seen, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What has transpired?" Bulma exclaimed in relief, "Thank heavens. Raditz has captured Gohan and claims to be Goku's brother." Raditz? Subai realized this was indeed a pivotal moment in the original narrative. Krillin, invigorated, declared, "With Subai joining us, we shall surely defeat that fiend." With fervor, Wukong placed his hand on Subai's shoulder, suggesting they join forces. That night, Bulma returned to the West capital, while Subai and Wukong engaged in an intense battle that lasted through the night. Both sides deliberately restrained their powers, trading blows that ignited sparks in the air. This exhilarating sparring significantly advanced Subai's combat skills. By the time dawn broke, the once hollow shell of his combat prowess had transformed into that of a true warrior. At this stage, Wukong and his companions had yet to master the art of sensing energy. The following day, they utilized the Dragon Ball radar to pinpoint Raditz's location and hurried there. Piccolo, Wukong, and Subai surrounded Raditz. Upon catching sight of Subai, Raditz pressed a button on his scouter, his expression instantly shifting to one of alarm. He was internally astonished. A battle power of 3,125? It exceeded mine by a whole factor of 2. How could such a formidable being emerge from this low-gravity planet? Subai's cold gaze bore into him. Raditz's knuckles turned white as his pupils constricted. While he could still contend with Wukong and Piccolo, the presence of Subai completely extinguished his will to fight. Suddenly recalling the purpose of his visit, he turned to Wukong and inquired, "Kakarot, I will ask you one last time, will you join us?" "Stop dreaming," Wukong retorted sharply. "Release my son, or do not blame us for being unkind." Raditz shrugged and sighed. "Very well, strength is of no use here." To their astonishment, he handed Gohan back. This unexpected gesture left Wukong and Piccolo momentarily stunned. "You just let Gohan go? Blood ties are ultimately significant," Raditz replied as he turned towards his spacecraft. "Since you refuse, I shall return alone." Subai narrowed his eyes. His involvement had utterly altered the course of events. At this moment, both Raditz and Wukong would survive. "Splendid," Wukong exclaimed, lifting Gohan in joy. "I always said my brother was not a bad person." However, Piccolo, fixated on the departing spacecraft, remained apprehensive. Letting a tiger return to the mountain could lead to endless troubles. Indeed, it is far from simple, Subai remarked calmly. More formidable foes are approaching. Piccolo abruptly turned his head. Since you are aware, why not unite to intercept them? Futile. Subai gestured towards the direction Raditz had vanished. The scouter is continuously linked to the two Saiyans. Regardless of his fate, Earth's coordinates have been exposed. Wukong gasped. A companion stronger than him? At least tenfold. Subai played. Before he could finish, Wukong and Piccolo's faces turned pale. Subai smiled faintly. Do not overthink it. Focus on your training. Some matters are inescapable and must be faced eventually. They will arrive at the earliest in a year's time. There will be adversaries far more powerful than you can imagine. Chapter 3. Hearing this, Wukong and Piccolo's faces turned ashen, but they quickly regained their composure. Neither possessed the temperament to retreat in the face of adversity, and they promptly resolved to double their training efforts in preparation for the formidable foes ahead. Raditz, infuriated, departed from Earth and sought a place to train on a nearby planet while contacting Vegeta and others. Later, he made several covert returns to Earth to gather intelligence, and fortuitously learned that the Dragon Balls were capable of resurrection. Far away on a spaceship, Vegeta and Nappa also received this information. Vegeta scoffed, the Dragon Balls? That little Earth actually possesses such treasures. He immediately contemplated the possibility of utilizing the Dragon Balls to achieve immortality. Subai bid farewell to Goku and the others before returning to West City. With Goku alive, the pressure of mastering the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken technique now rested solely on Subai's shoulders. Wait a moment. I nearly forgot that I am a traverser equipped with a system. Subai connected to the system. System, is there a swift method to become stronger? Ding. This system is the many offspring, many blessings system. Upon the birth of progeny, the host may acquire their abilities and innate talents as enhancements. Subai sighed in resignation. This system is rather slow to yield results. Even if I were to marry Bulma now, it would take at least 9 months for a child to be conceived. Moreover, we are not even well acquainted. How could marriage occur so swiftly? On the same day, Bulma's father received a request to repair the cinema surveillance system. As a token of gratitude, the cinema presented him with over 10 movie tickets. Aware that his daughter had a new boyfriend, Dr. Brief specifically reserved 2 tickets for Bulma. Bulma's mother also expressed a desire to watch a film, planning to accompany her husband once he completed the repairs. The elderly couple retained a touch of romance. Bulma was on the phone with Lan Shi when she received the movie tickets and burst into laughter. What a coincidence. I have already obtained the tickets. This afternoon, I will go watch a horror film with Subai, and this time, I must win him over in the cinema. On the other end of the line, Lan Shi exclaimed, Oh my, are you really planning to do that in the cinema? I bet you won't dare. You are just boasting. Bulma giggled. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I have thoroughly researched instructional films. I deliberately wore a short skirt today for ease of movement. I must go now. Off to the movies. Lan Shi gasped on the phone. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Bulma hung up and shouted downstairs. Subai, come accompany me to the movies this afternoon. In the adjacent room, Bulma's parents, who were changing clothes, froze upon hearing the conversation. Her mother, worry etched on her face, remarked, Could it be that this child is blinded by love? How could she entertain such thoughts? Her father dismissed her concerns. She is merely speaking boastfully. Our daughter has always been well behaved. Yet I can't shake the feeling that something might go wrong. What if she truly her mother grew increasingly anxious? The father suggested, Let us first repair the cinema surveillance, so we can monitor her whereabouts at any time. I trust Bulma to exercise caution and not act recklessly. Indeed, the elderly couple mounted their electric scooter and sped off to the cinema. Shortly thereafter, Bulma and Subai set off as well. Lan Shi, left with a hung-up call, wore a grim expression. A rare opportunity like this, what does wealth matter? I can cook as well. She hopped on her flying motorcycle and raced toward the West City cinema. Watch how I will tear you apart. Subai must be mine. For her date, Bulma meticulously prepared. She applied vibrant lip gloss and crafted an exquisite makeup look. 2 hours later, she selected a breezy camisole to pair with a black miniskirt from her overflowing wardrobe. After scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror, she finally felt satisfied. Another hour passed. She joyfully twirled before Subai, her skirt fluttering, the fragrance of youth filling the room, gazing at her exquisite features and form. Subai mused, The grown-up Bulma is even more enchanting than her childhood. Do I look good? Bulma shyly inquired, tugging at the hem of her skirt. Indeed, you look beautiful. As Burima closed her eyes and stood on tiptoe, she gently planted a kiss on his cheek. Before Subai could fully comprehend the gesture, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. On their journey to the cinema in a convertible, Burima continuously leaned affectionately towards him, her eyes sparkling with sweetness. Subai instinctively embraced her, and their demeanor exuded intimacy. Observing her boldness, Subai mused that the prospect of welcoming a child within the year seemed quite promising. Upon arriving at the cinema, no one noticed the elderly couple in the corner, diligently adjusting the surveillance equipment. With the film about to commence, Burima led Subai in selecting snacks for their viewing experience. What would you like to drink? Milk tea, cola, or coffee? And for snacks? Chips, popcorn, or ice cream? Subai silently marveled at the extravagant consumption habits of the affluent. Burima never glanced at price tags while selecting items, opting exclusively for high-end brands. Marrying such a true heiress undoubtedly spared him decades of toil. Once their shopping was complete, they settled into a corner of the theater, where the screen displayed a horror film titled The Happy Life of a Plumber. As the plot unfolded, terrifying scenes abruptly emerged, causing Burima to leap into Subai's embrace with an exaggerated scream. Subai, well aware of her true nature, this was a girl who dared to confront Beerus, found it amusing that she could be frightened by a film. Seizing the cover of darkness, Burima suddenly pressed her lips against Subai's. The clumsiness of her kiss revealed that it was indeed her first, where her hands began to wander restlessly. Subai quickly intervened, cognizant of the formidable capabilities of the cinema's surveillance equipment. At that moment, the monitoring room finished its maintenance and resumed operations. Burima's mother, preparing to leave, suddenly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Look at what Burima is doing." On the screen, numerous couples engaged in intimate interactions, but only Burima was overtly assertive. Yet, the intensity of her actions left her parents utterly astonished. Goodness, how is this possible? Burima's father felt his heart shatter. How can my daughter have changed so drastically? Is this still my sweet little girl? Sighing, they lamented about their daughter growing up and becoming unmanageable. Before long, Burima's mother came to a realization. Well, she's an adult now. It's time to consider marriage. After all, Wukong, who was 2 years younger, already had a 4-year-old child. Burima's father finally grasped the reality. You're right. If we wait another couple of years, it will be difficult for her to find a partner. If she becomes a leftover woman, who would want her? It's best to seize the moment while she is still young. Just as they begrudgingly accepted this new reality, the scene before them shattered their perceptions once again. Burima's hands had begun to act out of line. Had it not been for Subai's desperate attempts to restrain her, the situation might have escalated swiftly. The staff in the monitoring room were equally dumbfounded. Wow, what a day. We get to watch this for free? Haha. They're watching a blockbuster while we are witnessing something quite extraordinary. Did you see that? That girl is incredibly forward. How thrilling. One female technician glanced at the couple and instantly felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The young man is truly handsome. It is no wonder that the girl is so enthusiastic. A colleague nearby teased, "Oh, Xiaowei, are you blushing? Could it be that you've also been smitten?" "Nonsense." She retorted, "I am not." Asserting her indifference, she added, "If I were not smitten, it would be for the best. Once the film concludes, I shall seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation." "But he already has a girlfriend. Do not cause trouble." Another female colleague chimed in with a laugh. Those who come to the cinema are often newly in love. With the right approach, no wall is insurmountable. That does seem to hold some truth, she mused. No, I too shall pursue that handsome young man. Burima's mother strode forward, hands on her hips, declaring to the two, "Stop dreaming. He is my son-in-law." Burima's father, watching from a surveillance screen, grew increasingly grim. He wished he could smash the control room with a wrench. Burima's antics were utterly outrageous. The newly installed 360-degree surveillance had captured everything. Worse still, Burima's mother had inadvertently revealed their identities. Where could they hide their faces now? Just as the elderly couple prepared to intervene, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The cinema doors were suddenly kicked open, and a flash of fire illuminated the scene, followed by a barrage of gunfire. "Everyone freeze. Raise your hands." Several couples watching the film were startled, quickly separating and gazing in terror ahead. What is happening? Are we in the wrong place? A man hastily pushed aside his female companion, feigning calm as he grabbed some snacks, pretending to focus intently on the screen. Upon realizing that the intruder was Lan Chi, he let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought my wife had come." The woman, also clutching her chest, exclaimed, "I was terrified too. I thought it was my husband come to catch me." "Brother-in-law, you nearly gave me a heart attack," she added. "Me too. I almost thought we were discovered." Lan Chi's gunfire had directly shattered several pairs of fleeting lovers. Burima, startled, released Subai. Turning to look, she saw the blonde Lan Chi brandishing a submachine gun, scanning for Subai's whereabouts. How could that wretched Lan Chi find this place? Burima fumed, stamping her foot as she quickly pulled Su Bai to duck down. Thanks to the dim lighting of the cinema, Lan Chi momentarily failed to spot them. At that moment, a swarm of security guards rushed over, shouting, "It's the thief Lan Chi. Quickly apprehend her." Lan Chi discarded her submachine gun and pulled out another weapon, aiming for the ceiling and firing a shot. With a series of loud explosions, the cinema's roof and walls were blown apart, sunlight streaming in. Lan Chi leaped through the opening, mounting her flying motorcycle and speeding away. Su Bai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Lan Chi's audacity was truly commendable. Once Lan Chi departed, Burima stood up in a huff. That insufferable Lan Chi has ruined my plans. Couples within the cinema scrambled for the exits, some even pulling up their trousers as they fled. Su Bai sighed. "Burima, shall we return?" Burima nodded in agreement. As they walked out of the cinema hand in hand, Burima's parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two children have truly frightened us. The person we just encountered seemed to be Lan Chi. Thankfully, she assisted us. "Old man, it seems we cannot watch the movie after all. Shall we return home?" "Return home? That is out of the question. Bulma rarely brings her boyfriend back, and it would be so awkward if they were to run into each other." Bulma's mother chuckled softly. "Hee. You are right. Young people, after all. Let us go shopping instead, as I wish to purchase a few handbags." "Buy handbags? Why not just buy a house?" At this rate, Bulma is on the verge of getting married. Living together would certainly be inconvenient. Bulma's mother nodded repeatedly. "You always think ahead. I hear the newly opened estate offers fully furnished villas. Shall we take a look?" The two turned and headed straight for the sales office. Before leaving, Bulma's mother thoughtfully dialed a number. "Bulma, your father and I will not be returning tonight." At that moment, Bulma was driving home, suppressing her frustration from the disruption caused by Lan Chi. Upon receiving the call, her irritation vanished instantly. Her parents not returning was indeed a stroke of luck for her. She even envisioned names for her future children and excitedly gripped the steering wheel. "I must find a partner today." Meanwhile, in her flight, Lan Chi suddenly sneezed, and her golden hair turned black in an instant. She stood bewildered on the road, unable to control her motorcycle. "How on earth will I get back?" The pursuing officers quickly surrounded her. Is this really Lan Chi? Her hair color and demeanor do not match. Regardless, with so many officers mobilized, they could not have acted in vain. If they were mistaken, they would simply take notes. As the guns approached, the now dark-haired Lan Chi screamed in terror. "Help!" At that moment, in Shidu, Bulma had returned home with Su Bai. She knew no one in this place. Lan Chi's desperate cries for help went unanswered, and she was ultimately taken to the police station. Chapter 4. Due to her lack of a criminal record, her delicate and gentle appearance, and her inability to operate a motorcycle, the police concluded that she was no notorious thief. After a brief registration, they released her but confiscated her motorcycle. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of Shidu, a sudden chill swept over her, prompting another sneeze. The golden-haired Lan Chi awakened instantly. She flashed a wicked smile. "Bulma, don't think you can easily shake me off." Just then a motorcycle passed by, and Lan Chi pulled out an automatic rifle, firing wildly. "Stop right there and hand over your bike." In an instant, she had mounted the motorcycle and was speeding towards Bulma's mansion. The gunfire attracted a swarm of police officers. "Oh no, it's Lan Chi. She stole a motorcycle. Quick, pursue her." Dozens of vehicles raced towards Bulma's home. Inside the Bulma residence, she took out her cherished red wine. The two clinked their glasses, their feelings deepening. Su Bai, with his wealth of past experiences, intuitively understood Bulma's sentiments. After several rounds of wine, Bulma's complexion blossomed like a peach, and Su Bai was also slightly tipsy. They embraced each other in unison and retreated to the bedroom. Just as their intimacy reached its peak, a tremendous crash reverberated throughout the villa. Hastily dressing, they rushed to investigate, only to see Lan Chi crashing through the glass door on her motorcycle into the living room. Bulma exploded with rage. "Lan Chi, what on earth are you doing?" The sound of police sirens grew louder. At least a dozen vehicles were rapidly approaching. Lan Chi anxiously exclaimed, "Let me hide first." Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed into the bedroom and dove headfirst into the wardrobe. Bulma, filled with fury, stormed out, only to be intercepted by the sheriff, who stated, "Bulma, we have tracked the notorious thief Lan Chi to this location." In her intoxicated state, Bulma rudely dismissed all the officers. As the daughter of the wealthiest family in West City, what did a mere female thief mean to her? Under the influence of alcohol, she completely forgot about the unexpected guest hidden in the wardrobe. The two returned to the room, resuming their previous activities that had been interrupted. Such merriment, of course, was not to be disclosed to outsiders. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Bulma soon succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a restless slumber. In her sleep, she carelessly kicked Subai off the bed. Deep in his dreams, Subai, having fallen to the floor, could hardly muster the energy to move and simply continue to sleep. At that moment, the wardrobe door slid open silently. Lan Shi fixed her gaze upon the sleeping Subai, her tongue lightly brushing her lips before she pounced on him. A few days later, Bulma's parents organized a wedding for the couple. 2 months hence, Bulma appeared before Subai, holding a pregnancy test with 2 lines. Subai realized that their plans had come to fruition. With only a year remaining until the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa, time was of the essence. Subai resolved to no longer waste time. In addition to relying on the system, he needed to enhance his own training. As early as 2 months prior, he had commissioned his father-in-law to construct a gravity chamber based on his designs. Now that the facility was complete, Subai immediately commenced his training. 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lacking the thrill of life-and-death battles, his progress with conventional training was not remarkable. Although his combat power had doubled, it still paled in comparison to Vegeta. Strangely, Bulma had yet to give birth, and suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! The host has gained child. Mothered by Lan Shi. The child's talent value is 300, initial combat power is 3,000, and the host constitution is being enhanced. Subai was taken aback. What is happening? Ding! Enhancement complete. The host talent has risen to 550, and combat power has reached 10,000. Gain skills. Key perception. Cell 1000. Current attributes. Name, Subai. Bloodline, Saiyan. Talent value, 550. Combat power, 10,000. Offspring, 1 child. The offspring's combat growth will benefit the host. Skills, instant transmission, key perception, Kamehameha. Subai suddenly realized the significance of that night's unusually warm sensation. It was indeed Lan Shi. This unexpected joy invigorated him. With the child born of Lan Shi and his own rigorous training, his combat power had surpassed 10,000. After Bulma's delivery in just over a month, their chances of confronting Vegeta would increase, especially with the assistance of other warriors. Reflecting on this, Subai felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Where was Lan Shi, the mother of his child, who had given birth out of wedlock? In a fleeting moment, Subai awakened his complete sense of aura perception, immediately detecting Lan Shi's location. His eyes shimmered as he stepped out of the gravity training room, soaring through the air towards that familiar essence. Outside a secluded village, Lan Shi, cradling an infant, hesitated at the clinic's entrance. As she looked around in confusion, the figure she had yearned for suddenly appeared. How'd you find this place? She asked, her golden-haired state revealing an unusual shyness. Her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. Subai embraced her directly, his warm breath brushing against her ear. I am late, he murmured. In his arms, Lan Shi transformed into a gentle stream, her voice dripping with sweetness. Don't say that. I merely thought of leaving you a lineage, knowing I couldn't compete with Buer Ma. You silly girl, he chided gently, tapping her forehead. How could a father miss out on such moments? Suddenly, Lan Shi trembled violently, not from tears, but from a joy she desperately suppressed. Have you named him? I was waiting for you to decide, she replied, handing over the swaddled infant, her eyes glimmering like rippling waves. Subai gazed at the coolness reminiscent of a snowy night. How about Suhan? Lan Shi's ears flushed a deep crimson, yet she lifted the baby even higher. Did you hear that? You have a name now. After settling the mother and child, Subai discovered that although the baby inherited Saiyan blood, he lacked the distinctive tail. 2 months later, his combat power surpassed 12,000. On a bench outside the delivery room, Subai paced anxiously. Buer Ma's due date had passed by 3 days. Yet with the versatile medical technology of the Universal Capsule Corporation, this was merely a minor interlude before happiness arrived. In a bustling city in the east, 3 spacecraft suddenly tore through the sky, crashing to the ground and creating 3 charred craters. After fleeing Earth, Raditz did not return to his home planet, but instead occupied a nearby asteroid for a year of rigorous training. Sensing the approach of Vegeta and the others, he set off to join them in their descent to Earth. The onlookers stirred, gasping in astonishment. What is that? What is happening? 3 figures emerged from the billowing smoke. A bespectacled man suddenly shouted, Look, it's humans. They're coming out of the wrecked spacecraft. Who are these beings? The 3 Saiyans soared into the air, their battle scanners flickering with cold light. Their menacing visages instilled fear in all. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings with a scoff. Is this Earth? It is even more barren than I expected. Nappa smirked. Should we greet these ants? Mind your manners, Vegeta replied coldly. Scarlet energy coalesced at Nappa's fingertips as he raised a hand. The heavens trembled, and blinding light engulfed the entire city. When the dust settled, only scorched earth remained. Perhaps I exerted a bit too much force. Nappa scratched his head. Vegeta retorted, no one to stop. How can we sell a destroyed planet? More importantly, the Dragon Balls. If they are within range, our wish for eternal life will be lost. Nappa smiled apologetically, saying, my apologies, I was merely a bit restless. Vegeta activated his scouter to locate the strongest energy source. Meanwhile, Goku suddenly looked up, filled with fighting spirit, exclaiming, this energy is incredible. If I hadn't seen Subai, I would hardly believe such a level of cultivation was attainable. He transformed into a streak of light, rushing forward. Piccolo clenched his fists, declaring, it's finally here. Krillin assumed a ready stance, stating, it's time to test our training. Yamcha, Ten, and the others sensed the impending threat, swiftly taking to the skies toward the battlefield. Raditz scouter suddenly blared an alarm, indicating a high-energy reaction approaching. They've arrived. From what I know, the strongest among them has a power level exceeding 3,000, he noted. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Oh, merely 3,000? Quite bold of them to come directly to us instead of hiding. It saves us the trouble of searching. Ha! They are utterly unaware of Lord Vegeta's true strength. Before long, Goku and his companions arrived, landing before them. Son Goku glared coldly at Raditz, saying angrily, I spared you last time, and you dare to return? Raditz grinned. Kakarot, my dear brother, have you made any progress in this past year? I certainly haven't been idle. My strength has dramatically increased. And what of that companion of yours? This time, I intend to teach you both a lesson. Upon seeing Goku and his group, particularly Piccolo, Vegeta's gaze lingered on him, revealing a playful smile. No wonder this planet possesses Dragon Balls. It seems there is a Namekian among us. Piccolo paused. Krillin, surprised, turned to Piccolo. So you are an alien? That explains a lot. Piccolo finally understood. So that's it. The question that has troubled me for years is finally answered. Why I look so peculiar and do not require sustenance. I am, after all, a Namekian. Vegeta continued. Namekians not only possess formidable combat abilities, but also special powers, such as magic. You created the Dragon Balls, did you not? Krillin exclaimed in shock. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Raditz laughed heartily. Huh? What's so difficult about that? After leaving Earth last time, I didn't wander far. I returned several times and learned about the Dragon Balls. It's perfectly normal. Krillin retorted angrily. Goku spared you last time, and you still have no sense of defeat. Piccolo took a combat stance, coldly stating, thank you for revealing my origins, but I'm afraid I'm only interested in fighting. The Dragon Balls have nothing to do with me. Raditz derisively remarked, do you think you stand a chance against us? Since the Dragon Balls are of no concern to you, your death would be inconsequential. Whether or not we are opponents, we shall find out, Piccolo replied defiantly. In a heavenly palace, it dawned on him, today I learned that I am indeed an alien. No wonder I am different. The Dragon Balls were created long ago. When I obtained those fragments, I instinctively crafted 7 Dragon Balls. Could it be that someone in my homeland has done the same? Nappa surveyed the crowd, impatiently stating, I knew you wouldn't willingly surrender the Dragon Balls. It seems we must resolve this through force. Nappa cast a glance at the detector and noted that the combat power readings of several individuals barely reached a few hundred, a look of disdain immediately crossing his face. Raditz surveyed the surroundings in search of Subai's whereabouts, yet found nothing. Strangely, the detector failed to register any energy response from Subai. However, he paid it little mind. After a year of rigorous training, his combat power had surpassed 3,000, and with Nappa and Vegeta's strength far exceeding his own, he harbored no concerns regarding the opponent's appearance. Leave these weaklings to me, Raditz declared, twisting his neck with a satisfying crack. There's still one fellow left for you to deal with. It's just the right opportunity for me to test my training results. Vegeta, hearing this, revealed a mischievous smile. Since you're volunteering, Kakarot is all yours. As for the others, he cast a glance at the cultivation pods at his feet. Let the Cybermen entertain them. Suddenly, Nappa erupted into exaggerated laughter. Vegeta, you truly know how to have fun. Cybermen, we're those. In Chapter 5, Nappa produced a sealed container and scattered several seeds into the soil. The soil of this planet is quite suitable for cultivation. Gurgling sounds accompanied the bizarre writhing, and 6 slimy creatures broke through the earth. Krillin was repulsed by their grotesque appearance and gagged. They were simply unappetizing. Nappa grinned maliciously, pointing at the group. Go have some fun with those worthless beings. Just then, Tien and Kaiotsu descended from the sky. Yamcha arrived at the battlefield in a timely manner. We're not late, are we? Vegeta licked his lips in excitement. This is interesting, Raditz remarked to Kakarot. The 6 Cybermen correspond perfectly to the 6 prey. A one-on-one slaughter is the true form of entertainment. Tien scanned the surroundings cautiously. Weren't there only 3 Saiyans? The plan has changed, Goku explained, staring at the writhing creatures. Those ugly brutes are the Cybermen grown from seeds. By the way, Krillin suddenly lowered his voice. Whereas Subai, he should be able to sense the energy. Yamcha rolled his eyes irritably. Bulma is giving birth, and that guy is in the delivery room as a companion. What? Goku nearly bit his tongue. Bulma has gotten married and had a child? You spend all your time training, Krillin sighed, face-palming. You even missed your best friend's wedding. That's just absurd. Goku sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I was in seclusion at the Heavenly Temple. Seeing the warriors engage in idle chatter, Nappa's forehead bulged with veins. Cybermen. Tear them apart. One Cyberman suddenly shot forth. Tien's eyes lit up as he swiftly stepped forward, delivering a knife-hand strike to its chest. With a dull thud, the Cyberman flew backward like a burst sack. However, at the moment it hit the ground, its head exploded, releasing a foul-smelling, viscous spray in a fan-like arc. Krillin teleported out of the way, just in time, witnessing the ground where the slime landed corrode into several meters deep pits, hissing white smoke as the rock dissolved. Oh my gosh, that was close. Thankfully, I dodged quickly. As the offensive of the cultivator waned, Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity, launching a powerful elbow strike directly to his opponent's head. With a resounding thud, the cultivator was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Dumpling leapt with joy, exclaiming, "We won. Tianjin Fan is indeed the strongest." Meanwhile, Vegeta maintained a smug smile, confident in his impending victory. You have not disappointed me. You are still capable of movement, he mused. Nappa, furiously operating the scouter, wore an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? The cultivator's combat power is 1200, while that bald man is only in the hundreds. Fool, Vegeta scoffed. This indicates that his true combat power exceeds that of the cultivator. Many races in the universe possess the ability to conceal their strength. The scouter is utterly useless. Nappa, realizing the truth, exclaimed, So there are such formidable warriors on this insignificant planet. On the other side, Raditz, growing impatient, lunged at Son Goku. With a fist imbued with fierce wind, he aimed for Goku's heart, envisioning his brother's imminent demise. However, his punch met only an afterimage. Before Raditz could react, a swift knife-hand strike struck the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Nappa, nearly crushing the scouter in shock, exclaimed, "What a joke!" The enhanced Raditz was taken down in a single blow. Krillin shouted with excitement, "Well done, Goku!" Yet, Son Goku's expression was grave. Though he had made tremendous progress over the past year, he recalled Subai's warning that the strongest Saiyon's power was tenfold his own. Do not let your guard down, he declared, adopting a fighting stance. The true battle was just beginning. Nappa disdainfully kicked the unconscious Raditz, muttering, "What a disgrace, utterly embarrassing the Saiyans." At that moment, the cultivator, who had been knocked down by Tianjin Fan, suddenly rose. Krillin quickly warned, "Tianjin Fan, that guy isn't finished yet." As Tianjin Fan prepared to engage, Vegeta unexpectedly flicked his fingers. A violent surge of energy obliterated the cultivator in an instant, causing the onlooker's pupils to constrict. Piccolo, sweating profusely, remarked. He actually eliminated an opponent on par with Tianjin Fan in a heartbeat. Nappa, bewildered, questioned Vegeta, "What are you doing?" Vegeta, with a chilling smile, replied, "There is no need to prolong this. The outcome is already determined." That cultivator was far too complacent. I had clearly instructed him to fight with all his might. The cruelty of the situation was palpable. Vegeta's gaze swept over the remaining cultivators. Who is next? Nappa gritted his teeth, vowing, "This time, we must eradicate you completely." Yamcha, with a light-hearted grin, chimed in, "Let me handle this. Allow me to show you what a finishing move truly is." Vegeta appeared slightly surprised. "You are sending a woman into battle? How amusing." Yamcha smirked slightly. "Do not underestimate women." Krillin interjected, "Shouldn't I take over?" Yamcha shook his head. "You have already been revived once. If anything happens again, it will be beyond remedy." Barely finishing his sentence, Yamcha dashed towards the awaiting cultivator. Both sides unleashed their full power, their figures vanishing in an instant. Dumpling gasped, "Oh my, they've disappeared." Piccolo calmly explained, "Do not panic. They are merely moving too quickly. Focus and concentrate on sensing their energy to track them." Yamcha unleashed his wolf Fang fist, while the cultivator valiantly attempted to fend off the assault and counterattack. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yamcha's onslaught pressed the opponent back relentlessly. Suddenly, the cultivator leaped onto a high platform, with Yamcha in hot pursuit. A sinister grin crossed the cultivator's face as he lunged at Yamcha. In a split second, Yamcha's lips curled into a slight smirk, and he rapidly gathered his energy into the Kamehameha. A brilliant beam of light struck the cultivator, sending him crashing to the ground. Lightly landing, Yamcha exuded confidence, declaring that these monsters were not formidable, and he would handle the rest. Just as he relaxed his guard, the fallen cultivator sprang up, seizing him from behind. A deafening explosion erupted. Amidst the thick smoke, everyone was left in shock. As the haze cleared, Yamcha was seen curled on the ground, maintaining his iconic posture. "This is the price of underestimating the enemy," Vegeta said smugly. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. He actually chose to go down with him. Krillin rushed forward to check, only to find Yamcha devoid of life signs. "He must have sensed something, sacrificing himself for me," he lamented. "Damn it, he has been killed." Nappa displayed his discontent. "What a disgrace, using such tactics against this kind of opponent." Vegeta coldly remarked, "Indeed, it is shameful. Let's finish them swiftly." Suddenly, Nappa's scouter emitted a frantic alarm. "What is happening?" "His energy readings are still escalating." Vegeta replied icily, "Do not rely on that worthless device. It is utterly ineffective against them." The two turned their gaze to see Krillin with fiery red eyes, his aura swirling around him. "Prepare to receive," he shouted, bringing his palms together as dazzling energy surged forth. Ha! A radiant Kamehameha sliced through the air, aimed directly at Vegeta and Nappa. Tien and the others quickly retreated to avoid the blast radius. Nappa scoffed, "With such speed and power, do you think I need to dodge?" Before his words could settle, Krillin abruptly altered his attack, redirecting the blast skyward. Boom! The explosive energy transformed into a torrential rain of fire, engulfing the cultivators and the Saiyans. The speed had increased manifold. Boom, boom, boom. The four cultivators were obliterated in an instant, while Vegeta and Nappa were also consumed by the wave of energy. Smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. "We did it! So powerful!" Din exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Goku and Piccolo remained furrowed in concern. Such an attack won't harm them. Prepare for the relay. As the dust settled, the two emerged unscathed. Tien was horrified. How could a direct hit be ineffective? Nappa cackled. "Do you dare to provoke me? You ants? Allow me to show you true power." As he unleashed his fury, the ground cracked and collapsed beneath him, and Nappa launched himself at Goku like a cannonball. The two figures collided with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves that scattered debris for 100 meters. Their initial clash ended in a stalemate. The pupil of Nappa constricted, revealing a subordinate warrior whose strength far surpassed expectations. With a sinister grin, he lunged once more, delivering a heavy fist that tore through the air, yet only struck a fleeting shadow. The clash of his fist and energy blasts wove a deadly net, each collision resonating with thunderous roars. Goku adeptly evaded a lethal elbow strike, countering with a whip-like kick aimed at his opponent's throat. At the moment Nappa attempted to block, Piccolo's special beam cannon surged forth with a fierce whistle. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared, effortlessly shattering the violet energy beam with his bare hands. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. "Teen, quickly take Din and go," Piccolo bellowed as he charged towards the cultivator. In an instant, Goku teleported beside Nappa, his right leg sweeping out like a steel whip. With a resounding boom, Nappa was sent hurtling hundreds of meters, crashing into the mountainside and leaving a human-shaped dent in the rock face. Enraged, Nappa broke free from the cliff, a blinding white light erupting from his body, showcasing his true strength. The earth trembled violently under the surge of energy, and his power doubled in an instant. Goku, feeling beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, realized that with his energy not yet mastered, he only possessed a fighting power of 5,000. He had no choice but to fight with all he had. Goku and Tien raced towards the fray, and without needing to speak, the four formed a cohesive encirclement. Tien initiated the assault, but Nappa countered, snapping his right arm in two. Tien and Din gasped in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed his Wolfang fist like a torrential downpour. Nappa staggered back several steps and suddenly unleashed an energy blast from his mouth. In a critical moment, Goku leaped into the air to evade. Krillin's spirit bomb took advantage of the distraction, but Nappa was prepared to absorb the blow. Fool! Get out of the way! Vegeta's voice compelled him to hastily dodge. The spirit bomb grazed past, causing a distant mountain peak to fracture. Nappa's gaze fixed on the panting Krillin, his pupils narrowing sharply. Thanks, Vegeta. This little brat can actually unleash such a technique. Before he could finish speaking, Nappa charged at Krillin, poised to eliminate him. Suddenly, Goku's voice resonated from above. Kamehameha, a blinding beam, descended with explosive force. Nappa hastily raised his hand to counter. But the two energy waves struggled to dominate one another. Despite Nappa's advantage in strength, he found it difficult to gain the upper hand against the fully charged Kamehameha. In the midst of this standoff, Piccolo unleashed his fully charged special beam cannon. Nappa felt a chill run down his spine. Vegeta, save me. In a flash, Vegeta teleported to intercept the deadly beam, delivering a punch that pierced through Piccolo's chest. Krillin's hope was utterly shattered as the Namekian collapsed. The demise of the Guardian meant the Dragon Balls would become ineffective, and Yamcha could no longer be revived. Witnessing the sacrifice of his comrade, Goku's inner energy erupted with astonishing force, the Kamehameha surging to unprecedented levels, engulfing Nappa in an instant. As the smoke cleared, a battered Nappa lay in a charred pit, barely clinging to life. Vegeta watched coldly, pathetic, unable to defeat even a lower-class warrior. He stepped forward. Are you ready for your last words? The game is over. In a flash, Dend suddenly embraced Vegeta. Farewell, Tien. No. Amidst a thunderous roar, Vegeta's mocking laughter echoed through the swirling dust. Your courage is commendable, but alas. Once the smoke dissipates, the Saiyan Prince stands proudly. It is now your turn. Chapter 6. Without the enhancement of the Kaioken, Goku found himself utterly outmatched by Vegeta. The battle had scarcely begun, yet peril loomed large. In a mere few minutes, the presences of Yamcha, Piccolo, and Kairatsu faded one after another. Hoku, Ting. And Krillin's energies noticeably waned as well, while Vegeta's aura remained formidable, unyielding as a mountain. In that moment of dire urgency, a piercing infant's wail shattered the silence. Wow! A brilliant light ignited in Subai's eyes. He and Bulma's child had finally arrived. His elation surged further as the system notifications chimed in succession. Congratulations, host. You have welcomed a pair of twins with innate abilities of 350 and 400, initial battle powers of 3,000 and 4,500, and your body is undergoing enhancement. Enhancement complete. Host's innate ability rises to 1250. Battle power surpasses 21500. New skill acquired. Instant transmission. Obtained 3,000 units of cells. Base battle power, 3 million. Innate ability, 100,000. With 1 billion cells, can evolve into the legendary Super Saiyan. Current attributes. Name, Subai. Race, Saiyan. Innate ability, 1250. Battle power, 21500. Offspring, firstborn and secondborn. Skills, flight. Energy perception, Kamehameha, instant transmission. The revelation of twins was utterly delightful. The innate abilities of Bulma's children were evidently superior to those of Lan Chi's son, a direct result of Subai's own power augmentation, reflecting on how Trunks and Goten could transform at a young age. Subai became increasingly convinced that the potential of offspring was intrinsically linked to the strength of their predecessors. Soon, a nurse guided Subai into the delivery room, where Bulma's private medical team was at hand, eliminating any need for waiting to cradle the newborns. Weak but smiling, Bulma greeted her husband with a pale visage. Darling, we have two treasures at once. Subai gently kissed his wife's forehead. Thank you for your efforts. But the Saiyans are invading. I must leave at once. What? The Saiyans have already arrived? Bulma's eyes widened in shock. The battle had raged on for some time, with Piccolo, Yamcha, and Kairatsu falling in succession. And the situation was dire. Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. They have all sacrificed themselves? She gazed at the newborns in her arms and implored her husband, you must return safely. Rest assured, Subai nodded solemnly, then attuned to Goku's energy. Once he locked onto the target, he utilized instant transmission to reach the battlefield. Bulma suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Piccolo's death meant the Dragon Balls would be rendered ineffective, leaving no chance for life to be renewed. Looking at her newborns, an overwhelming sense of worry enveloped her. Yet, reflecting on the arduous training her husband endured in the gravity chamber this past year, alongside his unwavering companionship since their marriage, whether during their fleeting dates amidst training or his steadfast presence in the delivery room, imbued her with profound happiness. Babies, wait for daddy to return and name you, Bulma gently murmured to the infants, a sweet smile gracing her face. On the battlefield, battered and bruised, Goku and Krillin found themselves on the brink of despair, barely sustained by the senzu beans delivered by Yachirobe. Just as Vegeta was poised to unleash his fury upon Goku, Subai suddenly appeared, launching an energy blast. Who goes there? Vegeta demanded, stunned. After assessing his companion's injuries, Goku, weakened, urged, quickly deal with him. Turning to face Vegeta, a new confrontation was imminent. In this moment, Vegeta radiated an aura of violent rage, starkly contrasting with the composed prince of the future. A sinister grin curled upon his lips as he unexpectedly swung his fist at Subai with blinding speed. Watch out! Goku cried out. Yet in the next instant, Subai's form vanished as well. The two figures collided violently, unleashing a tempest of energy. To everyone's astonishment, in the blink of an eye, before Goku and Krillin could comprehend the clash, Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground. You insufferable fool! Vegeta roared. How dare you injure me? You seek death. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. When did Subai become this powerful? He even knocked down Vegeta with a single blow. Goku, equally astonished, thought to himself, I believed that after a year of arduous training, I could surpass him, but I never anticipated this. Clenching his fists, hope ignited in his eyes. Earth has a chance. Goku just now, his energy momentarily suppressed Vegeta, Krillin noted, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Vegeta leapt up, bellowing, this prince is the strongest Saiyan. He pointed himself with a thumb, only to find Subai suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't laugh. Vegeta shouted furiously. Subai immediately shrugged. Can't my wife enjoy a moment of happiness after giving birth? Krillin's eyes widened in shock. Bulma had the baby? Goku clapped his hands in celebration. Congratulations. Is it a boy? You got half of it right, Subai replied. Goku scratched his head. A girl? Krillin suddenly realized could be twins? Subai laughed heartily. Indeed, one boy and one girl. Vegeta coldly interrupted. Humph, regardless, you all shall perish. Subai regarded him with a meaningful glance. Secretly amused, you will never grasp the joy of stealing Bulma away and having a complete family. With a slight smirk, Subai remarked, the outcome is far from certain. Today, I shall demonstrate true strength. Vegeta assumed a combat stance, scoffing. A mere earthling dares to challenge the prince of the Saiyans? The two stood in opposition, the atmosphere thick with tension. In an instant, the two figures clashed like lightning, the sounds of their fierce blows echoing incessantly, engaging in hundreds of exchanges within mere seconds. After a moment of probing, both sides instinctively created distance. Subai's battle power registered at 21,500, while Vegeta exceeded 18,000. This slight disparity could be entirely compensated for by skill. The recent defeat of Vegeta was largely due to an element of surprise. With a slight adjustment, the battle resumed. Vegeta's fierce elbow strike was intercepted by Subai, who retaliated with a knee strike directed at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta emitted a muffled grunt and staggered back. But as Subai prepared to pursue, Vegeta instantaneously teleported behind him. However, Subai had anticipated this maneuver and deftly evaded, countering with a downward kick that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta ascended unscathed, unleashing a punch that cut through the air like thunder. Subai nimbly ducked to avoid it, and countered with a headbutt that forced Vegeta back. Is this all you can do, esteemed prince? He taunted. Vegeta wiped the corner of his mouth and coldly retorted, not bad for someone who is trained in such a remote locale. But do not forget, I am destined to become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Subai chuck it lightly. With your current mindset, you shall never hope to transcend. Vegeta's pupils constricted. You know of the Super Saiyan? Of course, it is merely a transformation technique, Subai replied cryptically. Would you like to learn it? A faint, enigmatic smile grazed Subai's lips. Vegeta misinterpreted this as mockery, and his fury ignited. You are not even a Saiyan, yet you dare to ridicule me? At that moment, an energy beam suddenly surged towards Subai. Goku's expression changed dramatically. This is bad, that Nappa is still alive. Before Subai could react, Vegeta preemptively unleashed an energy wave that forcefully countered the attack. In the instant the two energies collided, Vegeta's assault decisively overpowered Nappa's energy wave, the residual force piercing through Nappa's spine. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Nappa gazed up at Vegeta in disbelief, his throat constricting as he managed to utter a shattered question. Why Vegeta? With that final breath, Nappa's life force dissipated entirely. Until his last moment, he could not comprehend why a former comrade would turn against him so ruthlessly. Krillin and Goku exchanged shocked glances. He actually attacked a comrade. How heartless, Krillin mused, recalling his earlier act of shattering a training tool, believing it to be merely an inanimate object. Yet Nappa was a living ally. Vegeta looked down coldly at Nappa's lifeless body and contemptuously declared, "You overestimated your worth. A prince's battle is not one for scum like you to interfere in." Vegeta then redirected his gaze to Su-Bai, his fighting spirit ignited. It had been long since he encountered a worthy opponent. Now, he would show you true power. With a roar, Vegeta's energy surged dramatically. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, the earth cracked, and blinding bolts of electricity erupted through the air. Krillin gasped in astonishment. His energy is still rising. Goku's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He still retains his strength. Su-Bai dared not be complacent and unleashed all his energy as well. Two terrifying presences clashed in the air, generating torrents of energy storms. Goku and Krillin had to raise their hands to shield themselves from the oncoming shockwaves. As the energy reached its zenith, an eerie silence fell across the realm. Vegeta launched the first assault, charging towards Su-Bai like a cannonball. With composure, Su-Bai sidestepped and delivered a fierce downward kick that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. In midair, Vegeta abruptly halted his descent, his fists creating shadows as he unleashed a torrential flurry of strikes. The onslaught was relentless, enveloping Su-Bai in an impenetrable barrage of fists, culminating in a powerful kick that sent him soaring away. The battle raged on. Vegeta swung his arms, unleashing countless energy blasts that rained down upon Su-Bai. The flames and thick smoke swiftly engulfed his figure. Vegeta, panting, wore a triumphant smirk. His attacks flowed like water, devoid of any flaws. Gazing at Su-Bai, now shrouded in smoke, he cackled arrogantly, "Ha, I, Vegeta, am the strongest in the universe." Krillin and Son Goku, witnessing from the sidelines, were struck by a wave of dread. Could it be that Su-Bai had lost? Was Earth truly beyond salvation? With Piccolo deceased and the Dragon Balls turned to stone, despair weighed heavily on their hearts. Krillin, dejected, lamented, "This Saiyan is too powerful. Even Goku cannot overpower him. Su-Bai has clearly grown stronger, and I thought there was hope, but now." He shook his head with a rueful smile. "I haven't even married yet, and I'm facing death. It's so unfair." Son Goku maintained a calm demeanor, yet regret flickered in his eyes. Defeated by a stronger foe left him speechless. But the inability to assist Su-Bai weighed heavily on him, causing deeper remorse. As the dust began to settle, Vegeta's laughter echoed through the air. However, as the mist thinned, Su-Bai stood resolutely, bringing an abrupt end to the laughter. "What? You're unscathed?" As the smoke cleared, not only was Su-Bai alive, but he was also untouched, his attire immaculate. His aura surged, repelling all attacks. Impossible. How could he withstand my energy blasts without a scratch? Vegeta's pupils dilated, a flicker of panic rising within him. Had his full-force assault been utterly in vain? Was this fellow truly of Earth? How could a lowly race defeat a Saiyan? Nearby, Goku and Krillin reignited their hopes. Truly, Su-Bai was remarkable. He had proven not so easily vanquished. "Wonderful. Earth is saved," Krillin shouted with excitement, adding, "Once we win, I must find a wife." Though both were battered and bruised, they rejoiced at Su-Bai's well-being. Inside the Kame house, Master Roshi found no interest in his magazine. The news of Yamcha, Piccolo, and Den's demise weighed heavily on his heart. Moments earlier, when Su-Bai and Vegeta's energies surged dramatically, hope rekindled within him. He had never anticipated that, in just a year, that young man could grow to such astonishing heights. To oppose him would yield catastrophic consequences. Goku had yet to reach this level, and now, the fate of Earth rested solely upon Su-Bai's shoulders. In the nursery, Bulma, having just fed the twins, found her thoughts drifting towards Su-Bai, who was battling far away. "He must return safely," she whispered, gently caressing her slightly warm cheek, recalling her husband's jest about wanting 100 children. "What a jest! Do you take me for a sow?" Each childbirth feels like a perilous journey through the gates of hell, and this time the pain was excruciating. It seems there is no understanding of compassion. Burima gazed out of the window, lost in thought, when suddenly an idea struck her. Why not let Lanchi share the burden? The notion startled even herself. Meanwhile, Lanchi, cradling her infant, was gazing at the ominous spectacle in the sky. The flickering flames and trembling earth foretold the dangers of the impending battle. Suhan is still so young. she murmured softly, absent-mindedly caressing the child's delicate locks. Over the past 2 months, that gentle figure had consistently appeared at just the right moments. The evening spent sipping wine beneath the moonlight, filled with blush-inducing, sweet memories, were indeed more pleasurable compared to their days on Turtle Island. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone interrupted her reverie. "Burima, do you still have feelings for Subai?" The blunt inquiry on the other end left Lanchi momentarily stunned. "What? Are you planning to divorce?" She instinctively retorted. "Divorce? Nonsense." Burima's furious shout caused the receiver to buzz. "To be frank, I am Subai's legitimate wife. Since you seem to be unwanted and have such an affection for Subai, why not move in together and assist him in having children? That fellow intends to have 100 children, and I cannot manage alone. I wonder if you would be willing." "I am willing," Lanchi responded without a hint of hesitation, accepting Burima's proposal outright. Subai's love was like a tempest, far too overwhelming for a single woman to withstand. Was this not fortuitous? Finally, it could be justified. Upon hearing Lanchi's decisive response, Burima breathed a sigh of relief. Oddly, despite seeking assistance, she felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. Never mind, she would simply use her as a vessel for childbirth. At least 98 children would be ideal. Little did she know that one day, Lanchi would also, for this very reason, persuade Subai to take on a few more wives alongside Burima, but that was a tale for another time. Subai, unlike Ryukong, was not absent all day. The Saiyan physique was something an ordinary Earth woman could not endure. Subai stretched his shoulders and chuckled. "Vegeta, your attacks lack power, but your massage technique is commendable. Quite pleasant indeed." Vegeta, infuriated, retorted, "Do not get too cocky." Before he finished speaking, he let out a furious roar, and the Gallic gun gathered instantly. Launching toward Subai. Subai swiftly planted his feet on the ground and evaded the attack. "Do you think such a feeble assault could hit me?" Vegeta sneered. That was merely a feint. With a flick of his wrist, he shot an energy blast directly at Subai, who abruptly halted and slightly retreated, narrowly escaping the strike. "Umph, your reflexes are commendable." Subai replied with a grin. No, you're the swift one. You are indeed the fastest man in the world." Vegeta touched his nose, taking it as a compliment. "Umph, I suppose you have some discernment. I intentionally evaded you just now. It has been ages since I encountered an opponent worthy of my strength. If I were to easily vanquish you, what would be the point?" Behind the distant hill, Akeral trembled in hiding. "No, these two are far too fearsome. It is safer to keep my distance." He glanced at the solitary bean in his hand, reasoning that Goku and Krillin would not perish so swiftly. He decided to wait until Subai triumphed over that Saiyan. As his thoughts settled, Vegeta charged at Subai once more, unleashing another energy blast. In a blink, Subai appeared above Vegeta and delivered a powerful kick that sent him hurtling away. Vegeta collided with the rocks, crashing heavily to the ground. It was astonishing to hear such a powerful warrior emit a cry of agony. "Damn it," he roared, flipping himself upright and launching another punch at Subai. Yet, Subai was swifter, effortlessly dodging the attack and landing a heavy kick to Vegeta's lower back. Though Vegeta endured the excruciating pain and attempted a counterattack, it was in vain. Subai sidestepped once more and landed a solid punch directly to his abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta's body convulsed, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his mouth. "You wretched, lowly creature. How can your combat power possibly surpass mine?" Akeral, hidden behind the rocks, clenched his fists in excitement. Victory is assured. Seeing this, Krillin shouted, "Subai, do not give him a moment's respite. Finish him off." Akeral echoed his sentiment, urging him on. Vegeta, battered and enraged, exploded with fury. "What nonsense! I am a genius among Saiyans. How could I be defeated by an earth insect? I alone shall be the universe's strongest warrior." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his glove stained with a glaring crimson. "How dare you make me bleed? This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Even if it means abandoning this planet, I shall ensure your annihilation along with it." Vegeta soared into the sky, laughing maniacally as he gathered energy. "No matter how fast you flee, what difference does it make? Either face this attack or witness the destruction of Earth. Under the full power of my Gallic gun, you shall all become cosmic dust." The onlookers, including Krillin, turned pale at his declaration. Goku suddenly awakened to the realization he intended to obliterate the Earth. Krillin's cold sweat dripped down his brow. A shockwave of this magnitude could obliterate a planet. He lamented, feeling despair creep in before he had even experienced love. Akeral moaned, "I was saving my appetite for meat buns." Meanwhile, Only Subai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the figure in the sky. He said, I need to hide. What? Krillin was taken aback. Goku suddenly perked up. That's right, Subai's energy is even greater. With the Kamehameha, he can go Subai. Save the Earth. Krillin shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency. It's all on you. My happiness for the rest of my life hinges on this. Subai nearly slept, almost falling flat on his face. Who cares about your love life? Android 18 must be mine. While Goku and Vegeta were steadfast in their pursuits. These two Saiyans only knew training and fighting. What do they understand of tenderness? With an alarming frequency, he vanished, leaving his wife in a state of solitary despair. Vegeta unleashed his Gallic gun, a formidable force. Subai had long been poised, energy surging between his palms. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, a brilliant column of blue and white energy colliding with a violet beam, igniting a dazzling explosion at their intersection. For a fleeting second, they were locked in a stalemate before Subai's wave began to overpower the Gallic gun, gaining momentum. How is this possible? Vegeta's pupils contracted in disbelief. His agonized screams were swiftly engulfed by the raging tide of energy. As the smoke dissipated, Yachirobe danced with joy, exclaiming, we won, Subai. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow with a smile, saying, finally, we've dealt with this menace. Don't celebrate too soon. Subai suddenly tensed, sensing that Vegeta still lived. As if to confirm his words, heavy panting echoed from the remnants of smoke. Vegeta crawled out, his body charred. A sinister grin on his face as he tore his battle suit apart, declaring, if you force me to use this grotesque form, then you shall witness the true terror of a Saiyan. Subai abruptly raised his gaze to the sky, where the silver moon hung high. This is bad. Yachirobe, quickly feed the Senza beans and get them out of here. The stout warrior fumbled through his bag. Right away, there was but one Senza bean remaining. With a flash of inspiration, Goku split the bean in half, sharing it with Krillin. Their injuries were minor, merely exhaustion, and half a Senza bean would suffice to restore their vitality. However, facing such a monumental battle, they were powerless to intervene and could only watch. Vegeta gazed up at the moon, his heartbeat quickening. His body rapidly became covered in fur, swelling in size. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta transformed into a raging great ape. The great ape Vegeta cackled, haha, your demise is at hand. How dare you mere insects challenge the Prince of Saiyans? My power has multiplied tenfold in this form. Subai maintained his composure. We'll see about that. Goku was taken aback. How could he become a great ape? Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot, a Saiyan with a tail, can transform into a great ape. However, low-class warriors like you lose their sanity upon transformation. Unfortunately, your tail has long since been severed. His words struck Goku like lightning, awakening the painful memory of the monster that had trampled his grandfather and destroyed the martial arts tournament. Himself. Goku whispered to the heavens, Grandpa, sorry. The Saiyans are too powerful. We have exhausted all our strength. If we fall here, I will seek your forgiveness in the afterlife. Sensing Vegeta's surging power, Goku feared for Subai's chances of victory. With Earth facing inevitable destruction, he decided to consume the Senza bean for a final desperate attempt. Strangely, he felt his own strength inexplicably increase by 30 to 40%. Goku charged at Vegeta, yet in the next instant, the great ape's massive paw sent him flying. Even with his newfound strength, he was no match for the great ape Vegeta. Tien Shinhan had just gathered his energy for an attack when he was swatted into the ground, his aura gradually dissipating. Vegeta's colossal paw lunged toward Subai, but with the mastery of instant transmission, Subai effortlessly evaded the attack. Vegeta sneered, what happened? Where did that arrogance go? Are you only capable of fleeing in fear? Before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a fierce wave of light aimed directly at Subai's face. Subai's form wavered slightly, the light wave skimming past his residual shadow. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Vegeta's eyes. What is happening? Even my dynamic vision cannot keep up with his movements? In the blink of an eye, Subai had instantaneously teleported beside Krillin, lightly tapping his shoulder. To defeat him, we must work in unison. Goku nodded in understanding. But Krillin's face turned ashen. Me? That monster could take my life with just a breath. Subai leaned in, whispering a few words, and Krillin suddenly clenched his fists. Got it. The murmuring Vegeta crossed his arms, sneering coldly, facing overwhelming power. Before he could finish his words, Subai vanished once more into thin air. Has he escaped? Vegeta erupted in fury, unleashing a barrage of punches that tore through the air towards the two. Krillin stumbled and rolled to evade, while Goku gritted his teeth, enduring 3 strikes before collapsing to the ground. The larger frame made him an easier target. Krillin suddenly clasped his hands together, a brilliant blue vortex swirling forth. Vegeta's gigantic, transformed body nimbly sidestepped, the energy blade embedding deep into the rock wall behind him. Before Krillin could finish speaking, Vegeta's heavy fist had already sent him crashing into the ground. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the dust. Suvai, vanning sunglasses, appeared leisurely. Now is the time. A blinding white light erupted from the horizon, Krillin's suspended form transforming into a second sun. As Vegeta shielded his eyes in despair, Subai had already used the instant transmission technique with Yachirobe. The blade flashed like a silver moon. In a swift motion, the furry severed tail was still tumbling through the air, while Vegeta began to shrink rapidly. Subai flicked the blood from his blade. Had he missed, he would have shattered the moon. After all, that silver disc was still needed for a rendezvous. As Vegeta's power plummeted, he remained dazed, while a torrential rain of punches pummeled him deep into the Earth's crust. A chilling scream pierced the sky. Goku and Krillin watched in stunned silence. This method was even more ruthless. Yachirobe excitedly slapped his thigh. That is how it should be done. Chapter 8. With his spine shattered, arms broken, and legs rendered useless, a final kick would have been perfect. Soon, Vegeta was gasping for breath. However, Subai deliberately held back his last strike, and indeed, Goku spoke up. Stop, Subai. Consider a personal favor. Let him go. A slight smile crept onto Subai's lips. He had been waiting for this very statement. Krillin was frantic. Goku, are you out of your mind? If it weren't for Subai's intervention, I understand. But next time, I wanted to feed him myself. Are you insane? This has ruined the entire meal. Yamcha and the others were severely injured. Goku coughed blood, recalling the battle with Piccolo, feeling a sense of unresolved frustration. Let me be reckless just this once. Krillin suddenly fell silent, remembering how many enemies had eventually become allies over the years. Seeing Krillin's silence, Goku turned to Subai. There are plenty of powerful extraterrestrials. We don't need to worry about him. If I can't do it, there's always you. Subai nodded with assurance. As you wish. Thank you. Krillin sighed heavily. The Earth is saved by you, so do as you please. Subai kicked the barely conscious Vegeta. Today, my family welcomes a new addition. Consider yourself fortunate. Vegeta desperately rolled his eyes. He needed immediate treatment. Yet his body refused to obey his commands. Once I return, you useless bunch, you have left me in such a state. If I can reach the healing chamber, I will recover completely. When I am healed, I shall take your lives, and this planet is destined for ruin. As this thought crossed his mind, Subai seized Vegeta and tossed him into the flight chamber, promptly activating the rudimentary healing device before slamming the door shut. Vegeta, I have beaten you for your own good. Once you recover, you'll understand, ha ha ha. Inside the chamber, Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. Moments later, the silver spacecraft streaked across the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Krillin gazed at the receding light, his throat tightening. Suddenly, a few tears fell onto the cracked ground. Subai raised an eyebrow. Krillin? Yamcha is gone, and so are Chaozu and Tien. Even when Piccolo faded, the Supreme Kai disappeared as well. Krillin clenched his fists. They would never return. Goku lowered his head. The words he had intended to question Subai about his tardiness now turned to dust. Krillin, who had never experienced fatherhood, thought perhaps witnessing the birth of a child and allowing them to see their parents for the first time was indeed the most precious moment in the world. Thus, he understood Subai's choice. The Dragon Balls of Namek can still be used. Subai suddenly spoke, and there are no limits to the number of revivals. What? Krillin looked up abruptly. Not only Yamcha, but Tien, Piccolo, and even the Supreme Kai can be revived. Subai pointed to the starry sky. Once Goku recovers, we shall set off. That's wonderful. Krillin's voice trembled with hope. Are there still Senzu beans from Yajirobe and Korin Tower? The stout warrior shook his head. The new batch won't be ready for another 2 weeks. It seemed that Goku would have to stay bedridden for a fortnight. Subai suddenly chuckled lightly. Not necessarily. He kicked the damaged spherical spacecraft beside him. Nappa and Raditz's old model healing chambers are still intact, with Goku's injuries. 5 days will suffice. Goku's eyes sparkled like stars. Subai, you are brilliant. As Krillin assisted Goku into the spacecraft, Subai fondled the battle power scouter he had picked up from the dirt. He had often wondered in his early days in the comics why no one thought to salvage Nappa's wreckage since Vegeta's ship could heal. Yet Vegeta was different. Subai had deliberately held back, ensuring he was gravely injured yet still able to survive, for that near-death experience was the key to breaking through limits. The Scouter-S screen reflected Su Bai's smiling eyes. A month is sufficient for the Saiyan prince to undergo his transformation. Having a scientist wife, Bulma, at home was indeed convenient. Upon returning, he would have her adjust the battle parameters and deactivate the remote monitoring function. This device was quite practical, especially for training. It would also allow for real-time tracking of training progress. Not long after, Krillin returned home with Goku in the spacecraft. He anticipated that Chi-Chi would be concerned about Goku's condition. To his surprise, she was solely focused on monitoring Gohan's homework, not even casting a glance at Goku in the healing chamber, leaving Krillin utterly dumbfounded. In recent years, Goku and Chi-Chi had endured a frugal life, with Chi-Chi frequently lamenting Goku's shortcomings. Not only was he often absent from home, but his inability to contribute financially had placed her in a dire predicament. After settling Goku, Krillin resumed his training at home. He needed to visit Namek, as collecting Dragon Balls was crucial, even if he couldn't assist in battle. Upon returning to the delivery room, Su Bai was taken aback to find Lan Chi cradling the baby alongside Bulma. The two women exclaimed in unison, "Hubby is back." Su Bai was startled. The simultaneous call of hubby from both women left him perplexed. How did Bulma know about his affair with Lan Chi? He was momentarily flustered, his expression frozen. Bulma, noticing his reaction, laughed heartily. Your expression is too amusing. I've known about you and Lan Chi for a while. It's all her cleverness. I don't hold it against you. Since she is having your child, why not have her move in with us? Isn't that delightful? Dear? Su Bai's mind was racing, struggling to comprehend how Bulma had so quickly accepted Lan Chi. However, since his wife had posed a question, he stammered in response. Wouldn't that be unfair to you? I only looked after her because she was all alone with the baby. You truly want feel jealous? Of course. I'll be a little bothered, Bulma pouted, but as long as you continue to cherish me, I won't hold it against you. Su Bai eagerly nodded, absolutely. I will always treat you well. Bulma extended her arm playfully, and Su Bai immediately understood, leaning in. With one hand gripping Su Bai and the other pulling Lan Chi closer, she intertwined their hands together. After all, she has been my dear friend for many years, and we've never kept secrets from each other. This childbirth nearly took my life, and someone claimed they wanted 100 children. How many times must I summon Shenron to revive me, just to have her help share the burden? My body cannot withstand such strain. Su Bai replied, however, Lan Chi is far sturdier than I am. Let her bear the remaining 97 children. Oh, wait! Lan Chi's eyes glistened with tears as she suddenly stood up and embraced Bulma tightly. Bulma, you're truly incredible. I'll take on all 97 of them. Su Bai was left speechless. As a transmigrator, this bizarre system compelled him to strengthen himself through procreation. He had initially planned to secretly establish a harem, securing his primary wife at home while displaying colorful banners outside. Who would have thought that Bulma, fearing pain, would proactively seek a second wife for him? With his increasing power, he found that he could easily handle 100 women, and building a grand residence with multiple chambers would be a mere trifle. As I pondered, the brief couple entered, cradling their newly registered infant. My dears, have you chosen a name for the child? Mrs. Brief inquired with a beaming smile. Bulma nudged her husband, urging, come on, darling, think of a name. Su Bai scratched his head. During an intimate conversation with Bulma at the cinema, Lan Chi happened to be present. He had initially intended to name a daughter Su Ying and a son Su Jia. Yet, he felt those names were too casual and wished for something more profound. The dilemma grew more complex with the prospect of naming potentially hundreds of children. A consistent naming pattern was essential. Perhaps the boy could be called Su Jia and the girl Su Ying? The elderly couple exchanged glances. Dr. Brief frowned. Those names sound rather unsettling. Actually, Bulma and I have discussed it. Mrs. Brief interjected. The boy should be named Trunks and the girl Bra. What? Su Bai nearly bit his tongue. Isn't Trunks the name of Vegeta's son? He immediately shook his head. That name won't do. Dr. Brief sighed heavily. We only have Bulma and Tais, our two daughters. Tais is always off gallivanting, without a partner in sight. We had hoped that if you had a son, he could inherit the family legacy as Trunks. Upon hearing the words inherit family legacy, Su Bai's pupils dilated. The Capsule Corporation's trillion-dollar fortune was insignificant compared to blood ties. Moreover, if he were to have a house full of children in the future, the absence of one heir would not matter. Father-in-law, that is quite a statement. Trunks is our child, Bulma's and mine, and cannot be taken lightly. How about this? If it's a boy, we'll name him Trunks, and if it's a girl, we'll name her Bra. I defer to your wishes. Dr. Brief's face lit up with joy. Good lad, you truly are my worthy son-in-law. With that, he began to shower little Trunks with affection. Bulma's mother observed Subai and her daughter, stifling a laugh. You have no idea. This old man has longed for a son for 20 years. Now that he has a grandson, his wish is finally fulfilled. He has pondered these two names for quite some time. Truly, thank you, dear son-in-law. Subai smiled silently, already formulating plans in his mind. He would leave the childcare responsibilities to the elderly couple. More grandchildren would certainly follow. It would be essential to instill technological knowledge in the children, especially given the vast family legacy. If they were to have several more children, they might as well open a nursery at home. Subai's exclusive kindergarten, catering from toddler to elementary school. Since Subai decided to travel to Namek, Bobo unearthed the ancient spaceship left by the Supreme Kai to hand over to Goku and the others. Though the equipment was aging under Dr. Brief's renovation, it was revitalized. Goku would need to recuperate in the healing chamber for another 2 days. A new batch of Senza beans would take half a month to yield. Once the beans were ripe, they would have to set off for Namek immediately, as they needed to revive Piccolo before Frieza could obliterate the place. Otherwise, reviving the Supreme Kai and restarting the Earth-S Dragon Balls would rely solely on the Super Dragon. In these past 2 days, Subai had brought Bulma and Lan Chi back home. The Brief couple were quite open-minded, fully respecting their daughter's choices. Without the aid of Senza beans, Bulma would need to observe a full 42-day confinement period. Subai had long since assembled a professional team of maternity nurses, responsible for infant care, household cleaning, and nutritional meals, even arranging for an early education teacher. Relishing such a lifestyle, Subai could not help but exclaim how wonderful it was to have wealth, free from the burdens of trivial chores. Thanks to the profits from the capsule company, his parents could live without worry, entirely unencumbered by work. The 16th moon hung particularly round and luminous in the deepening night. The children, watched over by the nanny, had already drifted into slumber. Subai held Bulma in his left arm and wrapped his right around Lan Chi, lazily sinking into the embrace of the sofa. Moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the three in a gentle glow, as they savored the rare tranquility and warmth. The journey to Namek was imminent. Subai tended caresit Bulma, promising to return once he retrieved the Dragon Balls from Earth. By the way, the Senzu beans will mature in half a month. After you take them, you won't have to endure the hardships of postpartum recovery, he added. Bulma nestled closer to him, lamenting, "It's a pity I cannot accompany you, as I must care for the baby." Subai chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. There is plenty of time ahead. Once the Dragon Balls are restored, I shall take you to explore all the hidden realms. Love you the most, Bulma replied, pecking him on the lips. Meanwhile, Lan Chi, with her dark hair, kept her gaze lowered. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Bulma reassured her, "Do not worry. With Subai's strength, extraterrestrial adventures are hardly daunting. The spacecraft modified by Dad is very reliable." Lan Chi fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. "I just thought, didn't Subai mention wanting 100 children? Before he departs, I wish to conceive another." Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. Then she gave a thumbs up. "If you can manage it, then it's entirely up to you." The curtains fell silently into place. Chapter 9. The bedroom was suffused with a sweet ambience. Lan Chi alternated between her dark and golden-haired forms, sometimes fiery with passion, at other times gentle and charming. Subai reveled in this dual tenderness, lost in delight. 3 days later, Bulma completed the upgrade of the detector, achieving a maximum measurement exceeding 10 billion. The healed son Wukong arrived in a rush, followed by a nervous Krillin. Upon learning that Frieza's combat power reached a staggering 120 million, Wukong's eyes ignited with the spirit of battle. Although he only disclosed to Krillin that the opponent possessed a power level of 530,000, someone had to serve as bait, Subai mused. However, when the detector indicated that Wukong's combat power was merely 20,000, Krillin's face turned ashen. Subai calmly explained, "Saiyans grow stronger when faced with formidable opponents. It's an innate trait of their race." After enduring 2 severe blows from Vegeta, son Wukong's strength had surged remarkably, escalating from 5,000 to 20,000. Yet, relying solely on passive enhancement had its limitations, and a lack of systematic training hindered genuine growth. Vegeta, with an initial combat power of 18,000, had only managed to elevate his strength to just over 20,000 on Namek, even falling short against the untransformed Zarbin. Zarbin's normal combat power hovered around 22,000, capable of reaching approximately 30,000 in transformation. Vegeta's downfall stemmed from excessive arrogance and neglect of regular training. In contrast, Sun Wukong had diligently cultivated his skills from a young age, his combat instincts ingrained in his very being. He would even practice walking on his hands while tilling the fields. Thus, he repeatedly broke through his limits, always retaining extra energy. Upon comprehending this profound truth, Goku temporarily halted his actions, patiently awaiting the ripening of the mystical beans while engaging in rigorous training with Su-Bai in the gravity chamber. Bulma meticulously dismantled the spacecraft of Nappa and Raditz, modifying the medical equipment to condense the treatment time to a mere 3 to 5 hours. However, severe injuries still posed a fatal risk. During their daily training, Goku frequently sustained injuries that necessitated medical treatment, while Su-Bai, after only one painful experience of self-inflicted training, chose to abandon it, finding it ineffective compared to the mystical beings. Furthermore, he needed to spend time accompanying Bulma and Lan Chi in the evenings. Goku, however, devoted himself entirely to his training, remaining away from home for 10 days. By the time the mystical beans were finally harvested, his combat power had surpassed 200,000. Su-Bai, endowed with system enhancements and superior talent, achieved a combat power of 100,000 through conventional training alone, planning to close the remaining gap with the mystical beans, which could restore him to full strength in a safe and efficient manner. Ultimately, Goku returned with over 20 mystical beans, marking the entirety of the harvest. All supplies were loaded, and Dr. Brief integrated the gravity device and medical chamber into the spacecraft. This celestial vessel, bestowed by the gods, contained the interstellar coordinates of Namek. The meticulous Lan Chi had prepared Dragon Ball radar, mystical beans, and various daily necessities for them. As they embarked, Su-Bai, Klin, and Goku boarded the spaceship, accompanied by their loyal companion, Hwar. On the ground, Bulma and Lan Chi waved fervently. "You must return safely," Bulma exclaimed. The golden-haired Lan Chi added, "Come back before the baby is born. We still need you to name it." Klin gazed at the departing crowd, his expression dimmed. "What troubles you?" Goku inquired, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "As long as we resurrect Piccolo, the gods will return, and we can surely gather the Dragon Balls." "It's not that." Klin shook his head. "I simply cannot comprehend. How is it that Bulma and Lan Chi, our old comrades, have now become Su-Bai's wives? You and Lan Chi have Gohan, yet here I am." Goku laughed heartily. "Marriage is such a hassle, constantly being reminded to find a job. You wouldn't understand." Klin sighed. "A man ought to settle down and establish a career." "Enough of this," Goku urged. "I've heard that the enemy in that universe is formidable. We must train diligently. You only tell me now that our opponent is so strong?" Klin's voice trembled. "Shall I send you back?" Reflecting on the sacrifices made by Yamcha and the others, Klin clenched his fists. "I must go." Su-Bai smirked slightly. He had deliberately concealed the true strength of their adversary, fearing Klin would waver. Without sacrifices, they could not succeed. To his surprise, even aware of the formidable foe ahead, this bald-headed warrior still chose to accompany them. The spaceship entered autopilot mode. The three commenced gravity training, and with the aid of professional equipment, even Klin could withstand the external gravitational forces. Su-Bai and Goku relentlessly pushed their limits, utilizing the mystical beans for severe injuries and the medical chamber for minor ones. To conserve resources, Goku endeavored to rely on the medical equipment as much as possible. Their combat power surged at an astonishing rate. Thanks to Su-Bai's foresight in preparing over 20 mystical beans, both of their combat statistics skyrocketed geometrically. After the training concluded, Goku and Su-Bai lay exhausted on the dojo floor. Goku eagerly exclaimed, "Krillin, quickly measure my current battle power." Krillin adjusted the parameters of the detector, and suddenly, his body trembled. "Goodness, my battle power is only 5,000, and you, my friend, have astonishingly surpassed the million mark, increasing 100-fold. 1 million battle power?" Goku sprang up in surprise. "Last time I fought Vegeta, he said I was just over 5,000. In a mere 20 days, I have reached this level. Su-Bai, you are incredible. By the way, quickly check Su-Bai's data." The detector buzzed again, and Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,500,000? Su-Bai, you can't possibly be a Saiyan, can you? But you have neither a tail nor the appearance of one. Perhaps there is some Saiyan blood in my ancestry. Su-Bai had already prepared an explanation. By the time it reached me, the traits had diluted. Goku suddenly understood. "No wonder you can increase your battle power through near-death experiences. By the way, Krillin, what did you just say Su-Bai's battle power was?" 150,000. Goku's excitement surged as he rubbed his hands together. "With our combined strength, we should be able to defeat Frieza, right? Not even close." Su-Bai shook his head. Krillin, puzzled, asked, "Isn't Frisia's battle power 53,000? That is his initial form," Subai said seriously. "He could transform 3 times in total." Krillin's back chilled at the thought of the terrifying increase in battle power that Saiyans experience when they transform into great apes. Could he also transform into a great ape? That would mean 530,000 battle power. His transformations are even more fearsome. Subai's words caused Krillin's heart to drop once again. In his final form, his battle power reaches 12 billion. What? Krillin's voice trembled. "Please repeat that number." The detector clattered to the ground as he fixated on Subai's lips. Terrified of mishearing even a syllable, Subai clarified. In his usual form, his battle power is 530,000, but it will increase upon transforming, reaching 12 billion in his final form. Krillin was instantly flustered. 12 billion? The gap between 1 million and 150,000 is too vast. Goku counted on his fingers. Are Subai and I combined not enough to take on Frisia? Krillin sighed in resignation. Not only are you both insufficient, but combined, you wouldn't even reach a fraction of his power. Goku's eyes lit up. That universe is so strong? I'm even more motivated now. Let's hope you don't encounter Frisia. I certainly don't wish to perish on an alien planet without even having married. I agree with you, Krillin interjected. But why do you want to come? Even though you're married to Bulma, your bond with us is not that deep. It is quite normal for Goku and me to be here, but what do you stand to gain? It's far too dangerous. Perhaps you should return. Subai resolutely shook his head. For the sake of Earth, and to resurrect everyone, I must come. Krillin was taken aback for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Subai, you're truly a great friend. Subai smiled silently. The real danger lies with you, Krillin. If I cannot transform, I must rely solely on Goku. Only through your sacrifice in front of Frisia can Goku transform, giving us a fighting chance. But I cannot disclose this to you. After all, you could be revived after death, so let it be. Krillin was profoundly moved by Subai's words. With brothers like you, it would be worth dying on an alien planet. Yukong laughed heartily. Don't be so pessimistic. We've endured numerous battles together. There will surely be a way this time as well. Krillin shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it. Overthinking is futile. Perhaps we won't even encounter Frisia. Even if we do, Yukong and Subai might create miracles once again. Haven T, they performed enough miracles already. A few more wouldn't hurt. Master Karen had accumulated a few hundred years' worth of senza beans, yet he only had 2 jars in total. Unfortunately, Yachirobe visited Karen Tower and devoured them all within days. Every time Subai thought of Yachirobe treating the senza beans as snacks, he felt an overwhelming urge to throttle that gluttonous fellow. Currently, the supply of senza beans was severely strained. The two continued their training until they were ultimately forced to stop due to the depletion of their beans. Relying solely on loopholes had evidently diminished their efficiency. Subai noticed they had reached a bottleneck. Only through life-and-death struggles and high-intensity training could they advance further. No matter how they tried to take shortcuts, they were still far from being able to contend with Frisia. The only breakthrough lay in transforming into a Super Saiyan, which would amplify their power 50-fold. Conventional training yielded little results, but the Elder S potential development could bring about a qualitative leap, an opportunity that must not be missed. They merely needed to push their power to the threshold of 3 million. Subai decided to take a gamble. If Krillin were to sacrifice himself, Yukong might very well surpass the critical point. Even if unexpected events occurred, should the two still fall short against Frisia, they could rely on instant transmission to escape. At present, Subai was unable to accurately sense distant and faint energy signatures. While a direct return to Earth was unfeasible, they could utilize other planetary beings as transit points. Was the perfect springboard. Positioning it on a nearby planet would ensure their escape coordinates were flawless. With their concerns alleviated, the duo paused their battles and opted to enhance their gravity devices for specialized training, extracting every ounce of improvement possible. With over 20 days remaining until they reached their destination, even the little time left could yield significant progress. At Kame House, Master Roshi gazed despondently at the frozen remains of Tin, Piccolo, and Yamcha within the ice coffin, sighing heavily. The devastation was heart-wrenching, especially for Kairatsu, whose complete form could not be preserved, leaving the hope for resurrection bleak. The cost this time was unbearably heavy. Clenching his trembling fists, the old martial arts master howled to the heavens. What good is anger if it ultimately proves powerless? Wukong, Subai, Krillin, it all rests upon your shoulders now. On planet Frisia 79, it was the 18th day since Vegeta had left Earth. Suddenly, an ominous beep resonated. An unidentified object was approaching. Could it be Lord Frisia returning? Impossible. He had just departed. The target was confirmed to be a spherical pod, identified as Vegeta. However, there had been no reports of his return. Given that Vegeta still belonged to Frisia's army, the base immediately broadcast an announcement. Attention all personnel, Prince Vegeta has returned to the ship. Please initiate the retrieval protocol immediately. The support team encircled the descending spherical capsule. It is perplexing why only a single pod has arrived. What has become of Nappa and Raditz? Why is there no movement at the hatch? The moment we force it open, the monitoring device emits a piercing alarm. Warning, life signs critically weak. Were it not for his exceptionally resilient constitution, augmented by a rudimentary life support system, Vegeta would have surely met his demise. He must be transported to the medical bay at once, and the latest treatment apparatus must be activated. Only if Lord Vegeta returns alive will Nappa and Raditz be left to whisper amongst themselves. Judging by the circumstances, it appears Lord Vegeta has encountered a formidable foe. Even his specialized battle suit is nearly obliterated. The new treatment device proves astonishingly effective. Hours later, Vegeta regains consciousness. He suddenly opens his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, indicating that his battle prowess has evidently surpassed the level he once possessed on Earth. Suddenly, he recalls the words of Subai. That individual mercilessly beat him to this state, yet spared his life, claiming it was for his own good. Vegeta is filled with doubt. Chapter 10. How could this person be aware of the Saiyan trait of growing stronger in the face of adversity? Could it be that Kakarot also transcended Raditz through life and death trials? He shakes his head, dispelling such thoughts, and assesses his physical condition. Regrettably, his tail has not regenerated, but it will eventually return. As he steps out of the medical bay, he coldly inquires, "Is Lord Frisia present?" "Just leaving the base." "My Lord Vegeta, are you embarking on another mission?" "Lord Koi has instructed that you should visit the training room once you have fully recovered. Tell him I have no interest in accompanying him." Vegeta disdainfully dismisses the attendant. When the attendant presents a new type of power detector, he glances at it and remarks, "Consider a reward." The attendant stands frozen as Vegeta strides purposefully towards the exit. My battle power has now surpassed 30,000. He clenches his fists, yearning to return to Earth immediately to avenge himself. But the pressing matter is to head to Namek. As he turns a corner, his nemesis Koi blocks his path. This colleague, who has always been at odds with the Saiyans, now wears a mocking smile. Is this not our prince who has returned in disgrace? I hear your subordinates have perished on Earth?" Koi deliberately pokes Vegeta's shoulder plate with his fingertip. "Lord Frisia considers your reckless actions tantamount to courting death." Vegeta, filled with rage, swats away Koi's hand, energy flickering ominously in his palm. "Lord Frisia has been lenient with your audacity. After all, your discovery holds significant value." Vegeta's expression shifts drastically. "What discovery?" "The Dragon Balls. Lord Frisia has already set his sights on Namek and is exceedingly pleased. He may soon attain immortality." Vegeta's gaze sharpens. "What did you say? Where has Lord Frisia gone?" "To Namek." Vegeta curses inwardly. "Damn it, he must have overheard our conversation through the detector. That was my oversight. If he gathers the Dragon Balls and achieves immortality, I shall forever be at his mercy." As Koi beheld Vegeta's darkened expression, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Do you also foolishly aspire to attain immortality for the Dragon Balls? Cease your dreaming. Once Lord Frisia fulfills his ambition, not a single Namekian shall remain alive." Witnessing the imminent loss of his chance at eternal life to Frisia, Vegeta's fury ignited. "You scoundrel!" Ignoring Koi's interference, he stormed into his spacecraft, hurtling towards Namek at full speed. Koi, having discerned Vegeta's ambitions, reported to Frisia before hastily following suit. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta arrived on Namek, vowing, "Frisia, I shall not allow you to succeed." During his flight, he meticulously assessed the situation, realizing that Frisia was undoubtedly aware of his betrayal and would not spare him. Given his current capabilities, he could not contend with Frisia and needed to seize the Dragon Balls first to achieve immortality. "And I must utilize this bothersome device," he thought, gritting his teeth as he activated the locator. Although this gadget could pinpoint others, it would also expose his own whereabouts. Meanwhile, Dodoria and Zarbon had also arrived. Following the battle on Earth, Vegeta had learned to sense energy signatures, though his precision paled in comparison to that of Earth's warriors. He then altered his course towards the two. Inside Frisia's spacecraft, Dodoria reported, "Lord Frisia, we have located another Dragon Ball." "Oh ho ho ho, is that 3 already? Excellent." "Dodoria, ensure its safekeeping. Vegeta has also arrived. It appears he is in pursuit as well. As you command. Zarbon bowed and added, Lord Frieza. Koi has just landed after tracking Vegeta. To be cautious, may I be permitted to eliminate that traitor? Frieza chuckled lightly. The question is, how should we deal with the treacherous Vegeta? Allowing him a swift death would be too merciful. My subordinate will incapacitate him before bringing him back. Dodoria interjected. That mere Vegeta should be no match for Koi. Should he? Zarbon pondered. Indeed, our priority should be the collection of the Dragon Balls for now. On the opposite side of Namek, Koi landed with a smirk, his locator locking onto Vegeta's position. Vegeta intentionally suppressed his energy, controlling his battle power to around 18,000, designed to lure his opponents in. As long as it was not Frieza, he was confident he could eliminate Dodoria, Zarbon, or Koi one by one. Before long, Koi had traced Vegeta's path, his smile gradually twisting into a grimace. Without hesitation, he charged towards Vegeta's direction. Soon, Koi caught up with his target. Finding Vegeta standing proudly atop a mountain, arms crossed, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Ha ha ha! Vegeta, you cannot escape this time. I shall take your life. Whom do you seek to intimidate, Koi? Do you truly believe you can kill me? I have been anticipating your arrival. Come at me. Koi laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Are your eyes merely ornamental? Or is your locator malfunctioning? Take a good look at my battle power. I am far stronger than you. A sly grin appeared on Vegeta's face. The fish has taken a bait. Hee hee, Koi, I have long desired to eliminate you. And today shall mark the end of our rivalry. Koi, still unimpressed, retorted, Humph, look at your pitiful combat prowess. Even when death looms, you maintain your bravado. Vegeta scoffed. You wish to challenge me? Allow me to demonstrate the skills I acquired on Earth. Koi paused in confusion. Earth? What kind of place is that? Have you mastered the art of retreat? Vegeta grinned. It is the ability to manipulate my combat power at will. One cannot deny that Vegeta possesses exceptional talent. Even surpassing the earlier Subai, merely through his battles with Goku and Krillin, he grasped this technique independently. Koi furrowed her brow. Manipulating combat power? Fool! Take a good look at your scouter. Before she could finish her sentence, Vegeta unleashed his energy, and the readings on the scouter surged wildly, quickly surpassing 24,000. He intentionally withheld his true strength, seeking to lure Sabo and Dodoria into action. Witnessing Vegeta's combat power skyrocket, Koi's smile froze in disbelief. What? Your power is on par with mine? How is that possible? Vegeta taunted. This is a technique I mastered through fierce battles on Earth, you worthless wretch. You've squandered your days under Frieza's command. Your body must have rusted by now, rendering you no match for me. Meanwhile, Sabo, though not pursuing Vegeta, remained vigilant regarding the unfolding battle. He was monitoring Vegeta's movements with his scouter when, in a shocking turn of events, the device suddenly exploded. Dodoria gasped. Sabo, what happened? Sabo's brow furrowed. The scouter seems to be malfunctioning. It indicates that Vegeta's power has surpassed 22,000. 22,000? That old model of yours should be discarded. Let us see what my latest version shows. Dodoria promptly activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Dodoria's pupils dilated in shock. How much? Sabo inquired. Good grief. Is mine malfunctioning too? It shows 24,000. He has actually surpassed us? No wonder he dares to be so audacious. Impossible, his power was only 18,000. Listening to his subordinate's conversation, Frieza emitted a derisive chuckle. A mere 20,000 readings still appeared insignificant in his eyes. It is quite normal for a warrior race to grow through combat. Together, you should be sufficient to handle him, especially since Sabo can transform. Dodoria bowed respectfully. Lord Frieza. Vegeta's objective in this endeavor is likely the same as ours. He also covets the secret of eternal life. Frieza toyed with his wine glass. To venture to Earth without permission is a death sentence, and now to openly rebel is unforgivable. However, his crimson eyes glinted with malice. First, we must seek the Dragon Balls. I shall make this insignificant insect slowly realize the cost of betrayal. As you command. When the scouter indicated that Vegeta's power had soared to 24,000, Koi was thrown into disarray. Wait, we can collaborate. I can help you collect the Dragon Balls. I have long wished to rebel against Frieza. Vegeta's smile turned sinister. How revoltingly pathetic. I have eagerly anticipated the moment to end your life. Look, Lord Frieza is coming. Koi suddenly shouted. Vegeta instinctively turned around, only to find the space behind him utterly vacant. In that fleeting moment, Koi's energy wave surged forth with a fierce howl. You fool! Amidst the deafening roar, Koi gazed upon the swirling clouds of dust, laughing triumphantly. Ha! No matter how strong your power is, it cannot withstand this move. You shall be reduced to ashes. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta stood proudly, his attire untouched by even a single tear. Koi's pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible. Trash is still trash, Vegeta scoffed. You dare to humiliate yourself with such trivial techniques? In a panic, Koi attempted to flee, but in an instant, he was struck down by an overwhelming force, crashing to the ground. The energy wave unleashed from Vegeta's fingertips tore his body to shreds, leaving only a gruesome scene of carnage in its wake. Garbage. With the nuisance dealt with, Vegeta contemplated his next move. Frieza's orders had been issued. Although he could handle Zarbon and Dodoria, he was still far from ready to confront the universe. Only by gathering the Dragon Balls and attaining immortality could he hope for victory. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. If I hide one Dragon Ball, I can seize it when those fools gather the remaining 6. Days later, at the bottom of a certain village on Namek, a Dragon Ball lay submerged. Vegeta crushed his scouter, concealing his energy to the utmost degree. Now, all that remained was to await Frieza's forces to collect the remaining Dragon Balls for him. Of course, he also needed to find an opportunity to eliminate Dodoria and Zarbon one by one. In the starry night sky of Earth, Bulma and Launch lay side by side in the courtyard, their shared thoughts intertwining. They must have arrived at Namek by now, Bulma mused, gazing at the galaxy. Launch clenched her fists. I've heard Frieza is terrifying. I hope we can find the Dragon Balls first. Suddenly, Bulma sat up straight. We can collect the petrified Dragon Balls first. Once Piccolo is revived, we can make our wish immediately. This suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in Launch. But her brow furrowed. But our combat power is insufficient. We need to find some allies. Tien and the others have sacrificed themselves, and Master Roshi. Bulma grimaced in disdain. Launch suddenly clapped her hands. I have someone in mind. Bulma paused. Who? Their S.A. Junior at Tien's dojo who used to train with Master Shun, named Yulin. She always wears a chi pao and is adept at charms and spells. Though her skills are not on par with Tien's, she is quite capable. Bulma smirked. A little girl, is she Tien's girlfriend? Launch waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. Tien is just a blockhead, his mind only on martial arts, with no interest in women. Bulma chuckled. Huh. Tien is just like Goku. No, in this aspect, he is even more oblivious than Goku. She suddenly lowered her voice and winked mischievously. Hey, Launch, do you think he might be incapable? When two women gather, there is little room for men. From their days as close friends, they have always enjoyed discussing intimate topics. Now, as wives of Subai, their daily conversations revolve around their husbands and exploring new styles, though these whispered secrets remain unheard by Subai. Lan Chi sighed. I can't even touch his fingers. How would I know such things? It's not just me. Any woman who approaches him keeps a distance. Unless it concerns martial arts, he only offers serious guidance then. I have no interest in martial arts, and he always avoids me. Eventually, he spent a few days at the martial arts school and left. Buerma teasingly played with her hair ends, commenting, this guy should not be practicing martial arts. He should become a monk. By the way, will we seek Yulin? Any time is fine, but it depends on whether she is willing to help, Lan Chi replied, giving a thumbs up. However, if Buerma makes a generous offer of $1 billion, she would surely be tempted. Chapter 11. Buerma stretched and stood up. Then I shall go prepare a Dragon Ball radar. It's getting late. You can bring her over tomorrow. Suddenly remembering something, she pressed down on Lan Chi's shoulder. Wait a moment. Weren't you just pregnant? You should be resting at home. The first 3 months are crucial. I know. Lan Chi gestured with her hand. The next morning, Lan Chi successfully brought Yulin along. The girl was idling at the martial arts school and found the search for Dragon Balls intriguing enough to join. When Buerma saw Yulin, she was captivated by her curvaceous figure, exquisite face, flat and firm abdomen, and enviable peach-shaped posterior. Truly, the epitome of a perfect physique that all women dream of. Buerma couldn't help but exclaim. This woman possessed not only the perfect curves of a mature woman, but also a cute, innocent doll-like face, exuding both sweetness and saltiness. Her fertility must be remarkable. Not only do men appreciate beautiful women, but women, too, are equally drawn to beauty. Buerma vavit enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Buerma, and you must be Yulin? Your figure is simply perfect. Yulin, with a classical charm, smiled gently, her expression akin to a spring breeze. Sister Buerma is just joking. Your figure is the real beauty, and you're so lovely. Buerma covered her mouth with a laugh. You have a way with words. Even I, a woman, am moved by what you say. A blush crept across Yulin's face as she hurriedly changed the subject. I heard you were searching for Dragon Balls to resurrect Tianjin Fan and the others. Lan Chi sent me to help. What do you need me to do? Bu Erma smiled. Lan Chi cannot travel long distances due to her pregnancy, so we will go together. By the way, can you perform the flying technique? Yulin nodded. Of course, I was the senior sister of the Crane School in my time. It's a pity that this school has declined. She lowered her head as she spoke. Bu Erma recalled that Tao Bai Bai of the Crane School was defeated by Goku, and Tianjin Fan and Jiao Zi were also brought forth by Master Rashi, with the resurrected Tao Bai ultimately being dealt with by Tianjin Fan. The decline of the Crane School was indeed linked to Goku and Master Rashi. Just as she was about to apologize, Yulin lifted her head. But I won't blame Son Goku or Master Wu Tian. The downfall of the Crane School was entirely the result of my master and uncle's actions. I could distinguish right from wrong. Bulma reflected. What a sensible person you are. I am indeed grateful to have you as my friend. Thank you, Bulma, replied Yulin. By the way, you asked if the flying technique requires flying to reach the destination? Not necessarily. The Dragon Balls are often located atop mountains or on cliff edges, making it inconvenient to retrieve them with an aircraft. The agile flying technique is essential to save time and mitigate risks. Could you demonstrate it? Without hesitation, Yulin ascended gracefully into the air, performing a few elegant spins. Is this satisfactory, Bulma? Lan Chi quietly leaned closer to Bulma and whispered, she is wearing white underwear. I saw it. Bulma nodded. She says it's fine. You can come down now. Shortly thereafter, Bulma, equipped with a dragon radar, set off with Yulin in search of the Dragon Balls. In recent years, technology had advanced remarkably. The speed of jets far surpassed that of the flying cars of yore. The cabin was fitted with air conditioning, providing comfort in both winter and summer, with a level of coziness that even exceeded the Nimbus cloud. Days later, Bulma successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Although they were temporarily petrified, the unique energy fluctuations were unmistakable. Reflecting on her childhood quest to collect the Dragon Balls, which took her nearly half a year, Bulma was filled with nostalgia. She vividly recalled the days of coaxing her young companion, Goku, to join her in adventurous pursuits for the elusive orbs. Now, her old friends had all grown up. Goku had realized his dream of becoming a martial artist and continued to strive for even greater heights. Bulma, too, had fulfilled her wish by utilizing the Dragon Balls to find her perfect partner. Had it not been for the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Chi-Chi had seized the opportunity first, perhaps she would now be standing beside Goku. Later, she heard from Chi-Chi that they had been married for many years and had a 4-year-old son, yet they had never even shared a kiss, which was utterly astonishing. However, had it not been for the unexpected twists of fate, she would not have encountered the gentle and considerate Su-Bai, nor would she possess the blissful life she currently enjoyed. Gently caressing the Dragon Balls, a smile graced Bulma's lips. Fate is indeed wondrous. As she bid farewell to Yulin, a bold thought suddenly struck her. What a remarkable woman. If only. She abruptly shook her head, chastising herself for such fanciful notions, reminding herself of her life with Lan Chi. Clenching her fists for encouragement, she resolved, for the sake of my husband's dreams, every hardship is worth it. On Namek, the long-hidden Vegeta finally awaited an opportunity. Frieza had gathered 6 Dragon Balls, yet the one he had concealed remained elusive. The enemy, lacking the dragon radar, resorted to slaughtering villages one by one in search of it. The Namekians were nearly extinct, save for the captured Grand Elder. Frieza, aware that the Grand Elder could render the Dragon Balls ineffective, had dispatched guards to watch him closely. Once his wish for immortality was fulfilled, he would send them on their way. The universe chuckled darkly while toying with the Dragon Balls. Eternal life is mine to enjoy alone. Suddenly, the detector emitted an alarm, and Frieza narrowed his eyes, realizing, so the last one is in Vegeta's possession? He commanded his elite warriors, Zarbin, Dodoria, go. After they set off, Frieza irritably struck the armrest of his throne. Though this planet is diminutive, locating an individual within it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He grasped the communicator with a sinister grin. It appears I must accelerate my efforts. Frieza summoned the Jinyu Force. Proceed to Namek at once and assist in the search for the Dragon Balls. As you command, Lord Frieza, the Jinyu members swiftly replied. Meanwhile, Vegeta sensed that Dodoria and Zarbin were wreaking havoc across the planet. Realizing that these two were tracking his movements, he patiently awaited the moment when they would act separately. There would always be someone who strayed from the pack, he mused with a silent smirk. Hours later, the opportunity finally presented itself. Detecting that the two had split up, Vegeta revealed a malevolent grin and stealthily advanced towards Dodoria. Although Vegeta's power level had reached 24,000, Zarbin still held a slight advantage and possessed transformation capabilities. Dodoria, however, dismissed the significance of the mere 2,000 difference in strength, regarding it as insignificant. As the search continued, Dodoria's patience waned. In a fit of rage, he demolished the low hills around him, attempting to force his target into the open. Just as he was indulging in destruction, a powerful punch struck him in the abdomen. Dodoria collapsed heavily to the ground, and upon looking up, his expression turned to one of horror as he beheld Vegeta as silhouette. "Long time no see," Vegeta sneered coldly. "What skill is there in ambushing?" Dodoria bellowed in anger. "I've finally caught you alone," Vegeta taunted. "Without Frieza and Zarbin, you're no match for me. Stop boasting and hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may spare your life." "Come and take them if you dare," Vegeta retorted with a disdainful smirk. Enraged, Dodoria charged at Vegeta with all his might, but at the last moment he caught sight of the derision in Vegeta's eyes, causing his heart to tighten. Vegeta slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Dodoria's fist, then drove his right knee forcefully into Dodoria's chest. Dodoria's insides convulsed violently, his features contorting in agony as his heart momentarily ceased its rhythm. He coughed, blood gushing from his throat as he staggered back, his bulging eyes reflecting Vegeta's icy visage. How could this wild monkey be so formidable? Before he could catch his breath, a fierce kick approached his face. Dodoria attempted to dodge, but the sight of the boot rapidly enlarging in his field of vision was unavoidable. Boom! The rock wall shattered upon impact, dust and debris soaring skyward. Dodoria lay crumpled in the crater, viscous liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. "How dare you mar my appearance?" he roared, unleashing all his energy. A torrential downpour of energy blasts cascading like a rainstorm. The flames engulfed Vegeta's form, and Dodoria's lips curled into a smirk, only to be abruptly pierced by a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. He had misjudged the direction of the attack. Vegeta's mocking laughter echoed from behind. A powerful fist struck Dodoria's grotesque face, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and spinning kicks, the sounds of shattering bones intertwining with agonized screams. Suddenly, Zarbin's scouter emitted a piercing shriek. "Vegeta?" He fixed his gaze on the readings, grinning wickedly. The rat he had been hunting for days had finally revealed himself. When he arrived at the battlefield, his pupils dilated in shock. Dodoria lay sprawled in a pool of blood, resembling a tattered rag, while Vegeta's boot crushed the last intact rib of his foe. The corpulent form of Dodoria quivered, his face marred with blood, several teeth missing, emitting a pitiful wail. Upon seeing Sabo's arrival, he desperately cried out for help. "Sabo, come quickly." Sabo shouted back, "Vegeta, cease your assault." Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Sabo. "You expect me to stop? A mere insect dares to command the Prince of Science?" Before he could finish, Vegeta forcefully brought his foot down. Dodoria's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering and staining the ground. With a casual kick, Vegeta sent the headless body into the water. "Vegeta, you seek death by daring to slay Dodoria." Vegeta crossed his arms, sneering, "At last, you've arrived, Sabo. Today, you shall meet your end as well." Witnessing the gruesome demise of his old ally ignited a fiery rage within Sabo, who charged at Vegeta with a clenched fist. Vegeta did not dodge. Instead, he caught Sabo's punch with one hand. Sabo's heart raced in disbelief. How could he withstand my attack? Before he could react, Vegeta retaliated with a swift counterpunch. Sabo barely managed to evade, only to find Vegeta teleporting beside him, delivering a vicious kick to his face. The impact sent Sabo flying several meters, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within the haze, Sabo clutched his face and roared, "You dare mar my visage? I will have your life for this." With a furious cry, he surged with energy and launched another assault. Yet, Vegeta easily sidestepped, executing a spinning kick that imprinted his boot on Sabo's face once more. The onslaught continued as Vegeta grinned wickedly, raining down heavy blows upon Sabo's abdomen. With each dull thud, Sabo was battered like a rag doll. Vegeta propelled him into the sky, then slammed him back to the ground, following up with a crushing knee strike. Blood spurted from Sabo's mouth as he gasped in disbelief. "Impossible. How can you defeat me?" "Check your scouter, fool," Vegeta coldly mocked. Sabo hastily examined it, his pupils widening in shock. 30,000? It was only 24,000 last time. Vegeta shook his head derisively. "Outdated equipment, laughable. This technique of manipulating battle power is something I mastered on Earth. It holds no value for me now." Just as Sabo prepared to retort, Vegeta suddenly materialized before him, his military boot descending heavily upon Sabo's face. With his thumb pressed against his chest, Vegeta struck a signature provocative pose, sneering, "Sabo, I've long found you distasteful. Descend into hell." The boot, imbued with immense force, came crashing down again, as Sabo's furious roar shattered the heavens. "Damn Saiyan monkey, you dare trample my dignity." A violent storm of energy erupted, forcing Vegeta back several steps. Gazing upon Sabo's rising fury, Vegeta's pupils constricted. Could this wretch also master battle power control? As the spaceship glided through the starry sea, Subai and Goku neared their destination. An verdant planet came into view. Upon descending onto the unpretentious planet of a Drac, Subai swiftly located the Grand Elder and, after settling Pooh Air, hastily returned to his spacecraft. "ISNT this Namek?" Krillin scratched his bald head. Confusion etched across his face. A mysterious smile graced Subai's lips. "Do you recall the technique I employed to retrieve my sunglasses during my battle with Vegeta?" He lightly tapped the cabin wall with his fingertip. That technique of instantaneous movement was indeed the secret skill of this planet. A skill that can be learned? Goku's eyes sparkled with fervor, his fists cracking with anticipation. Chapter 12. Once we deal with Frieza, you are welcome to train at any time. Subai chuckled softly as he gazed out of the porthole at the swirling nebula. At that moment, the spacecraft was slicing through the cosmos, racing towards Namek. On Namek, aboard Frieza's flagship, the crimson lenses of the probe reflected Frieza's cold smile. Dodoria is fallen, yet Zabon's battle power has increased. At last, he reveals his true form to confront Vegeta. He caressed the metallic armrest of his throne, his tail flicking with delight, sensing that summoning the Jinyu force might be unnecessary. Simultaneously, having completed his transformation, Zabon's muscles surged, his emerald skin cloaked in fearsome scales. An energy tempest swirled around him, causing the entire wasteland to tremble violently. His form suddenly ballooned, his face contorting grotesquely, skin erupting in dense purple blotches, with his energy skyrocketing uncontrollably. Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief at Zabon's grotesque transformation. "What a sickening form you've taken." Zabon curled his lips, revealing his fangs, as viscous fluid oozed from the gaps in his scales. "But to force me to reveal my true self, you should consider yourself honored." Two afterimages collided midair, the shockwave shattering the surrounding rock layers. In his transformed state, Zabon's speed and power overwhelmed Vegeta. His heavy punch was effortlessly restrained, and he was hurled into the crust of the earth. Vegeta erupted from the crater, his arms becoming mere blurs. The Wolf Fong fist unleashed a torrential barrage of punches, pushing Zabon back 3 steps, seizing the moment to unleash a storm of energy blasts. Yet, before the smoke could dissipate, Zabon tore through the haze, launching a devastating elbow strike that shattered Vegeta's shield, followed by a knee thrust into his abdomen. Blood mixed with gastric fluid erupted from the prince's mouth as he was mercilessly tossed into the sky like a rag doll. "It's impossible." Through his blood-stained vision, Vegeta saw Zabon's clawed appendages tearing through the sound barrier toward him. 12 bone-cracking sounds erupted in a fraction of a second, culminating in a spinning kick that sent him hurtling into the mountainside like a cannonball. As Zabon returned to his normal form, adjusting his collar, his boot crushed Vegeta's fractured ribs. "Where are the Dragon Balls?" Suddenly, the alarm from the detector blared sharply, and he frowned, noticing a new source of energy rapidly approaching. This was dire. Vegeta's life force was waning, and he was nearing his end. Remembering that Vegeta still concealed the last Dragon Ball, Zabon was struck by panic. If he perished, that Dragon Ball would be lost forever. Without the complete set, King Frieza would surely meet a grim fate, possibly facing execution. "What a nuisance. I must save you after all." Sabo swiftly seized the unconscious Vegeta and took flight, departing the scene in an instant. Before long, Sabo returned to the spaceship, cradling the barely breathing Vegeta. "Lord Sabo, you have returned. Have you located the Dragon Balls?" One of the subordinates inquired. "Isn't that Vegeta? He looks utterly wretched." "Like a stray dog," another remarked. Sabo barked, "Enough of your prattle. Immediately place him in the healing chamber. We must not let him perish. Then, extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls for me." "Yes, my lord," the subordinates complied, hurriedly placing Vegeta into the latest model of the healing chamber. Shortly thereafter, Sabo, now clad in a pristine uniform, entered the medical room. "How absurd to save this traitor," he muttered with disdain, listening to the incessant beeping of the healing chamber. He impatiently asked, "How long until he regains consciousness?" "Vegeta is gravely injured. Had it not been for the new healing chamber, he would have lost his life. It will take at least 30 minutes for him to awaken, came the reply. 30 minutes elapsed in a flash. Vegeta opened his eyes and stepped out of the healing chamber. He found himself aboard Frieza's spaceship, with Frieza himself situated in the main control room. The harrowing experience of being nearly beaten to death by Sabo left Vegeta with lingering trepidation. Yet, serendipitously, he sensed that his fighting power had nearly doubled. This was far more significant than the beating he had received from Subai. Vegeta contemplated a counterattack, but quickly reconsidered. Frieza was on the ship, and a direct confrontation would spell certain doom. As long as he safeguarded the secret of the Dragon Balls, they would not dare to act against him. At worst, they might resort to torture, but he could turn that to his advantage. The subordinates rushed forward to bind him, preparing for a brutal interrogation regarding the location of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, surrender the Dragon Balls, they demanded. Humph. Vegeta arrogantly turned his face away. Sabo stepped forward, pacing ominously. Listen, Lord Frieza only seeks the Dragon Balls. Reveal their location, and I shall spare your life. With a sneer, Vegeta retorted, Ha! Do you think I am as naive as you and your ilk? If you wish to kill me, then do so. But the Dragon Balls? Dream on. Sabo's body trembled with rage, his face turning an ashen hue. Suddenly, a sinister grin spread across his features. Bring it forth. Beat him mercilessly until he divulges the Dragon Ball's location. If you fail, you shall all meet your demise. The subordinates turned pale at the threat. Understood. We shall obey your orders, Commander Sabo. Thus, the brutal interrogation commenced. Vegeta endured a relentless barrage of violence from the subordinates. Lashes left his flesh raw, and iron rods shattered his bones. Yet he remained resolute, clenching his jaw in silence. Originally, these henchmen could not harm him in the slightest. However, Vegeta, utilizing his key control techniques, suppressed his energy to the utmost limit, allowing the ordinary soldiers' attacks to inflict significant damage. He steadfastly bore the torment. Just as the subordinates prepared to continue their assault, Vegeta once again succumbed to unconsciousness. Sabo furrowed his brow in annoyance. Has he fainted again? How troublesome. They carried him to the medical chamber, where he would awaken to continue the interrogation. Let us see how long he can endure. As you command, sir. Next time, be more forceful but leave him breathing. Understood. Several soldiers promptly escorted Vegeta to the infirmary. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly approached with news. Commander Sabo, Lord Frieza summons you. Sabo immediately proceeded to the command center to meet Frieza. Half an hour later, Vegeta felt his injuries completely healed. His combat power had doubled from before, surpassing 120,000. He was filled with overwhelming joy, distinctly remembering Frieza's normal state power of 530,000 and having an estimate of his transformation forms. The increase in strength delighted him. So, this is the true path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Suffering damage can yield power. Perhaps I shall soon achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, when I complete my transformation, that shall be your demise. The thought of soon surpassing Frieza's power, gathering the Dragon Balls, and attaining immortality filled Vegeta with uncontrollable excitement, temporarily numbing his pain. At that time, I, Vegeta, shall become the new ruler of the universe. He trembled slightly with exhilaration. Soon, the soldiers escorted him out. Haha. Vegeta, are you trembling in fear? How does it feel to be beaten? Confess honestly, or you will suffer greatly. If you have the guts, kill me. Want to die? It's not that easy. We will make your life a living hell until you reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Haha, now you know fear, don't you? The leading soldier threatened from a position of superiority. Vegeta seized the opportunity. Ha! A spit landed squarely on the soldier's face. This act completely enraged the commanding soldier. The squad leader erupted in fury. Vegeta, you insolent fool. Get him beaten to a pulp. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon Vegeta as he curled his body. Amidst the excruciating pain, there was an indescribable pleasure. That new type of healing device was truly miraculous. It could heal injuries in just 30 minutes. He grinned, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, oscillating between agony and delight. Meanwhile, outside the atmosphere of Namek, 3 meteors streaked across the sky. Subai, accompanied by Goku and Krillin, descended quietly, their energy fully contained. Frieza's energy. Krillin's throat tightened. It's significantly weaker than anticipated. Do not be deceived by appearances. Subai concentrated a cyclone of energy at his fingertips. He possessed 3 transformations, with his final form boasting a power exceeding 100 million. Goku's fighting spirit ignited, but Krillin held him tightly. The Dragon Balls are our priority. The universal capsule for their spaceship clinked as it was stored away. Suddenly, Subai furrowed his brow. The 6 Dragon Balls are already in Frisia's possession? The Dragon radar scanned rapidly, revealing the last light point flickering in the wilderness. 3 shadowy figures raced across the sky, but suddenly halted at a certain village. All around, the Namekians lay sprawled in disarray, and Krillin's voice trembled. They are all of the same kin as Piccolo. Suddenly, Suvai Turnev, hearing a faint breath emanating from a heap of withered grass. A curled green child's chest still rose and fell, the flame of life flickering precariously. Upon flipping the figure over, Subai was taken aback. It was Tian Tian. This Namekian, endowed with remarkable healing abilities, was akin to the legendary Senzu Beans, having once succeeded Piccolo as the Earth's guardian during the Buu saga. Hesitating briefly, he retrieved one of the last 2 Senzu Beans and placed it into Tian Tian's mouth. Krillin exclaimed in horror, Subai, have you lost your mind? That is our last Senzu Bean. But the bean had already slipped down Tian Tian's throat. I am no sage, yet all Namekians possess a benevolent heart. How could I stand idly by and witness death? Subai understood all too well. Without forging a bond with the Namekians, summoning the dragon would be impossible. The fulfillment of Barenga's wish also required their tongue. In an instant, Tian Tian's eyelashes fluttered, and his gaze fell upon Subai's handsome visage. The warmth of his smile akin to a gentle spring breeze. Was I not slain by a Saiyan? He questioned. Krillin interjected, but we only have 2 Senzu Beans left, and this kid insists on saving you. Tian Tian propped himself up, witnessing the lifeless bodies of his kin, tears streaming down his cheeks. They slaughtered the entire village. Amidst the sobs, Subai had already crouched beside another Namekian. Do not use any more Senzu Beans, Krillin urged, frantic. Subai examined the wounded Namekian, noting, he is self-repairing. A healing pod will suffice. Namekians possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs, requiring only light and water for nourishment. However, those with lower combat power heal slowly, and individual talent varies. Tian Tian's sobbing ceased abruptly. Learning that there were still survivors reignited hope in his eyes. Let me help. He raised his hands, radiating a healing aura, and the wounds of the afflicted began to mend at an observable pace. Magic? Krillin stared in astonishment. Tian Tian wiped away his tears. I am a healing-type Namekian. The awakened Namekian grasped Tian Tian's wrist tightly. Thank goodness you are alive. Tian Tian nodded gently. Ize who saved me. I can sense their hearts are filled with kindness. Both Namekians turned their gazes towards Subai and his companions. The revived Namekian inquired, are you from another planet? What brings you to Namek? Could it be, like the Saiyan Frisia, you seek the Dragon Balls? Krillin replied candidly, yes. There was once a Namekian on our planet who served as a guardian. He created the Dragon Balls. However, he was killed by the invading Saiyan Vegeta, causing the Dragon Balls to lose their power, and many of our companions perished. After learning of Namek's existence from Vegeta, we rushed here to seek the Dragon Balls, hoping to resurrect the Guardian and our fallen comrades. A flicker of understanding crossed Tian Tian's eyes. I see. But the Dragon Balls have been taken by Frisia. Reclaiming them from his grasp will not be an easy task. Perhaps it would be best to accompany me to meet the Elder. I can sense the immense energy residing within you, though it may not rival that of Frisia. Yet, if the Elder were to awaken your latent potential, you might possess the strength to contend with him. This was precisely the response Subai had been anticipating. Chapter 13. I am truly grateful. Shall we set forth now? Krillin interjected suddenly. Wait, there is another Dragon Ball nearby. We must retrieve it first. Right, I almost forgot about that. Krillin hurriedly adjusted the radar's accuracy, meticulously scanning for the signal. As the alert beeped, he continuously recalibrated the coordinates, ultimately gazing at the river with confusion. The radar indicates the Dragon Ball is right here in this river. Subai confirmed. Is the location accurate? Absolutely. Leave it to me. No sooner had he spoken than Subai leapt into the water. Moments later, he emerged, clutching a sizable orange Dragon Ball. I've got it. Krillin excitedly waved his fists. That's fantastic. Now Frisia's efforts to gather all 6 will be in vain. Goku widened his eyes in awe. The Dragon Balls on Namek are astonishingly large. How impressive. Upon hearing that Frisia had gathered 6 Dragon Balls, Tian Tian's expression changed dramatically. What? He has acquired all 6? The radar confirms this. Is there a problem? Tian Tian's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The Elder is safeguarding the final Dragon Ball. If Frisia collects it, Subai timely interrupted the two's despair. That won't happen. The Dragon Balls were created by the Elder. As long as he is alive, the Dragon Balls will not lose their potency. These words jolted Tian and the Namekian to attention, their spirits lifting as joy illuminated their faces. Your analysis is remarkably astute. You are correct. They must be controlling the Elder. We must act swiftly. Guided by the two Namekians, Subai, Krillin, and Goku proceeded with the Dragon Ball in search of the Elder. With this Dragon Ball in hand, Frieza would never be able to gather them all. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. To conceal their energy, their flight speed was deliberately slow. Along the way, Krillin could not help but inquire about the Elder. Tian explained, all Namekians are descendants of the Elder. When Namek faced drastic climatic changes, only the Elder survived. He is the one who has perpetuated our race's lineage. I am the 108th child of the Elder. Krillin was astonished. How can one person have so many children? They are produced by laying eggs. Krillin suddenly shuddered, recalling his first death experience when old Piccolo had laid an egg that hatched into Dambalin, who swiftly ended his life. The reproductive method of the Namekians was strikingly similar to that of old Piccolo. So that is how it is. The Namekians reproduce asexually. What is asexual reproduction? You look different from us. How do you propagate? Tian asked with curiosity. We Earthlings require the union of male and female to reproduce, and only females can conceive. Tian appeared perplexed. What does it mean for males and females to marry? How exactly does reproduction occur? Clint, why must I explain this? I truly am a meddler, inviting trouble upon myself. This strikes a nerve with Clint. Damn it, once I return to Earth, I must prioritize finding a girlfriend and starting a family. My initial training under Master Roshi was solely to attract the attention of girls. Although I may not rival Subai or Goku, I have become a top-tier expert among Earthlings, yet I remain utterly alone. Clint inwardly lamented. What have I been doing all these years? Even that fool Goku has settled down and started a family, while I am still single. It's utterly unjust. If I cannot find a partner soon, after reviving everyone, I shall wish for a girlfriend using the Dragon Balls. He motivates himself in his mind. Remaining true to one's original intention leads to ultimate success. Goku merely listened quietly to their conversation, not taking their words to heart. He was contemplating whether the Elder could harness his potential to contend with Frieza. The thought of engaging in higher-level battles made his blood boil with excitement. Clint was explaining Earth's reproductive methods to Tian, while Subai struggled to suppress a smile at the absurdity of a bachelor explaining matters of intimacy to the asexual Namekians. To spare Clint's dignity, he clenched his jaw tightly. As a time traveler, Subai had long been desensitized to humor by various short videos. Yet when Clint began to describe the private lives of couples, he finally burst into laughter. Subai, what are you laughing at? Goku asked, looking puzzled. I just remembered some amusing anecdotes about Bulma and Lan Shi, Subai replied, wiping away tears of mirth. Seeing Clint's skeptical expression, he deftly shifted the topic. Lan Shi is expecting her second child. You'll be a father again. A third child? Clint exclaimed, wide-eyed. Goku, however, expressed envy. That's wonderful. Chi-Chi also wants another child, but we can hardly keep ourselves fed. Clint's face turned pale. While these two were discussing merrily, he had yet to find a girlfriend. And worse still, Tian was persistently asking, how do men and women have children? Please tell me. Clint, hours later, the group arrived at the Elder's village. A dozen of Frieza's henchmen were patrolling with weapons drawn, and upon spotting the strangers, they immediately aimed their guns. Halt. Subai moved like lightning. Within 3 seconds, all enemies lay defeated at his feet. Tian didn't even catch a glimpse of his actions. The battle was over before she knew it. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, You are all incredibly strong. I didn't even see your movements. This is truly astonishing. At this rate, Frieza's doom is imminent. As the group entered the Elder's dwelling, a weak cough echoed from within. Elder, it is Tian. I have returned safely. At that moment, Muricha appeared. You finally made it. The Elder is already aware of everything. Come with me. Admiration flickered in Tian's eyes. Indeed, nothing escapes the Elder's perception. By the way, Muricha added, Neru has sustained severe injuries from Frieza. He needs your healing abilities. Neru is still alive? Take me to him at once. He is in the side chamber recuperating. First, you must tend to Neru. The Elder wishes to meet with these guests privately. After Muley guides Subai, Wukong, and Krillin into the main chamber, Tian swiftly heals Neru's injuries. Upon the reunion of everyone, Tian reports to the Elder about the tragic events that befell the village. The Elder sighs heavily, lamenting, It is indeed heartbreaking that those fiends have taken the lives of so many of my children. His profound gaze sweeps across the assembly. You have come for the Dragon Balls, have you not? Krillin readily acknowledges, indeed, we have. The Dragon Balls encapsulate the wisdom of the Namekians. Yet they have attracted calamities, such as Frieza. Clenching his fists, Krillin asserts, we must gather the Dragon Balls before it is too late. To restore our fallen comrades to life. Tian earnestly pleads, Elder, they are noble individuals. They even described to me the reproductive processes of Earth, a truly vibrant planet. Krillin's expression momentarily stiffens at this remark. Furthermore, Tian continues, I implore you to unlock the potential within these three. With their strength, they might indeed stand a chance against Frieza. The Elder suddenly fixes his gaze on Krillin, asking, how do you know the secrets of the Dragon Balls? Krillin replies, because Dragon Balls also exist on Earth. What? As Krillin recounts the history of Namek's environmental catastrophe and the Elder's survival, it gradually becomes clear that Piccolo was among the survivors who fled to Earth, though he was eroded and transformed. Krillin, in utter astonishment, asks, what is that? Friends from Earth, could you please come here? Krillin nods and approaches the Elder. The Elder gently places his palm atop Krillin's head, saying, let me glimpse the tales held within your memories. Of course. In an instant, the Elder delves into Krillin's recollections, successfully extracting information about Piccolo. After a moment, the Elder slowly opens his eyes. Ah, so was the division of his essence caused by the occupation of his body. To become a deity of Earth, must one relinquish even the last vestige of their heart. This is why the fragmented Piccolo exists. Alas, his innate talent has also been split in twain. Such a pity. If he could be reunited, perhaps destruction could have been avoided. Krillin, filled with confusion, inquires, reunited? Very well. The Elder continues, I now comprehend your wishes are pure, and your courage is commendable. Thus, please accept this gift. No sooner had he spoken than a soft glow emanated from his palm, and in the blink of an eye, Krillin's power surged dramatically. After his training aboard the ship, Krillin's combat strength had already surpassed 7,000. At this moment, it soared tenfold, breaching the 80,000 mark. The overwhelming power coursing through Krillin's body brought him immense delight. Is this my potential being awakened? So effortlessly? Krillin's heart swelled with joy. Had he possessed such strength earlier, his companions might not have fallen to Vegeta, although he remains unaware of how thrilled Su-Bai is to become a father. However, Krillin felt that the exhilarating surge of battle power, increased tenfold, was far more satisfying than being a father to SBI. He longed to gaze skyward and release his overwhelming joy. After awakening Krillin's latent potential, the Elder spoke. My time is limited. You two are the key to combating Frieza. Are you not? Come forth, and I shall awaken your potential as well. Goku was the first to step forward. The Elder placed his hand upon Goku's crown. Moments latte. Goku's aura began to ascend rapidly. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 2 million, 5 million. It ultimately stabilized at 5 million. Goku clenched his fists in excitement. Incredible. I feel my power has surged significantly. Thank you, Elder. The Elder smiled gently. Next, SBI approached. The same process unfolded once more, with SBI's energy skyrocketing. 7 million, 9 million, 1 million, and then swiftly 6 million, 9 million, and finally 1 million. SBI suddenly realized he had surpassed the 3 million mark, elated. What is Frieza compared to a Super Saiyan? The energy continued to swell. 3 million, 5 million, and finally stabilizing at 9 million. The terrifying aura left Krillin pale with fear. Trembling, he activated his scouter, his pupils dilating in shock. This is absurd. I just leaped from 7,000 to 80,000, while you two are at 5 million and 9 million. The earlier joy of his own power increase evaporated, leaving only a bitter taste. Goku excitedly shook Krillin. Do I truly possess a battle power of 5 million? SBI's rise was even more astonishing. 9 million, Krillin muttered. Let us challenge Frieza now. Goku was eager to engage. Suddenly, Krillin recalled the terrifying figure of 12 million. Don't be foolish. We can't even touch his decimals. With a quick thought, he lowered his voice. What if we strike while he is in his first form at 530,000? SBI scoffed. Do you believe a being of over 100 million would not notice a few million in a sneak attack? A cough from the Elder interrupted the argument. Chapter 14. With frail fingers gripping the armrest of the chair, he declared, the Dragon Balls are running out of time. Both Krillin and Tian gasped in unison. Elder, I have at most 3 days left to live. If you do not gather all the Dragon Balls within that time, it will be too late. Tian, hearing her name, stepped forward swiftly. Elder, Tian, your wish must be spoken in the Namekian tongue. You should accompany them. As you command, Elder. The Elder then turned to SBI and the others. I have one last request. If you leave here, please take Tian with you. He may be the last hope for the continuation of our Namekian bloodline. Subai solemnly agreed. Very well, I promise you. If the Dragon Balls regain their power, we shall revive all Namekians. Time was of the essence, and he bid farewell to the Grand Elder. After parting ways, Tian departed the village with the others. Krillin checked the locations of the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, which were precisely where Frieza was situated. I have a plan. Goku inquired, what plan? You and Subai will act separately. One will distract Frieza, while the other assists me in retrieving the Dragon Balls. During the battle, I will use the Dragon Balls to bring back Piccolo with Tian. Goku eagerly volunteered, I'll take on Frieza. Subai pondered for a moment. Under the circumstances of not being able to transform into a Super Saiyan, this was indeed a viable strategy, and he nodded in agreement. Then Krillin and I will gather the Dragon Balls. Tian, conceal our Dragon Balls. Your energy is faint and not easily detectable. Goku, once the battle commences, unleash your energy fully to draw Frieza away from the spaceship. Goku understood, got it. In fact, there is another option, Subai suddenly stated. What? Both of them were taken aback. Transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat Frieza. Goku was astonished. The legendary Super Saiyan truly exists? Krillin asked, how powerful is a Super Saiyan? Can it be invincible instantly? It certainly exists, but it is not invincible. The battle power will surge 50-fold. 50-fold? Krillin quickly calculated. Goku's current power is 5 million, so transforming would yield 125 billion, slightly surpassing Frieza's peak state. If Subai transforms, would it be 5 billion? Krillin gasped, overwhelmed by the terrifying disparity of nearly 200 million in battle power. Perhaps a mere breath from the opponent could reduce us to ashes. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination. What must I do to become a Super Saiyan? Krillin snapped back to reality. Don't get ahead of yourself. How can one transform into something they've never even seen? If we fail, we would be less than ants before Frieza. It is actually quite simple, Subai revealed. You just need to let your anger surpass the critical point. Son Wukong widened his eyes. So, I just need to get angry? Exactly. Let me give it a try. Goku furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long time, and finally sighed. I can't seem to find that feeling of anger at all. Subai hesitative, contemplating whether to suggest that Krillin make a sacrifice, when he heard Krillin say, think of the scene where Yamcha and Tien died in battle. Goku shook his head. Knowing we can be revived takes away my anger. Both turned to Subai in unison. Why don't you give it a try? Surely there are memories that evoke anger within you? Subai closed his eyes in deep thought, yet a sweet smile gradually appeared on his lips. Hey, Krillin exclaimed in frustration. We're trying to make you think of things that anger you. Apologies, Subai said with a helpless shrug. Whenever I close my eyes, I can only think of Bulma accompanying me to the movies and Lan Chi mentioning having another baby. I simply can't find a reason to be angry. Damn it. Krillin exploded in rage. I'm still a bachelor, and you not only have 2 wives and 3 children, but the 4th is on the way. Wukong sighed. Our family struggles to make ends meet, and we even saved up for Gohan's tutoring fees. Is there truly no burden? For instance, the rivalry between wives and concubines? They were good friends, and Subai feigned innocence, recalling that it was indeed Bulma who initially introduced Lan Chi to him. Clint interjected, what about your in-laws? As a son-in-law, haven't they ever given you a hard time? Just thinking about it must irritate you. Subai smiled serenely. Not at all. My elders treat me wonderfully and even assist in taking care of the children. They have never shown me any disdain. Clint and Wukong both twitched their lips in disbelief. Particularly Clint, who at that moment wished he could transform into a Super Saiyan on the spot. This was simply the pinnacle of life. He regretted having asked that question. It was clearly a display of boasting. How marvelous it would be if he too possessed Saiyan blood. Reflecting on his own troubles, Piccolo's demise upon his arrival, the beatings endured during the Saiyan invasion, and being the one who suffered the most whenever a villain appeared, he realized that despite his formidable strength, he faced repeated setbacks in love. His life was nothing short of a tragic saga. Just recalling these memories made Clint feel weak with anger. Alas, lacking Saiyan lineage rendered his efforts futile. Clint's mental state was crumbling. I'll give another shot, Wukong suddenly suggested. Let us try as we travel. The group ceased their discussion and flew slowly toward Frieza's spaceship. Along the way, Subai attempted to concentrate his energy in his back, employing the method taught by Gabe. After numerous trials, he suddenly captured a peculiar sensation. An overwhelming surge of fighting spirit coursed through him, with his aura fluctuating violently between milky white and golden hues. In an explosive moment, he transformed, the powerful energy wave nearly sending everyone flying. The intensity was astonishing. Klin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your hair, it's turned golden?" Wukong exclaimed. Calming his breath, Subai declared, "I did it. This is the Super Saiyan form." Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, both men exhibited expressions of disbelief. "What did you say?" "It's the Super Saiyan." Klin was utterly stunned. Wukong, however, appeared exuberant. "You actually achieved it. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan?" Subai smiled. "This is wonderful. Now I can rest easy." Klin snapped out of his shock, his brow relaxing. "This is fantastic. We can finally defeat Frieza." He hurriedly activated a scouter to check Subai's battle power. Beep, beep, beep. A long string of numbers flashed past, and Klin's eyes widened once more. 10 million. 95 million battle power, almost breaking 200 million. Seeing this number, Klin's voice trembled with excitement. "Subai, we don't even need a plan anymore. We can go straight to Frieza and reclaim the Dragon Balls." At that moment, Wukong interjected, "Subai, with your prosperous background and such a blissful life, what could possibly have driven you to the point of transformation?" Subai elucidated, "I endeavored to employ an alternative method, which unexpectedly proved to be successful. The key lies in concentrating all my energy within my back." "Concentrating on your back?" "Indeed. Every time I'm engulfed in anger, I perceive my energy converging toward my back. So I attempted to exert control over it." "Wukong, you might consider trying this approach. It may yield fruitful results." Although Subai harbored doubts regarding whether Wukong, with his combat power falling short of 3 million, could succeed, he recognized that the disparity was narrowing. Upon hearing this explanation, Wukong immediately commenced his attempts. After numerous trials, a ferocious aura erupted from Wukong's body, transforming his previously gentle gaze into one filled with intensity. Tian and Krillin were taken aback by this transformation and quickly sought refuge behind Subai. Subai, too, was astonished. Could this signify a successful transformation? He pondered. He suddenly recalled that this was not yet a complete form, but was indeed very close. However, Wukong's foundational combat power still required enhancement. This state should be termed the mimetic Super Saiyan. Once his combat power surpassed 3 million, he would instantaneously transition into the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan form. Curiously, Subai noted, "Why hasn't Wukong's hair turned golden?" He promptly instructed Krillin, "Quickly assess Wukong's combat power." "Understood, I'll do so immediately." Krillin reactivated the detector. Hiss. Although Wukong's hair color remained unchanged, his combat power had indeed surged. From 250,000, Wukong's power had escalated to an astonishing 50 million. A remarkable 20-fold increase. There was no doubt this was a form of mimetic transformation. What does mimetic entail? The foundational combat power of a Super Saiyan is approximately 3 million, and Wukong still had a slight deficit. Krillin gasped upon hearing this revelation. 3 million? Only 50,000 short? The gap isn't insurmountable. Wukong can continue to improve. With a deep breath, Sun Wukong relinquished his mimetic state. He looked at Subai with excitement. "Have I truly surpassed 50 million in combat power? Is this a success?" Subai nodded in affirmation. "You have essentially met the criteria. If your foundational combat power increases just a tad more, you will fully transcend." He explained, "The reason you have not transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan is due to your slightly inadequate foundational power. Continue your training, and once your foundational power approaches 3 million, you will smoothly advance." Wukong was ecstatic. "This is fantastic." Krillin observed the two, with a twinge of bitterness swelling within him. It was one thing for their foundational powers to differ by several multiples, but now they were on the verge of becoming Super Saiyans. This shift had dramatically widened the power gap to tens of millions. Reflecting on their days as comrades in training, Krillin felt a profound sense of despondency, realizing he could no longer even stand alongside Wukong in battle. Perhaps it was time to return to Earth and embrace a life of stability, marrying, and settling down. Nevertheless, with the transformation into a Super Saiyan now seemingly inevitable, defeating Frieza should pose no significant challenge. Yet, as Wukong had eagerly awaited this confrontation for so long, it would be prudent for him to accumulate further combat experience and ensure his power was adequately prepared. Against Frieza, a battle power of 50 million offers a significant advantage. Due to the fluctuations in power levels, Subai has revised the strategy. As we near our destination, we shall position the Taidun near Frieza, allowing us to fulfill our wish while simultaneously restraining him. The Dragon Balls on Namek are immense, with each individual permitted to carry no more than 3. Klein and I will retrieve the Dragon Balls, while Goku will distract Frieza by engaging him in combat. This arrangement is foolproof. Goku readily acquiesced. No problem. Klein sighed in relief. With Su-Bai's superior strength, I feel safer following him. How splendid. Now I can return to Earth and marry. The group then soared toward Frieza's spaceship. The plan remained unchanged. Goku would confront Frieza head-on, while Su-Bai and Klein would covertly seize the Dragon Balls. Inside Frieza's spacecraft, Vegeta lay battered and bruised, having been thrown into the healing chamber. Sabo stared at the wounded Vegeta, sneering, "Your bones are remarkably resilient. After enduring all this punishment, you still refuse to yield. If you do not divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, I shall continue to break you until you submit." A minion beside Sabo leaned in and whispered, "Lord Sabo, I have conceived a plan. With Nappa and Raditz deceased, only Vegeta remains of the surviving Saiyans. If we eliminate him, there will be no more of these arrogant monkeys in the world." Upon hearing this, Sabo erupted into laughter. How ruthless. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Vegeta, within the healing chamber, overheard their conversation in its entirety. A surge of fury ignited within him. Were it not for the purpose of enhancing my battle power, would these wretches dare to challenge me? Were it not of my own volition, they would lack the qualification to inflict harm upon me. At this moment, he could clearly perceive the numerical value of his battle power. Chapter 15. After numerous brushes with death, following his last recovery, his power stabilized at approximately 800,000, surpassing Frieza. With this recovery, breaking the million mark was now inevitable. Truly, he is the prince of the Saiyans. At last, he has become the legendary Super Saiyan. Such insignificant ants dare to concoct such vile schemes. Once I recover, I shall first take your lives before personally ending Frieza. After years of lurking within Frieza's army, the time for reaping the rewards has finally arrived. Now that I possess the strength to defeat Frieza, who else in this universe could possibly rival me? The new generation of cosmic dominators is none other than me. The Super Saiyan Vegeta. The healing chamber continued to mend Vegeta's injuries. Suddenly, Sabo's detector emitted an alarm. The Ginyu Force has arrived. All personnel, assemble for their reception. As you command, Lord Sabo. Moments later, several uniquely styled figures entered the spaceship, proceeding to Frieza's location under Sabo's guidance. Arrive in no time, quite impressive. However, Vegeta has already been captured and is currently under interrogation. That brat is quite stubborn, refusing to confess. You are to search for the last Dragon Ball. Once acquired, I shall personally execute Vegeta. The Ginyu Force responded in unison. We shall obey the command of Lord Frieza. Just as they departed from the spaceship, the healing pod suddenly emitted an alert sound. Beep, beep, beep. In the moment of recovery, Vegeta noticed a significant deceleration in the increase of his power. Had he reached his limit? Frieza's base power stood at a mere 530,000, even in transformation. He struggled to breach the million mark. Yet I estimated my power had already surpassed 1 million, placing me at the pinnacle of the universe. It seemed the days of enduring humiliation were coming to an end. Recalling the schemes of his adversary, Vegeta could no longer suppress his fury. His overwhelming energy erupted with a thunderous roar. The healing pod shattered with a resounding explosion. The nearby minions who had tormented him were instantly obliterated. Inside the command room, Frieza conversed with his subordinates. Has that fool not yet surrendered? Report to Lord Frieza. We shall soon have results. His treatment is nearly complete. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the room. Zarbin's expression changed dramatically. What was that? Where did that sound come from? Frieza's gaze darkened. It couldn't be. No, we must not allow Vegeta to escape. Zarbin and Frieza hastily made their way to the healing chamber. Indeed, it was here. Zarbin, move quickly. Zarbin rushed into the treatment room, only to find Vegeta had vanished without a trace. Several minions lay scattered on the floor, and a large hole had been blasted into the wall. Zarbin exclaimed, "This is bad. Vegeta has escaped." Frieza bellowed furiously, "Useless fools. Go after him immediately. He can't have gone far. If you fail to capture him, you will bring me your heads." Cold sweat dripped from Zarbin's brow as he hurriedly pursued. Frieza stood at the entrance of the spaceship, his fists cracking ominously. A pack of worthless beings. Meanwhile, Vegeta concealed his energy, lurking behind a pillar with a sardonic smile. You fell for it, you fools. It will take more than that to engage me. I am in no rush to kill you. Acquiring the Dragon Balls for immortality takes precedence. He maintained his stealth, heading straight for the treasure chamber. Not long after Zarbon left, he fortuitously encountered the Ginyu Force, who immediately scattered to search for Vegeta. Vegeta successfully located the secret chamber. The door opened, revealing 6 Dragon Balls on display. Ha ha ha! Immortality is finally within my grasp. Frieza, your reign ends here. Are you pleased with this grand gift? His gaze fixated on the shimmering Dragon Balls. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Not only has my injury healed and my power surged, but the Dragon Balls have also assembled for me. Truly, heaven is aiding my cause. However, the Dragon Balls of Namek were quite massive, making it arduous to carry all 6. A direct confrontation with Frieza, while potentially victorious, carried considerable risk. At this moment, he sensed the Ginyu Force drawing near. Outnumbered, gathering the Dragon Balls would require time. If they were scattered and hidden, locating them again would pose a challenge. It would be wiser to resolve everything today, ascend to become the strongest in the universe, and simultaneously attain immortality. Vegeta, with a sinister grin, began to devise his next strategy. Employing a ruse, he abruptly hurled the Dragon Balls into the distance, intending to draw Frieza's attention. If Frieza noticed, he would deal with him first. Although it might require additional effort, it mattered little. Even if the Ginyu Force scattered the Dragon Balls, he could retrieve them later. Should he remain undetected, he would make his wish immediately. The plan was set. Vegeta concentrated his energy in his palm and unleashed a radiant wave, causing a beam of energy to pierce through the corridor of the spaceship, creating a gaping hole at the other end. He bellowed, "Fool, I'm still aboard the ship." Frieza, at the entrance of the spaceship, suddenly became aware and darted toward the breach with lightning speed. However, Vegeta had already breached the ship's hull from another side, skillfully launching 6 Dragon Balls toward the designated coordinates. Sensing Frieza's return to the ship's cabin, he immediately soared toward the location of the Dragon Balls. Frieza rushed into the smoke-filled corridor, his pupils constricting in realization. The Dragon Balls were his target. He sprinted to the storage room, only to find the empty pedestal and the vanished Vegeta. Despicable Saiyan, Frieza seethed, a terrifying wave of energy emanating from him, causing the entire spaceship to tremble violently. The tracker locked onto Vegeta's energy signature, and he tore through the wall in relentless pursuit. You cannot escape. Frieza intercepted the target in an instant. Vegeta smirked. I had hoped to let you linger a bit longer. His knuckles cracked ominously, malice boiling within him. Since you seek death, I shall send you on your way. Meanwhile, as Subai and the others approached the spaceship, 6 beams of golden light streaked across the sky. Krillin clumsily caught the Dragon Balls, exclaiming, "Dragon Balls falling from the sky?" Subai smiled knowingly, a gift from Vegeta. Goku, brimming with excitement, raised his arms. Let's quickly resurrect Piccolo and engage in battle. The 3 figures, cradling the Dragon Balls, dashed toward the distant cliffs, while Tian, hidden behind the rocks, suddenly looked up. Would they succeed? I must protect this Dragon Ball. Having barely settled into a corner for less than 3 minutes, he suddenly heard a voice. Tian, we have returned. Startled, he looked up to see the trio rushing back, each cradling 2 Dragon Balls. With the one he safeguarded, they had gathered all 7. Tian was utterly dumbfounded. I scarcely got comfortable, and you are back already? What manner of creatures are Earthlings? It is already peculiar enough to differentiate genders, and to bear children requires cooperation from 2. Stealing the Dragon Balls is evidently a grand endeavor, yet you completed it so swiftly? This efficiency is astonishing. I truly wish to see what Earth is like. In disbelief, Tian asked, You were only gone for a short while, and you managed to acquire all 6 Dragon Balls? Is this how Earthlings operate? Goku laughed heartily. Ha! We were fortunate. Someone assisted us. Assisted? Who? Unclear. The Dragon Balls fell from the sky. We must make a wish quickly. Fell from the sky? Tian was perplexed, but since they had gathered the Dragon Balls, they should make a wish without delay. The 3 swiftly arranged the Dragon Balls. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Soon, we will be able to bring them back to life. Everything is going so smoothly, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Subai nodded in agreement. Yes, we must first devise a wish plan. I suggest we resurrect Piccolo first, and then use the Dragon Balls from Earth to revive Yamcha and the others. Krillin questioned, why not simply use the Dragon Balls to revive everyone who fell to Vegeta? Tian interjected, that is not possible. The rules of the Namekian Dragon Balls differ. They can only revive one individual at a time, though there are 3 wishes. Subai's plan seemed the most logical. What? One wish can only revive one person, and there are 3 wishes? Krillin asked in disbelief. Subai clarified, exactly. The primary objective is to resurrect Piccolo. Afterwards, we will utilize the Dragon Balls from Earth to revive those slain by Vegeta. Next year, we can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect all victims at once, including the Namekians. As for the others, we can address that later. The second wish of a Namekian Dragon Balls will be used to revive Tien, as he has already died once and can only be restored using these Dragon Balls. The last wish can be used for anything. Krillin paused in astonishment. We can have an additional wish. Subai chuckled. Indeed, think carefully about how to use it. After a moment of hesitation, Krillin murmured softly, how about wishing for a wife? Subai was momentarily taken aback. Can the Dragon Balls really grant such a wish? Krillin scratched his bald head. Isn't that how you got yours? Subai shook his head inwardly, realizing it was a misunderstanding. The Dragon Balls do not possess the ability to intertwine fates. However, recalling Bulma's initial wish, it indeed seemed a beautiful coincidence. Why not give it a try? After all, you've been single for 30 years, Subai suggested while toying with the Dragon Balls. Krillin's eyes lit up. You're a true brother. Tion, cradling the Dragon Balls, asked. Can we start the summoning now? As all three nodded in unison, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden radiance. The sky darkened ominously, as a robust golden beam pierced through the heavens and the earth. Krillin gazed upward in awe. Is this the Namekian dragon? It exuded far greater majesty than that of Earth. A deep voice resonated through the air. State your 3 wishes. Just as Tion began to utter the Namekian words to resurrect Piccolo, he was abruptly interrupted by a commanding voice. Wait. From the void came Piccolo's voice. The second wish must be to send me to Namek. I want to deal with Frieza personally. Krillin jumped in frustration. What nonsense. Goku and the others can handle it. Piccolo coldly threatened. If you refuse, I will use the Earth Dragon Balls to teleport myself there upon revival. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to ruin my fate? Krillin's bald head flushed with anger. Piccolo replied indifferently. Sentimentality can wait. You can make wishes next year. Krillin argued desperately. But the Dragon Balls next year must be used to revive other Namekians. Piccolo responded calmly. Then we can delay the wish until the year after. The year after? I am 2 years older than Goku, and his son is already 6. Am I to endure another 2 years of waiting? How am I to survive these 2 years? Krillin shouted in agitation. Piccolo remained unmoved. If I cannot go to Namek upon revival, then the Earth Dragon Balls will have been wasted. At that moment, the voice of Purunga echoed in the air. Has the first wish not yet been decided? Clinton felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It seemed that the desire to find a partner would be postponed for another 2 years. A profound sense of loss, anguish, and even despair surged within him. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. Alas, how could matters of the heart eclipse the resurrection of a dear friend? Let it be as the Eternal Dragon suggests. He nodded in agreement, and the first wish granted the resurrection of his friend. The second wish transported his friend to Namek. Moments earlier, Frieza had intercepted Vegeta's path. Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed his intent to take Frieza's life. Oha Vegeta, Frieza huklet menatsingli. Do not presume that merely gaining some prowess on Earth can allow you to contend with me. It seems I must remind you of the taste of fear. Before the words left his lips, Frieza erupted with fury. Amidst the chaos, his power surged to a staggering peak of 530,000. Yet Vegeta stood undaunted, defiantly braving the energy tempest. This so-called universe is but triviality. Since you were a scouter, prepare to witness the might of your king. As his energy soared, the scouter emitted frantic alarms. 30,000, 61,000, 92,000, 155,000, 220,000. With a resounding explosion, the scouter shattered. Frieza's pupils contracted in disbelief. How is this possible? Vegeta, with his thumb resting against his chest, proclaimed proudly, Are you not most fearful of the legendary Super Saiyan? Even if planet Vegeta were to be destroyed, what of it? I'm the fabled warrior. 2 figures collided with the force of meteors, unleashing primal power in their clash. Amidst the roars, their might escalated relentlessly. The violent currents of energy swept through the air, causing the ground to erupt in a cacophony of debris, as neither side could gain the upper hand. With a thunderous crack, they suddenly separated, each retreating. Frieza gasped for breath, while Vegeta remained composed. Ha! Frieza, your era is drawing to a close. Frieza closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them anew. Interesting. It seems you're not merely bluffing. Vegeta coldly responded, Transform. Frieza, let me behold your true capabilities. Frieza raised an elegant eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you actually know I can transform? Such well-informed intelligence. Who told you? Zarbin inadvertently revealed that warriors of the universe can alter their forms as needed, typically just to conserve energy. Frieza chuckled softly. I am quite different. My power is so immense that even I find it challenging to control. He, feigning modesty, are we? If you doubt me, then as you wish, observe closely. Such an opportunity is rare. When I obliterated planet Vegeta, I required no transformation. Your father, that so-called warrior, was nothing more than trivial. Vegeta remained unfazed. Is that worth boasting about? I surpassed him in my youth. Frieza shrugged. Very well, allow me to open your eyes. Energy erupted suddenly as Frieza shattered his outer shell, his aura surging wildly. Vegeta scoffed, is that all? Shedding a layer of skin counts as a transformation? Frieza, with a chuckle, replied, I had high hopes for you, Vegeta. Why seek your own demise? Before he could finish, Frieza's form expanded dramatically, his size doubling and his power soaring to 1,000,000. Vegeta's pupils narrowed, contemplating, fortunately. I withstood his transformations twice. This form is still on par with mine. Yet based on my combat experience, I still hold the advantage. Observing Vegeta's tense demeanor, Frieza laughed maniacally. What happened to your earlier bravado? It's no surprise that few have witnessed my true power. Embrace the terrifying dominion of the universe. He lunged forward, his long tail sweeping like a whip. Vegeta swiftly retreated, the mountain peak he once stood upon crumbling under the tail strike. Vegeta, weren't you just proclaiming your intent to defeat me? Why do you now flee? I warned you, this power is difficult for even me to fully control. My battle power has already surpassed 1,000,000. Absurd. Even one as strong as you could never reach such heights. Spare me your posturing. Oh, doubting me? Frieza raised his palm upward, torrents of violent energy erupting from his being. In an instant, the entire island was obliterated in an energy tempest, shock waves tearing through the ocean, creating towering waves on planet Namek. As the dust settled, Vegeta wiped his nose with a cold smirk. Let the legendary Super Saiyan perish before your very eyes, Frieza. The force of his punch howled through the air, yet Frieza elegantly sidestepped, blocking with an elbow and then forcefully driving Vegeta into the rock layers. Amidst the thunderous collapse of the mountain, the golden figure soared once more. Interesting, you can still stand? Frieza narrowed his eyes, realizing it was time to take this seriously. Just as I wished. Vegeta clenched his fists, his energy surging and shattering the ground, declaring, now witness what a true Super Saiyan is. Frieza's pupils constricted. Arrogance. The golden and purple afterimages collided fiercely in the air, Vegeta's flurry of punches transforming into a tempest. Initially, Frieza managed to defend himself, but he gradually found himself being pushed back by the overwhelming force. When a heavy punch broke through his defenses, a barrage of strikes rained down on his abdomen like meteors. Ugh! As Frieza staggered backward, Vegeta's leg swept him upward. Before Frieza could regain his footing, a golden flash reappeared above him. Let end. The double-fisted fatal strike shall pierce the universe into the earth like a shooting star. Gallic gun. Just as Frieza shakily rose, a blinding torrent of energy engulfed him. What? In a panic, Frieza could only raise his arms in defense. Boom! Amidst the blinding light, the very earth trembled. From this day forward, the universe shall be ruled by me, Vegeta. The suspended Saiyan prince laughed maniacally, arms spread wide, his cape billowing in the turbulent air. What a truly moving declaration. Came a cold laugh from the swirling dust, causing Vegeta to freeze abruptly. As Frieza's figure gradually came into focus, despite his tattered suit and bloodied mouth, the mockery in his slitted pupils remained undiminished. Desperately struggling, Vegeta gritted his teeth. Gathering his energy, this time, he would ensure Frieza's utter destruction. Yet Frieza elegantly wiped away the blood, taunting, poor monkey, do you truly believe this is my full strength? Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a tempest of purple energy. Witness true despair. No, it's impossible. Vegeta gasped, watching Frieza's surging power as cold sweat drenched his battle attire. With a sickening crack, Frieza elongated his head, and menacing bone spikes protruded from his back. Though grotesque in form, the terrifying ripples of energy caused the very earth to fracture. Whoosh! A scarlet beam suddenly pierced through Vegeta's right arm. He staggered backward, blood gushing from his fingers. The ensuing battle felt like a nightmare. Frieza's afterimages assailed him from all directions, each strike accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. As Vegeta fell, coughing up blood, a cold tail had already coiled around his throat. Farewell, traitor, Frieza sneered. In that moment, As his knee collided with the air, fear finally reflected in Vegeta's eyes. A guttural scream escaped Vegeta's lips, echoing through the air as Frieza pummeled his body with relentless punches, reveling in the torment of his prey. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky. Frieza paused, releasing his grip. With 3 suns, how could Namek experience night? Collapsed upon the ground. Vegeta gasped for breath, his pupils narrowing as he sensed the anomaly. Frieza too looked skyward, where black clouds consumed all light. In the distance, a blinding golden light erupted, and the immense figure of Porunga loomed in the heavens. Frieza's expression shifted in shock. A thunderclap resounded in Vegeta's mind. The familiar energy he had sensed earlier now crystallized into clarity. Earthlings. They had actually set foot on Namek. That colossal being was none other than the Eternal Dragon. How infuriating, Vegeta thought, his eyes narrowing in rage. Having betrayed Frieza's army and risking his life to gather the Dragon Balls, he was now outpaced by mere ants. Frieza had transformed into a streak of purple light, racing towards the Eternal Dragon. Wiping the blood from his lips, Vegeta's furious energy erupted. Kakarot, Tsubasa, how dare you? Rage seared his rationality as he leaped into the air, his roar resonating through the clouds. The Dragon Balls belong to the Saiyans. You will all perish. The Eternal Dragon's crimson eyes flickered slightly. The first wish, the revival of Piccolo, had been granted. The second wish, to teleport Piccolo to Namek, was fulfilled. Porunga's deep voice echoed once more. Please state your final wish. Suddenly, Tien's voice pierced through the void. Krillin, your final wish belongs to you. Let us not rush to resurrect. What? Krillin stood frozen in place. Yamcha and Kaiatsu also concurred. Tien's voice, like a refreshing spring, urged, live on, my comrade. Krillin's heart, once silent, suddenly thumped heavily. Thank you, Tien, this is wonderful. Krillin exclaimed with excitement, then turned to Tian. Tian, the third wish requires some adjustment. Speak. Tian responded. After a brief moment of contemplation, Krillin articulated, please find me a partner with a slender waist, long legs, and striking beauty, whose figure must be at least a 36, and who deeply loves me. Hearing this detailed request, Tian displayed a puzzled expression. Krillin, what does 36 mean? How should it be translated? Krillin stammered through a lengthy explanation. Yet Tian remained utterly bewildered. The Namekians and extraterrestrial races had no concept of females, rendering him incapable of grasping these notions. Forget it, let us simplify, Krillin sighed. Please find me a young, beautiful, gentle, virtuous, loyal, and understanding wife. Tian nodded. Although I don't fully comprehend the specific meaning, translating it is not a problem. He spread his arms, preparing to grant the wish to Porunga. Stop. Halt. 2 sharp commands abruptly interrupted Tian's actions. The originally lengthy wish was cut short, and Tian momentarily forgot the subsequent content. The group turned towards the sound to see the grotesque Frieza and Vegeta rushing towards them. Frieza, in a fit of rage, declared, how dare you interfere with my wish? You shall all perish. As the words left his mouth, he concentrated energy into a projectile and shot it directly at Son Goku and Subai. However, in the next moment, Goku and Subai casually waved their hands, deflecting the energy blast. Goku even shielded Krillin, redirecting the attack aimed at him. Vegeta had just arrived on the battlefield, ready to confront the once feeble Earthlings, only to witness the two effortlessly neutralizing an attack that he himself would find difficult to evade, causing his pupils to constrict. What is happening? I have fought hard to gain this power, and yet they can disregard Frieza's techniques? Even more shocking was the sudden surge in their energy levels, reaching heights far beyond his own. Vegeta realized that Subai and Son Goku's strength had skyrocketed, yet he could not comprehend why the disparity was so vast. The last time they fought, Son Goku was clearly inferior to him, and Subai was merely on par. He had assumed that with his current prowess, overpowering them would be effortless. However, reality shattered his arrogance. Despite multiple breakthroughs beyond his limits, he was still no match for Frieza, unable to fully evade even that one attack. Meanwhile, those two dismissed such an onslaught with ease. Vegeta's mindset crumbled. How could these two individuals be so extraordinarily powerful? Infuriating. As a prince of the Saiyan royal lineage, he possessed noble blood. How could he be left behind by mere lowly warriors and earthlings? It was utterly stifling. After the Dragon Balls were snatched away, Vegeta faced another crushing blow. Frieza, astonished, watched as his attack was effortlessly blocked. Just dealing with one Vegeta was troublesome enough. Now, even stronger foes had emerged. Upon catching a glimpse of Son Goku's face, his pupils widened in disbelief. This face, you two were Saiyan. 3 decades ago, when planet Vegeta was obliterated, the image of that fiercely defiant warrior, Bardock, resurfaced in my mind. Could he be a descendant of his? As for the individual beside him, Frieza had never deemed him worthy of attention. Son Goku was indifferent to the final wish. All he desired was for the Dragon Balls to be restored. Upon noticing Frieza's arrival, his fighting spirit ignited. You are Frieza, are you not? Let us engage in a fair battle. Chapter 17. Son Goku eagerly rolled up his sleeves and advanced. Frieza, enraged, hissed, "You foolish monkey, seeking death." With a flick of his fingers, a barrage of deadly energy beams surged forth, only to be effortlessly swatted away by Goku as if swatting flies. Suddenly, Frieza's fingers shifted towards Krillin. A chill ran down his spine. What? Am I to be the target again? Goku, quick, lend a hand. Just as Frieza prepared to act, Goku had already darted in front of him. A powerful punch struck Frieza squarely on his elongated visage. With a thunderous crash, Frieza was embedded into the ground, dust billowing into the air. Goku bellowed, "If you wish to fight, do so honorably. Do not resort to underhanded tactics." Subai urged Tian, "Hurry, make your wish." Tian nodded in understanding. Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief. Subai was indeed reliable. As Tian completed the final wish, the dragon Shenron suddenly dissipated. The dark clouds receded, and the 7 Dragon Balls lost their golden sheen, transforming into ordinary stones. The group stood in collective shock. What is happening? Tian's face turned ashen. Could it be that the Grand Elder has encountered misfortune? Wasn't it said he had 3 days left? It had only been 1 day since then. From the dust, Frieza's maniacal laughter echoed. Aha! Truly, fate is on my side. You have not achieved your desires, and now I am thoroughly pleased. To dare obstruct my quest for immortality is utterly foolish. Today, none of you shall survive. Cold sweat trickled down Krillin's forehead as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. What is Frieza? With Goku and Subai here, he is hardly a concern. The true issue is that my wish, which was so close to fruition, is now in jeopardy. It is exceedingly frustrating. This feeling is akin to dreaming of an enchanting beauty just before being abruptly awakened. Frustration, anger, and despair. No negative vocabulary could encapsulate Krillin's present emotions. He was utterly despondent. With the Grand Elder's demise, any further wishes would necessitate a 2-year wait. During those 2 years, he would have to rely solely on his own resources. To make matters worse, Tien had died once already, and the Earth Dragon Balls could not revive him. His selfish desire to find a partner had inadvertently led to Tien's irrevocable fate. Now, he bore the burden of causing his companion's demise. The more he pondered, the more unbearable it became. Piccolo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The Grand Elder had clearly stated he had 3 days to live. It dawned on Vegeta that with the Dragon Ball creator slain, Shenron would naturally vanish. But who could have had the audacity to kill the Grand Elder? He suddenly widened his eyes. It was the Ginyu Force dispatched by Frieza to assist in collecting the Dragon Balls. It must have been their doing. The revelation struck like thunder, a realization that it was indeed those peculiar fellows. Subai also recalled, nearly forgetting about those lively characters. However, the final wish held no significance for him and did not affect him in the slightest. It was Krillin who appeared pitiable at this moment. Goku, filled with determination, declared, "Subai, Krillin, step back. I shall face Frieza alone." Subai nodded and swiftly withdrew from the battlefield with Krillin. Vegeta remained standing firmly in place. Goku cautioned, "Vegeta, if you wish to avoid collateral damage, you should move away." Vegeta gritted his teeth, his fists cracking ominously. Damn it. Am I not even worthy to watch as the Prince of Science? He released his tightly clenched fists, his knuckles making a sharp sound. The lingering crimson glow of Frieza's deadly attack still burned into his retina, and with a darkened expression, he retreated behind a rocky outcrop, maintaining the same distance as Subai and the others. The taste of blood seeped from his shattered molars, a once proud genius now crumbling under the weight of humiliation. Realizing that this mere low-class warrior had surpassed him, this degradation gnawed at his marrow like venom, yet he could only exhale a cold snort. The data on the screen fluctuated wildly. Frieza as his second form registered at 3 million, while Son Goku stood at 2.5 million. The gap seemed slight, yet the combat instincts honed by the wild monkey in the crucible of life and death were sufficient to bridge this 500,000 disparity. Ironically, both sides concealed their trump cards. Frieza had 3 more transformations, while the Saiyans possessed their own berserk transformations. Subai stroked the stubble on his chin. Amidst the chaos of energy turbulence, two shadows collided with a thunderous impact. The scorched earth spread towards the Elder's village. The 5 members of the Jinyu force stood amidst the smoking corpses, fragments of their battle suits, cascading down like leaves. The overloading devices prompted the captain to lick his fangs, realizing that the king was beginning to take things seriously. I heard the 3rd transformation will reduce his size. Jinyu kicked away the body of a Namekian child at his feet. As the purple flames vanished into the northern horizon, a shadow behind a boulder suddenly writhed. Piccolo emerged from a rift in space, his green skin taut, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent that tore through the clouds. Among this aura was a familiar Saiyan presence. It was tenfold stronger than he remembered. His gaze swept over the pierced Namekian warriors, and Piccolo's nails dug deep into his palm. That brat Krillin was undoubtedly spouting some foolish pacifist rhetoric again, yet all he could think of was the touch of the Elder's withered hand on his forehead. The Earth-S Dragon Balls had led him to tear away the tattered white cloak, allowing the name of the Demon King Piccolo to resonate throughout the universe. "Thanks, brother," Krillin said. Piccolo was meticulously arranging the remains of his comrades, preparing for their eventual resurrection. As he moved to the 3rd body, he suddenly discovered a faint sign of life within. Damn it. If only I had some senzu beans. Piccolo clenched his fist in frustration, recalling how all the beans from Kirin Tower had been squandered by that glutton, Yajirobe. The dying Namekian warrior was the only fighter capable of contending with the Jinyu force. "Listen, you are gravely injured," Piccolo stated solemnly. "Once you pass, I will find a way to resurrect you." With great effort, Nail opened his eyes. "You are a fellow from Earth, aren't you? Fortunately, you made it here." Sensing the surging energy within Piccolo, Nail marveled. "With merely half of your potential, how have you cultivated such power? If you were whole, perhaps you could defeat Frisia." "What? Piccolo se pupils constricted. That terrifying Frisia? If you merge with the Kai, you could. Impossible." Piccolo resolutely interjected. "I will never fuse with that hypocrite." Suddenly, Nail grasped Piccolo's wrist. "Then merge with me. While I may not be on par with the Kai, it would significantly enhance your strength." "What nonsense!" Piccolo attempted to withdraw his hand. "Time is running out." Nail's breath grew increasingly faint. "Place your hand on me." "I refuse to merge." "A dual personality? Would I still be me?" "Absolutely not." "No merging." Nail gasped, cough. "My personality remains intact." Piccolo's expression shifted sharply. "Is that true? Disbelieve me if you wish." After a prolonged silence, Piccolo relented. "Fine, I'll trust you this once. If you try to deceive me, I will kick you out immediately." Cough. "Don't be so ungrateful. I can hardly hold on." At the moment their palms met, Nail transformed into a stream of light and entered Piccolo's body. A violent surge of energy erupted, engulfing him in excruciating pain. Ugh! The pain abruptly ceased. Piccolo clenched his fists, astonished by the torrent of power coursing through him. "Is this real? This power is astonishing." Suddenly, he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha! Now, none can stand against me." With a surge of confidence, Piccolo raced toward Frisia. The Jinyu Force's scanner suddenly shrieked. "What is happening? That direction. Were all the Namekians not exterminated?" Jinyu pressed the scanner, its readings skyrocketing. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Boom! All the scanners exploded simultaneously. Exceeded the detection limit? Jinyu's eyes gleamed with interest. His team members shouted in panic, "Captain, retreat. A battle power of 300,000 is beyond our capabilities." Jinyu suddenly wore a fervent smile. "Guldo, turn around. I want that body." "Understood," his 2 subordinates replied in unison. As they spoke, they altered their course towards the Elder's village, racing away from Piccolo. Sensing their movement, Piccolo smirked coldly. "Ha! Having just acquired this power, you shall serve as my trial. Filthy kin, your demise is nigh." In an instant, the Jinyu force encountered Piccolo head-on. Piccolo gazed down at these ludicrous opponents and inquired, "Were you the ones who killed the Elder?" "Oh, that immense energy just now came from this Namekian?" The team members exchanged glances in disbelief. In their perception, the Namekians had never demonstrated such formidable power. With the destruction of all the probes, the crowd was unable to ascertain the target. Jinyu resolved to personally test the waters. GI's Bart, eliminate him. Given the prior incident with the probes, the special forces were particularly cautious this time. Lycum took the initiative, unleashing a torrent of searing energy waves. With a disdainful gesture, Piccolo deflected the energy with a single swipe of his hand. "How could it be? My ultimate technique was effortlessly neutralized." In astonishment, Lycum charged forward with a fist, only to find himself striking at nothing. Where'd he go? Before he could regain his senses, Piccolo had materialized behind him, his iron grip tightening around Lycum's throat. Such a waste to have been defeated by this worthless foe. Seeing this, GIs and Bart hurried to flank him, yet Piccolo remained unfazed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lycum crashing into the ground. With a resounding boom, dust billowed into the air. Lycum lay incapacitated in the crater, utterly unconscious. GIs and Bart unleashed a torrent of attacks, but they couldn't even graze the hem of Piccolo's attire. Jinyu, observing the scene, felt a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, for this was a body with a battle power exceeding 300,000. As long as the exchange was completed. Witnessing his subordinates struggle in vain, Piccolo deftly evaded their onslaught. Jinyu quietly shifted his gaze toward Goku, who nodded slightly, and in the blink of an eye, ensnared Piccolo in a time-binding spell. Although Piccolo was immensely powerful, he typically restrained his energy to conserve strength, only releasing what was necessary. At this moment, Goku's immobilization spell accurately captured Piccolo. Jinyu, seeing this, was elated. He suddenly struck his own body, sustaining severe injuries that caused him to spit blood, and immediately shouted to Piccolo, "Body switch!" A strange beam of light erupted from Jinyu's mouth, striking the immobilized Piccolo. By the time Piccolo regained his awareness, the situation had already been sealed. He suddenly realized what had just transpired. It was too late to reverse it. The nature of the ability was indeed bewildering. He looked down to feel a tearing pain in his chest, and to his astonishment, the body before him was no longer his own. It belonged to one of Jinyu's special forces. What is happening? Why has my body changed like this? Cough. Jinyu laughed maniacally, reveling in the surge of power within him, nearly driven mad with excitement. Ha! This is magnificent. Although there are no probes, this body possesses a battle power that undoubtedly exceeds 500,000, nearly rivaling King Frisia. Such a powerful body is now mine. Ha! Well done, Goku. Goku smiled obsequiously. Congratulations, Captain. Now, I must assist King Frisia. He has been injured. You all handle this one. As you command, Captain. Chapter 18. Jinyu, controlling Piccolo's body, sped toward Frisia. Bart, GIs, and Goku circled around Piccolo with sinister smiles, their eyes filled with mockery. Though Jinyu's body was originally stronger than theirs, it was now gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. Piccolo gritted his teeth, enduring the struggle against the three adversaries. Despair enveloped his heart. After arduous training, he had arrived on Namek, only to discover the vast chasm between himself and Frisia. Seizing a rare opportunity, his battle power surged from several 100,000 to 1,500,000. This sudden influx of strength ignited a sense of arrogance within him, leading him to foolishly contemplate challenging the cosmic tyrant, Frisia. Yet, he never anticipated that a moment's negligence would result in being ambushed by a few lowly soldiers, losing not only his body but also the hard-won power he had acquired, which now served to benefit others. This sense of humiliation surpassed even that of Vegeta, who had toiled to gather the Dragon Balls only to have his wish snatched away by Subai. More critically, this broken body was steadily losing blood, while the onslaught from the three enemies grew increasingly ferocious. Death loomed perilously close, the thought of his demise rendering the Dragon Balls on Earth ineffective, thereby nullifying the efforts of Subai and Goku. Reignited his fighting spirit. Dragging his severely injured body, Piccolo resolved to confront the three assailants with unwavering determination. Regret gnawed at him. If only he possessed a Sensibine. This thought rekindled murderous intent towards Yachirobe. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Goku and Frisia raged on. Frisia, in his third form, exhibited astonishing speed, initially believing he could easily subdue this wayward Saiyan. However, Goku's reactions proved equally swift. After several exchanges, both combatants remained evenly matched. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy jolted everyone. Krillin exclaimed, "Whose power is this?" Cold sweat beaded on Vegeta's brow. Impossible. How could such a formidable presence manifest? He had been ecstatic about breaking through to Super Saiyan, yet was subsequently struck down by Subai and Goku, with the Dragon Balls snatched from under him. Now, another being with strength far surpassing his own had emerged, shattering the pride of the Saiyan Prince. Subai sensed the anomaly, his brow furrowing. The aura felt akin to Piccolo's, yet not entirely the same. Had he been assimilated by Guldo? In the next moment, a figure materialized. Krillin shouted with excitement, "It's Piccolo! His power has grown immensely." Due to Guldo's inability to conceal his energy, his battle power was fully exposed. Initially elated, Krillin soon fell into despair. "I've been training relentlessly on the ship. yet I remain the weakest. Just as he had finally gained the chance to make a wish, the elder had passed away. This world is so unfair. Contemplating Su Bai's extraordinary talent and fortune, his frustration reached its zenith. As Piccolo drew nearer, Su Bai suddenly warned sharply, "Do not approach." "That is not Piccolo." Krillin froze, "but it clearly resembles the Namekian." Su Bai replied gravely, "The body is Piccolo's, but the soul has been replaced by Guldo through body-switching techniques." Krillin and Vegeta's expressions shifted drastically. "This is bad. Su Bai, can you subdue him?" Piccolo's figure had already flashed to Frisia's side. "Lord Frisia," chuckled Jinyu. "Ah, I am Jinyu." Frisia paused momentarily, then let out his signature laughter. "Jinyu? Congratulations on acquiring such a formidable physique." "I am at your service, Lord Frisia," Jinyu exclaimed, excitedly twisting his neck. Frisia raised a hand, gesturing towards the distance. "Perfect. Eliminate that group of weaklings for me." "As you command," Jinyu replied, stretching his limbs, his cold gaze locking onto Su Bai and his companions. "Oh, Vegeta is actually mingling with these worthless beings? Then you shall be my target." Krillin and Ten recoiled in terror, while Vegeta gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white. Faced with the overwhelming disparity in power, the Saiyan prince felt a deep sense of humiliation. "Leave it to me," Su Bai declared, his form erupting forward, his iron fist cutting through the wind as it struck Jinyu, who was inhabiting Piccolo's body. Bang! Jinyu flew back like a severed kite. How is this possible? Before he could react, Su Bai had anticipated his trajectory, delivering a heavy blow that sent him crashing to the ground. The assault did not cease. In an instant, Su Bai teleported behind him and followed up with a rising dragon strike, sending Jinyu soaring once more. Bang, bang, bang. The precise barrage of strikes fell upon Jinyu like a torrential downpour, soon rendering him limp on the ground, unable to move even his fingers. "Damn it, I have acquired a stronger body." Jinyu's mouth bled as disbelief washed over his face. Frisia, having disengaged from his skirmish with Goku, coldly reminded, "That fellow's combat power exceeds 3 million. It matters not how many times you switch bodies." 3 million? Jinyu's pupils constricted, his greedy gaze fixated on Su Bai. "If I could seize this body suddenly," he burst into wild laughter. You wouldn't dare, would you? This body belongs to your companion." His injuries were visibly healing at an alarming rate. "Despicable," Krillin spat in anger. Jinyu provocatively beckoned with his fingers. "Come, keep fighting." Su Bai narrowed his eyes. This fellow was evidently concocting a nefarious scheme, likely involving the disgusting body swap technique. Thus, he remained ever vigilant. Suddenly, Krillin let out a cry. "What is that?" Su Bai's gaze sharpened as he noticed a frog perched atop Krillin's head. A flicker of joy crossed Su Bai's eyes. "Old friend, you have finally made your entrance." Krillin flailed about, attempting to swat the frog away. Su Bai moved like lightning, capturing it before it could hit the ground. "Not yet. I must first revert to Piccolo. He is crucial. We cannot proceed without him." Just then, Frisia was sent flying by Goku. Enraged, Frisia shouted, "How dare you strike my face? It was time for you to witness the true power of the universe." Goku, fully focused and brimming with fighting spirit, thought, "This is perfect. I have yet to reveal my trump card." Frisia suddenly erupted in a furious roar. A violent energy whirlwind swept across the battlefield, turning the center into a storm of energy amidst flying dust and debris. As the smoke cleared, a lean yet terrifyingly powerful alien figure emerged, Frisia's ultimate form, much more pleasing to the eye than his previous grotesque appearance. Krillin gazed at the newly transformed Frisia, a sense of inexplicable sentiment washing over him. Having been single for too long, even this fiend appeared strikingly handsome. Upon completing his transformation, Frisia did not directly confront Goku. Instead, he unleashed an energy blast aimed at Krillin. Alarmed, Krillin exclaimed, "What the hell? Why is he targeting me again?" Prepared for such a scenario, Su Bai teleported in to intercept the blast, shielding Krillin. Cold sweat trickled down Krillin's brow as he expressed his gratitude. "I nearly lost my life. Thank you, Su Bai." Simultaneously, Son Goku erupted with energy, his aura coalescing at his back. His Super Saiyan form manifested in an instant, enveloped in a fiery crimson aura reminiscent of the King Kai's technique. His gaze turned wild and fervent. Sensing the surge in combat power, Vegeta gasped in astonishment. "Super Saiyan Kakarot, you have actually broken through." "What did you say?" Frisia's pupils constricted. "Let our duel not involve others," Son Goku declared, his fist tearing through the air. "Otherwise, I shall take your life." With arrogance, Frisia raised his hand to fire a death beam, only to have Son Goku deftly evaded. The cosmic tyrant's astonishment was evident. You can evade that attack? Could you truly be the legendary warrior? Goku replied with a smile, not quite yet. But I'm getting there. Frieza sneered, ah, I see. But even if it is true, what of it? Before he could finish, the death beam was already aimed at bystanders. In a flash, Goku seized Frieza's wrist, exclaiming, if you harm any innocents again, we shall have to unite to eliminate you. Frieza, astonished, broke free, exclaiming, your power has grown immensely. It seems I must elevate my energy. Don't get too cocky, monkey. I'm only using 40% of my strength now. Even if you enhance your power, I will see this through to the end. But should you strike at others? At that moment, as Frieza gathered energy, Subai assessed that they would be entangled in combat for a while longer and decided to prioritize more pressing matters. With his teleportation ability, he could return at any time. The immediate concern was to restore Piccolo and the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Subai noticed Hindu stating. In an instant, he appeared before him, planting a foot firmly on his chest. With a thud, Jinyu spat blood, swallowing the words of exchange. Subai lifted Jinyu and struck him with a powerful blow. While it was not fatal, it rendered Jinyu's eyes rolling back in his head. That Piccolo's body. Don't kill him, Krillin urged urgently. Rest assured, Subai replied, turning to Tian, Piccolo's energy is waning. He must have encountered the Jinyu force. I need your help to heal him. Just as Tian prepared to move, Subai grasped his arm, stating, I will take you there. With 2 fingers resting on his forehead, Subai locked onto Piccolo's energy. Found him. In an instant, they vanished. Outside the Elder's village, Piccolo was fiercely battling 5 opponents, including the revived Jinyu and the transformed frog-like Sabo. Were it not for his unwavering will and Jinyu's original combat prowess, he would have surely fallen. Observing Jinyu's retreat, Subai teleported in, blocking all attacks. A flicker of surprise crossed Piccolo's eyes. Subai, you have finally arrived. My apologies for being momentarily negligent. Subai smiled slightly. Do not concern yourself. I simply had not performed at my best. With that, he brought Piccolo to Tiantian's side. Quickly heal him. Understood. Sabo stared at Subai in utter shock. How could he withstand the combined assault of all 5 of us? Who on earth are you? Subai cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent, and with a swift motion, unleashed an energy blast that instantly engulfed Sabo. Before he could even let out a scream, he was reduced to ashes. Worthless, unworthy of knowing my name. The remaining 4 individuals' pupils dilated in alarm. Another formidable opponent had emerged. The captain should truly consider exchanging bodies with him. At that moment, Gudu's expression twisted in a grimace. Subai's gaze sharpened. This fellow intended to use time pause again. Their coordination was indeed troublesome. Suddenly, with dramatic flair, Subai pointed to the sky and shouted, Frieza is coming. What? The 4 turned in unison to look back. However, the sky was void of anything. When they turned back, Gudu's head had already been sent flying by Subai's kick. JIS, fuming with rage, exclaimed, despicable. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Take that. Just as the words left his mouth, he conjured an energy blast in his palm and hurled it toward Subai. To his surprise, Subai showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a punch that pierced through his chest. He fell lifelessly to the ground. Bait and Lycum, terrified beyond measure, turned to flee. Subai gathered energy in both hands and declared in a deep voice, Kamehameha. In an instant, a blinding beam of light pursued the fleeing duo, obliterating them without a trace. At that moment, the Jinyu Force's form of Piccolo had been healed by Tian. Even without relying on body exchange, he could handle these insignificant foes. He hardly gave it a second thought. It was merely his grotesque appearance that vexed him. Just as Piccolo was about to speak, Subai interrupted him. Wait, first take this frog. He handed a frog to Piccolo. Piccolo looked perplexed. What use does this thing have? Subai is mirked slightly. It's for Jinyu, to ensure he spends the rest of his life as a toad. Chapter 19. Piccolo instantly understood, giving a thumbs up. As expected of Subai, a brilliant plan. Tian asked, what secret code are you 2 speaking? Subai activated instant transmission once more, returning to the battlefield. Son Goku and Frieza were still deeply engaged in their fierce duel. Subai paid no mind to their battle. Krillin, this place is too dangerous. Let me take you away. Krillin beamed with joy. That would be great. Subai immediately transported Krillin and Jinyu back to Piccolo and Tian's side. Piccolo, witnessing Subai's uncanny speed, was utterly astonished. Subai, your speed is simply extraordinary. Subai downplayed it. Just a little trick. It's merely spatial jumping by sensing energy. Piccolo's pupils narrowed in realization. This ability is truly practical. Don't waste time. Quickly wake him up and switch back bodies. Krillin suddenly chimed in. My urine concentration is high. Let me wake him. Subai retorted, and Piccolo erupted in fury. What nonsense. That body is mine now. Every day, Tian suggested. The sea has water. I shall fetch some. Before long, he returned, his cheeks puffed out, gesturing incomprehensibly. Piccolo immediately understood. There was no container, and he had brought the water in his mouth. It was certainly better than being drenched in urine. So Piccolo resigned himself to the situation. Tian aimed at Piccolo's form and shot out a column of water. Coughing, Jinyu suddenly awoke, bewildered, and exclaimed, Where am I? With a swift motion, Subai slapped him, declaring, Transform back at once, or I shall make you wish for death. Jinyu sneered, If you have the ability, kill me. What followed was a tempestuous flurry of blows, and in the blink of an eye, Piccolo was left battered and bruised. Subai turned to Tian, saying, Heal him. If he remains defiant, continue the beating. Lying on the ground, Jinyu felt a sense of despair. Is this truly how you treat your allies? Tian employed his healing technique, and just as the restored Jinyu attempted to rise, Subai struck him again, rendering him dazed. I will ask you one last time. Will you transform? Jinyu, cradling his face, conceded. Once they successfully reverted to their original forms, all eyes were on the trembling Jinyu. Krillin hesitated. Are we really letting him go? Subai smiled. I am, by nature, quite merciful. Suddenly, Jinyu shouted, As a token of gratitude, allow me to share a secret. Amidst the distraction, he swiftly executed his body-switching technique. Krillin exclaimed, Be careful. Yet, Subai and Piccolo exchanged knowing smiles. In an instant, a frog was hurled into the bizarre light. Ribbit, ribbit. In the blink of an eye, Jinyu transformed into a frog, while the frog's soul occupied Jinyu's body, hopping away in a frantic escape. Krillin gasped in shock. You nearly gave me a heart attack. If Subai had been switched, we would have been doomed. Subai shook his head. I tested it earlier. Such a level of body switching is easily avoidable for me. However, you, Piccolo, were far too careless. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. In any case, I owe you for this. I shall repay this favor in the future. Subai smiled fondly. Originally, Piccolo was meant to be the caretaker of the Sun family. However, with Son Gohan not participating in the battle, perhaps it would be more prudent to wait until his own children grew older for him to take care of them. That is a splendid idea, he mused. Let Piccolo be the teacher to the children. It seems quite fitting. Casually, Subai tossed out a universal capsule, and their spaceship appeared in an instant. Krillin, you Piccolo, and Tian should return to Earth first. Piccolo was astonished. What? We are leaving, and what about you? Krillin echoed his surprise. Yes, aren't you coming back? Bulma and Launch are still waiting for you at home. Subai smiled nonchalantly. Did you forget? I have instant transmission. I can return swiftly. You will not travel very far in a day, and I can sense Piccolo's strong energy from a distance. When the time comes, I will simply teleport over. Piccolo and Krillin's eyes lit up. Krillin marveled. That ability is incredible. Then we shall take our leave. Indeed, Subai deplave. Once Piccolo departs, the Dragon Balls on Earth will be safeguarded. Should anything happen to us, at least there will be a chance for recovery. Krillin nodded vigorously in agreement. The spaceship swiftly embarked, heading towards Earth. It was only after it vanished beyond the horizon that Subai exhaled in relief. That was close. If something were to happen to Piccolo, the Dragon Balls would be lost. Subai sensed the auras of Frieza and Sun Wukong, promptly teleporting back to the battlefield. There, he saw Sun Wukong being relentlessly dominated by Frieza, receiving a brutal beating. But where was Vegeta? Cough, I'm over here. Lying on the ground, Vegeta coughed up blood, weakly raising his hand in a gesture. Subai looked down to see a gaping wound in Vegeta's chest, teetering on the brink of death. He intended to send Vegeta back to Earth, yet the prince still had the potential for rebellion. It would be better for him to endure a few more blows. During this venture to Namek, Vegeta had been invaluable, assisting in the collection of all 7 Dragon Balls. He truly deserved heartfelt gratitude, even to his ancestors. Although currently an adversary, his actions had ultimately benefited their side. In a flash, Frieza's metallic tail struck Wukong with tremendous force, causing the ground to collapse. Amidst the billowing dust, Wukong struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth, while Frieza began to gather a lethal energy beam at his fingertips. Stop! Subai Yovith. His golden aura erupting into the sky. The violent energy currents dispersed the death beam, and his radiant golden hair danced wildly in the whirlwind. What is this? Vegeta's pupils quivered in shock. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. the legendary Super Saiyan? He could distinctly sense that this newly emerged warrior's aura was several times more terrifying than Wukong's. Damn it, Frieza thought, cold sweat beading on his forehead. First, the annihilation of the Jinyu force, and now another Super Saiyan emerges. What frightened him further was the oppressive force radiating from the newcomer, stirring an old, long-forgotten fear within him. As Subai retrieved the last Senzu bean, Vegeta suddenly experienced an epiphany. So that is how it is, recovering through the brink of death to repeatedly surpass one's limits. Yet the current state of his severely injured self was destined to miss this opportunity. While Vegeta contemplated, Subai had already taken action. He split the Senzu bean in half, placing one portion into Son Wukong's mouth. In an instant, Wukong leaped up, his injuries fully healed. Although his energy was not entirely restored, he had regained about 70 to 80%. Wonderful. With the Senzu bean, I feel even stronger. Thank you, Subai. The battle was not over. He was ready to continue. Subai smiled slightly. Go forth, Super Saiyan. Understood. Son Wukong nodded firmly. He concentrated his energy at his back, and his golden aura erupted violently. The terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the battered planet once more. In an instant, his hair turned golden, and his eyes shimmered emerald green. Though his expression resembled his previous transformation, the intensity of his energy had surged nearly threefold. Frieza S.I. twitched. What? Another Super Saiyan? A sense of dread tightened in his heart. Dealing with one was already troublesome, and now there were two. Cough! Frieza, your end is nigh, the severely wounded Vegeta sneered, not missing the chance to taunt. You seek death. Enraged, Frieza raised his hand and unleashed a beam of death. In a blink, Subai teleported before Vegeta, effortlessly swatting away the energy blast. There was no need for me to intervene in today's battle. He gazed calmly at Frieza, stating that if he could surpass Son Goku, he would spare his life. However, should he dare to obliterate the planet, we both know that in the vacuum of space, neither of us would perish, would we? Frieza's pupils contracted sharply. This individual had discerned his contingency plan. As a member of the Frost Demon race, he could survive in space. Yet destroying a planet was ultimately a last resort. Let's continue our battle. Son Goku had already charged towards Frieza. Subai turned to Vegeta, expressing gratitude for the Dragon Balls, offering one to him. At the mention of this, Vegeta recalled the stolen Dragon Balls, his blood boiling in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly losing consciousness. Observing this, Subai quickly placed the remaining half of a Senzu bean into his mouth. In an instant, Vegeta's injuries healed, and he regained much of his strength. He suppressed his rage, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Power was everything. The so-called Dragon Balls and immortality were mere illusions. Frieza had concealed so many trump cards. Even without interception, achieving his desires would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, Vegeta's mind was exceptionally clear. He felt the fighting spirit within him boiling once again. Indeed, it was only through life and death struggles that one could transcend their limits. Being gravely injured and on the brink of death was the best opportunity for a breakthrough. The legendary Super Saiyan, I shall surely attain it. Vegeta propped himself up, his throat constricting multiple times, yet he ultimately remained silent. His inherent pride prevented him from uttering words of thanks. Moreover, that half Senzu bean was merely compensation for the battle. Subai, accustomed to his temperament, turned his gaze towards the fierce skirmish in the distance. The transformed son, Goku, emanated an entirely different aura. He seemed to revel in every clash with Frieza, even allowing the purple demon to land blows upon him. Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that the Super Saiyan was at a disadvantage? He then witnessed son, Goku, wipe the blood from his face and chuckle. The Senzu bean has brought us back to the same starting point. Vegeta realized in astonishment that this madman was pursuing a truly fair duel. Suddenly, Frieza was sent hurtling backwards through the dust. Son Goku's punches moved faster than the eye could follow. A powerful uppercut contorted the visage of the universe, followed by a flurry of knee strikes and elbow jabs like a tempest. The final blow drove the purple figure into the mountainside, causing the entire peak to collapse amidst the thunderous roar. Excellent, Frieza sneered as he pushed away the debris. A lowly species has managed to injure this king. Vegeta suddenly shouted, Kakarot, he annihilated planet Vegeta. The surviving Saiyans number less than 5. Frieza scoffed in response, as if your Saiyans are so noble. Should the planets you slaughtered be spared? This king is merely maintaining order in the cosmic estate. The fiery aura surrounding Son Wukong surged dramatically. Thus, the Saiyans paid the ultimate price for their extinction. Now, It is time to settle the blood debts you owe. For the souls of Namek. Do you dare to eliminate me? Huh. Spare me your foolish dreams. Just now I was merely careless. Had it not been for the consumption of that peculiar substance, you would have already met your demise. Do not presume that you can turn the tide now. I, Frieza, am the supreme being of the universe. Even if you are indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, you shall not triumph over me. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Frieza abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a colossal energy wave aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Without flinching, Sun Wukong absorbed the blow with unwavering resolve. As the dust settled, astonishingly, not a single thread of his garments was marred. Frieza's pupils contracted in disbelief. How could this be? Are you afraid? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. How absurd. The king would never cower before Frieza. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong pushed forward, sending Frieza hurtling backward multiple times before crashing heavily to the ground. Before Frieza could rise, Sun Wukong had already appeared before him, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his chest. Gasping, Frieza was once more sent sprawling. Just as he managed to stabilize himself, Sun Wukong's uppercut struck him from below, propelling him skyward. In midair, Sun Wukong materialized behind Frieza like a specter, delivering a devastating knee strike to his spine. Frieza, wincing in pain, attempted to retaliate, only to be met with Sun Wukong's single-arm block. Chapter 20. The enraged Frieza unleashed a torrent of punches, yet Sun Wukong danced gracefully, neutralizing each blow with finesse. Realizing his assault was futile, Frieza forcefully pushed off his arms to retreat, suddenly launching a deadly beam from his fingertips. Sun Wukong's figure wavered slightly, the beam whizzing past him. Could he have evaded it? Frieza was incredulous. With frantic intensity, he unleashed a barrage of beams, enveloping the battlefield in a deadly net. Yet Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, effortlessly weaving through the lethal rays. Should you be struck by even one, you would be doomed, Frieza bellowed. Sun Wukong chuckled coldly. Then do try to hit me. Frieza's face contorted in rage. I shall make you kneel and beg for mercy. The final beam of death surged toward Sun Wukong's brow, but this time he stood resolute. The beam struck his face, merely causing him to tilt his head slightly. Sun Wukong turned his gaze back, his eyes igniting with a golden fury. Now it is my turn. Fixing his piercing gaze upon Frieza, Sun Wukong declared loudly, Su Bai was correct. Even if you destroy this planet, it will not affect me. Your techniques are futile against me. He crossed his arms, calm and composed, stating that he need not evade at all. Frieza's pupils constricted. Who are you, truly? Do you still not understand? Sun Wukong's entire being radiated with golden light. I have come to defeat you, the Super Saiyan from Earth, Sun Wukong. Frieza. You do bear some semblance of Super Saiyan. Surrender, Wukong. You have no chance of victory left. How dare you? Frieza seethed with rage, his body trembling. You would dare to suggest that I concede? For many years, I, Frieza, have dominated the universe, and in a fit of hysteria, I roar. These mere Saiyans. This is impossible. I am the supreme being of the cosmos. Your era has come to an end, Goku coldly proclaims. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, suddenly raises an eyebrow at this familiar phrase, which he himself had uttered mere hours ago, clenching his fists in quiet resentment. He begrudgingly acknowledges that Kakarot has stolen the limelight once again. Do you wish to kill me? A fool's dream. Frieza suddenly sneers, as he conjures a dazzling energy sphere between his palms, its blinding radiance illuminating the entire sky. Can you Saiyan survive in the vacuum of space? With maniacal laughter, the destructive energy blast hurtles towards the ground. Namek, be obliterated. Goku's expression shifts abruptly. Vegeta is equally horrified. Goku silently laments having focused solely on verbal sparring, neglecting the treachery of this fiend. In a moment of dire urgency, the energy blast unexpectedly reverses course and shoots skyward. The two gaze in astonishment as Su Bai effortlessly holds the blast aloft, redirecting the cataclysmic strike. Frieza's face drains of color. How is this possible? Vegeta, having narrowly escaped doom, feels cold sweat soaking his back. He gazes at Su Bai's figure, astonished. This individual has nonchalantly neutralized Frieza's lethal attack, his strength unfathomable. Su Bai coldly gazes down at Frieza. I warned you. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitch. If he does not annihilate the planet, he will eventually fall to Son Goku. It is an inescapable deadlock. In an instant, Su Bai appears like a wraith beside Frieza, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Frieza convulses, his pupils constricting. blood vessels in his eyes threatening to burst. A tempest brews within him. This power, I cannot withstand even a single strike from him. You wretched being! Frieza howls in agony. I am the sovereign of the universe. How could I possibly lose to a lowly monkey? Just as Subai prepares to continue his assault, Goku suddenly intervenes. Stop. Subai raises an eyebrow. What? Do you still wish to feign strength? I was careless. Goku replies, his gaze intense. Leave him to me. I will end this battle in 5 minutes and return to Earth. Subai shrugs and steps back beside Vegeta. As you wish, let the professionals handle this. Vegeta gazes contemplatively at the golden aura swirling around Subai. Suddenly, Subai recalls the lore of Dragon Ball Super and turns to Vegeta. Vegeta, aside from your brother, who has fallen into obscurity, do you not have any sisters? All dead, Vegeta scoffs. The royal family of planet Vegeta perished completely. What if? Subai's eyes gleam. The Dragon Balls could resurrect your sister, or even the entire planet Vegeta. Vegeta shudders. The Dragon Balls on Earth can indeed grant such wishes. But he is puzzled by Subai's intent. At this moment, Subai contemplates. Rather than engaging in endless conflict, why not enhance the Saiyan gene pool? Find a partner of the same lineage. Their offspring's talents would compound, creating a virtuous cycle. Although female Saiyans are on the brink of extinction, the Dragon Balls could resolve this issue. As for other alien species with their grotesque forms, they simply do not align with his aesthetic. By the way, Subai leans closer to Vegeta and lowers his voice. The princesses of your royal family must be quite beautiful, yes? Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, stating that 30 years had passed, and discussing it further was pointless. Subai sighed softly, conceding that it was best to let it go. If it came down to it, he could always venture to Universe 6 another day to charm a few Saiyan maidens to continue the lineage. Suddenly, Frieza was sent crashing into the ground by a relentless barrage from Son Goku. As Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan form, he called into the pit, Frieza, let us end this. You can go now. Subai's pupils constricted. This monkey was losing his mind again. Just as expected, Frieza retaliated with a forceful strike to the ground. Dark red energy penetrated to the planet's core, causing the entire world to tremble violently. It was a disaster. He had failed to prevent Frieza from annihilating the planet. Ding! System alert. Planet destruction countdown. 43 seconds. A chill ran down Subai's spine. The narrative was spiraling out of control. Was this the end? At this critical juncture, Subai swiftly locked onto Piccolo's energy. Boom! Namek disintegrated amidst a brilliant flare. In the final moment, Subai grasped Piccolo and instantaneously transported back to the spaceship. Subai, Krillin, and Tian leaped in excitement. Outside the viewport, the silent cosmos was engulfed by an overwhelming light. The violent shockwave caused the ship to jolt perilously. They were too close to the epicenter. Piccolo's face turned ashen. Did Namek explode in that direction? Goku insisted on letting the tiger return to the mountain. Subai shrugged. Frieza had detonated the planet without the opportunity to save him. However, with the Dragon Balls in play, resurrection was assured. Goku is dead? Krillin broke into a cold sweat at that realization. Yes, Subai confirmed. He had heard that resurrection was possible, which eased Krillin's anxiety slightly. Wiping his brow, he muttered, as long as he is alive, that's what matters. Suddenly, he froze. If Piccolo's name was overshadowed on the resurrection list by Frieza's forces, wouldn't they need to ensure a spot for Goku? Piccolo nodded in agreement. Next year, we'll wish to revive him first. Your matchmaking plans will have to be postponed. Krillin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Darn it, my hopes of being single again are dashed. Subai rested his chin thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands, exclaiming, I almost forgot the important matter. We need to pick up Per. Sensing Per's energy fluctuations, Subai utilized instant transmission to arrive on Yardrat. After a pleasant exchange with the Elder, he returned to the spaceship with Per. Just as he was about to give up on sensing Bulma and Lan Chi's auras, the sudden ringing of the communication device startled everyone. Subai quickly answered the call. Hello, is this Subai? Bulma's melodic voice chimed in. It's me. Don't worry, I'll be back in a month, Subai replied with a smile. On the other end, Bulma's jubilant voice exclaimed, That's wonderful. I missed you so much, darling, a kiss. Their sweet interaction over the communicator left Tian bewildered. Uncle Krillin, what are they doing? Krillin, blushing, turned his head away, saying, Little one shouldn't pry into such matters. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something important. Oh, darling, I've gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. This morning, I noticed that the Dragon Balls were glowing, and I realized that you have succeeded. Shall I make a wish now? Hold on, Subai quickly interjected. The Dragon Balls of Namek can grant 3 wishes, And although the Grand Elder has met his demise, he should still be able to be revived. More importantly, we shall discuss the matter of the Dragon Ball's legacy in detail upon my return. What? 3 wishes? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. According to Namek's cycle of 130 days per year, it equates to being able to use the Dragon Balls 3 times in a year on Earth. However, each time, only 1 person can be revived. At that moment, a voice from the communicator interrupted. Is that you, darling? Let me say a few words too. Wait, I haven't finished. Bulma's voice gradually faded away. Subai was engrossed in a lively conversation with Bulma and Lan Chi over the communicator. Piccolo, being a member of a sexually reproducing species, had adapted to life on Earth but could not bear the saccharine dialogue any longer and quietly retreated to a corner. Krillin, listening to their sweet nothings, felt increasingly disheartened. How infuriating. This is unbearable. A man may shed tears, but only when truly heartbroken. Once again, reality dealt him a harsh blow, reminding him that he was still a bachelor. The thought of postponing his wish with the Dragon Balls for another year made Krillin feel that his lifelong aspirations were even further out of reach. It was disheartening. In the underworld, the judgment of good and evil is based on actions rather than intentions. If one were to judge the heart, there would be no perfect person in the world. Yet, Son Goku is an exception. Both his actions and intentions are deemed purely virtuous, freeing him from the depths of hell. Vegeta, on the other hand, was cast directly into the lowest depths of hell, enduring the most brutal punishments. Kakarot, you fool. You could have defeated Frieza, but chose to show off, leading to my demise as well. Suddenly, a little demon in the underworld shoved him into the furnace. It's burning. It's burning. The demon scoffed, Vegeta, you are truly a wicked person. Having killed so many, you deserve this torment. You must endure 1,300 years of punishment before you can be reincarnated. 1 day on the surface equals 1 year down here. So you will serve a sentence of 470,000 years. Enjoy yourself, and remember to be a good person in your next life. With that, the demon increased the intensity of the frozen hell, and turned away to enjoy tea with a girl. It's freezing, it hurts. Vegeta screamed in agony. Yet he had no power to resist, and could only endure. Damn Kakarot, you fell into the same pit twice, causing me to perish alongside you. On King Kai's planet, the news of Son Goku's death reached Yamcha and Tien. Goku has come as well? King Kai nodded. Yes, I never expected his heart to be so pure. Yamcha chuckled. Of course, Goku is a genuinely good person. Let's bring him here. He has a knack for telling jokes. King Kai's eyes lit up. Really? Then hurry and fetch him. I can hardly wait to hear new jokes. Thank you, Lord King Kai. Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu immediately set off for the underworld. Due to Sun Wukong's exceptionally high moral rating, the king of the world recognized his pure heart, deeming him highly suitable for mastering his ultimate techniques. Thus, he resolved to impart the King Fist and Energy Ball to him. In this manner, Sun Wukong continued his training on King Kai's planet without any delay, merely awaiting the resurrection by his comrades on Earth through the Dragon Balls. After the events on Namek, Frieza was propelled into the distant cosmos by a shockwave. Although the vacuum of space did not prove fatal, he slipped into a state of unconsciousness. As a member of the Frost Demon race, the frigid temperatures induced him into a deep slumber, adrift amidst a meteor shower in the universe. Unless he re-entered the atmosphere or was rescued, he would remain forever floating. The crew aboard the spaceship finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subai engaged in daily conversations with Bulma and Lan Chi via communicator, occasionally hearing the sound of child's cries. Chapter 21. Piccolo, unwilling to fall behind Subai and Sun Wukong, diligently trained in the gravity chamber, racing against time. Krillin, initially intending to rest, found himself surrounded by Subai's voice, and thus decided to join the training. Although he had long lost his hair, his strength steadily improved. After more than 30 days, Earth was now within reach. Subai sensed Master Roshi's energy, but Bulma and Lan Chi's energies remained too faint. If Wukong unleashed his full power, even from Namek, he could be detected. After pinpointing Master Roshi's coordinates, Subai utilized instant transmission to return first, leaving Krillin and Piccolo to continue their journey. Master Roshi, having learned that the Dragon Balls had been restored, was leisurely following a fitness program on television, moving his body to the rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Switching moves, he continued. Suddenly, Subai appeared in the room, feeling quite lively. Master Gohan. Master Roshi was taken aback. Subai, did your mission go smoothly? Not too bad. I've returned early. Piccolo and the others will arrive in a couple of days. Although the Dragon Balls have revived, Wukong has perished again. I need to devise a resurrection plan. I'm off, he said, and before he could finish, he vanished. Master Roshi shook his head. Youngsters are always so impetuous. Wukong is dead again? Well, with the Dragon Balls, it should be resolvable. He refocused on the screen, continuing to sway his hips to the beat. Inside Bulma's residence, Lan Chi and Bulma adorned themselves meticulously each day, eagerly anticipating Su Bai's return. Lan Chi, in 2 days. My husband will be back. Do you think I should wear black stockings or white ones? I wonder which he prefers. Lan Chi Zitga. Covering her mouth. Black stockings are my exclusive style. You simply can't pull off that aura. Bulma retorted with a pout. Nonsense. My husband clearly praises me in whatever I wear. Lan Chi lightly caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, her cheeks flushing. I went to the hospital for a checkup today. The doctor said the fetus stabilizes after 3 months. Now at 4 months, I can finally be intimate with my husband. Bulma sighed. My husband has been gone for 4 months. It feels like several years. I miss him so much. But thinking about his wild energy, I both look forward to his return and dread the chaos he may bring. Lan Chi, you'll have to help me share some of that burden. She suddenly lowered her voice, contemplating the impending childbirth. I feel weak at the thought. How about we set up a match between Yulin and my husband? Her figure would surely befit motherhood. Ugh, what a ridiculous suggestion. Do you think this is the feudal era? Just as they were speaking, Su Bai suddenly appeared before them. What are you discussing? Who has a large enough backside to bear children? As the two individuals froze momentarily, they soon erupted in joyous cheers and rushed towards one another. Bulma clung to him like a sloth, and the three of them erupted in laughter, reveling in their reunion. The wooden floorboards of the villa creaked throughout the night. The intimate moments shared between them requiring no further elaboration. 3 days later, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan gathered on Earth. The group met with Su Bai, Bulma, Cheech, and Master Roshi in the wilderness to discuss a plan to resurrect their fallen comrades. When it came to exploiting loopholes in the rules, Su Bai was indeed unparalleled. Come forth, Shenron, he called out. In a flash of golden light, the colossal dragon soared into the sky. Suvai declared, please resurrect all those who were slain by the Frisia force and transport them here. The corners of Shenron's eyes twitched. This wish was teetering on the edge of overload, but remained within the bounds of possibility. Thus he acquiesced. With a flash of red light, Shenron awkwardly stated, Goku has declined resurrection, insisting on continuing his training on King Kai's planet. Su Bai facepalmed, exasperated by the martial enthusiast's stubbornness. Chi-Chi, visibly pregnant, shouted in frustration. How could Goku prioritize training over being with his family? Look at other husbands who are so devoted. In just a little while, our second child will be born, and I will have to care for both alone. It infuriates me. She then tugged at Gohan, fuming as she declared, come on, Gohan. Let us go home and do your homework. Su Bai revised the wish. Shenron, then resurrect all individuals killed by the Frisia force within the past 6 months, excluding Goku. Upon hearing the added stipulation, Shenron seemed relieved. His eyes glowed bright red, and in an instant, a group of Namekians, along with the solitary Vegeta, appeared in the open space. Daily, one exclaimed, is it you who brought us back? Indeed, we used the Dragon Balls of Earth, came the response. As they spoke, 7 Namekian Dragon Balls descended from the heavens, scattering around the group. Wonderful! Our Dragon Balls from Namek have also been revived, Daily exclaimed joyfully, explaining to everyone the circumstances of their resurrection and arrival on Earth. Mori surveyed the surroundings and expressed gratitude. Thank you for reviving us, and for bringing our Dragon Balls along. Suddenly realizing that one village was missing its inhabitants, he inquired, Elder, what of the villagers from Xeno? Why haven't they come? At this, Vegeta interjected, perhaps because I annihilated that village. The wish specified those slain by Frisia's minions. My subsequent betrayal means they do not count as his victims. Instantly, the Namekians glared at Vegeta with fury. The Elder sighed deeply enough. Hatred is a foolish emotion. We Namekians should not be governed by such sentiments. Understood, Elder. The Namekians replied. Though the Dragon Balls had come to Earth with them, Mori acknowledged, my life is nearing its end. From now on, Mori shall be the new Elder. The wondrous power of the Dragon Balls will be restored. You must utilize it wisely. The Elder placed his hand atop Mori's head, transmitting a mysterious energy. In the blink of an eye, Mori inherited the ability to create and restore the Dragon Balls. Mori responded solemnly, I understand. May the Namekians enjoy eternal peace. Upon completing the legacy of Dragon Ball, the Grand Elder expended his last breath and departed from this world. Piccolo gazed deeply at the Grand Elder, uttering, esteemed Grand Elder, may you rest in peace. The other Namekians bowed their heads in mourning. At that moment, Den's gaze shifted towards Piccolo. I finally understand why you exude such a familiar aura. It is because you have fused with Nail. Mori surveyed the group and proclaimed, "Let us focus on your resurrection wishes first. Our Namek has 130 days in a year, and after another 130 days, we can wish again. As a token of gratitude, we shall remain here for a year. Feel free to utilize the Dragon Balls." Krillin, upon hearing this news, was filled with joy. 9 wishes in a year? Does that mean I won't have to wait 3 long years to find a wife? However, he realized that Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu had yet to be revived, and it would be dishonorable to compete for wishes at such a time. Ultimately, the last wish of the Namekian Dragon Balls was used to resurrect Yamcha. Bulma made arrangements for the Namekians. Vegeta was astounded to learn that Kakarot not only avoided hell after his death, but was training on King Kai's planet. Regardless of the treatment, the fact that he had become a Super Saiyan and was still diligently training was astonishing. Meanwhile, Vegeta had descended directly into the depths of hell, enduring the most excruciating punishments, a torment that penetrated the very soul, far worse than the beatings from Zarbon. Even more terrifying was the realization that one day on Earth equated to a year in hell. It was akin to a torturous time chamber. Although only 3 days had passed in reality, he had suffered for 3 unbearable years in hell. The pain was excruciating. Fortunately, he was revived early. Had he been trapped for thousands of years, his spirit would have surely shattered. I cannot allow Kakarot to outshine me. I too must become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta resolved. That very night, he stealthily pilfered the spaceship to train in space. Bulma, upon discovering the theft, was immediately alarmed. "Oh no, Vegeta has stolen our spaceship." However, Subai responded with a calm smile, "Let him take it. Our successful journey to Namek was largely thanks to him gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. Could a rogue like him truly assist us?" "It was merely coincidence," Subai replied, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, your father discovered during maintenance that the fuel was running low and hadn't had the chance to replenish it. I hope he doesn't starve along the way." "Then it will depend on his fortune," Subai said softly. He deserves to starve for stealing," Bulma retorted, visibly annoyed. Subai suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "The night is still young. Shall we make an effort to conceive a child?" Bulma blushed as he led her into the bedroom, filling the entire villa with a sense of spring. Earth welcomed a long-awaited period of peace. During this time, Subai paused his training to spend his days enjoying life with Bulma and Lanchi. Through his diligent efforts, Bulma soon found herself expecting once more. Not long after launching into space, Vegeta's spaceship faced a critical fuel shortage. "Warning, fuel is running low, imminent shutdown, please replenish immediately." Vegeta's expression turned grave. The fuel is almost depleted? He was at a loss for what to do. How could he encounter such misfortune? After narrowly escaping death through the resurrection granted by the Dragon Balls, Vegeta found himself facing an even graver fate in the abyss of space. Infuriated, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Had he known the consequences, he would never have pilfered that decrepit vessel. Who could have anticipated that the theft of a spacecraft would lead him to the brink of demise? With a modicum of knowledge about aerospace navigation, he hastily surveyed his surroundings and pinpointed a colossal planet nearby, attempting to make an emergency landing. Yet, just as he was about to breach the atmosphere, the fuel was entirely depleted. The now powerless ship was ensnared by the planet's gravitational pull, drifting aimlessly through inertia. Cursing his misfortune, Vegeta pounded on the cabin walls in rage. Ultimately, the spacecraft became a forsaken satellite, orbiting the planet in a perpetual dance. As provisions dwindled, Vegeta resorted to gnawing on leather remnants. In the throes of hunger and despair, his consciousness began to fade. It was unimaginable for the Saiyan prince to perish from starvation in the vastness of space, destined to return to that eternal night of torment. Just as he succumbed to unconsciousness, a colossal ship approached, detecting vital signs. Inside the cockpit, a woman resembling a formidable warrior raised an eyebrow at the scanner. "Is there still life aboard this derelict vessel?" Donning a spacesuit, she leapt into Vegeta's cabin. Discovering him barely clinging to life amidst the gnawed leather, she swiftly carried the ailing prince back to her ship. 130 days passed. The Dragon Balls of Namek regained their power. Goku still refused to be resurrected, while Tien and Kairatsu returned to the realm of the living. Finally, Krillin awaited the moment to fulfill his long-held wish. "Den, do you remember my request?" Den nodded earnestly, of course. He raised his hands high, invoking the dragon in the Namekian tongue, hoping to find Krillin a girlfriend. However, the dragon coldly responded, "I cannot grant wishes that involve the fates of others." Krillin was taken aback. Was it truly impossible? The Namekian dragon was far too miserly. Only one person could be revived at a time, and even such a simple wish was beyond its capabilities. Disheartened, Krillin realized he would have to wait until the Earth-S Dragon Balls restored their power. Had he known that Porunga would be so unreliable, he would have tempered his hopes. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. The third wish was returned to the Namekians, who resurrected a comrade slain by Vegeta. Time elapsed quietly. A month vanished in the blink of an eye. Considering the numerous offspring that Subai would eventually have, Bulma took the initiative to invest in the establishment of a maternal and child hospital. Within Bulma's private hospital, she exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful, dear. Lan Chi has been born. It's a girl. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your daughter. Talent, 750. Battle power, 6,000. Host's physical enhancement in progress. Ding. Enhancement complete. Host talent increased to 2,000. Battle power reached 3,950,000. Gained infinite stamina. Reward, 60,000 cells. Current attributes, Subai. Saiyan lineage, talent value, 2,000. Combat power, 3,95 million. Offspring, skill, void danse, aura perception, Kamehameha, instant transmission, ki blast, infinite stamina. Subai cast a glance at the rewards. Even without infinite stamina, Lan Chi and Bulma would be sufficient to challenge me. The increase in combat power was negligible. Yet I received infinite stamina? Chapter 22. How absurd. Infinite stamina is meant for combat, yet my thoughts wander elsewhere. Subai nearly slapped himself. Having lingered too long in the realm of tenderness, his mind was cluttered with inconsequential thoughts. The rise in combat power was modest, yet an infant with a combat power of 6,000 was already commendable. Legendary Super Saiyans are born with merely 10,000, with the enhancement of his talents. Future growth would accelerate significantly. In fact, the number of cells had increased considerably. Since transformation was now possible, these cells would naturally proliferate in due time. So there was no rush. Life continued as usual. In the blink of an eye, another 130 days had passed. Son Wukong returned home after mastering his training. After fulfilling their wishes, the Namekians bid farewell to Earth and relocated to a habitable new home. In the vast universe, Frieza remained in slumber, drifting amidst meteors. A spacecraft approached silently. My king, the Namekian planet has indeed vanished. The subordinate fell silent under the king's piercing gaze. Could even Frieza be defeated? Was there someone who could surpass our race? I, the king, vowed to rend them asunder. Suddenly, a scout exclaimed, "Look over there." The king frowned. The detector zoomed in, revealing a bluish-white object floating in the void. It is Lord Frieza. He still lives? Immediately dispatch a rescue pod. Soon after, Frieza was placed in the ship's medical bay. Upon completion of his treatment, he abruptly opened his eyes. His subordinates exclaimed with excitement, "Lord Frieza, those detestable Saiyans allowed me to drift for months." Frieza roared, "Father, head to Earth at once. I shall personally end the Super Saiyan." A soldier cautiously inquired, "But can a Super Saiyan survive on that planet?" A cold glint flashed in Frieza's eyes. "If he is dead, let Earth accompany him to the grave." Full speed ahead. The ship changed course, heading straight for Earth. Frieza began fervently training, vowing to reclaim his honor. The king, witnessing this scene, mused in admiration. "My son Frieza shall wield the might of a god of destruction." On Earth, at Bulma's residence, Subai was engrossed in his game, while Bulma and Lan Chi chatted in the garden. Bulma's pregnancy was pronounced, and labor was imminent. Prior examinations indicated that both women were suffering from kidney deficiency. Bulma and Lan Chi reached a consensus. They must seek additional assistance. After all, Subai's physique was extraordinary, and they could hardly manage alone. Suddenly, the time machine materialized out of thin air, hovering above the courtyard. Bulma exclaimed, "What is that? An alien spacecraft?" Lan Chi dashed into the house. "Quick, call your husband out." The time machine landed smoothly. 3 individuals fixed their gaze upon the cabin door, and Subai experienced a sudden realization. The formidable army of Frieza was approaching, and Trunks was destined to make his entrance. However, now that Bulma was his wife, she had no further ties to Vegeta. If Goku were to succumb to his heart disease, could my strength alone truly contend against those artificial warriors? As Subai pondered, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Just then, the time capsule door clicked open, and a graceful silhouette emerged. Her silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin fairer than snow. She wore a black crop top that revealed her waist, paired with pure white casual trousers, and a long tail swayed behind her. Her enchanting visage and alluring figure captivated all, causing not only Su Bai, but even Bulma and Lan Chi to hold their breath in awe. Su Bai is Gaze Sharpant. This was unmistakably the hunting form of Android 21. Though she belonged to the Dragon Ball universe, her power was undeniably formidable. The hunting personality of Android 21 was inherently predatory, continuously evolving through consumption, with potential that likely surpassed that of Majin Buu. With Su Bai's current strength, he was no match for her. Why had she appeared ahead of schedule? Had she traversed from the future to eliminate me? Was she here to hunt me down? A chill of sweat trickled down Su Bai's back. Noticing her approaching Bulma and Lan Chi, he swiftly stepped in front of the two women. What do you intend to do? He demanded sternly. Android 21 chuckled softly. Oh, look at how anxious you are. Is your young husband really so timid? Am I that frightening? Her words startled the trio. Su Bai exhaled in relief, realizing that even in the future, such a being had become a wife. It seemed she was more friend than foe. What? Husband? Bulma furrowed her brow. Why do you refer to Su Bai as your husband? Lan Chi interjected, directly accusing. Are you not his secret lover? Su Bai hurriedly defended himself. Don't speak nonsense. I have always acted with integrity. I would never engage in such disgraceful conduct. Bulma nodded. That is indeed true. Exactly. If he were to marry, it should be done honorably. After all, being handsome, it's only natural to be pursued, right? Lan Chi couldn't suppress her laughter. Android 21's smile blossomed even more, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You say I am his mistress? Ha ha, Bulma, Lan Chi. You both are quite amusing in this timeline. This time machine was crafted by Bulma herself. Bulma gasped. We have never met. Who are you really? Android 21 glided forward. Her footsteps light. Stop. In an instant, a white blur appeared, and Android 21 had teleported in front of Su Bai, wrapping her delicate arms around his waist and kissing him deeply before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Su Bai's body trembled at the unexpected contact, his lips glistening with moisture. Android 21 cupped his face, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. It has been over 20 long years since I last saw you, my dear. I have truly missed you. The passage of time and the separation from a husband of over 20 years left Bulma and Lan Chi utterly bewildered. Su Bai, merely 23 years of age, was referred to as a husband by this woman. How could they have wed 2 decades ago? He was not even born then, was he? Even if he had been, he would have been nothing more than a swaddled infant. Number 21 released Su Bai and cast her gaze upon Bulma's rounded abdomen. It is now the year 763 of the AG era. Bulma, the child you bear, must be Suning. The future version of her will be immensely powerful. Perhaps she still thrives in the future. Bulma was once again astonished. How do you know I wish to name my child Suning? A time machine, could it be? Number 21 gently nodded. Indeed, just as you surmised. My name is Wendy, and I have traversed time from the future. Su Bai felt a surge of doubt. As a time traveler equipped with a system, could he truly not contend with the villains of the Dragon Ball world, returning from the future? Have we all faced calamity? Lan Chi, agitated, tugged at her golden locks. What on earth are you two discussing? My head aches. It feels as though my brain might explode. Number 21 smiled sweetly and pouted. Dear husband Bulma, sister Lan Chi, I have come all this way through time to seek you out, and you do not even offer me a seat to converse? The three suddenly realized. This woman from the future addressed Su Bai as her husband and referred to them as sisters, clearly indicating that she was Su Bai's future wife. Bulma and Lan Chi exchanged glances, already deliberating on potential partners for him. It seemed perfectly natural for him to have an additional wife in the future. Once everyone was seated, Su Bai pressed on. Were we defeated by the artificial beings from the future? Number 21's pupils contracted sharply. You are aware of the artificial beings? You know of Dr. Gero's secret plan? Su Bai nodded. No need to explain how I know. So, we were indeed slain by the artificial beings? Not quite. Number 21 shook her head. The future artificial beings, androids 17 and 18, lost their vengeance target with Son Goku's demise and descended into madness. However, that brother-sister duo was vanquished by you, and even Cell met his end at your hands. Later, the formidable Majin Buu was likewise eradicated by you. I awakened only after you defeated Buu, having been transformed by the computer hidden by Dr. Gero, infused with Buu's cells. Thanks to the infinite regeneration from the Buu cells within me. Subi's confusion deepened, and he inquired, Wait, you claim to hail from over 20 years in the future. How can you be my wife? I do not originate from the future. I have existed all along. Number 21 softly explained that before her transformation into an artificial being, they had known each other. By a twist of fate, they became husband and wife, merely undergoing over 20 years of cryogenic sleep that preserved their youthful appearances. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. Back then, you pursued me for an entire month. Yet, when I discovered that you were already with Bulma, Lanchi, and Yulin, I hesitated for quite some time before deciding to continue this relationship. You were gentle and considerate. You took me on dates, shopping, to the movies, showering me with gifts. How could a naive girl like me withstand such an onslaught? Bulma and Lanchi exchanged knowing glances, their expressions subtle. Although they fell in love with Su Bai after marriage, the familiar pursuit pattern led them to believe a portion of what number 21 had said. At that time, as an ordinary person, I ultimately chose to retreat because you already had a family. Number 21 gazed at Su Bai with a sorrowful expression. You were so nonchalant, saying that if you wanted to give up, you would. Yet, it was only after your departure that I realized I had already fallen deeply in love. Unfortunately, we now inhabit different worlds. Su Bai lowered his gaze, avoiding her stare. Faced with the highly recognizable visage of the Dragon Ball goddess, he, as a time traveler, would indeed take the initiative to pursue her. However, as number 21 had stated, he adhered to the principle of what I gain is my fortune. What I lose is my fate. Henceforth, no one else could catch my eye. Number 21 sighed, recounting how one day she was abducted by Dr. Jero's robots and fell into a slumber for over 20 years under the influence of drugs. Upon awakening, infused with the cells of Majin Buu, I immediately destroyed his base. Tears glimmered in her eyes. After enduring so much hardship to reunite, we were supposed to fulfill our final promise. Yet, the second personality awakening within me sensed your overwhelming power and sought to suppress my consciousness, attempting to devour you, which led to the subsequent battle. Fortunately, the angel Whis came to Earth to taste delicacies with Bulma and happened to witness our fierce struggle, thoroughly suppressing my predatory urges. Not long after, we stepped into the sanctum of marriage. But who could have anticipated that day would mark the beginning of a nightmare? A character named Zamasu suddenly appeared. Subai frowned slightly. The timeline seemed a bit chaotic. Zamasu? Number 21 expressed mild surprise. Do you know him? Ooh, no. Taking a deep breath, no. 21 wiped away her tears and continued. Do not interrupt. Let me finish. Subai understood. Bulma, Lanchi, for some unknown reason. The cheeks of the two ladies suddenly flushed. Number 21 looked at the blushing duo, unable to decipher their thoughts. After a brief pause, she collected her emotions and continued. In a future timeline, a self-proclaimed deity, a madman, unleashed divine punishment, nearly extinguishing all life in the universe. He possessed immortality. Vegeta had once defeated him, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Although you had triumphed over him multiple times, you found yourself powerless against his immortal form. Later, he evaded your pursuit and stealthily assassinated Bulma and Lanchi. In a fit of rage, you chose to perish together with him, dragging him deep into the universe and detonating all your energy in a mutual destruction. Bulma and Lanchi widened their eyes in astonishment. My husband actually sacrificed himself for us. Bulma clasped her hands to her chest, tears shimmering. I never imagined I would encounter such love. It is truly blissful. Su Bai's forehead twitched. Don't be moved yet. I have no intentions of courting death at present. Chapter 23. The two quickly nodded. Yes, we believe the tragedy will not repeat itself. Number 21 continued in a solemn tone. Yet even after expending all destructive energy, you still failed to completely annihilate him. That fellow transformed into smoke and was reborn once more. Following the demise of the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, perished as well. The angel Whis has succumbed to a deep slumber, and the world is engulfed in darkness. The combatants have suffered near total annihilation. And perhaps the sole survivor among them is the unborn child of Bulma, named Su Ning. In her final moments, Lien sent her into the vastness of space. The name Su Ning, Lien, Bulma, and Lanchi caused a tremor within them. Indeed, they had brought that woman back home, which seemed rather reasonable, considering they had been deliberating this matter for the past few days. Number 21 took a couple of sips of water and continued her narrative. When I awoke, I found myself adrift in the boundless cosmos. At that time, only a few hundred souls remained on Earth, huddled in underground cities, struggling to survive. Fortunately, Bulma's time machine program lay buried underground, untouched by destruction, ultimately allowing me to traverse to this era. Bulma interjected suddenly. Hold on, who exactly are Beerus and Whis? Number 21 hesitated for a brief moment before responding. In simple terms, they're deities that govern the universe. Even the gods have fallen, Bulma murmured. Lan Chi could not restrain her curiosity. Is your strength truly insufficient to contend with the enemy? Number 21 shook her head in self-deprecation. What does it mean to be strong? My husband's power far surpasses mine 1,000-fold. Though I possess an immortal body, my combat capability is severely limited once the instinct to devour is stripped away. Subai sensed her energy level, approximately 10 billion, which indeed paled in comparison in later stages. Perhaps due to Whis' intervention, her devouring form had not fully awakened. Bulma's expression turned grave. It is unimaginable how we could suffer such a devastating defeat. Just how formidable is that enemy? Are we destined to? She gazed anxiously at Subai. I will never return to that apocalyptic world. Number 21 suddenly expressed with fervor, her heart heavy with the suffocating memories of a ravaged world. Armed with knowledge of the future, she was resolute to aid her husband in becoming stronger and to utterly vanquish that demon. As she spoke, she fell into Subai's embrace, weeping. After wiping her tears, she produced a small vial. This is a miraculous medicine from 20 years hence. Originally, Goku was destined to perish from heart disease 3 years later. Bulma had mentioned that since then, my husband has lamented the burden of all responsibilities resting upon him, devoting himself to training for crises, leaving little time for family. Goku Vildi? Bulma exclaimed in shock. But that will not be the case now. Number 21 clutched the vial tightly, believing this medicine could save him. Bulma suddenly pondered. Are there no Dragon Balls in the future? After Piccolo's demise, even the distant new Namek was not spared. Besides, Dragon Balls cannot cure such ailments. If only I had met the Angel and the Destroyer sooner. Number 21's voice gradually diminished. The Angel waved his staff, even eliminating the need for childbirth. How miraculous! Bulma gazed at Number 21's slightly melancholic expression and gently reassured her. I see, you have truly endured much over the years. Number 21 turned her gaze towards Subai, her eyes brimming with uncontainable affection. Since we have weathered these years, tonight, my husband shall be exclusively mine. This day marks our wedding night. After more than 20 years of waiting, it has finally come to fruition. Bulma was taken aback by this unexpected twist, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lan Chi exclaimed, You actually intend to? Well, we are family now, so let me take a night off. With a soft giggle, Bulma regained her composure, her laughter causing the branches to tremble. She tilted her head, scrutinizing Number 21. However, with that appearance, you are still dragging a tail. It feels rather odd, doesn't it? Number 21 stood up and twirled. This form is adapted for time-space travel. Sitting in a time machine 1T make me dizzy. If it feels uncomfortable, before she could finish her sentence, a radiant light enveloped her. In an instant, the wildness transformed into an intellectual lady. Her brown curls cascaded lazily down her shoulders, black-rimmed glasses perched on her well-defined nose, and exaggerated earrings swayed lightly with her movements. The white lab coat wrapped around her graceful curves, its hem fluttering, revealing glimpses of her figure. Lan Chi stared at her dazzling new look, gasping. Goodness, it's even more extravagant than my transformation. Can you even change your attire? Is this magic? With a hint of understanding. Number 21 nestled back into Subai's embrace. The wedding was held long ago, so I shall call you husband, she said, twirling her fingertip around Subai's collar. You've waited for this moment with a heart full of longing, after rejecting you once. I was neglected for over 20 years. It's tragic. Subai rubbed his forehead. I don't care, though. Number 21 purred like a cat in his arms, causing his ears to flush. Bulma stifled a light laugh. Go on now. This is a marriage that transcends time and space. A scene worthy of a romance novel. Very well then. The fleeting night is short, and 2 decades of yearning have finally borne fruit. From now on, we must nurture it with sincerity and await its blossoming. With a new member added to the family, Subai showered affection on his wives, indulging in sweet moments, hardly paying any attention to his cultivation. As half a month passed, Bulma, after 9 months, gave birth ahead of schedule. It was indeed a girl, and Bulma and Subai did not dispute the name she had chosen earlier, Suning. System notification. Host has acquired a mutated talent daughter with extraordinary aptitude of 20,000 and initial combat power of 6,000. Host body is undergoing enhancement. System notification. Enhancement completed. Host's aptitude increased to 22,000. Combat power surpassing 4.96 million. Extraordinary aptitude activated. Combat power growth rate enhanced. With an additional reward of 1 million cells. Current status, Subai. Saiyan bloodline, aptitude value, 22,000. Combat power value, 4. 96 million. Offspring, Esu-han, Trunks, Brawl. Skills, Flight, Chi Sensation, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Instant Transmission, Energy Blast, Infinite Stamina. Gazing at the system prompt, Subai's pupils constricted slightly. No wonder Goten could transform into a Super Saiyan at such a young age. As Goku's combat power grew stronger, the richness of his cells increased, thus elevating the aptitude and initial combat power of his descendants. This mutated aptitude, could it be akin to the legendary talents of Broly or Kale? A million-point combat power boost under the Super Saiyan 2 form barely broke the 100 million mark, which Subai paid little heed to. However, the aptitude surged by 20,000 points, over 10 times the previous total. Henceforth, greater effort would be essential. Number 21 had once mentioned that I might be the only surviving descendant of the future. Now it becomes clear that this child's talent far exceeds that of my former self, destined to shake the universe upon her growth. It appears that the pursuit of more variant progenies is imperative. Though procreation may be taxing, if the results are mediocre, would it not be in vain? The principles of optimal reproduction are indeed the wisest course. One exceptional individual is worth more than countless mediocrities. Joyful moments slip away in the blink of an eye. Since that fateful day, the 21st has become utterly enraptured in a sweet romance, spending her days entwined with Subai, nearly forgetting her mission. She even failed to remind her husband to meet the version of herself from this world. Perhaps this was deliberate. She may not wish for this temporal self to fall for the same individual again, or perhaps she merely seeks to withhold a fragment of affection. The true sentiments reside solely with the 21st. After a fortnight of acquaintance, the 21st grew increasingly familiar with Bu-erma. To be precise, it was Bu-erma and her companions who embraced this newcomer. Despite her exceptional prowess, the 21st remained the junior among the two primary wives. Ultimately, significant household matters fell under Bu-erma's jurisdiction, until one night, on the eve of a passionate encounter, the 21st abruptly grasped Subai's wrist. "My dear, we can no longer indulge ourselves." Subai, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean?" "The Zamas from the future is about to arrive, and we shall meet our demise. I cannot stand idly by and allow this tragedy to repeat itself." Her crimson eyes sparkled with determination. "It is time to set aside romantic entanglements and illuminate the path ahead for you. You should focus on your cultivation. Is there not a mental time chamber? Efficiency would be greater there." A shiver coursed through Subai, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Indeed, even the future version of myself was defeated. I must race against time. Noticing Subai's sudden clarity, admiration filled the 21st's gaze. This is the man I cherish. Not only is he striking, extraordinarily gifted, and endowed with talent, but he is also romantic, attentive, and remarkably diligent. A man so perfect, with a sense of responsibility and courage. What harm is there in having a few more partners? My future self was truly foolish to reject such an extraordinary man. Fortunately, Bu-erma's time machine has granted me a chance to start anew. This time, I shall assist my husband in overcoming the crisis, vanquishing Zamas, and achieving everlasting happiness. Prompted by the 21st's reminder, Subai donned his training attire, preparing to venture forth for cultivation. Just as he was about to head to the temple, he was abruptly interrupted by a system notification. "Ding! Host, you have chosen the wrong direction." Subai froze in his tracks. The system's voice compelled him to halt. "System, did I truly fail against Zamas in the future?" "Ding! This system has traversed the future and returned, identifying the issue. Since Sun Wukong's demise, the host has strayed from the righteous path." Fubia's pupils constricted sharply. 5 years prior, at the world's premier martial arts arena, Wukong triumphed over Piccolo, only to have Chi-Chi intervene and marry him. Now, as time has passed, the once bored Bu-erma has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls once more. "Arise, Shenron." In an instant, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and golden light pierced the heavens. Shenron spiraled upward, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. "State your wish, and I shall fulfill it." Bulma had long harbored a plan and blurted out, "I desire a perfect boyfriend. He must be dashing, fit, and extraordinarily powerful, with martial prowess that could easily surpass that of Sun Wukong. Of course, he must love me wholeheartedly." The dragon, feeling a cold sweat bead at its brow, realized that this request was indeed beyond the limits of reason. However, at that moment, the dragon had yet to experience the harshness of society. Pride reigned supreme. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light reappeared, and a tall figure descended from the heavens, landing squarely before Bulma. Seeing her dream lover manifest before her eyes, Bulma was overjoyed. Thank you, dragon. The dragon silently retracted the Dragon Balls, which scattered in all directions. Moments later, Subai struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. Where am I? Bulma quickly approached. Lifting her skirt, her cheeks flushed. This is wonderful. I'm Bulma, your girlfriend. Subai felt a jolt run through him. Bulma from the Dragon Ball world? Have I traversed into another realm? And I've become her boyfriend? Suppressing his astonishment, he asked in a deep voice, what year is it now? Bulma tilted her head, murmuring, how can his boyfriend not even know the year? Then, with a bright smile, she replied, it's the year 762 of the age. You are a gift from the dragon. The dragon? A wish for a boyfriend? Subai inwardly scoffed. I've merely been staying up late watching anime. How'd I end up in a comic? This cross-dimensional leap is rather hasty. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Bulma's lips curved into a playful smile. I'll go answer the door. Just wait a moment. She hummed a little tune as she bounced down the stairs. At the entrance, Bulma's clear voice rang out, Yamcha, it's impossible for us. Please go back. I have a boyfriend now. Liar? My boyfriend is both handsome and strong. Subai suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this crucial plot point. Although the future Bulma is gentle and virtuous, her younger self was quite the romantic, having had a relationship with Yamcha. If he were to inexplicably become her current partner, it would send chills down his spine. The argument downstairs grew increasingly loud as Subai descended the staircase. The scene before him widened his eyes. Yamcha was actually a girl, with a little cat named Puer perched on her shoulder. This appearance was strikingly reminiscent of a female version of Khalifa. Yamcha was confronting Bulma, and the moment she caught sight of Subai from the corner of her eye, she froze in surprise. Chapter 46. After Piccolo's demise, even the distant new Namek was not spared. Moreover, the Dragon Balls were incapable of curing such ailments. If only I had met the angels and the god of destruction sooner. The voice of 21 gradually faded. The angel waved his staff, rendering childbirth unnecessary, truly miraculous. Bulma observed 21's slightly melancholic expression and gently consoled her. I see, you have truly endured much over these years. 21's gaze turned to Subai, her eyes brimming with uncontainable affection. Having survived these years, tonight, my husband shall belong solely to me. This is our wedding night. The wait of over 20 years has finally come to an end. Bulma was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, her eyes wide with disbelief. But I've been diligently training all along. Why have I still failed? Thus, the host's direction is misguided. What does this mean? As a traveler, the host possesses such a powerful system, yet chooses the most primitive path to strength. Subai was taken aback. Is the time chamber truly primitive? Cultivation is the least efficient route. Only a martial fanatic like Vegeta would cling to it. Even Son Goku understands that challenging the strong leads to breaking limits, which is why he always outshines Vegeta. The host lacks the protagonist's halo. What makes you think arduous training can overcome Zamasu? What makes you believe effort can surpass talent? If diligence could make up for inadequacies, why did the more hardworking Vegeta lose to the likes of Piccolo and Krillin? Boom! These words struck Subai like thunder. The host will only bear 28 offspring in the future, completely wasting the system's capabilities. Moreover, your choice of wives. Ordinary women Bulma, Lan Shi, Yulin, Violet, and Android 21. How could offspring born of such talentless individuals possess formidable power? Were it not for Su Ning's unexpected awakening of a mutated talent, which exponentially increased your potential, you might not even pass the ordeal with Majin Buu. Subai was shaken to his core. Indeed, Bulma, Lan Shi, and Yulin were merely ordinary earthlings devoid of any cultivation aptitude. They were not a warrior race. It is only natural for them to produce mediocre descendants. Even if 50 children were born, if they all possessed mundane qualities, their strength would hardly progress. It is akin to relying on a fixed salary to achieve wealth. Only by giving birth to exceptional offspring like Su Ning can one realize a leap in power. System, I understand now. No, you still have not grasped the full picture. From now on, cease wasting time on futile cultivation. This includes the tricks of near-death revivals. In the end, you are the one who suffers. If cultivation and exploiting loopholes truly bore fruit, what value would geniuses hold? Boom! This thunderclap once again shook Subai's heart. Indeed, if cultivation could truly change everything, would not geniuses be superfluous? Broly, amidst the desolate planet, surpassed the Super Saiyan Blue form merely by coexisting with beasts. Far more efficient than the arduous training of Son Goku and Vegeta. If one could attain a talent surpassing Broly's, why bother with cultivation? The path of becoming stronger through battle is the true way. The system continued to guide him. Remember your identity as a traveler. Devote all your time and energy to romance and progeny. Do not confine your vision to Earth. There exist numerous races in the universe with talents far exceeding that of the Saiyans, and uniting with them would surely yield extraordinary offspring. Su Wei's pupils constricted. Are there indeed races stronger than the Saiyans? Were it not for the Saiyans' ability to transform and achieve boosts of dozens to thousands of times, they would not stand a chance against other superior races. However, you must be willing to accept their appearances. Su Bai, it is difficult for me to accept that the foundational growth potential of Saiyans lags behind that of other races by tens to thousands of times, relying solely on transformations to contend with beings like Jiren, who are incapable of such changes. Indeed, their innate talents are rather mediocre. A special reminder, the deeper the bond with a partner, the higher the probability of giving birth to offspring with mutated talents. This system has already violated management regulations, and I shall say no more. The host must take heed. Subai suddenly understood. No wonder someone as ordinary as Bulma could give birth to exceptionally talented progeny. He nodded solemnly. I have learned. What is there to thank? This system has said nothing. Subai remained silent for a long while. It was something he should have realized earlier. Immersing himself in the training chamber was a waste of life. What is the difference between a traveler who does not enjoy life and a mere loaf of bread? Is the system urging me to become a hermit? Is it not exhausting? Is it not tormenting? To neglect the golden opportunity at hand would be sheer folly. To toil relentlessly in training is the method of the mediocre. True geniuses have never looked down upon the drudgery of hard practice. Even a powerful figure like Frieza underwent 10 years of grueling training in another dimension to break through to his black gold form. Who among ordinary individuals can endure such rigorous training? But I'm a traveler. I shall surpass Beerus and crush Whis. With the system in place, nothing is impossible. The system felt a sense of relief. Finally, he has come to enlightenment. Thankfully, timely guidance was provided. Had he, like Vegeta, spent all his time in secluded training, it would have been a waste of a promising talent. No wonder Vegeta can never catch up to Kakarot. Before long, Subai returned home. Number 21 was surprised. Aren't you going to the hyperbolic time chamber today? Subai wrapped his arms around her slender waist. I cannot calm my mind to train when I'm thinking of you. Number 21's ears flushed. Don't be silly in broad daylight. Soon, she succumbed to his fervent advances. Subai offered no further explanation. He spent the entire day accompanying the three lovely ladies, exploring the mountains and rivers, and fervently pursuing the creation of life. During these days, he completely indulged himself. Black-haired Lan Chi, like a dependent little bird, cherished the moments of their fingers intertwined as they walked down the street. In her golden-haired state, she had a penchant for licking chopsticks, exhibiting a delightfully mischievous nature. Number 21 exuded an innate tenderness, often declaring that his embrace was the harbor she had long awaited for over 20 years. Bulma was keen on publicly displaying affection. Her tendencies as a kiss enthusiast were impossible to conceal. As for the wild number 21, beneath her fierce exterior lay a clingy little woman. Such a situation was quite agreeable. Subai certainly did not wish to inadvertently become a dessert consumed by her. Although Bulma, Lan Chi, and number 21 harbored concerns for the future, Subai treated them exceedingly well, making them laugh with joy each day. These splendid days were too precious. They wished to waste not a single moment and yearned to be by his side every second. The blissful moments continued to unfold. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it had been a year since Subai departed from Namek. On this day, everyone sensed a powerful aura enveloping them. Subai was acutely aware that Frieza had arrived. It seemed that he had spent some time training aboard his spaceship, emerging more powerful than before. However, despite Subai's recent neglect of his own training, his innate talent had surged, enhancing his combat prowess. Even without transforming, he could easily overpower Frieza, remaining utterly unperturbed. The warriors assembled in the wilderness, awaiting Frieza's arrival, as this battle would once again determine the fate of Earth. Suddenly, Krillin noticed a strange woman by Subai's side and gasped in shock. I haven't even seen a glimpse of my wife, and this guy has 3? How utterly unfair. Setting aside matters of appearance, strength, wealth, height, hair, and nose, even his luck with women was vastly superior. Is this fellow truly the husband that Bulma wished for from the Eternal Dragon? It feels as if Subai is the one favored by fate. When he first arrived, he was merely slightly stronger and had almost nothing. Yet, in just over a year in this world, he seemed to possess everything. Upon seeing the woman beside Subai, Goku enthusiastically waved his hand. Subai, have you married another wife? That's impressive. One is already enough to give me a headache, and you've taken 3. Aren't you worried about the trouble? Bulma retorted angrily. Goku, if you can't say anything worthwhile, just keep quiet. It's only you who thinks women are a hassle. Lan Chi chimed in. Exactly, you have no sense of romance at all. Goku shrank back, feeling a twinge of apprehension as he observed Bulma and Lan Chi's fierce demeanor, which could rival that of Chi-Chi. Number 21 stifled a laugh. Hello, Goku. I didn't expect you to remain the same. I am Wendy, Subai's wife. You must continue to work hard in your training. Goku scratched his head in confusion. You say I'm still the same? How we met before? My husband often speaks of you, saying you are very strong and trained diligently, never complaining. Goku chuckled sheepishly. Ha ha ha. So Subai thinks highly of me. I love fighting. So of course, I must train hard. Seeing Goku engage in conversation, Krillin approached as well. Hello, Wendy. I'm Krillin. I hope to get along well. Greetings, Krillin. By the way, how does Subai usually assess me? Krillin asked furtively, casting a glance at Subai. Number 21 adjusted her black-framed glasses and replied. He said Krillin is a good person. Is that all? Nothing else? Krillin's face was a picture of disbelief. Well, all right then. I suppose I'm a good person. Krillin forced a smile, but inwardly cursed. The remark sounded too familiar. The girl who had rejected him last week had said the same thing. What had he done to deserve being labeled a good person? At that moment, Vegeta suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a woman. The girl was quite attractive, though her physique was robust, reminiscent of a female version of a powerhouse. Aside from Goku, who greeted him, the others seemed indifferent to his presence. As soon as Bulma laid eyes on Vegeta, she exploded with rage. You stole my spaceship. How can my husband train without it? Have you no shame? Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Your broken ship ran out of fuel midway, leaving me adrift in space for months, nearly starving to death. He then turned his head away in disdain. Bulma, infuriated by Vegeta's attitude, retorted, When I choose to refuel my ship is none of your concern. Who told you to steal it? At that moment, a young woman hurried to mediate. Please, let's not quarrel. I've heard that you are both good people. My name is Polly, the princess of Awakens planet, and I am now married to Vegeta. The spaceship will be returned shortly. I look forward to your guidance, she said, bowing respectfully. Krillin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? Vegeta is married? With that foul temper of his? Upon closer inspection of Polly, he noticed her impressive biceps, which were a head taller than Vegeta. Yet, they did seem well-matched. Later, it became apparent that Vegeta had stolen the spaceship to train, but ended up stranded when it broke down. Had it not been for Polly, who fortuitously rescued him, and, recognizing his combat prowess during a planetary crisis, this marriage might never have occurred. After their wedding, driven by a fierce competitive spirit not to be outdone by Goku and Subai, Vegeta returned to Earth with his wife. He would not allow himself to fall behind those two. To his surprise, he discovered that Subai, despite appearing disheveled and inebriated, was secretly training intensely. Utilizing the gravity chamber aboard Subai's ship, Vegeta pushed his limits and ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan. This explained why he had yet to return the spaceship. They parked the ship near Bowsy Mountain, residing temporarily in the cabin with Polly, while plans for their new home were underway. Days later, amidst a thunderous roar, Frisia's craft descended several kilometers away. Krillin's expression turned grave. It is indeed Frisia. He is still alive. And he has brought along an even more terrifying companion. Subai turned to Goku. How is your training? Do you feel confident? Goku clenched his fist. Rest assured, I will not lose this time. Vegeta interjected sharply, Kakarot. Even if you have become a Super Saiyan, you allowed him to destroy Namek twice. If Earth is destroyed, we are all doomed. Now that I can transform, I will handle him this time. Seeing the others react indifferently to the prospect of a third Super Saiyan, Vegeta's teeth ground in frustration. Goku hesitated, recalling the heavy price of mercy last time. Had it not been for Subai's timely evacuation of Piccolo, the consequences would have been dire. Yamcha, sweating profusely, said, Frisia's power is even greater than it was on Namek. I think I should just watch. Krillin concurred. I will also withdraw. This is not a battle we can intervene in. Vegeta snorted, fools. He intends to annihilate the entire planet. Goku flashed a confident smile. The hard training over the past year on King Kai's planet and Earth has not been in vain. However, what about that mysterious individual next to Frisia, Subai? Are you confident in facing both? All eyes turned towards Subai. He innocently blinked his eyes, admitting that he had been preoccupied with caring for his newly born daughter and had indeed neglected his training. However, he believed resolving their issues would pose no challenge. Burima stifled a laugh. pondering whether raising a child was indeed more exhausting than cultivating martial skills. Lan Shi, with a serious demeanor, asserted that while he cherished his family, a true man should prioritize the world at large. Number 21, filled with remorse, lamented, "It is entirely my fault for allowing my husband to become despondent. I shall ensure he regains his vigor." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's taut nerves finally relaxed. It became clear that Su Bai had been neglecting his training as of late. The path of martial arts is akin to swimming against a current. Any lapse in diligence could render previous efforts futile. Had he grown complacent just after mastering his transformation abilities? Su Bai, if you remain stagnant, your martial journey shall cease here. Vegeta, too, could now transform into a Super Saiyan. Should you halt your progress, I regret to inform you that I may have already surpassed you. With my innate talent and relentless dedication, I will undoubtedly become the strongest Super Saiyan. That gravity training chamber shall not be returned. One day, I will stand over you all, Su Bai and Kakarot, and you shall forever gaze upon my retreating figure. In the realm of training, Vegeta is indeed an expert. Tien Shinhan sensed Frisia's aura, a cold sweat soaking his back. It was unimaginable that the Frisia they once faced had grown to such formidable heights. Reflecting on his training on King Kai's planet, Tien could only regard it as a farce. Once capable of barely defeating Son Goku at the World Martial Arts Tournament, he now found himself unable to even match his shadow, let alone that of Su Bai. Krillin had come to terms with the situation. No longer fixated on competing with Goku or Su Bai, he followed Master Roshi's teachings to train diligently, eat on time, ensure proper rest, and actively seek companionship. The spaceship landed smoothly, the hatch slowly opening. An overwhelming aura of dominance swept forth as Frisia stepped out of the vessel. Is this Earth? The environment appears quite pleasant. The king followed closely behind, exclaiming, "Such a diminutive planet, I could obliterate it with a mere gesture." Frisia, with a chilling tone, declared, "There is no rush. I intend to make an example of all Earthlings before Goku and Su Bai, allowing them to experience profound suffering before sending them to the depths of hell." The king displayed a cruel smile, stating, "Earthlings are easily subdued. The key lies in the total annihilation of the Super Saiyans. Our race must reign as the universe's supreme force." Frisia scoffed, "With my father and I joining forces, victory is assured. My strength has grown beyond measure. Perhaps my father need not intervene." As the words left his lips, thousands of warriors under Frisia's command surged forth from the spaceship like a tidal wave. Frisia coldly commanded, "Eliminate all life on Earth immediately." "As you wish, Lord Frisia." At that moment, Vegeta appeared on the battlefield like a flash of lightning. "Frisia." The universe looked on in astonishment. "Vegeta? You're still alive?" You're still alive. How can I take a step back first?" Confronted by the provocation of the Saiyan Prince, Frisia emitted his signature laugh. "Ho ho ho, have you come to meet your demise? It is time to settle the score for the stolen Dragon Balls. Today marks your end." A golden aura surged upward, and Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The ferocious energy unleashed a tempest, causing the expressions of Frisia's allies to shift dramatically. "Another Super Saiyan has emerged?" Vegeta proudly pointed at his adversary. "Witness the might of Super Vegeta." Frisia scoffed, "How absurd. Do you truly believe this level can defeat me? My training over the past few months has far exceeded your imagination. I have always been the strongest in the universe, and now you are but a distant speck. Enough with the chatter. Prepare to face me." In an instant, the two figures collided, their punches producing a deafening roar. After a brief exchange, both retreated. "You made some progress, but alas, it is still insufficient. Cease your arrogance and observe my fists." Vegeta transformed into a golden comet, launching a fierce assault, his barrage of punches enveloping Frisia. Frisia, with arms like lightning, expertly intercepted each of Vegeta's attacks. As Vegeta pressed his offensive, Frisia suddenly retaliated with a hammer-like backhand, sending Vegeta flying several meters away. A bruise swelled on Vegeta's forehead, yet he charged forward once more. Frisia's form flickered, and a heavy punch struck Vegeta's abdomen. Coughing, blood vessels burst in Vegeta's eyes, and drool uncontrollably trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Impossible. Ho ho ho. Super Saiyan dersto gelinzeme." Frisia's mockery echoed amidst the smoke. Vegeta swung his fists wildly, but Frisia effortlessly blocked every strike with one arm. In a fit of rage, energy blasts rained down like a tempest. The flames engulfed the battlefield, and when the dust settled, Frisia remained unscathed. "Do you now comprehend the disparity?" Vegeta's pupils quivered, while the observing king wore a satisfied smile. This is what a Super Saiyan amounts to. With Frieza merely returning to his peak state, he effortlessly crushed his opponent. This planet could now fetch a high price. Goku clenched his fists. Vegeta is utterly outmatched. Suddenly, number 21 clutched her abdomen and retched. Cold sweat soaking her hair. The timeline has shifted. I must intervene. Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wendy, that's wonderful news. We're having a baby. Number 21 wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Really? Am I truly expecting? Bulma gazed at number 21, her eyes brimming with joy. Congratulations. Wendy, it could very well be twins. Lan Shi interjected. In my opinion, triplets or quadruplets would be far more exciting. Bulma, that pair of twins last time made me incredibly envious. Number 21's face flushed with embarrassment. Sisters, please don't tease me. This is not about childbirth. It feels more like raising pigs. Ha ha ha. Lan ki et klim entusitasti. Why don't we have a contest to see who can conceive triplets first? The three women laughed heartily, entirely disregarding the gravity of the situation. The diligent efforts of this period have finally borne fruit. Bulma and Lan Shi, having given birth frequently, have yet to fully recover. Fortunately, number 21 is present, reigniting Subai's hopes for her possessing an almost immortal regenerative physique. If their child could inherit such a gift. Upon seeing number 21 rushing toward Frieza, Subai quickly embraced her, saying, "You are carrying a baby now. You cannot engage in battle." Feeling the warmth of her husband's body, number 21 sweetly leaned against his chest and replied, I will heed your words. Observing from a distance, Krillin and the others shook their heads in disbelief. Krillin lamented, "She is already the wife of the fourth household, and I do not even have a girlfriend." Piccolo scolded, "Being infatuated with women all day will surely lead to neglect of martial arts." Goku scratched his head, pondering, with so many children, can he afford to raise them? Bulma replied proudly, "With our family's wealth, raising a legion is no problem at all. Wealth is earned through wisdom, not brute strength." Subai's eyes lit up at her words. Was this not the very essence of the system's survival strategy? He immediately embraced Bulma and planted a kiss on her lips. Tianjin Han remained silent, yet within him, turmoil stirred. I have devoted myself to martial arts all this time. Why can I never catch up to him? Perhaps it is this tenderness towards his wife and children that makes him so powerful? Even Lin Yu recently found herself influenced by them, losing focus on her training and constantly yearning to play with Bulma and Subai. Alas, Subai, clearly endowed with talent, yet he idles away, such a waste of potential that evokes pity. Never mind, the path of martial arts is inherently a solitary journey. Women will only slow down my fists. Observing the situation, Vegeta cannot withstand Frieza. He can only rely on Goku now. This Subai, indeed, cannot be counted on. I must continue to strive to protect Earth and become an exceptional martial artist like Goku. Only in this way can the ordinary people of Earth live as peacefully as he does. At that moment, a series of sonic booms interrupted their thoughts. Frieza ensnared Vegeta's neck with his tail, raining down fists upon him like a torrential storm. Vegeta had exited his Super Saiyan state, groaning in agony. Bulma panicked, urgently calling for help. "Quick, save Vegeta. He won't last much longer." Upon seeing this, Goku immediately rushed forward. "Stop. Frieza, your opponent is me. He can no longer hold on." "Oh ho ho ho. Goku, Vegeta is far stronger than you were in the past. Do you think you can defeat me?" Goku replied solemnly, "I have grown much stronger. Whether I can win, we shall find out through battle." Frieza sneered, "Humph. You made me drift through the universe for half a year, suffering immensely. I will not let you perish easily. Killing you like this would be too easy." He then declared, "Now it's your turn." With that, Frieza swung his tail, forcefully throwing Vegeta aside. Bulma hurriedly caught him and brought him back. "Oh no! Vegeta's waist and legs are broken." Piccolo waved his hand. "Do not panic, Krillin. Give him Sensabine." Krillin nodded, expressing his initial reluctance to save Goku. However, he decided to extend his help, recalling Goku's assistance in locating the Dragon Balls on Namek. Despite Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he found himself overwhelmed by Frieza, leading to a complete mental breakdown. Upon hearing Krillin mention the Dragon Balls, old wounds were reopened, and fury surged within him, resulting in another spout of blood. Fortunately, Bulma promptly administered a Sensabine, preserving his life. Without further delay, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, a golden aura erupted. unleashing a powerful energy that stirred violent winds and sent dust swirling. Frieza, upon witnessing Goku's transformation, felt an immediate surge of rage igniting on his otherwise indifferent face. Such an expression was infuriating. Before the words could leave his lips, Frieza lunged forward, throwing a fierce punch at Goku. During his time on King Kai's planet, Goku had mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, significantly enhancing his combat prowess under King Kai's guidance. However, his Super Saiyan form was not yet entirely stable, and his physical strength was somewhat lacking, preventing him from effectively stacking the Kaioken technique. Nevertheless, Goku's powers still surpassed that of Vegeta. While he retained a childlike disposition in daily life, his innate talent for battle was exceptional. As Goku engaged in a fierce clash with Frieza, their movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of the awkward brutality characteristic of Vegeta. The two warriors collided repeatedly in midair, generating powerful shockwaves. Onlookers were utterly captivated by the intensity of this duel. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in awe, "Goku has become this powerful. I can barely perceive their movements." Krillin echoed his sentiments, expressing astonishment that Frieza, once deemed formidable, had been matched by Goku's remarkable growth, bringing hope for Earth's salvation. Chapter 48. Piccolo observed the battlefield intently, vowing to continue his rigorous training. He was acutely aware that despite a year of effort, he still fell short of Goku's prowess. The once great Demon King found himself left behind, which stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. However, reflecting on his experience with assimilation into Nail, he recognized that the Namekians must forge their own paths. The true path to strength lay in personal cultivation. Assimilation risked losing one's identity, and merging with the gods was not his desire. After consuming a Senzu bean, Vegeta watched the battle, seething with frustration. If it weren't for the depletion of Subai spaceship fuel that delayed my training for over half a year, I would have surpassed Kakarot long ago. I am confident that with just 3 more months of rigorous training, I could defeat Frieza. I am the mightiest Saiyan, and you all shall eventually gaze upon my back. Contemplating the fuel issue, Vegeta glanced at Subai, who was leisurely enjoying the battle alongside Android 21. He couldn't help but scoff. In a moment of life and death, he indulges in frivolous comforts. Such lack of ambition is truly disheartening. Frieza's subordinates watched in awe, astonished by their master's true strength. This is the true power of our king. In battles of this magnitude, we can only cheer for the might of our ruler. I shall remain eternally loyal to Lord Frieza. The king himself was fully engrossed in observing the clash between Frieza and Goku. He mused to himself, I never anticipated that this Super Saiyan, who had defeated Frieza, would possess such formidable strength, capable of holding his own against Frieza, who has trained for months. However, it seems I need not intervene personally. My son can resolve this matter. Only by allowing my son to exact revenge can I completely cleanse this humiliation. Wang Yi, as the ultimate trump card, intends to remain hidden unless absolutely necessary. Let Frieza revel in the thrill of battle. Through this trial, my child shall undoubtedly emerge as a true cosmic overlord. The intensity of the conflict escalates. Both sides unleash their techniques without reservation, each strike aimed directly at critical points. Heavy fists and feet relentlessly descend upon the two. However, Son Goku's condition is evidently deteriorating. As Frieza ramps up his energy to 70, Goku finds it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. His defenses begin to show cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza delivers a powerful blow that sends Goku flying. He then ensnares Goku's neck with his tail, raining down punches upon his abdomen like a torrential downpour. Amidst the painful sounds, blood seeps from the corner of Goku's mouth. Frieza cackles with arrogance. The so-called Super Saiyan is nothing but a joke in the face of the universe. Krillin senses something amiss. Something is wrong. Goku's aura has been weakening since earlier. Despite their comparable strengths, why is he at a disadvantage? His combat skills should not falter like this. Piccolo's expression turns serious. Goku appears to be unwell, and his condition is worsening. At that moment, Subai suddenly realizes something. Given Goku's fighting style, he should grow stronger with each battle. Even if their strengths were equal, he should not be in such a passive position. He could even turn the tide. A thought flashes through his mind. Looking down at Android 21 in his arms, Subai begins to speculate. Could it be that his heart condition has manifested prematurely? Android 21 shudders. Has the illness from 3 years hence arrived early? My presence has caused such a significant impact. The others turn their gazes toward Android 21. Krillin inquires, what heart condition? How could a Super Saiyan suffer from such an ailment? My dear, shall I tell them? Subai contemplats briefly. Concealing this would only diminish their sense of urgency and hinder their ability to bolster their strengths. Ultimately, they must rely on each other against external foes. He cannot manage everything personally without affecting daily life. In the original work, Trunks had hinted at future crises while concealing his lineage. As for Android 21's origins, there is no need for secrecy. He suddenly recalls that this timeline still contains the unaltered original version of Android 21. Finding her is essential. An additional companion signifies a larger family. Allow me to explain, Subai intones solemnly. Wendy is my wife, who has traversed from the future. The future? Time travel truly exists? Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Subai raises his hand to silence the commotion. Listen, in the future timeline, Son Goku will succumb to a heart virus. Neither Senzu beans nor Dragon Balls can cure it. Subsequently, an even more formidable enemy will arrive, leading us to the brink of annihilation, turning Earth into scorched earth. However, there is now a glimmer of hope. He shakes the vial in his hand. Wendy has brought a miraculous medicine developed 20 years hence. The group is engulfed in shock. The magnitude of the information is overwhelming. Yet the crucial points are etched clearly in their minds. Son Goku was destined to die from illness, but he has now been saved. And the future responsibility of saving the world rests upon them. It is highly probable that the burden still rests upon Wukong, as has always been the case. As for Subai, he is likely to squander his time in the future, neglecting his cultivation. It is unfortunate that Wukong is on the verge of collapse. An unexpected turn of events unfolds on the battlefield, where Frieza is mercilessly trampling the fallen Wukong. Subai's eyes blaze with intensity. Since the birth of his daughter, Su Ning, his innate talents have surged tenfold, with his combat prowess escalating daily. Initially possessing a combat power of 4,960,000, he has now surpassed 6,800,000. Even with diligent training, Wukong and Vegeta, in their Super Saiyan forms, barely reach 200 million in strength. Frieza's 220 million is a match for Wukong, yet Subai's Super Saiyan form boasts 300 million, overwhelming all adversaries. With a golden aura erupting, he intercepts Frieza like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful kick that sends him flying. In the blink of an eye, he retrieves the severely injured Wukong and brings him to Android 21's side. Quick, use the medicine, he urges. Android 21 adeptly rummages through the universal capsules, a habit formed in the apocalypse, ensuring she carries a vast supply of resources, including special medicines. After Krillin locates the medication, he administers it to Son Wukong as per Subai's instructions. Subai advises, take Wukong back for proper recuperation. Remember to inform Chi-Chi that this medicine must be taken 3 times a day, 1 pill at a time, and must be taken on schedule. Nodding in acknowledgement, Krillin swiftly lifts Son Wukong and flies toward Chi-Chi's home. Meanwhile, Frieza rises from the ground. Roaring in fury, the despicable Saiyan dares to ambush me. I've already dealt with 2 Super Saiyans. Now it is your turn. Subai casts a cold glance at him. This fiend, emboldened by his ability to survive in space, threatens to obliterate Earth at any moment. Thus, a swift resolution is imperative. He turns to Bulma, who understands his intent, and produces a capsule, conjuring a gleaming sword. This weapon, crafted by Bulma using cutting-edge technology at Subai's behest, is intended for the sole purpose of slaying Frieza before he can destroy the planet, much like Trunks had done. Frieza, upon witnessing the sword, lets out a piercing laugh. Are you afraid now that you see me defeat 2 Super Saiyans? Do you think mere iron can harm me? I will make you watch as everyone perishes, slowly succumbing to despair. Before he finishes speaking, he unleashes a death beam aimed directly at Piccolo. In an instant, Subai teleports, deflecting the beam, pondering. Indeed, Frieza knows that Piccolo's death would render the Dragon Balls ineffective. Your doom is imminent. Subai points his sword at Frieza, declaring that this strike will be your end. Frieza, enraged, charges at him, gathering an energy wave in his palm to unleash. Subai effortlessly. The energy wave detonating on the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. What are you aiming at? Subai taunts from his suspended position. Frieza looks up with a sinister grin. You're quite agile. I am far stronger now than before. Suddenly, Subai thrusts his hand, launching an energy orb. Frieza, dismissive, leaps to evade. You think such an attack could harm me? Plapava to die. Frieza's pupils constrict as he realizes Subai has appeared above him, the sword glinting ominously as it descends. With a swift slice, Frisia's body is cleaved in two midair. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Frisia's pupils abruptly constricted, and his body was suddenly cleaved in two. Before anyone could react, Su Bai's sword flashed in a dazzling display, instantly reducing him to mere powder. As the remnants of flesh and blood hung in the air, another surge of intense energy swept through, completely obliterating all traces of the aftermath. This technique, inspired by Trunk style, was designed to eliminate any possibility of error. Vegeta and the others were struck as if by lightning. Could it truly be accomplished in a single move? Tien's voice quivered slightly, reflecting the years of arduous training, while Yamcha, wiping cold sweat from his brow, murmured, "So this is his confidence." On the ground, Bulma rubbed her eyes, questioning, was there a flash just now? Master just annihilated Frisia, 21 replied with a light laugh. Suddenly, Bulma leaped up, exclaiming, I knew that even Goku couldn't handle him, and my husband just... The cheers abruptly ceased. At that moment, Su Bai stood before the cosmos. Despite the cold sweat trickling down his spine, he maintained an imposing demeanor. Quite an impressive performance. How about becoming my heir? The entire legion shall be yours. The three girls simultaneously rolled their eyes, while the others held their breath. Aka me piaka, subayes iskof shattered all illusions. If you're so bold, I would like to witness the prowess of your swift sword. Su Bai once again grasped the hilt of his sword. The king's expression shifted dramatically. What, feeling guilty? Are you afraid to draw your sword? With a flick of his wrist, Su Bai tossed the sword directly to the king. Even without his weapon, Su Bai's strength overshadowed his opponent. The reason for offering the sword was that should the king wield it, he would be incapable of annihilating the planet. The king stood dumbfounded. You're just handing it over? Could it be that my presence has intimidated you? He seized the long sword, causing an uproar in the crowd. Tien stomped his foot in frustration. How can such a divine weapon be relinquished so easily? Piccolo's nails dug into his palms. Saiyans are indeed unreliable. The earth is doomed at the hands of this brute. Yamcha clutched his head in despair. Are we really going to meet our end? Training on King Kai's planet is far less entertaining than playing with handsome men. Bulma and Lan Chi turned pale. 21 shielded the two with her arm. What has to panic? My man has never lost. The king scrutinized the sword's blade. What a fine weapon. Frisia fell beneath this very sword. Su Bai chuckled derisively. Do you believe I would falter without it? Your demise is inevitable. Suddenly, the king surged forward, aiming the blade directly at Su Bai's throat. Su Bai remained utterly still, gathering energy at his fingertips to effortlessly counter the strike. His other hand, already brimming with power, slammed against the king's face. Hold on. A thunderous explosion of energy engulfed the king. As the dust settled, only a small pile of charred ash remained. Piccolo's jaw trembled. Frisia was defeated in an instant. Bulma leaped 3 feet into the air. We won. The earth is saved. Lan Chi screamed at the top of her lungs. Husband, I want to bear you a whole brood of little Saiyans. Tien's mind went blank in disbelief. Vegeta trembled all over, feeling as if he were sifting through sand. No, I'm a chosen one. He mused, recalling that he was far from his powerful back on Namek. Surely, he had secretly trained while I was preoccupied with my ship's malfunction. How infuriating. From this day forward, I shall immerse myself in the gravity chamber. If I cannot surpass my limits, I shall push myself to the brink. The minions of Frisia were left utterly dumbfounded. Their leader, Frisia, was no more, and their king had also fallen. This group of warriors found themselves without a way out, left to await their demise. Su Bai, without lifting a finger, effortlessly stored Frisia's colossal spaceship into a universal capsule. The vessel was spacious and comfortable, capable of accommodating thousands. It would be perfect for interstellar travels with my wife. Perhaps we might even encounter lovely extraterrestrial maidens. The warriors charged into the enemy ranks, swiftly dispatching the foot soldiers, leading to the instant annihilation of Frisia's forces. Vegeta, having felled a horde of minor foes, caught sight of Su Bai's actions with the spaceship and suddenly had an epiphany. Putting on a fa-ade of laziness while secretly training with fervor. He must have his eyes on the gravity chamber and healing pod aboard that ship. So, he wishes to be the king of training, does he? Let's see who can train harder and grow stronger. With these fierce words, Vegeta turned and departed. Chapter 49. Polly was anxiously stamping her feet. Hey, wait for me. After the Frisia incident, peace returned to Earth. Number 21 was expecting a child, and both Bulma and Launch, exhausted, decided to persuade Urine to come and take over. They incessantly called, painting a beautiful picture of a wealthy life for Urine, commonly referred to as drawing a big pie. Number 21, Wendy, possessed a robust constitution, but for the sake of her unborn child, she reluctantly held back. Subai paused his training, indulging in merriment with his 3 lovely companions, living a life akin to that of celestial beings. Though it was tiring, the family was filled with joy and harmony. Meanwhile, son Goku lay in a hospital bed recuperating. Chi-Chi had just given birth to Goten and was busy caring for both children while tending to her ailing husband. After finishing her household chores and lulling the children to sleep, she sat by the bedside, sighing, "What sins did I commit in my past life? If it weren't for that incident, could I have married you? I do all the laundry, cooking, and earning for our family, while all you do is train. Now we can't even afford diapers and must wash cloth ones daily. If it weren't for Polly's timely assistance, our family would truly be facing dire straits. And now you're ill again. Should anything happen to you, I would be a widow with 2 sons, and no one would want to marry me again. Goku, you must not come to harm." Though Chi-Chi voiced her grievances, her heart ached deeply. After all, Goku was her first love, and having chosen him, she must embrace all his flaws. Yet, women are most sensitive to comparison. Every time she thought of Subai and Bulma's pampered life, her heart felt as if it had been doused in vinegar. Their husbands not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also spent their days accompanying them on shopping trips and to the cinema. In contrast, her own husband was a martial arts fanatic, neglecting even the semblance of a proper date. Chi-Chi felt a pang of bitterness. Surely, a romantic outing would not be too much to ask, even if their marriage had been a whirlwind. It was time to infuse some romance into their lives. As time drags on, I feel as though I am becoming a mere shadow of my former self. Chi-Chi gazed at the towering pile of dishes in the kitchen, reminiscing about the 5-star treatment the Bujima family received, with a maid to manage the household chores and a chef to prepare their meals, while the lady of the house simply indulged in delightful afternoon teas and cozy moments with her husband. Alas, it is indeed a harsh reality that comparison can breed discontent. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. The World Martial Arts Tournament is just around the corner. Amidst soaring prices, the champion's prize has escalated to an astonishing 100 million. If Wukong were to compete, it would not only cover Gohan's tutoring expenses, but also the cost of formula for a second child. When she shared this thought with Wukong, the martial arts enthusiast's eyes sparkled with excitement. Under Chi-Chi's meticulous care, Wukong's heart condition swiftly healed. It had been half a month since his victory over Frisia. Although number 21 enjoyed Subai's company, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at her. If they continued their indulgent lifestyle, history would inevitably repeat its tragic course. One day, the trio lounged on the sofa, engrossed in watching Furious, while savoring a platter of fruit brought by the maid. Seizing the moment, number 21 urged, "Darling, in 3 years, the androids will arrive. You should train." Subai pulled her closer, gently brushing his fingers against her nose. "Fear not, I know my limits. Vegeta trains relentlessly, yet he still cannot surpass me. Very well, I shall heed your advice." Sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room as number 21 nestled in Subai's embrace, her fingertips tracing lightly across his chest. "You always have such peculiar reasoning," she began, only to be interrupted by an unexpected kiss. Subai lifted had effortlessly, their lips meeting in a passionate embrace. In an instant, number 21 felt herself melt, the words she intended to speak transforming into soft sighs. The following morning, number 21 gazed at her still sleeping husband, letting out a resigned sigh. She suddenly realized that rather than forcing this languid man to train, it would be wiser to seek out other warriors. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta often lagged behind, their strength was undeniable. If her husband preferred to invest his energy in a realm of tenderness, then let those 2 martial enthusiasts strive for victory. Resolute in her decision, number 21 promptly set off for Kame House. Upon gathering everyone, Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "Aren't you from the future? Why are you here all of a sudden?" It appeared that they had forgotten the initial warning. With a grave expression, number 21 conveyed the looming catastrophe that threatened to plunge the entire universe into ruin. Vegeta sprang to his feet, demanding, "What on earth is happening?" Krillin interjected excitedly, "Am I getting married in the future? This year, you will encounter the person destined for you." Number 21 paused. "Remember to pursue a career as a plumber, not as a police officer." Krillin danced with excitement. "That's fantastic. I shall enroll in plumbing repair training right away." Piccolo, wiping cold sweat from his brow, inquired, "What is my fate?" "We all perish." Number 21 surveyed the group, including her husband. No one could withstand that foe. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. "Even I am defeated?" "No." Number 21 shook her head. "You never had the chance to fight. Wukong looked utterly astonished. What do you mean? Vegeta coldly remarked. Have you forgotten your future demise? Wukong patted his head in realization. I see, what a pity that I couldn't face off against formidable opponents. Krillin was in a state of distress, exclaiming, Goku, the crux of the matter is that we are all dead. I had just married, and now it's all gone. How unfortunate. Tien, with a serious demeanor, inquired, is the enemy of the future truly that formidable? How shall we confront them? Android 21 sighed softly. Though the enemy is indeed powerful, they are not insurmountable. Both Vegeta and my husband have triumphed over him before, yet a solitary confrontation has never led to complete annihilation. Had Goku and Vegeta been present at that time, perhaps their combined might could have unleashed that special technique. Upon hearing that he had once vanquished the foe, Vegeta displayed a proud expression. However, when he learned that a special technique was required, he frowned and asked, what technique? Android 21 referred to the fusion technique, but deemed it premature to disclose it. Relying too heavily on fusion would hinder individuals from reaching the overwhelming power necessary to obliterate Zamasu. To eradicate the immortal Zamasu, each of the three must possess overwhelming strength. It was too early to learn the technique. Android 21 shook her head, emphasizing the urgent need for substantial enhancement of personal abilities. The group was taken aback by her words. Yet Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, then let's train with all our might. Not just train hard, but transcend our limits. Android 21 asserted seriously. Furthermore, she warned, on May 12th, 3 years from now, 2 androids created by Dr. Gero will emerge, their power surpassing yours by at least tenfold. Goku, astonished, asked the doctor from the Red Ribbon Army, is he still intent on world domination? No, he desires you, she clarified. Though the Red Ribbon Army has been vanquished, remnants remain. He has collected your and Frisia's cells to engineer terrifying monsters. Vegeta's pupils contracted in shock. So we ultimately fell to the androids? No. Android 21 interrupted. Vegeta survived. Though Goku passed away, Vegeta and my husband united to defeat the androids. A proud smile curved Vegeta's lips. Indeed, relentless training will ultimately lead to my brilliance. Suddenly, Krillin interjected, by the way, Dr. Gero, you must know the location of their base, right? We could simply go destroy it. Be silent, Vegeta admonished sharply. In the future, I shall handle them. It is not your place to interfere. Anyone who dares to act rashly will face my wrath. Krillin, frightened, cowered behind Goku. Android 21 nodded. Truly, you are the Prince of Science. Your spirit is commendable. The androids are merely stepping stones for growth. Your priority must be to enhance your strength. Greater crises loom ahead, and every moment counts for training. The group agreed wholeheartedly. Tien interjected, since Su Bai will be able to contend with formidable foes in the future, you should encourage him. He is not trained at all these days. Android 21's expression grew troubled. She had long prepared her response. In the future, I will be encased in ice for over 20 years, and just as I marry, I will face the apocalypse. That anguish is beyond words. In this lifetime, I merely wish to save her life. With Goku and Vegeta both capable of reaching extraordinary heights, their presence suffices. As for my husband, I will ensure he trains appropriately. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face lit up with joy. He silently vowed, this time, I shall definitely surpass my limits through diligent training. I, Vegeta, never concede defeat. This evening, we shall intensify our gravity training. After the 21st, Goku has been diligently honing his skills in preparation for the forthcoming martial arts tournament. Vegeta, too, has been neglecting sleep and sustenance. Tien, Krillin, and others have also engaged in rigorous training. In the twilight and dawn, their silhouettes laboring under heavy weights are a constant sight. Meanwhile, Su Bai's family continues to lead a leisurely life in the eyes of others, spending their days reveling in nature's beauty. On this splendid day, with the sun shining brightly, Su Bai strolled through the park with his family. Gazing at the sky, he remarked, engaging with nature is beneficial for both body and mind. It enhances the likelihood of conceiving a healthy child. Buer Ma and Lan Chi. Do not be overly anxious about not becoming pregnant recently. It is more vital to relax. You have both given birth multiple times, and your bodies require proper care. So do not impose excessive pressure on yourselves. Though I once dreamt of a multitude of offspring, the happiness and well-being of family are paramount. Buer Ma's eyes glistened with unshed tears. My dear, I understand. The journey to pregnancy is indeed governed by fate. I will persist in practicing yoga to maintain my figure and a positive mindset. Lan Chi softly echoed, so will I. At that moment, A group of individuals distributing flyers hurried past, handing them several promotional leaflets. The 21st casually took one and glanced at it. Oh, the world's foremost martial arts tournament is about to commence? I recall that it was during this very competition that I first encountered him. The moment the words escaped her lips, she hastily covered her mouth, but it was too late. Subai's keen hearing had already captured her statement with clarity. In the flurry of recent days, she had nearly forgotten this event. If the future harbored Android 21, then it was certain that this timeline also contained her existence. With the multi-child blessing system at his disposal, he mused, although they're the same individual, would not double the joy be even better? Perhaps one could consider them as twin sisters. Irma eagerly leaned in. Is the martial arts tournament truly happening? Let me see the venue. She took the flyer and examined it closely. It will be held in Nagamachi, which is quite a distance away. We should take a jet there. Lanki, Gudio, Inquit. 21. Did you have any martial arts knowledge in the past? How could you participate in the tournament? I only know how to enjoy the spectacle and admire the handsome fighters. Fighting is not my forte. Realizing she could not conceal the truth any longer, 21 confessed. Yes, I was once infatuated with martial arts in my youth. Back then, I naively believed that women could be as formidable as men. However, upon arriving at the arena, I discovered that true masters disdain such competitions. Irma's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. By the way, how did you and he meet back then? Please, share your story with us. Lan Chi chimed in with enthusiasm. Yes, we are all eager to hear. It feels like we're the ones who have willingly put ourselves out there, yet we have never experienced the sweetness of being pursued. The corners of 21's mouth twitched involuntarily. Sweetness? After the sweetness, only bitterness remained. It took over 20 arduous years to finally witness a turning point. She softly inquired, do you truly wish to hear? Even Subai raised his hand this time. Of course we do. The three of them settled onto a bench in the park. Due to the seating arrangement, Subai occupied the center, with number 21 perched on his lap, while Bulma and Lan Chi sat on either side. After that memorable World Martial Arts Tournament, Mr. Satan emerged victorious, leading to the renaming of Sun City to Satan City. The scene transitions to the past of number 21. At that time, she was still known as Wendy, an ordinary girl with a basic knowledge of martial arts, before she transformed into the artificial human known as number 21. Dressed in sportswear, Wendy eagerly registered for the competition. Subai, accompanied by Bulma, Lan Chi, and Yulin, came to witness the event. The women were not only eager to watch the martial arts, but also to see Subai showcase his skills. Apart from Subai, competitors included Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan. After several rounds of elimination, Krillin, facing Subai, conceded defeat without a fight. The participants, aside from Subai, were motivated by both martial arts training and the allure of the prize money, as not everyone had the fortunate background of Bulma. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta dismissed such competitions with scorn, focusing instead on their serious training and competing against each other to determine who was stronger. Mr. Satan indeed advanced to the finals. Did he have confidence in securing the championship this time? The young Satan, hands on his hips, laughed heartily, declaring, the championship is mine to claim. The girls in the audience gazed at Subai in the preparation area, their eyes filled with admiration. Subai has made it to the finals, handsome and powerful. It would be unjust for him not to win. Chapter 50. In the audience, Bulma, Yulin, and Lan Chi, all sporting their pregnancy bellies, cheered in unison. Husband, you're the best. Go for it. The semifinals were about to begin. Satan exerted all his strength to defeat his opponent, successfully advancing to the final circle. The other two finalists were Wendy and Subai. Since the commencement of the tournament, Subai's gaze had never strayed from her. Speaking was impractical in the arena, so he sought opportunities for closer contact with her. Thus, employing subtle tactics, he orchestrated events that led her to fortuitously enter the finals to face him. The match officially commenced. Wendy's expression was resolute. I will win. The championship is rightfully mine. Subai chuckled lightly. A determined young lady. Let us see who is superior in martial arts. With that, he deliberately slowed his movements, restraining his aura, allowing each punch to merely graze its target. Unaware of his leniency, Wendy, emboldened by her persistent attacks, pressed on with fervor. Her left hook, right hook, and side kicks landed with precision, forcing Subai to retreat. The audience was astonished as they witnessed Subai repeatedly being struck while Wendy remained steadfast, marveling at her prowess. As the referee counted to 8 seconds, Subai staggered to his feet. I can't continue. Yulin's expression darkened in the stands. With his capabilities, he could have won with a single blow. She grumbled about him showing mercy to the girl. Bulma and Lan Chi quickly intervened. In these turbulent times, with Earth's population dwindling, marriage restrictions have long been abolished. It is only right that the strong take on the responsibility of procreation. Lan Chi concurred. Times have changed. Should men forsake their desires and become saints? You have joined this family. You want for nothing, and your husband is considerate. How many envy us? Yulin remained skeptical. Really? Of course. Look at Sun Wukong, so consumed by his training that Chi has turned into a weary housewife, Bulma replied. She was once as youthful and radiant as you. The husband is often away, leaving a void of companionship and care, causing a woman's beauty to fade. In just 4 or 5 fleeting years, she has become utterly haggard, and it pains me to witness it. Yulin sighed softly, remarking that she had seen Chi-Chi's wedding photos from years past, and it was as if she were looking at a different person. Initially, I thought it was merely the cruel passage of time, but to contemplate my own inevitable aging and decline is truly terrifying. Chi-Chi is several years younger than I, yet people often claim I appear more youthful than she does. Just the other day, someone mistook her for my mother-in-law. Lan Chi interjected. Vegeta is even more extreme. He is so engrossed in training that he didn't even show up when his wife, Bulma, was giving birth. Had we not assisted, it could have led to a grave mishap. Although Klin cherishes his wife, he possesses martial prowess without the acumen for earning a living. Working as a police officer and constantly on the go, Yulin was astonished. They have never gone on a date? This marriage is quite troubling. Ma took her hand. Look at our husbands. They are both strong and considerate, almost perfectly embodying the dreams of young girls. Wouldn't you agree? Yulin's gaze suddenly became resolute. You are right. I must assist my husband in pursuing that young lady. I cannot allow her to suffer the same fate as Chi-Chi. Ma approvingly raised her thumb. Now that's the spirit. We will support you wholeheartedly. Thank you, sisters, Yulin said, her cheeks turning slightly pink. Once the new sister arrives, I will also be able to take on the role of an elder sister. The three of them shared a hearty laugh. In the arena, Subai ultimately succumbed to Wendy. As he left, he declared, I shall challenge you to a private match another day. Should I lose again, I shall wager 10 million. Wendy, who had never seen such a sum of money, immediately accepted the challenge. In the finals, an exhausted Yulin narrowly lost to Satan. With Satan's victory, Nagato City was officially renamed Satan City. A few days later, Subai and Wendy discussed the match. Subai, perhaps it is best not to compete. I feel quite guilty for having won so much from you previously. That is not acceptable. A word once spoken cannot be taken back, Subai retorted. Wendy sighed. But if I lose, I won't have the means to repay you. Subai laughed and waved his hand. If you win, no need for repayment. A simple outing to the movies and a shopping spree will suffice. The scene shifts back to the narrative of number 21. Eventually, he intentionally lost to me, using the wager as an excuse to take me on dates. He was incredibly considerate, preparing snacks for movie nights and purchasing designer clothes for me during our shopping trips. Items I had previously deemed too extravagant. Whatever I glanced at, regardless of my actual desire for it, he would buy. I thought, since I was destined to marry him, I would accept everything. Only later did I discover he already had 3 wives. I returned all the clothing, meticulously cleaned, and severed all ties. Although he ceased his pursuit, he lingered in my heart, an indelible presence. Later, during blind dates, the men I encountered would often become aggressive upon rejection. I was on the verge of despair until Dr. Gallo captured me. You all know what transpired after the awakening of the Majin cells. Ma and Lan Chi listened intently. How romantic! A month of pursuit with such thoughtfulness, remarked Ma. When he gave a wry smile once, a suitor of unremarkable appearance insisted on pursuing me after being rejected, utterly lacking in grace. If it weren't for Dr. Gallo, I might never have met my husband. Number 21 rested her head against Su Bai's chest, saying, in this lifetime, I do not mind how many women you have, as long as you treat me as you always have. Lan Chi and Irma suggested, let us first register for the martial arts competition. I'm eager to see you pursue the Wendy of this timeline. Number 21 rubbed her forehead, exclaiming, you truly have a morbid sense of humor. The group boarded a plane to Nagato City. To avoid being discovered by the Wendy of this timeline, Number 21 maintained her predator form throughout the journey. Just then, a voice rang out. Hey, Subai, is that really you? Are you also participating in a martial arts tournament? Subai appeared momentarily. Aren't you supposed to be focused on your training? Why are you here to bully the newcomers? Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. I didn't want to. Chi-Chi insisted that I come win a championship and earn some prize money. You're not planning to compete. Are you? I certainly can't match you right now. Subai nodded decisively. Yes, I intend to win the championship. Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of panic. Oh no, if I don't secure the championship, Chi-Chi will surely scold me. Don't worry, just play along with our act. If you fail to win, I'll give you $1 billion. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Thank you so much, Bulma. They're coming, number 21 suddenly whispered. Who is coming? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Bulma hastily diverted Sun Wukong's attention and meticulously explained the arrangements for the competition. Number 21 discreetly pointed into the distance. Look, that is my counterpart from this timeline. The group followed her gaze and saw the other number 21, dressed in a pristine martial arts uniform, standing in line at the registration desk. She sported a high ponytail and donned white-framed glasses, radiating youthful vitality. The sunlight bathed her, making her appear exceptionally bright and enchanting. Observing the other number 21, the expressions of the group varied. Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is truly wonderful, brimming with energy. Lankis, my. I never expected Winnie to be so pure back then. I just want to pinch her cheeks." Bulma mischievously winked. "That's easy enough. Watch this." Subai quickly intervened. "Stop it. You'll frighten her. Besides, she has some skill now, and doesn't he know you? Be careful not to get hurt." Bulma immediately feigned injury. Oh dear, someone is already protective before even knowing her. My heart aches. Subai had no words in response. Number 21 gazed at her younger self, as if transported back to a beautiful time. Before participating in the martial arts competition, she was still a naive girl. She had thought that competition would mark the beginning of her happiness, but after parting with Subai, she spent the rest of her life ensnared in memories. She often pondered, if only she had agreed to him back then. If only Subai could seek her out once more. If only she could set aside her pride and initiate reconciliation later. Perhaps she would not have faced 3 years of loneliness and over 20 years of slumber. Ultimately, she found the courage to seek out Subai. Yet how could she reclaim the time that had slipped away? Suddenly, number 21 seemed to realize something and turned to gaze directly at Subai. In this lifetime, do you still intend to employ the old method? Turning away after I reject you? Subai appeared momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Number 21 lifted her face. Her eyes filled with sorrow. I do not wish for this version of myself to endure the same torment. Therefore, if she rejects you again, could you perhaps hold on a little longer? Bujima and Lanchi, upon seeing Subai, hurriedly tugged at his sleeve to signal him. Subai nodded in response. I will heed your advice. However, this time I do not plan to pursue her actively. The three of them froze in unison. Bujima exclaimed, Darling, are you going to give up on her in this world? Lanchi stamped her foot in desperation. How can you let her go? Would you feel at ease seeing her marry another? Number 21's pupils constricted suddenly. What did you say? Subai fixed his gaze into her eyes. Repeating each word deliberately, I said, I will not pursue the you of this timeline. Number 21's lips trembled, suddenly feeling a pang of concern for her counterpart in the parallel world. Subai abruptly pulled number 24701 into an embrace. A sly smile playing on his lips. I want her to come after me. The air instantly thickened with tension. Number 21's expression turned peculiar. Are you joking? At that time, I had no understanding of emotions. Lanchi nodded repeatedly. Look at her innocent demeanor. She hardly seems the type to pursue a boy. However, Bujima rubbed her hands together in excitement. A girl chasing a boy? I'm so looking forward to this. At that moment, the competing number 21 had already left the venue. Subai, accompanied by the others, boarded the jet, the clouds swirling outside the window. Listening to number 21's memories, he had already conceived a new plan. Can a character as comical as Satan serve as a savior? In terms of strength, I surpass him. In terms of appearance, I am 100 times more appealing. The perspective of a time traveler should overturn this absurd script. The new residence at Bowsy Mountain has been completed. Vegeta and Bulma's abode stands across the river from Goku's home. Upon returning, Goku pushed open the neighbor's door and recounted the day's events. Vegeta's expression changed upon hearing this, his knuckles cracking ominously. You intend to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Subai signed up as well. Indeed, I originally aimed for the prize money, not realizing that Subai and the others would also compete. I understand that I am not yet his match, but the gap is narrowing. Since he has resolved to claim victory, I surely will not be winning this time. Fortunately, Bulma has promised me that as long as I cooperate with Subai, I will lose when necessary and win when needed, and afterward, I shall receive 100 million. Vegeta's brow furrowed. Strange, with Subai's strength. Does he still require your leniency? Goku paused for a moment, casually responding, "Who knows? It doesn't matter." Vegeta pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "No, I must participate as well." With that, he turned and dashed out of the room, flying directly to Nagamachi to register. Deep within the cosmos, a spaceship was navigating through the void. Shavizanez and Dre were gathering intelligence. Suddenly, Dre exclaimed, "Lord Cooler, trouble has arisen. King Frisia has been killed." Cooler's pupils dilated in shock. "What? Frisia is dead? My lord, you see, this message not only concerns King Frisia, but also the king himself." Gula swiftly scanned the intelligence and took a deep breath. "Although my brother may be somewhat foolish, he is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Could be a Super Saiyan." The intelligence indicates that the perpetrator is a blonde-haired man wielding a sword, and the location is a planet called Earth. According to our calculations, we can reach it within a month. Earth? Gula suddenly recalled that 30 years ago, when Frisia annihilated planet Vegeta, he overlooked a low-class warrior child who had been sent to Earth. Chapter 51. At that time, he had mocked Frisia, stating that this route of calamity would eventually backfire. Little did he expect that the neglected low-class warrior would indeed become Frisia's Terminator. Gula clenched his fists and coldly ordered, "Change the course. Head for Earth." "As you command." Lord Gula. On Earth, at Bulma's residence, Subai was soaking in the hot spring with Bulma and Lan Chi. Bulma chuckled. "So, your strategy was to attract her attention by putting on airs? Rather than overtly promoting oneself, it is better to let the product shine on its own. This is the essence of commerce. What young girl does not chase after stars? I nearly fell for someone back in the day, but alas, they were all empty vessels. Easily knocked down by Goku's elbow. But I must say, dear husband, your strategy is indeed clever. With strength, wealth, and looks, after winning the championship, you gain further prestige." She gave Subai a thumbs up. Lan Chi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tilted her head and asked, "Shall I cooperate and pretend to be your pursuer?" Subai smirked slightly. "Do you think that is necessary?" "Not really. A true powerhouse only needs to reveal a fraction of their abilities. It is only the weak who obsess over such trivial tricks. Moreover, once I truly bring her home as my wife, if these little ploys were to be uncovered, I would be subjected to her teasing for a lifetime." At this point, Subai could not help but recall the boasts he made in his previous life while pursuing his wife, which later became fodder for her to tease him after marriage. The World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. Subai enlisted Piccolo's help. The favor from a last encounter came in handy. He donned a power-level scouter, set to its lowest sensitivity, capable of accurately detecting even the faintest power fluctuations. In this timeline, Android 21, Wendy, exhibited a power level of 7. She possesses a fair amount of prowess. Piccolo, the next opponent, must face Wendy, power level 7. It's not safe enough. Bind him. Piccolo. This fellow will compete against Wendy next. Power level 8. Bind him. Piccolo continued to comply. Goku, in the next match, pretend to struggle and lose. Then go to Bulma to claim your reward and leave. That guy has a power level of only 5. If he wins, it perfectly aligns with my wife, allowing her to build some confidence for her advancement. Damn, how did Wendy end up facing Vegeta next? He has come to the novice village. Piccolo frowned. "Subai, I can't handle this." Subai waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I will wait for my next match. I will take care of this. One must first deliver a sound thrashing, and then bind them securely with titanium alloy chains. Go prepare, King Piccolo." With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Piccolo nodded and departed. 15 minutes later, Vegeta fell victim to a surprise attack, receiving a brutal beating while his head was ensnared, and was subsequently confined to a dark chamber. Bound tightly with steel cables, he awoke unable to extricate himself. Which scoundrel has committed this despicable act? This was supposed to be a martial arts tournament, yet such underhanded tactics were employed. Vegeta seethed with rage. The proud prince of the Saiyans had been reduced to a mere target of mockery. What a profound humiliation. At the martial arts venue, Subai triumphed over Lanfang, advancing to the semifinals. Sun Wukong forfeited, allowing Bo Jingkong to progress to the final 4. Vegeta's absence was deemed a forfeit, granting Wendy a place in the semifinals. Satan defeated Tariq, congratulating Mr. Satan on his advancement. The audience erupted in fervent cheers. Satan, Satan. Subai was somewhat taken aback. Is it possible to garner such popularity before even claiming the championship? When he found her gaze irresistibly drawn to Subai, the man who had effortlessly vanquished the legendary fighter Satan, now standing composed at the opposite end of the arena. The crowd cheers rose and fell. Subai, Subai. The recent flurry of moves had been so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. From this day forth, I shall only follow Su-Bai's matches, Wendy thought. Her fists clenched. Her advance to the finals was merely a stroke of luck, benefiting from Lan Fang's unexpected blunder. Yet this man before her was different. His strength was undeniable. As this thought crossed her mind, Wendy felt her ears flush slightly. The bell for the final round tolled. Su-Bai leapt from the stands onto the arena, landing gracefully with his garments billowing. The audience erupted into a frenzy. His athleticism is astonishing. He is surely destined for victory. Wendy, steeling herself, assumed her fighting stance. In her hesitation, her fist instinctively struck out. Su-Bai crossed his arms, evading her attacks with precision, each dodge occurring at the very moment her fist was about to connect. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd. Not even a corner of his attire grazes her. He is toying with his opponent. Wendy grew increasingly alarmed. Mr. Su-Bai's movements were too swift. I can hardly discern his footwork. My goodness, this is the epitome of an intense showdown. Someone record this. It will surely trend. Oh, this young man possesses not only extraordinary strength but also striking good looks. How I long to be by his side. Before long, Wendy found herself breathless and weary. Yet she could not land a single blow on Su-Bai. Frustration bubbled within her, and she exclaimed, Hey, you keep dodging. Are you even going to fight? Su-Bai smiled calmly. Choose a direction. I shall escort you off the stage. What? You dare to underestimate me? Take this. Without further ado, Wendy surged forward, pouring all her energy into a charge toward Su-Bai. Su-Bai uttered a low exclamation, channeling a surge of energy that erupted in an overwhelming force, sending Wendy hurtling several meters away, landing precisely in the grass at the edge of the arena. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. After 3 seconds, an eruption of cheers surged forth like a tidal wave. Su-Bai! 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 Truly formidable, he had unseated the runner-up solely through sheer presence. This was the mark of a true master. Satan, observing Su-Bai from the stage, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. How could such a powerful individual appear in a place like this? Cursed be it, he had been so close. Moments later, the referee regained composure. Congratulations to Mr. Su-Bai for winning the championship of this martial arts competition. Let's all cheer for him. The audience erupted in a frenzy, countless youths fervently chanting his name. A new generation of superheroes had thus been born. This martial arts event was unprecedented in its grandeur. However, as Su-Bai was about to receive his award, the sky suddenly darkened, filled with ominous clouds, thunder cracking and lightning flashing. The previously clear sky was instantaneously consumed by darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. A chilling, maniacal laughter resonated through the air. Ha! After many years, the great demon king Piccolo has returned. Darkness shall reign over the world, feeble humans. Prepare to submit to the dominion of my kind. Ha! The audience, filled with terror, looked up to see the towering figure of the elderly Piccolo, 100 meters tall, approaching the arena with a menacing grin. This terrifying presence sent shivers through the souls of all, plunging the spectators into panic. What? The great demon king has been resurrected? Was he not dead long ago? It's over. I haven't even married, and I'm going to die here. Woe is me, how terrifying. Such a monstrous being. We cannot possibly escape. Just as fear spread, a reassuring voice pierced through the silence. The night may engulf the world, yet I shall transform into the dawn's first light. The peace of this planet rests solely upon my shoulders, Su-Bai. With determination, Su-Bai recited the daunting lines. Suddenly, he soared into the heavens, a golden aura erupting in a brilliant blaze. In a blinding flash, he completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. The tumultuous energy conjured a tempest, shredding the dark clouds above. High in the sky, Su-Bai confronted the colossal Piccolo from a distance. Despite the vast difference in size, the golden waves of energy emanating from his diminutive form rendered the very world around them pale in comparison. The battlefield was awash in resplendent golden light. The audience erupted in a tsunami of astonished cries. It's Su-Bai? Could this golden light be the legendary power of a world champion hidden within? Hope has arrived. Piccolo emitted a shrill, eerie laugh, his gigantic foot descending towards the audience. In that moment of shadow, Su-Bai had already appeared beneath the massive foot. With a thunderous shout, he overturned the colossal figure. What ensued was but a golden blur in the eyes of ordinary spectators. Within the lens of the camera, the once mighty Demon King found himself retreating in defeat, his grotesque visage betraying a flicker of fear for the first time. Such overwhelming strength. He was utterly subdued. As Piccolo diminished to a height of 3 meters, the cheers abruptly ceased. The Demon King suddenly lunged towards Wendy at the edge of the arena. In that fleeting moment, as his gaping maw loomed perilously close, a radiant golden light filled the girl's vision. Subai appeared like an indomitable bastion, followed by a torrential barrage of punches. The final uppercut sent the Demon King soaring into the heavens. The battle, however, was far from over. With a mere hint of his power, Subai unleashed a seemingly formidable yet soft wave of energy, Kamehameha. The blinding white light engulfed the Demon King. When the brilliance faded, the azure sky was clear, and the Demon King's figure had vanished without trace. The crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. The Demon King has been vanquished. Hito Subai. Following this battle, Subai not only crowned himself as the king of fighters, but also ascended to the status of a world-saving legend. Wendy gazed at his retreating silhouette, her heartbeat lingering in a tumultuous cadence. On the desolate plains, Piccolo, having shed his disguise, spat in disdain. Playing the role of his father's dark past was utterly foolish. He resolved never to partake in such a disgraceful performance again. As Subai departed, he casually rescued several hostages. Vegeta, seeing through the ruse, left with a scowl, while the other rescued souls became his loyal supporters. Hearing that his parallel self had already found love, Krillin sighed at the toolbox in his hands. With the course of fate altered, he decided to gather the Dragon Balls to summon romantic fortune. The Universal Capsule Company. The tranquility was interrupted by the ringing of the telephone. Mr. Subai, the citizens wish to rename the city in your honor. A press conference? Certainly, he replied briefly, but decisively hung up as the other party continued to plead. Do you require a secretary to facilitate communication? A secretary? Subai's expression turned slightly peculiar. If there is something to discuss, let the secretary handle it. If not, cough, cough. Very well, we shall manage accordingly, Mr. Subai. After ending the call, Subai stretched his body. I've forgotten about this. Becoming a public figure comes with an abundance of trivialities. Bujima, Wendy, and Lanchi were cozily nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a drama, intermittently bursting into laughter. Ever since the last embarrassing incident of bravado, they had taken to teasing Subai about it. Hee, dear husband, that when he hasn't made a move on you at all. Indeed, it has been half a month with no signs whatsoever. Your charm appears insufficient. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Subai's lips. Dare you claim my charm is lacking? Today, I must teach you a lesson. With 21 being a key figure due to her pregnancy and needing protection, he refrained from causing commotion. Thus, Subai lunged playfully at Bujima and Lanchi. Help! Spare me. Dear husband, I promise I won't dare again. After the martial arts tournament, Subai's figure lingered in Wendy's mind. So, he was that powerful. During our match, he must have been considerate of my dignity. Hadn't he? Mr. Subai is a truly legendary figure, possessing both striking charm and formidable strength, coupled with an endearing thoughtfulness. How wonderful it would be to intersect paths with him. While Satan may bask in glory, his looks only captivate those who admire strength. In stark contrast, Subai not only has a loyal following of powerful supporters, but also countless female admirers utterly enchanted by him. That day, Subai's image was indelibly etched in Wendy's heart, and she has since become one of his devoted admirers. Like many other fans, she tirelessly sought out gossip about Subai, yet found nothing. Just when she believed her only encounters with him would be through the screen, a phone call transformed everything. Hello, is this Wendy? Yes, this is she. How may I assist you? Ms. Wendy, this is the office of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. We are organizing a press conference to announce the renaming of Changmen City to Subai City. Consequently, we require frequent communication with Mr. Subai. Given Mr. Subai's busy schedule, we unanimously believe it is essential to appoint a secretary for him. As the runner-up of the tournament, with outstanding skills and previous encounters with Mr. Subai, we wonder if you would be interested in this position. When he was both astonished and elated. A secretary? The pinnacle figure who embodies both beauty and strength. The hero who saved the world. Now a dream come true for countless young women. Could such fortune truly befall her? Without hesitation, Wendy eagerly nodded, I would be delighted. The following day, the leaders of Changmen City accompanied Wendy on a private jet to the West capital, arriving at Subai's residence, with staff bearing various personal items. Mr. Subai, going forward, Wendy will serve as your dedicated secretary. For any official matters, we will communicate through her. Wendy respectfully bowed and introduced herself. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wendy. I am honored to become your secretary and look forward to your guidance. Subai nodded slightly. Let us take care of each other. The leader added, shortly, Wendy will need to confirm some documents with you, and after that, She will return to the West Capital Office. We have already established connections there. Understood. Thank you for your assistance, Subai replied. We shall meet again another day. Please hold on, the leader said somewhat awkwardly. This young lady is a devoted admirer of yours. Might I request an autograph? Subbai. If we have the opportunity to meet again, a photograph would also be acceptable. Thank you so much. You are indeed gracious and approachable. I will certainly bring her along to the press conference. Once the guests departed, Wendy discreetly observed the interaction, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Subai and his luxurious residence, which left her in silent awe. What surprised her even more was the down-to-earth demeanor of this world-saving hero. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head internally. At that moment, Burima Lanchi and number 21 witnessed Wendy arriving as the secretary, exchanging glances among themselves. Burima was the first to step forward. Welcome, Wendy. I am Burima, Mr. Subai's wife. Wendy gazed at the strikingly elegant woman before her and quickly wiped her palms on her lapel before extending her hand in greeting. Good day, Mrs. Su. I apologize for the intrusion. This is my wife, Lanchi. Burima continued with the introduction. Wendy, slightly perplexed, shook hands with the newly introduced spouse. Before she could collect her thoughts, number 21 transformed into her predatory form and extended her hand. I am number 21, and as another of Subai's wives, I welcome you. At that moment, number 21 appeared utterly transformed from the person who had entered, leaving Wendy momentarily stunned. Though their facial features bore a resemblance, their demeanors, hairstyles, physiques, and styles of dress were remarkably distinct, making it nearly impossible to discern one from the other without careful observation. When he felt a vague sense of familiarity. Upon learning that this individual was also a wife of Subai's, she was utterly taken aback. My goodness, Mr. Subai has 3 wives? A rather unflattering term immediately sprang to her mind. Scoundrel. The carefully cultivated image of a heroic figure that Subai had maintained crumbled in her mind. What a savior. Merely a powerful heart-stealer. Wendy's expression darkened noticeably. Burima, Lanchi, and number 21 all sensed the shift in her demeanor. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, curious to see how Subai would navigate this awkward situation. Wendy refrained from further discussion, directly addressing the agenda and key speaking points for the press conference before hastily departing. Burima stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Weren't you supposed to make her pursue you? Well, it seems you've been slapped in the face, as she does not wish to engage with you any longer. Lanchi playfully chimed in. I'd already mentioned that Wendy at this stage is quite naive and despises your carefree attitude. Subai remained composed, a confident smile gracing his lips. Do not worry. Everything is under control. Number 21 approached Subai, teasingly remarking, but it has been half a month, and there has been no progress. Your efficiency seems lacking. Subai pulled her into his embrace, gently tousling her hair. Fear not. You in this timeline shall not escape. Number 21's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, Heart stealer. How vexing, you naughty scoundrel. The press conference commenced in earnest. Subai took hold of the speech prepared by Wendy and delivered a passionate oration on stage. The audience of countless fans erupted in unison, chanting his name, Subai, 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 Subai's the best. Subai's my dream lover. Subai, you are my idol. Darling, I love you, moi. The atmosphere was electric. Following the conclusion of the event, fans surged forward, clamoring for autographs. Many female fans eagerly snapped photos, with some daringly stealing kisses. After the first kiss mark, others grew increasingly brazen. By the end of the morning, Subai's face was adorned with lip prints. Wendy, organizing the documents, inwardly cursed repeatedly. Heart stealer, heart stealer, heart stealer. It was only in the afternoon that Subai finally extricated himself from the frenzy of fan interactions. Burima and Lanchi tenderly offered him towels to wipe his cheeks. Dear, I find myself a bit hungry. Shall we return to the West City for a meal? Subai glanced at the time. It was getting late, and it wouldn't be good for the baby to remain hungry. Number 21 had brought the universal capsules, and I noticed the picturesque scenery outside. How about we go camping instead? The 2 young ladies' eyes lit up. Camping? That sounds wonderful. Number 21 turned to the somewhat sullen Wendy. We're going for a picnic. You must be hungry too. Would you like to join us? Wendy was momentarily stunned. The voice was reminiscent of her own, and the appearance bore some resemblance as well. Yet, the other seemed more mature and alluring, her tone imbued with a languid nonchalance, and a long tail swayed behind her. She pondered quietly. What could have gone awry for Mr. Su to have 3 such virtuous wives? Noticing Wendy lost in thought, number 21 inquired again. Is it inconvenient? Wendy suddenly snapped back to reality and, for reasons she could not discern, nodded in agreement. Perhaps she was curious to witness the daily life of Subai. In the dim expanse of space, the metallic cabin emitted a cold glow. Chaviznez and Dre focused intently on the navigation screen, sifting through data. Lord Gula, we shall arrive at Earth in 1 hour. The information has been confirmed. The Saiyan who defeated King Frisia is named Subai. He is the champion of this year's Earth Martial Arts Tournament. Martial Arts Champion? A derisive laugh echoed within the cabin. What formidable beings could possibly inhabit such a trivial planet? Why not simply obliterate it? My pride will not allow such a notion. The crimson pupils flickered. Even if he is a Super Saiyan, I shall crush him with my own hands. Dre bowed respectfully, truly worthy of Lord Gula. The spaceship tore through the clouds, landing with a thunderous roar. The jet sliced through the night sky, swiftly reaching the outskirts. Bulma and the others laughed joyfully as they spread out the picnic cloth, washing fruits and vegetables and setting up a campfire. Wendy quietly assisted in arranging the utensils. Subai returned, holding a wriggling river fish. Behold this bounty. He proudly shook his prize. Number 21 smiled, her lips pursed. Wow, that's quite a catch. It's enough for our whole family. Time to start grilling. I'll let you all taste the exquisite delicacy, Subai declared confidently as he wielded the roasting fork. The three young ladies could hardly contain their laughter. Bulma teased, boasting without a draft. Do you remember the last time you tried to fry an egg and it turned to charcoal? That was an accident. This time, I assure you, there will be no issues, Subai defended himself, scratching his head. Lan Shi examined the fish meat closely and exclaimed, this fish is of exceptional quality. Just by looking at the texture, one can tell it will be delicious. With fresh ingredients paired with a simple roasting method, the aroma of grilled fish soon filled the air. Subai meticulously portioned the fish, preparing bamboo skewers for each lady. He had specifically prepared skinless pieces for number 21. While the fish skin may be fragrant, the harmful substances produced during grilling are not good for the baby. You should eat this piece. Such thoughtfulness from my husband. Number 21 beamed with a radiant smile. Wendy observed this unique family in silence. Despite Subai having 3 wives, he was considerate of each one. They interacted harmoniously, their faces always adorned with joyful smiles. This was a stark contrast to the memories Wendy held of her parents. Although her parents adhered to the traditional monogamous union, their days were filled with endless quarrels, and their lives were steeped in resentment. Before her stood a family whose bonds, though unique, radiated warmth in every interaction. Is the food not to your liking? Subai's voice interrupted Wendy's reverie. No, the flavors are exquisite, Wendy quickly clarified. Do focus on your fish, said Bulma gently. Distracting yourself may lead to a fishbone mishap. Do indulge, otherwise you risk offending our esteemed chef. Thank you, Wendy replied, lowering her head to take a generous bite of fish, ripples of emotion stirring within her. The beautifully grilled fish, enveloped in sauce, was crisp on the outside yet tender within. With each bite, Wendy found herself utterly enchanted by the delectable taste. Wow, this is incredibly fragrant. If you enjoy it, eat more, there's plenty, came the encouraging reply. She devoured the fish voraciously, but within her heart, an unusual tumult began to brew. His casual concern somehow provided her with an inexplicable sense of comfort, allowing her to lower her guard entirely. How wonderful it would be to encounter a partner who truly cared for her. Observing their sweet interactions, Wendy suddenly felt like an outsider, yet deep within, she could not help but yearn for that warmth. Subai, though a rogue, possessed a dangerous charm when gentle. All 3 girls were immersed in this delightful moment. Wendy abruptly shook her head. No, a scoundrel was adept at beguiling hearts, and she must not fall for it. At that moment, the girl labeled as 21 set down a fishbone, and Subai casually peeled a banana, offering it to her. Darling, I suddenly crave something sour. 21 mumbled around the banana. Sour? Yes, I used to dislike it, but now I find it particularly tempting. Bulma interjected, pregnant women's tastes do change. They either crave sour or spicy. No wonder you ate so little tonight. You must not have had an appetite. There's a grove of sour jujubes ahead. I shall fetch some. Thank you, dear. Wendy's eyes widened. That grove is at least 100 kilometers away. If my wife desires it, I would circle the globe to fetch it, he declared, and before his words faded, Subai had transformed into a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. When he stood frozen in place, truly a legendary figure, he traversed distances with the speed of flight, disappearing without a trace. Bulma rose and said, I shall fetch some river water to wash the jujubes later. Allow me, Wendy insisted, snatching the basin. I cannot merely partake of your bounty. I must contribute in some way. The clear river water reflected the starlight, pure enough to drink directly from the source in this era. Meanwhile, Gula's spacecraft landed silently. 3 subordinates scattered to search for the traces of the Super Saiyan, with a martial arts tournament poster and energy detector serving as their clues. The tournament's runner-up? Let us capture them for questioning. As Dre scanned the riverbank, he compared the silhouette to the poster and revealed a sinister grin. Just as Wendy bent down to scoop water, a shadow suddenly enveloped her back. Dre's claw gripped her shoulder. A surge of terror coursed through Wendy as she desperately tried to break free, yet that hand remained immovable. Chapter 53. Realizing her futile resistance, Dre displayed a contemptuous smile. Is this the martial arts tournament's runner-up? No wonder the detector shows a combat power of only 7. I wasted my effort hiding my presence for this ambush. Who are you? Wendy's voice trembled. She had never been so acutely aware of her own frailty, finding herself utterly defenseless before true power. It's no harm in telling you, Dre said with a chilling smirk. On this planet, someone has defeated the cosmic tyrant Frisia. It's the champion of this martial arts tournament, Subai. Where is he? The cosmos? Subai has vanquished him? Wendy's eyes widened in disbelief. Stop pretending to be oblivious. It has been over 2 months. A tempest of emotions surged within Wendy. It turned out he had been silently safeguarding Earth, achieving such monumental feats without seeking recognition. In her heart, Subai's stature grew ever more monumental. I shall never betray Subai. Dre snorted coldly and struck her unconscious. Meanwhile, Shaviza and Nez were on the hunt for their target. Suddenly, the detector blared an alarm. Look, this child has a tail, Nez exclaimed with excitement. He must be a descendant of the Saiyan who defeated Frisia. Capture him. Before long, Shaviza was carrying the unconscious Gohan, while the lifeless body of Chi-Chi lay at their feet, pierced through the abdomen. Sensing his wife's faint energy, Goku rushed home in an instant. Upon seeing Chi-Chi on the brink of death, fury ignited within him. Gohan has been taken, Chi-Chi struggled to say. Do not speak. I will fetch the Senza beans, Goku declared, darting toward Karen Tower to retrieve the beans and revive Chi-Chi. As she regained consciousness, Chi-Chi immediately sought to find their son. Goku held her back. They are too powerful. I will go. Just as Goku was about to leave, the detector's alarm blared sharply once more. Ha ha, the Saiyans have come to us. He immediately activated the communicator. Lord Cooler, we have located the target. No sooner had he spoken than Goku appeared before him. Release Gohan. Shaviza sneered. Quick on your feet, Saiyan. He was no mere minion of Frisia. His power was formidable. Without hesitation, he unleashed an energy blast toward Goku. However, as the blast neared him, Goku's figure suddenly flickered. Shaviza's pupils constricted. In a flash, Goku leaped above him, delivering a powerful kick to his face. Shaviza was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball, and Gohan slipped from his grasp. Unexpectedly, an energy blast shot through the air, aimed directly at Gohan. Without a moment's thought, Goku spun around and took the hit on his back. Gohan remained unharmed, but Goku's energy plummeted, his back bleeding profusely. Gritting his teeth, he held Gohan tightly. In the sky, Cooler appeared, launching a barrage of energy blasts. Goku dodged through the pain, but Gohan was suddenly caught by the arriving Piccolo. Seizing the moment, Goku roared in transformation, his golden hair soaring as he engaged Cooler in battle. Cooler, possessing a form more potent than Frisia, unleashed an even fiercer assault. The two fought fiercely, neither yielding, though Cooler gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing Cooler in action, Nez immediately pulled Shaviza towards Subai's location. Subai, humming a tune while picking sour dates, suddenly sensed several formidable auras approaching. Who else dares to wreak havoc on Earth? Who is Goku fighting? He scratched his head in confusion. This matter concerns me not. Let the Saiyans bear the burden. My wife comes first, followed by the Earth. The jujube fruit on this tree is diminutive, surely bitter enough to rot one's teeth. Suddenly, 2 shadows darting through the sky captured his attention. Had Wendy been captured? Was she not with number 21? Subai dashed upwards, delivering a powerful blow that sent Dre into the air, cradling Wendy in his arms. Are you hurt? How did you end up here? Wendy, still shaken, felt her cheeks flush from the unexpected embrace. Me fine. Yet, Subai's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Number 21's energy is surging. They are in danger. We must not disturb the pregnancy. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished with Wendy in an instant. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others awaited anxiously when, without warning, a wave of energy surged towards them. Number 21 swiftly positioned herself in front of Bulma, absorbing the blow. Although she healed instantly, had she hesitated for even half a second, Bulma and Lan Chi would have been obliterated. Number 21's icy gaze fell upon Savaiza. State your name. Why have you ambushed us? Savaiza laughed maniacally as he summoned energy. Earth harbors such powerful beings. What a pity you are about to perish. A myriad of energy projectiles rained down upon Bulma and Lan Chi. Number 21 extended her protective barrier, deflecting all attacks, and retaliated with an energy blast that reduced Savaiza to nothingness. Before the ripples of energy dissipated, Su Bai appeared on the battlefield. My dear, number 21 smiled, her face smeared with the remnants of battle. I have ensured the safety of Bulma and Lan Chi. That's wonderful, my love. Yet, before the words had fully left his mouth, number 21 suddenly clutched her abdomen, groaning in pain. Su Bai rushed to support her as Bulma urgently explained. The earlier attack was entirely absorbed by number 21. She may have disturbed the pregnancy and needs to go to the hospital immediately. No, number 21 said, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she grasped her husband's hand. At just 2 months, the hospital cannot ensure the baby's safety. We must go to Karen Tower for the sins of beans. In an instant, Su Bai arrived at the mist-shrouded Karen Tower, only to find the cat-like Karen shaking his head. The sins of beans would erase the existence of the fetus. She is unharmed, but the child. Upon returning to his wife, Su Bai's hopeful gaze dimmed upon hearing the grim news. He held her tighter, the scent of gunpowder mingling with her trembling breaths. Dear, do not despair. We will have another baby. Number 21's tears fell freely as she buried her face in Su Bai's shoulder, weeping, it is all my fault for not protecting our child. Why must the heavens treat me so? Su Bai gently wiped away her tears, placing a kiss on her forehead. Do not speak like that. As long as you are safe, we will have many children in the future. You are what matters most to me. But I still feel so useless, number 21 sobbed. Bulma and Lan Chi stepped forward, embracing them. Bulma softly reassured, taking care of your health is paramount. There will be plenty of opportunities to have children. Lan Chi added with a smile, perhaps next time, it will be triplets or quadruplets. Wendy, standing to the side, gazed at this tender scene, moved by the sight. Though Su Bai may appear aloof, his attentiveness to his wives was undeniably profound. At this moment, number 21 suddenly lifted her head and exclaimed, it seems that Wukong is at a disadvantage. You must go and assist him. However, Su Bai resolutely replied, you are my entire world. This declaration sent a tremor through Wendy's heart. In her view, nothing is more desirable for a woman than to be the most significant presence in her beloved's life. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, with clouds swirling and thunder rumbling. When he gasped, what is happening? Burima exclaimed with excitement, it is the dragon. Wendy perplexed. Receive an explanation from Lan Chi. Gathering the 7 Dragon Balls allows one to summon the dragon to fulfill any wish, even resurrecting the deceased. Can even the dead be brought back to life? Wendy's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, such a miraculous entity exists in this world. Any wish can be granted. Their social circle is indeed extraordinary to have access to such a being. Could it be that those strange weather occurrences, which thundered without rain, were actually someone summoning the dragon? Burima's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Dear, if the sins of beans prove ineffective, the dragon will surely safeguard our child. Number 21 trembled with affirmation. Indeed, the dragon can undoubtedly save the baby. My dear, let us hurry to make our wish. If we delay, it may be too late. Su Bai planted a fervent kiss on Burima's lips. You are truly clever, my darling. Everyone, hold on to me tightly. I can sense Krillin's energy and will teleport you all there. Wendy was once again rendered speechless in astonishment. You intend to use the wish-granting dragon to preserve pregnancy? How wasteful. Would it not be more appealing to obtain power, wealth, and status instead? Wait, that is merely my perspective. They seem to lack none of those things and are enveloped in sweet, romantic love. They are indeed a perfect epitome of life's pinnacle. Just then, Su Bai's voice resonated. Wendy, quickly grasp my hand so I can take you along and prevent you from being captured again. Su Bai was not at ease, insisting on keeping the girls close. Although Wendy had yet to formally enter his life, she had long been designated in his heart. In an instant, they all vanished. Krillin was making a wish to the dragon. Dragon, please grant me a girlfriend, one with a slender waist, long legs, striking beauty, and unwavering love for me. She must also have a peach-shaped posterior, fair skin, a gentle disposition, and a height of. Before he could finish his request, Su Bai and his family suddenly materialized, startling Krillin and interrupting the latter half of his wish. What are you doing? I was in the midst of making a wish. Krillin, we need to borrow the dragon for a moment. Number 21 is experiencing complications and may not be able to keep the baby. Krillin turned to see the weakened number 21, marked by battle scars, leaving him utterly speechless, as if 1,000 alpacas were racing through his mind. Just when he was on the verge of finding a partner, they had interrupted him in such a cruel manner. However, given the gravity of the situation, the kind-hearted Krillin ultimately relented. Observing the hopeful gazes of the others, he begrudgingly nodded. Fine, we can discuss my search for a partner next year. I will yield this opportunity to you. Thank you immensely. You will surely encounter true love this year. Krillin managed a wry smile. I appreciate your kind wishes. At this moment, the dragon, growing impatient, inquired, will you make a wish or not? Remember, I can fulfill any desire. Subai fastidi exclaimed, Dragon. Please protect the child within the womb of number 21. A trivial matter, the dragon replied. A dazzling light ignited in the dragon's eyes as a mysterious energy enveloped the entire area. In an instant, number 21 felt that the life of the fetus within her was no longer fading. Rather, it was gradually regaining vitality. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, announced the dragon, transforming into golden light and merging with the Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly scattered, shooting off in various directions. When he was once again astounded, was this the power of the dragon? Truly capable of granting any wish. How extraordinary. However, a detail stirred her suspicion. Why did the dragon wish to preserve the child within Wendy? Could it be that number 21 was also named Wendy? What a coincidence to share a name. Wendy discreetly observed number 21. At that moment, she was gently caressing her abdomen, her face radiant with happiness. Upon closer inspection, her features bore a resemblance to Wendy's. Though her skin shimmered with a delicate pink hue and a long tail trailed behind her, indicating she was no ordinary person. Wendy gently shook her head. There are so many individuals with the same name in the world. It was hardly surprising. While everyone else reveled in joy, only Krillin appeared melancholic. Upon seeing Wendy, he could not help but let out a sigh. Has Su-Bai found a new girlfriend? He lamented. Oh, how infuriating it is to compare oneself to others. He already has 3 wives, yet he continues to attract more girls. With this thought, Krillin's heart grew heavier. He longed for the kind of flourishing romantic fortune that Su-Bai possessed. Just then, Wendy's phone suddenly rang. Ms. Wendy, can you reach Mr. Su-Bai? Aliens are wreaking havoc on Earth, and we urgently request Mr. Su-Bai's assistance. Wendy paused for a moment before responding, I am with Mr. Su-Bai. That's wonderful. Please have Mr. Su-Bai stop the aliens. Many lives have already been lost. Understood. I will inform him immediately. After hanging up, Wendy turned to Su-Bai, who was met with a concerned gaze from number 21. Darling, let us conceal our presence and hide while you confront the aliens, she suggested. Su-Bai nadith, odait. Ensure your safety. If you encounter danger, release your energy, and I will teleport to you immediately. Do not engage. Chapter 54. Number 21 smiled gently. Yes, rest assured. Just as Su-Bai prepared to teleport, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching. He is coming. You all hide in the woods. Krillin, assist in protecting them. Krillin replied. Though I may not be able to defeat the aliens, I can certainly protect them. Bulma analyzed. It seems the phenomenon triggered by the dragon has drawn him here. Quickly, let us find cover. The group swiftly concealed themselves in the woods. Su-Bai soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A brilliant golden light erupted, and a surge of energy swept across the surroundings. From her hiding place in the woods, Wendy gazed up at the striking figure in the sky, utterly entranced. He is simply stunning, extraordinarily powerful. He showers every wife with affection, displaying both meticulousness and tenderness. And when he becomes romantic, it's utterly captivating. Moreover, he is a superhero dedicated to saving the world. Can such a perfect being truly exist? It's astonishing. Before long, Gula arrived. Damn, just a moment too late. Is that the Dragon Ball of Earth? My peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Su-Bai with his golden hair, transformed and resembling a Saiyan. Gula sneered. Another Super Saiyan? You must be Su-Bai, the one who killed my useless brother. Gula? Su-Bai didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Oh, you know me? You've done your homework. Gula twisted his neck. That waste may be my brother, but he was weak. You're asking for death. Before he could finish, Gula transformed into a blur and lunged forward. Su-Bai was seething. Just moments ago, this fool's subordinates nearly caused 21 to miscarry. And now his fists were moving faster than his thoughts. Boom! At the moment of their clash, a shockwave erupted, shattering the ground beneath them. Their punches and kicks were so swift they left afterimages, each strike imbued with the force to shatter mountains. Lightning crackled through the air, while the rocks below were pulverized into dust. Wendy watched in awe, her pupils dilating. Is this speed even humanly possible? The air twisted before her eyes. If not for the ground continuously exploding into massive craters, one would hardly know a battle was raging above. It was far more intense than the fight against the demon King Piccolo back in the day. Gula grew increasingly alarmed. Despite his multiple transformations of surpassing Frieza, he had just rendered Goku incapacitated, and now he was the one being overwhelmed. Subai targeted his weak points with precision. A left hook caused Gula's eyes to bulge, while a right whip kick sent him spewing blood backward. Just as Gula attempted to retaliate, a knee strike caught him at the back of the head, propelling him like a cannonball into the sky. Gula struggled desperately in midair, still trying to regain his posture, when Subai materialized above him. A powerful blow sent him crashing back toward the ground. Gula foresaw that his opponent would undoubtedly teleport beneath him next, delivering a skyward punch to launch him even higher. This was not merely an attack. It felt like intentional mockery and outright humiliation. Unable to endure any longer, Gula finally unleashed all his strength. Seeking just a moment of respite, a violent aura erupted from within him, temporarily forcing Subai back. Gula unleashed an energy wave directly aimed at Subai. Considering the wives in the woods, Subai opted to take the hit with his body. Wendy paled at the sight. Oh no, what if Mr. Subai gets hit? 21 calmly shook her head. You're overthinking it. He simply doesn't want the energy wave to affect this area. Wendy's eyes widened. He took that hit head-on to protect us? Bulma interjected, with my husband's speed, dodging that would be effortless. Did you not notice he emerged unscathed? While that guy is covered in blood. As the dust settled, Subai indeed appeared unharmed. Wendy let out a long sigh of relief. He is incredible. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flooded her vision. 21 frowned. He intends to destroy the Earth. Wendy exclaimed, a planet-destroying bomb? Are we doomed? Gura had unleashed a supernova energy bomb toward Subai. Why not evade it? Wendy stamped her feet in desperation. Burma and Lanchi also grew anxious. Number 21 spoke solemnly. He is shielding the Earth from this strike. The destructive energy surged forth, accompanied by a searing wave of heat. Wendy, in despair, shut her eyes. Gurakakled. I am unlike that foolish brother. My strikes are lethal. You shall vanish along with the Earth. The energy bomb swelled ominously, descending upon them like the sun's oppressive glare. Just as the four sisters were engulfed in worry, Subai finally completed his charge and unleashed the Kamehameha. A brilliant beam of energy erupted from his palm, colliding head-on with the cataclysmic supernova energy bomb. The two forces clashed in the air, their explosive heat warping the surrounding atmosphere. When he felt her cheeks flush, overwhelmed by the astonishing intensity of the battle. With a mighty roar from Subai, the energy beam surged forth, forcing the destructive energy bomb back. Gura, witnessing this, exerted all his might, only to be horrified to find he could not budge an inch. In an instant, the Kamehameha, carrying the energy bomb, struck Gura with tremendous force. No! A chilling scream echoed as Gura was propelled beyond the atmosphere. Subai's offensive did not wane. The continuous surge of energy directly propelled this cosmic fiend towards the sun. At the moment Gura plummeted into the solar flames, a brilliant solar flare erupted, illuminating the entire Earth. Number 21 smiled brightly. It is over. My dear has once again saved the world. Wendy blinked in disbelief. Did Mr. Subai transfer that destructive energy into space? Not just that, Number 21 replied, lightly stroking her hair. He sent that extraterrestrial villain into the sun as well. Incredible, Wendy exclaimed, her cheeks aglow. Mr. Subai was indeed the guardian of Earth. Burma, linking arms with her husband, smiled. He is a hero, but more importantly, he is our most gentle partner. Just then, Subai returned triumphantly, immediately encircled by his wives. Wendy, seeing this, felt her face flush. Sisters, mind the occasion. Number 21 mischievously winked. Shall we share a hug as well? You all are impossible, Wendy protested, covering her face and stamping her foot, embarrassed at being seen. Lanchi, linking arms with Subai, smiled. Our love is natural. Why concern ourselves with others' opinions? Burma nodded in agreement. Our own happiness is paramount. Let others think what they will. When he was rendered speechless by their words. In such a short time, the sweet interactions of this family had subjected her to countless emotional upheavals. Burma and Lanchi's dialogue astonished Wendy. Although their lifestyle was unconventional and unconcerned with societal judgments, this family radiated such joy and fulfillment. It was truly enviable. Wendy couldn't help but envision herself joining this family, standing beside the world-renowned hero, basking in glory each day. one can freely indulge in passionate embraces on the streets, meandering through shopping districts and cinemas like any ordinary couple. Dressed in splendid new attire for an outing, one savors his gentle affections at every turn, merely envisioning being the sole object of admiration for a myriad of infatuated young women quickens the heartbeat. However, the revelation that he possesses 3 companions is rather surprising, indeed. Wait a moment. What right do I have to feel a twinge of jealousy towards Subai, with whom I share no intimate connection? His personal life is of no concern to me. Their marital bliss is harmonious. Who am I to critique their relationship? Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Winnie's thoughts swirled chaotically like a spilled palette of colors. After the gathering concluded, everyone meticulously tidied the venue, even sorting the trash. This eco-consciousness elicited a quiet admiration from Wendy. She suddenly realized that aside from his romantic inclinations, Subai was practically flawless. As a world-class hero, he bore no airs and treated everyone with kindness. Of course, such a nonchalant demeanor could also be considered characteristic of a cad. On the return flight, Goku struggled to support his weary body. If only he had brought some senza beans. An ambush was truly unexpected. Little Gohan rushed over, asking, "Are you all right? I'll take you back first. I must personally deal with that fellow." At that moment, Gula's aura abruptly vanished. Goku looked up to see a magnificent scene of the Kamehameha engulfing the enemy as they plummeted into the sun, causing his pupils to dilate in surprise. It seems Subai has already resolved the matter. "Let us go, Gohan. Chi-Chi must be waiting anxiously." The following morning, all media outlets in Subai City were endlessly broadcasting the same news. Footage of alien invaders being repelled by the hero occupied the headlines. Although the high-speed battle was difficult to capture, the close-up of the Kamehameha that sent Gula flying bore an uncanny resemblance to the technique that had once vanquished the Demon King Piccolo. Entertainment journalists began to delve into the origins of the Kamehameha, with even Master Rashi's daily life coming under scrutiny. Many were drawn to pay homage, and when Master Rashi saw a throng of fans, media, and swimsuit-clad beauties at his doorstep, he was filled with excitement, promptly admitting that Subai had once been his disciple, learning the Kamehameha from him. However, it was evident that Subai had surpassed him long ago. In a matter of days, a group of young women clad in swimwear gathered on Master Rashi's island, eager to learn martial arts from him. Their intentions clear. They awaited Subai's visit to meet this legendary figure in person. Naturally, Subai had little interest in these superficial admirers. Their beauty combined was no match for any of his wives. Yet, Krillin found a sense of direction in this scenario. "I'm also a disciple of Master Rashi. I've returned to continue my training." After showcasing his abilities, he finally caught the attention of a girl. Though Mr. Subai seems unattainable, this Krillin, despite his short stature and lack of hair, is quite skilled. Moreover, he has a good relationship with Subai and often attends gatherings. Perhaps there is a chance to get closer to Mr. Subai. A few days later, one girl became quite familiar with Krillin. "Klin, may I have the pleasure of meeting your friend?" "Certainly. I shall introduce you to my closest companion, Wukong. However, I would prefer to meet Mr. Subai, if you don't mind. It is unwise for me to mingle among Subai's admirers, as my intentions are far from innocent," Klin thought bitterly. While others engage in romance filled with sweetness, the girls he dates incessantly discuss Subai, probing into his preferences. Klin felt his defenses crumble once more. He realized that if this relationship continued, he would inevitably find himself overshadowed. Perhaps it is better to embrace singlehood. On the day he vanquished Gula, the latter's spacecraft was discovered by the military and transported to the heart of Subai City. After nationwide deliberation, it was decided to erect a colossal statue depicting Subai triumphantly standing atop an alien vessel, symbolizing his accomplishments as the world champion safeguarding Earth's peace. As Subai's personal secretary, when he naturally needed to communicate with him frequently to gather photographs, they often ventured out for leisure and captured moments together. Without a second thought, Burima readily sent her several images of Subai to enhance the statue's realism and charm. However, one of the photographs inadvertently captured 3 women in the background, one of whom, 21, was in human form. When he was taken aback, was there another wife? How despicable! Yet, upon closer inspection, she noticed a striking resemblance between herself and the woman, though the latter possessed a more regal demeanor and a flawless figure far beyond her own. Wendy recalled the previous incident when Subai had called out her name, and 21 had responded immediately. It seemed they shared the same name, yet this photograph did not feature 21, but rather someone akin to her. Doubts clouded Wendy's mind, heightening her confusion regarding Subai's family. In a medium-sized city in the south, Lazuli and her brother Lapisi strolled leisurely down the street. The siblings had traveled from their home, situated 100 miles away, to enjoy the vibrant city. A giant screen displayed news of the world champion, drawing their attention as a crowd of fervent fans gathered around. The scene shifted to Subai in a fierce battle against aliens, the camera focusing on him as he executed the Kamehameha to repel his foes. It was the heroic news of Subai. To their astonishment, Earth had been saved once again within mere days. Lazuli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she unabashedly proclaimed, "Subai, my darling, you are so handsome. I shall marry you when I grow up." Like many other female admirers, she had grown accustomed to referring to this national idol in such endearing terms. Lapisi chuckled and shook his head. "Don't dream too big, mister. Subai already has 3 beautiful companions. You stand no chance." Unyielding, the still-growing Lazuli puffed out her chest defiantly. "I am still developing." Suddenly, a girl nearby shrieked, "Subai, my darling, I want to bear your children. I too wish to marry Mr. Subai." That day felt particularly warm, a remnant of the alien invasion's aftermath. Thanks to Mr. Subai's discreet protection, we can live our lives in peace. The murmurs of the crowd ebb and flow. Even after the news concluded, devoted fans lingered, awaiting a rebroadcast. Lapisi urged her sister to continue shopping. Chasing after stars was, after all, a lavish fantasy. At this moment, Lazuli was acutely aware that she could never enter the realm of that world champion's gaze. Moments later, Lazuli discovered a boutique, and through the bright glass window, she beheld a stunning ensemble displayed on a mannequin, radiating brilliance. Her gaze was irresistibly captivated. What exquisite attire! Alas, we cannot afford it. Just look at that price tag, 18,000. Father's annual salary as a forest ranger barely amounts to that. Lazuli chuckled resignedly. Such high-end clothing. I fear I shall never wear in this lifetime. Let's go. Reluctantly, she lingered for a while longer before departing with Lapisi. After a long day of shopping, the siblings managed to purchase only a set of inexpensive street market finds, a t-shirt and a pair of jeans. This depleted all their savings, and they barely had enough left after saving on transport. Now, they lacked even the fare to return home and were forced to walk back. Despite the arduous journey, Lazuli woda yoifelismail. Clad in her new clothes, she hopped along the way, exuding the happiness of a little bird. For a girl, donning new attire is one of life's greatest joys. Sometimes she mused how wonderful it would be to marry a wealthy man and indulge in a life of luxury, adorned with new garments every day. Lapisi, do you think Mr. Subai would be willing to take a photo with me if I wore this outfit? Lapisi smiled slightly. Mr. Subai is so kind to his fans. He would oblige even if you were dressed in a sack. Who would wear a sack? Be careful, or I might stuff you into one. The two burst into laughter as they traversed the woodland path. After crossing the river by boat, they finally returned to their little island home. However, as they approached their doorstep with exuberance, the harrowing scene before them froze them in their tracks. Their mother lay in a pool of blood, her eyes tightly shut. Their father, the forest ranger in his 50s, struggled to rise, bloodied and battered. Upon seeing Lazuli and Lapisi, he suddenly shouted, "Lazuli, take your brother and run." The siblings, gripped by terror, cried out, "Father, mother." They rushed toward their father. Just then, an old man appeared behind him, clutching his neck, a sharp blade pressed against his chest. It was Dr. Gallo. With a sinister grin, he coldly remarked, "If you wish for him to die, by all means, try to flee. Let my father go." The siblings screamed. Their father, seeing them still hesitating, barked, "Run. This madman intends to turn you into robots. Flee." Father, gazing at their mother in the blood-soaked ground and at their father drenched in blood. How could the siblings possibly escape alone? Their once blissful family could never have anticipated the heart-wrenching loss of their mother. And now they must helplessly witness their father meet a tragic fate. The siblings reflect upon their past rebellious actions, their hearts burdened with remorse. They had often defied their parents' teachings, and now their only recourse is to strive to save their father. Sensing their intentions, the father, as a devoted parent, is willing to sacrifice everything for his children. Suddenly, he resolves with fierce determination and steps forward resolutely. The cold blade pierces his chest, and blood gushes forth, the crimson tip of the knife glinting with a chilling light. "Don't, father!" Lazuli and Lapis cry out in anguish, tears streaming down their faces. With his last ounce of strength, their father shouts, "Run!" In a fit of rage, Dr. Gallo swings his blade, severing the father's head. Blood saturates the grass, and the severed head rolls several meters away, its wide-open eyes seeming to urge them, "Run." Lazuli is the first to react. pulling Lapis towards the boat. Tears cascading down their cheeks, yet their feet dare not falter. Dr. Gallo's sinister laughter echoes as his men relentlessly pursue them. Just as the siblings are about to board the vessel, a gunshot shatters the stillness of the sky. Several henchmen swiftly encircle them. Stop! Move, and we'll turn you into Swiss cheese. The siblings freeze in terror, gazing at the dark muzzles of Dr. Gallo and his men. Suddenly, the forest animals charge towards Dr. Gallo in a frenzy. He hastily opens fire, and countless creatures fall to the ground, sacrificing themselves to grant the siblings a fleeting chance at survival. Lapis weeps again for these spirited animals, who had been their father's lifelong companions. Never had Lazuli and Lapis imagined they could be so brave, selflessly shielding their friends in the face of danger, clinging to the faint hope of survival. Two 18-year-olds, unaccustomed to such brutality, find their mental defenses crumbling. Stop! We surrender. Lapis cries, tears streaming down as he kneels. Lazuli, overwhelmed by the gruesome scene, faints. The gunfire ceases abruptly. Without hesitation, Dr. Gallo orders his men to knock them unconscious and swiftly place them in sacks for removal. Perfect. These two gifted bodies are excellent materials for transformation into artificial beings. Sun Wukong, for the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, I shall ensure you pay 100-fold. Just wait and see. 3 months have passed since the conception of Subject 21, and Subai accompanies her to a private hospital for a checkup. To ensure utmost accuracy, they require the counsel of a professional physician. All fetal indicators appear normal, yet the development is alarmingly slow, lagging 3 to 4 times behind the standard embryo. The doctor scrutinizes the ultrasound report, their gaze shifting between Subai and Subject 21. Suddenly, they notice the swaying long tail behind 21. Excuse me, madam. Which race do you belong to? This characteristic is quite rare. It is of no consequence. I am of an extraterrestrial lineage. Ah, I see. Mr. Subai. Not only do you protect the Earth, but you also capture the heart of an alien beauty. Truly admirable. The doctor smiles, giving a thumbs up. The private hospital managed by Bulma had been acquainted with Subai long before his rise to fame. Given the frequent visits from the Su family, the medical staff had grown accustomed to their presence. Upon hearing about the embryo's delayed development, Number 21 felt a pang of anxiety. Doctor, how long will it take for the fetus to stabilize? The physician responded with a solemn nod. Typically, a normal fetus requires 3 months, but in your case, it may take 9 to 10 months. Given the extended gestation period, it is imperative to prioritize rest and avoid any strenuous activity. With a meaningful glance at Subai, the doctor concluded. Number 21's expression darkened. Must we wait for so long? Subai gently rested his hand on her shoulder. The most important thing is health and safety. Do not worry too much. With their fingers entwined, the couple strolled homeward. When Yulin arrived for a visit, Bulma and Lan Chi were entertaining guests at home. Sister Bulma, Sister Lan Chi, I have decided to marry Subai. Bulma nearly dropped her teacup in astonishment. The progress was surprisingly swift. They had merely offered some encouraging words. After all, Subai had pursued Wendy for an entire month without making any headway. This was truly an unexpected delight. What had prompted such a sudden change of heart? Ever since Subai became the hero who saved the Earth, my friends have become his ardent admirers. I know Subai and his several wives, but they don't believe me, claiming I'm boasting. They even jest that if I truly knew Subai, they'd be willing to become his 4th or 5th concubine. Now that Subai is a national idol, where can one find such a good man? Thus, I have resolved to marry him, to become his 4th concubine and bear his children. The thought of my friend's astonished expressions at that moment makes me chuckle to myself. Lan Chi, upon hearing her words, raised her eyebrows in surprise. Goodness, did my husband's charm fail to catch Wendy, but instead attract Yulin? Is the allure of an idol truly that formidable? Are young girls today so fervent in their admiration? Yulin replied with a grin. Do not underestimate them. Some have even tattooed Subai's name or likeness on their bodies. Is that for real? Will their boyfriends allow that? Of course. Subai is a great hero, and even their boyfriends admire him. Idols are exalted figures, sacred and untouchable. It's quite normal for couples to share a passion for their idols. Bulma was equally astounded and muttered. Every year has its peculiarities, but this year seems particularly abundant. Is my husband destined for fame? What do you mean by destined? He is already immensely popular. Isn't he 100 times more admirable than those small-time television stars? A martial arts champion, the world's #1 hero of Earth. Shouldn't he be revered? Bulma and Lan Chi exchanged glances and nodded in resignation. Indeed, is only right. Yulin clapped her hands in excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Sister Bulma, Sister Lan Chi, accompany me to choose a wedding dress. I can hardly contain my excitement. Bulma scrutinized her for a moment. Is it really necessary? This chi pao looks quite lovely on you. Really? I have a more exquisite bright red one. Should I try it on? That sounds quite fitting. I shall procure a suit to complement the chi pao for my husband. You are aware of his measurements, are you not? Let us embark on this endeavor together and surprise him. Bulma's eyes twitched slightly. Hey, you haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and you already refer to him as your husband? Well, we shall be a family sooner or later. All right then, let's proceed. The following day, Su Bai's wedding invitations were delivered to several close friends. The ceremony was exclusive to acquaintances, with only a few familiar faces like Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan in attendance. Chi-Chi gazed at the invitation with a sigh. Another wedding, and we must contribute again. Thankfully, Wukong has recently earned a fortune. However, at this rate, it won't last long, and we will have to save for Gohan and Goten's tutoring fees as well. Vegeta took the invitation, scoffing dismissively. How many times has this occurred? With such extraordinary talent. Yet he neglects his training, indulging in romance instead. Truly, he is beyond redemption. Piccolo, holding Su Bai's wedding invitation, sneered in disdain. Last time, I assisted him in courting a girl, and now he is marrying her outright? The thought process of you humans is utterly absurd. Krillin stared at the invitation, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Though they all hailed from Earth, how could their life paths diverge so drastically? Where indeed did the issue lie? In Su Bai's office, although the proprietor rarely made an appearance, when he diligently handled affairs daily. The phone rang incessantly, inundated with calls from reporters and fervent fans. Wendy, Mr. Su Bai Mom, I have encountered someone who is a mirror image of myself, with a resemblance of 99, merely 2 or 3 years my senior. What's so remarkable about that? Finding a few similar looks among 7 billion people is not particularly challenging, is it? Perhaps. When he set her phone down, resting her chin on her hand as she became lost in thought while gazing at the photograph. Upon reflection, Su Bai was not as lacking as she had once perceived. Aside from his heart, it was difficult to pinpoint any flaws. Yet, he had never shown her any affection. Did he not find it curious that I bear such a likeness to his wife? Though he may be a notorious heartthrob, if he pursued me, I would likely respond with the same joy as those enamored fans, wouldn't I? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Those fans were nearly overwhelming the hotline in their quest to uncover Su Bai's private life. As his personal secretary, did I not hold a tremendous advantage? While it is rare for a woman to pursue a man, Su Bai is a national idol, a hero of salvation. My proactive approach is entirely justifiable. Coupled with my resemblance to his wife, I might achieve my goals with remarkable ease. Imagining moments spent with Su Bai, when he felt her cheeks flush, he was astonishingly gentle, embodying the perfect lover, aligning flawlessly with all her fantasies regarding a partner, including those that were rather unrealistic. Perhaps he could truly elevate me to new heights. Resolved, she decided to confess her feelings to Su Bai. Just as she reached for her phone, a call from Bulma suddenly appeared. Wendy, swiftly received the invitation. I have dispatched someone to deliver it. I am in Su Bai's office. It will arrive in 5 minutes. As Wendy unfolded the gilded invitation, it felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Ms. Wendy is cordially invited to the wedding of Su Bai and Yulin. Just 2 days of overtime, and he is already marrying someone else? She collapsed onto the ground, her nails digging deeply into her palms. If only she had spoken up a day earlier, suddenly stamping her foot in frustration. What a despicable man. At the wedding venue, Wendy, as an assistant, had no choice but to attend, her mood somber throughout the event. Yet another wedding with a man who flaunts his charm in a chi pao, a despicable man indeed. As the MC began the address, she tightly crumpled the hem of her dress. A reporter raised a microphone and asked, Yulin, it is well known that Mr. Su Bai has 3 partners. What has compelled you to steadfastly choose to marry him? Yulin, cradling a bouquet, smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. Isn't it obvious? It is. Of course, love. Could you elaborate on what aspects of Mr. Su Bai have captivated you? Yulin took a deep breath. Each of his qualities enchants me. As a close friend of Lan Chi, I have witnessed their blissful life firsthand. Mr. Su Bai cherishes each of his wives as if they were treasures, offering meticulous care and respect. Initially, I too believed he was merely an ordinary playboy, but the reality is entirely different. Since the day we entered into our vows, he has consistently maintained his initial tenderness and thoughtfulness. With extraordinary capabilities, yet remaining romantic and family-oriented, What girl wouldn't yearn for such a perfect partner? Moreover, he has recently been crowned a world champion, becoming a national idol. The malicious remarks are merely the sour grapes of envy. With a playful gesture, Yulin stuck out her tongue at the camera. The host's words, heartfelt blessings to Yulin for finding a good match, were met with thunderous applause. During the solemn vows segment, Su Bai's unwavering I do resonated with conviction. After the elaborate ceremony, the banquet commenced. Despite having experienced the wedding process twice, Su Bai patiently accompanied the bride through every moment. Until the radiant moon rose, in a bridal chamber adorned with roses, Yulin finally fulfilled her wish. She had become Mrs. Su, destined for happiness like her sister brides Abu Irma. As the lights dimmed, a new chapter of Yulin's life began. This understated wedding was unexpectedly exposed by paparazzi, making headlines the following day. The discussion on social media was fervent. The chosen bride's chi-pao look is simply stunning. Comments flooded in, with many young girls idolizing Su Bai as their dream partner. In the office of West City, Wendy was once again besieged by calls from fervent fans, all triggered by the news of Su Bai's wedding. The phone rang incessantly, and she finally pressed the speakerphone button. On her computer screen appeared 2 comparative photos, and Wendy's eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. How could their eye color and skin tone match so perfectly? The only difference was in their bust size. Perhaps she had worn padding? Unable to contain herself any longer, she printed the photos and dialed Su Bai's private number. Mr. Su Bai, I need to visit you. Not long after, Wendy found herself standing before Su Bai's residence. Burima approached her with a beaming smile, inquiring, Wendy, how have you been? Is work going smoothly? Are your fans enthusiastic? Wendy, I have a question to ask, she replied. Why so formal? Just go ahead, Burima encouraged. Wendy spread a photograph across the coffee table, asking, May I inquire who this is? Why do we share such a striking resemblance? Upon seeing the photograph, Burima froze. It was indeed the very image she had previously given to Wendy. She felt a surge of regret and pondered how to explain when Su Bai entered, accompanied by the girl known as Number 21. We're back, he announced. Wendy turned to see the girl beside Su Bai, who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, save for differences in hairstyle and attire. As the three exchanged bewildered glances, Burima discreetly tucked away the photograph. Are you Mrs. Su Bai? Wendy asked, her gaze fixed on Number 21. Why do we look exactly alike? Number 21 was taken aback by the unexpected revelation of her identity. She had intended to relax in her human form, but her new pants had no opening for her tail, leading to this unforeseen encounter with her counterpart from another timeline. Under Su Bai's awkward gaze, Number 21 sighed. Since you have discovered the truth, please follow me. The two women retreated to the garden pavilion. There, Number 21 transformed, revealing her true form as a predator. Wendy staggered back in shock. Number 21? You can shapeshift? Indeed, Number 21 affirmed, reverting to her human guise. My name is also Wendy. Do you understand now? What? Wendy's mind went blank. The same appearance, the same name. What could this possibly mean? Number 21 replied calmly. Because you are me. I am you from over 20 years in the future. What? You mean you are me? A version of me from the future? Precisely. I utilized a time machine to traverse through time and arrived here. How is that even possible? Wendy questioned, her disbelief palpable. If aliens and dragons exist, what makes this impossible? A tremor of realization coursed through her. Though she was an ordinary person, she had never encountered such extraordinary phenomena before. Just because she was unaware did not imply non-existence. Moreover, she had witnessed both aliens and dragons firsthand, not to mention the art of instant transmission. At that moment, she felt that with them, even the most bizarre occurrences began to seem plausible. But why? Because Su Bai represents the regret of my future 27 years, and I have come to find him to amend this regret. Wendy's pupils constricted. 27 years? Am I destined to be single for that long? The situation is not so straightforward. If you're willing, I can divulge details of the future. However, once you hear them, you must marry Su Bai. This secret must remain undisclosed. If you had never encountered him, it would be a different matter, but since you have, and now know, I cannot allow my counterpart from another timeline to be unfaithful to Su Bai. Otherwise, how will I face him in the future? Do you understand? Wendy recalled Su Bai's tenderness towards his family, and her heart had already made its decision. Even if you hadn't said anything, I believe I have already fallen for him. I will certainly marry him. On the 21st, the originally solemn expression softened, revealing a hint of a smile. In my realm, during this very edition of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I encountered Su Bai. You must have sensed the depth of his kindness towards me. the kind that makes a woman forget all else once she has experienced it. At that time, I was utterly captivated by him. His tenderness, thoughtfulness, and romantic nature were simply irresistible. However, upon discovering that he had 3 wives, I chose to depart. Yet from that moment onward, his shadow was indelibly imprinted in my mind, an image I could never erase. Subsequently, I encountered no man who could stir my heart again. It was not until 3 years later that I was seized by Dr. Gero's robot and confined in a secret base, transformed into a biomechanical being. They incessantly injected me with substances, ensuring my bodily functions remained in peak condition eternally. At times I was lucid, at others I was engulfed in unconsciousness. That prolonged period was excruciating. The sole thing that sustained me was the memory of my time with Subai. I thought if there's a next life, I would never refuse him again. 20 years later, they infused me with the cells of Majin Buu. From that moment forth, I became nearly ageless, possessing immense power, even the ability to grow stronger. I broke free from the laboratory's constraints and personally dismantled Dr. Gero's research facilities. On the first day of my regained freedom, I encountered the person destined for me. After overcoming the torment of my dual personality, I finally achieved my dream of marrying him. Yet, on the very day of our wedding, a madman claiming to be a deity waged a war to annihilate the world. Almost all perished in that calamity, including Bulma, Marin, and my beloved husband. I believed I would meet the same fate, yet unexpectedly, I awoke. My unique constitution rendered me the sole survivor. But in a world devoid of my cherished ones, what is left to hold on to? Perhaps it was fate that granted us a chance to reunite. Miraculously, Bulma's secret base remained intact, and the computer system had just completed the development of a time machine. Without hesitation, I embarked on a journey through time. After 27 years of unwavering pursuit, I finally achieved my wish in this moment. Now, I'm truly happy. Wendy, upon hearing this, could not help but hold her breath. Behind those few words lay an unimaginable 27 years of hardship. When the 21st concluded her tale, she gently closed her eyes, tears glistening on her lashes. When he grasped her hand tightly, I am sorry for bringing back these sorrowful memories. The 21st opened her eyes and gently shook her head. It is precisely these poignant memories that have taught me to cherish every moment spent with my husband. I decided to find my husband as secretary. After marriage, I too wish to be cherished like you all. A smile of contentment blossomed on the 21SD's face. This decision is indeed wise. As night descended, Subai once again welcomed his wedding night. In the depths of the night, Wendy nestled in Subai's warm embrace, her eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Within the private hospital of Bu-Erma, joyous news arrived. Lin successfully gave birth to a pair of twin daughters. Wendy also delivered, bringing forth quadruplets, 3 daughters and 1 son. Bu-Erma was astonished. Indeed, it was quadruplets. Mr. Subai, Mrs. Bu-Erma, due to the lower weight of the twins and quadruplets. They need to be observed in the incubator for a while, the doctor explained. Subai nodded, asking, "How are the mothers?" Both Mrs. Wendy and Mrs. Lin are in good condition, though they have exhausted much energy during childbirth and are now asleep. Beep. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 3 daughters and 1 son. Their talents are 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, and 1,500, with combat power values of 5,000, 5,000, and 3,500. Host body is undergoing enhancement. Beep. Enhancement complete. Host talent has risen to 33,500, and combat power has surpassed 20 million. Acquired the complete skill set of Ghost Exorcism and Crane Immortal Flow. Talent transcends the mundane. Combat power growth accelerates, and a reward of 600,000 cells is granted, satisfying the conditions for the second transformation of Super Saiyan. Chapter 57. They were merely ordinary individuals. A modest skill reward sufficed. Yet, the combined talents of the 6 children equated to half of Su Ning's prowess. Subai glanced at the combat power value, 20 million, sufficient to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 1 required 1 billion. Super Saiyan 2 increased the multiplier to 20 billion. With 2 years remaining before the emergence of Cell, tripling his combat power was more than feasible, even if no further offspring were born. Not to mention, the 21st fetus would arrive 2 years later, potentially bringing unforeseen surprises. Bu-Erma and Lan Shi were once again pregnant. Stability was secured. In Dr. Gero's laboratory, after a year of effort, the infinite energy furnace was finally installed. He opened the 2 mechanical pods, where androids 17 and 18 lay in repose. Dr. Gero tapped at the keyboard, inputting the core command, Son Goku. In the darkened realm of consciousness, a question echoed. Who am I? Where's this place? Suddenly, a torrent of chaotic memories surged forth. Destruction and slaughter were the ultimate goals. At any cost, Son Goku. Son Goku? The commands and memories clashed violently, causing 18 to experience a splitting headache. I remember. I am Lazili. My dream is to marry Subai and buy countless new clothes. My father, no. Dr. Gero killed him, and I seek vengeance. Son Goku. For my father. Medi Subai. You are merely a killing machine. You are 18. Life is nothing but bloodshed. If I want to marry Subai, eliminate everything. No, I am 18. I must Son Goku. Dr. Gero wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The fusion must be complete, right? He pressed the start button. Number 18 suddenly opened her eyes. Now, do you know who you are? I am number 18, the android number 18. Excellent. What is your mission? Mission? Son Wukong and... Very good. Doctor. Gero abruptly interrupted her words. In that instant, the image of the murderer who had taken her parents' lives flashed through number 18's mind. That scene was forever etched in her memory. The face before her perfectly overlapped with the demon from her recollections. A glint of fury ignited in number 18's eyes as her fist, slicing through the air, lunged toward Dr. Gero. However, Dr. Gero merely pressed a button on the remote. Number 18's movement came to an abrupt halt, her eyes slowly closing. Mechanical arms ensconced her back into the coffin-like metallic pod. Doctor. Gero wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He turned to activate the cultivation pod for number 17. The same betrayal unfolded once more. Damn rebellious androids. Doctor. Gero gritted his teeth as he shut down the system, daring to attack even his creator. He swiftly input new commands. The computer began to rewrite the memory programs of the two. Since force modifications were ineffective, he would let time erode those inconsequential emotions. You need only obey orders. A low hum of mechanical operations reverberated from deeper within the underground. Dr. Gero proceeded to the most clandestine laboratory. Within the cultivation tank floated a bizarre embryo, fused with the cells of the strongest warriors. Unfortunately, the energy core could not be implanted. However, once matured, it could consume other androids to evolve. By then, not only Son Wukong, but the entire solar system would face annihilation. Dr. Gero took a deep breath. My time is short. It is time to dedicate myself to science. Success will grant me immortality. Even in failure, the program to eliminate Son Wukong has already been set. In the operating room, the round, rotund robot stood ready. Dr. Gero lay flat on the operating table. Devouring type android transformation program initiated. Estimated duration, 730 days. Meanwhile, in Vegeta's private training chamber. Ha! Did you expect this? I, Vegeta, have once again surpassed my limits. That fool, Subai, has added 2 more children. A hedonistic waste, indeed fallen from grace. My power now far exceeds what it was in the past. In Super Saiyan form, my battle power has surpassed 800 million. Now, I am the true king of the Saiyans. There is no need for 2 years. I could utterly defeat you right now. Polly, today I shall train for 8 hours. I have no time to visit Subai's house. Please deliver 6 gifts on my behalf. Aren't you going? Sai, very well. Polly shook her head in resignation. Although he possessed extraordinary power, his training bordered on obsession. Life had become akin to that of a widow. Yet, who could blame her? After all, he was the hero destined to save the planet. I willingly chose to marry him. Observing the life of the Su family truly evokes a sense of envy. Their days are filled with indulgence, feasting, leisure, travel, shopping, watching films, and enjoying picnics and fishing excursions. Such a plethora of delightful activities makes one long for companionship in these experiences. Nevertheless, I shall not dwell on this. Instead, I will invite Chi-Chi to join me in delivering gifts. Upon arriving at Chi-Chi's residence, I ponder whether I should borrow money again. Did you not earn a fortune of 100 million last year? With a sigh, Chi-Chi responds, indeed, but Wukong has an insatiable appetite. And the children require enrollment in art classes, Olympiad math training, creative writing courses, and abacus training. These educational programs are exorbitantly costly, draining our finances within a year. Moreover, with 6 children in the Su household, the pressure of reciprocity in gifting is overwhelming. Why not have 2 more children? I suggest. Chi-Chi quickly shakes her head. Absolutely not. My children must follow the path of excellence. Wufan must never be like his father, engrossed in martial pursuits. I aspire for him to become a scholar, diligently working in an office, returning home punctually to be with his wife and children. As for Wu Tian, he can follow in his father's footsteps. This truly reflects how the eldest is cherished while the second is left to fend for themselves. I commend her. Your plan is commendable. Alas, it is unavoidable. Who wouldn't desire a life akin to Bulma's? Yet, circumstances do not permit such luxuries. We can only pin our hopes on our children to achieve great fortune and marry well, steering clear of our own lives. And what of you? I inquire. We have but one child. Vegeta certainly will not allow his son to become ineffectual. Rather, he should enjoy a joyful childhood and let the future unfold naturally. Time flies, and 2 years pass in the blink of an eye. Throughout this duration, Su-bai is not engaged in training, yet remains perpetually occupied. Bulma has given birth to a son, Lanchi to a daughter, Yulin to a pair of twins, and Winnie has welcomed another daughter. Su-bai's innate talent has increased by 5,000, reaching 38,500, with his combat power soaring to 70 million, peaking at 7 billion during his transformation. His strength is steadily advancing. The abdomen of number 21 is now round and taut, indicating that labor may commence at any moment. This 3-year gestation period mirrors the legendary tales of Neza. Su-bai sits at the edge of the bed, attentively caring for his wife. My dear, I'm truly worried. He tenderly caresses number 21's swollen belly and softly reassures her. What is there to fear? With your physical constitution, even if the earth were to perish, you would remain unharmed. With a wistful sigh, number 21 responds, it is not the pain or death that troubles me. Others have healthy and adorable babies within a year. Yet this child has been gestating for 3 long years. What if it is born a monstrosity? Would you reject me? Her eyes begin to glisten with tears. Su-bai immediately embraces her, allowing her to rest against his chest. Even if you were to give birth to a Godzilla, I would still cherish you. Number 21 bursts into laughter, lightly punching him playfully. You would be the one to give birth to Godzilla? Glancing at the time, Su-bai notes it is May 11th in the afternoon, with a few days remaining until the due date. In these coming days, maintain a positive spirit. I shall accompany you and encourage movement to facilitate a smoother delivery. Please help me up. I wish to take a stroll in the corridor. Very well. At that moment, number 21 suddenly recalled something. Tomorrow is May 12th. The androids are set to appear. Perhaps you should not accompany me and instead go to see them? Su-bai waved his hand dismissively. It's merely the 2 androids, number 17 and 18. As he spoke, a jolt of realization struck him. Number 18. I must ensure that brat Clin does not encounter number 18. She is precisely the candidate he has long coveted. Observing her husband's willingness to stay by her side rather than confront the androids, number 21 felt a warmth swell within her heart. Nevertheless, she understood the importance of the larger situation. Without hesitation, she covered Su-bai's mouth. I do not require your company. Let Wendy and Yulin accompany me instead. Just in case, you must go. Otherwise, I shall ignore you. Fearing her husband's stubbornness, she resorted to threats. Su-bai sighed in resignation. Alas, the emergence of the androids is indeed a crisis. It would be inappropriate not to attend. Yet, missing such a significant moment to be with you is truly. Number 21 smiled sweetly and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. With your words, I would bear this for 30 years. Now, go inform everyone to prepare. We shall head to that small island tomorrow. Leaning against her shoulder, Su-bai softly replied, There's no rush. We shall go tomorrow. Tonight, I wish to stay by your side. Oh, number 21 suddenly exclaimed. What is it? The baby kicked me. That little rascal. I can hardly bear to touch you. Yet he dares to kick my wife? When our baby is born, I shall ensure you understand what paternal love truly means. Haha, stop it, dear. You're making me laugh so hard my stomach hurts. The 2 embraced and drifted into slumber until the morning light graced them. As dawn broke, it was time to confront the androids. What is the hurry? Those metallic lumps won't be breathing anytime soon. When Goku and the others get furious, I shall simply teleport over. He tenderly caressed his wife's hair, cherishing every second spent with her. Number 21's lips curled into a sweet smile as she playfully said, then a kiss is in order. Within the gravity chamber, Vegeta's training uniform was already soaked with sweat. The battle power detector, gifted to him by number 21 3 years prior, remained lit, its value steadily climbing every second. Drink. Even on this fateful day, foretold to herald the arrival of the androids, he remained unwavering, completing his morning training. For 3 years, this Saiyan prince understood the wisdom behind the saying, a day without practice is a day wasted. May 12th, on a desolate island. Clin scratched his head as he stepped on the cracked asphalt road. Number 21's designated area is far too vast. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure soaring through the air. Tien, have you noticed anything with your third eye? The three-eyed warrior gradually descended. I can sense no energy. We must conduct a thorough search. Not far away, Son Goku suddenly clenched his fists. Everyone, maintain your distance. I have instant transmission as a backup. No sooner had he spoken than several figures dispersed and vanished into the forest. On the opposite end of the town, a metallic hand crushed the roof of a car. Get lost. Number 20's mechanical arm grasped the driver's neck, the energy absorption device glowing ominously. Amidst the screams, the lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. The electronic eye number 19 flickered with a crimson glow. Commence. Is the energy of ordinary people so limited? Truly pathetic. This sharp taunt immediately captured Yamcha's attention. A scream pierced the air as he swiftly rushed towards the source of the sound. Simultaneously, Dr. Gero's detector emitted a frantic alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Dr. Gero commanded 19. Detect any anomalously high energy reactions and confirm system status. 19 responded mechanically. No abnormalities detected. Energy readings far exceed human standards. A sinister grin spread across Dr. Gero's face. Have we encountered Son Wukong so soon? The two concealed their presence entirely, rendering them undetectable to the warriors. Lurking in the shadows, they awaited the opportune moment to strike. Upon arriving at the scene, Yamcha discovered only a wrecked vehicle. Chapter 58. How strange. There were noises. Yet no one is around. He stopped a passerby to inquire. Excuse me, have you seen any suspicious individuals? The passerby nodded in panic. Yes. There was a short, bald fellow over there. He looked particularly odd. Yamcha, after the lead went cold, he continued his search but could find no trace of the androids. Have they escaped? I must inform everyone. In the shadows, Dr. Gero and 19 coldly observed him. Not the target, Son Wukong. The database comparison is inconsistent. This is likely the warrior codenamed Yamcha. No matter, killing him will still yield a substantial energy harvest. The two stealthily advanced. Yamcha sensed a disturbance and demanded, Did you see the murderer? Dr. Gero grinned menacingly. Of course, right before you. Just as Yamcha was about to shout, he was suddenly seized by the throat. Dr. Gero's palm emanated a terrifying suction, causing Yamcha's energy to drain uncontrollably. This is bad. My strength is fading. With a swift motion, 19's mechanical arm pierced through his abdomen, continuing the energy extraction. In an instant, the surrounding warriors felt a powerful surge of energy dissipating. Who is it? Krillin's expression turned grave. It's Yamcha. Piccolo, Bart. They are coming. In the blink of an eye, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien had positioned themselves between the androids 20 and 19. Yamcha. Goku's face registered shock. Upon seeing Goku appear, Dr. Gero carelessly tossed the barely conscious Yamcha aside. Goku urgently called, Quick, save Yamcha, Krillin. Give him a Senza bean. Understood. Krillin swiftly administered the Senza bean to Yamcha and promptly led him away from the battlefield. Piccolo's icy gaze fixated on the two androids. At last, we have found you. Dr. Gero was inwardly astonished. How could they know our identities? How can they predict our movements? He asked gravely. How did you uncover our true nature as androids? Piccolo smirked. Want to know? Ask with strength. Wukong interjected. Wait. Fighting here will endanger the innocent. Shall we find another location? Dr. Gero scoffed. Clear the area? There's no need for such trouble. No sooner had he spoken than a laser shot from his eyes, instantly engulfing the city in flames. Wukong, enraged, commanded, Stop. He launched a punch directly at Dr. Gero, who effortlessly evaded the attack. From a distance, Krillin and Yamcha watched in horror. How could they be so cruel? Yamcha suddenly realized, Oh no, I must warn Wukong. They can absorb energy. Dr. Gero skillfully dodged the onslaught. I am merely creating the battlefield for you. It seems you do not appreciate it. Unforgiving. Wukong intensified his assault, yet struggled to adapt to a battle devoid of the ability to sense energy, repeatedly coming up short. Dr. Gero taunted, Son Wukong, you disappoint me greatly. Wukong abruptly halted his attack. Before we begin, answer me. How do you know my name? Dr. Gero grinned maliciously. What harm is there in telling you? You might just regret knowing. Son Wukong, every move you make has been recorded by my miniature reconnaissance devices. From the World Martial Arts Tournament to your battles with Piccolo and Vegeta. Ever since you dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, I have been analyzing your combat data and developing androids specifically designed to counter you. Wukong murmured to himself. Is this all for revenge against me? Indeed, you shattered the Red Ribbon Army's ambitions for world domination, leaving only me, Dr. Gero. Piccolo interjected. From the sound of it, You are Dr. Jero himself, aren't you? Nonsense, Doctor. Jero has long since departed this world. I am Android 20. Wukong and the others then understood the origins of the androids. I see. But have you monitored my battles on Namek? No need. We have long since grasped your upper limits of power and even calculated your growth curve. Wukong smiled confidently. Then you have underestimated the most crucial factor, and you shall undoubtedly be defeated in this confrontation. Yet this time, he miscalculated. Although absent from the battle on Namek, Frisia and Cooler had fought on Earth. Doctor, Jero sneered. What if we missed the Namek battle? You aren't suggesting the Frisia brothers, are you? They have both been to Earth. And I have already collected the data. A glint of determination sparked in Wukong's eyes, his fighting spirit intensifying. The stronger the opponent, the more invigorated he became. If they couldn't even match Frisia's level, then they were hardly worth the fight. Aware of Frisia's power, he felt no need to hold back. With a surge of golden light, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Dr. Jero and Android 19 were astonished. The increase in power is indeed significant, but still within our estimates. Android 19 can handle you alone. Wukong grinned. Is that so? Then I shall gladly put that to the test. Before the words left his mouth, he had already appeared before Android 19. As 19 lunged with claws extended, Wukong teleported behind him, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent him flying. Android 19 quickly halted his momentum, crashing towards Wukong with a steel skull. But the moment of impact, 19 unleashed a sweeping kick, with a subtle sway to evade the onslaught. Sun Wukong delivered a knee strike that severely injured his opponent's abdomen, following up with a hook punch that sent the foe flying. On the ground, Dr. Jero gazed upward at this aerial clash. The capabilities of this adversary exceeded his expectations. If this continued, not only would Android 19 fail to absorb any energy, but he himself would be drained. A retreat was imperative. It seemed that the only way to resolve this conflict was to activate androids 17 and 18. Seizing the moment amidst the fierce battle, Dr. Jero swiftly made his escape. With no trace of his presence, the others were utterly unable to track his movements. Krillin exclaimed, "This is bad. That old man has slipped away. Quick, pursue him." Yamcha hesitated, saying, "But what about Wukong?" "Fear not. Wukong has completely mastered the Super Saiyan form. Did you not see how he has left Android 19 utterly defenseless? The defeat of that artificial warrior is merely a matter of time." "All right, then." As the words left his lips, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan all pursued the direction in which Android 20 had fled. Wukong had already exchanged blows with Android 19 for several rounds. He had yet to unleash his full power, but he had discerned that his opponent's combat style was nothing more than that of a pain-immune machine, which utterly diminished his interest in the fight. When Android 19 was once again sent flying, Wukong resolved to conclude the battle. He brought his hands together, assuming his iconic stance. Kamehameha! A brilliant beam of energy surged forth, yet Android 19 wore a sinister grin. "Your speed and techniques cannot match mine. I have been waiting for this move." Just as the beam was about to strike, Android 19 suddenly extended his palm, and the energy was instantly absorbed by his device. Wukong raised an eyebrow. "So, this was specifically designed to counter me?" Android 19 boasted. "What do you think, son Wukong? Are you afraid now?" Wukong chuckled lightly. "Is that all you've got? I could do without the Kamehameha, couldn't I? Ha ha, do you think I can only absorb energy waves? Moreover, having absorbed your wave, my power has increased." Android 19 lunged forward with renewed ferocity, his attacks indeed more aggressive than before. However, to Wukong, he remained riddled with flaws. As a heavy blow was unleashed, Wukong deftly seized his wrist. With a sharp crack, the mechanical arm shattered, the energy absorption device plummeting to the ground. "Now, what tricks can you still employ?" The pupils of Android 19 dilated in shock as he turned to flee, believing his opponent would not dare to engage from a distance. Yet Wukong's figure loomed before him like a wraith. Before Android 19 could gather his senses, Sun Wukong's whip-like kick landed with a resounding crack, cleaving the android's body in two. Deprived of his energy absorption device, Wukong launched a final wave that reduced him to mere dust. Wukong gazed skyward. Was this the extent of the android's prowess? Pathetically feeble, he had anticipated encountering a worthy opponent. At this level, even Krillin could easily handle such a foe, not to mention the assistance of Piccolo and the others. Casting a glance toward the direction where Krillin and the others had departed, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him as he soared back home. On his way, he encountered the approaching Vegeta. "Kakarot, how have you returned?" Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. "Too weak, it's rather uninteresting. The remaining androids have gone after someone else." Vegeta furrowed his brow. Did not Android 21 claim that these androids were incredibly powerful? What a disappointment. Indeed, I shall take my leave. If you wish to observe the commotion, by all means go ahead. As he watched Sun Wukong depart, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. Not even a suitable sparring partner in sight. Has my training over the past 3 years been in vain? With that, he hurriedly pursued the direction of Krillin and the others. Vegeta soon located Krillin and his group, but lost track of Dr. Gero due to an inability to sense his energy. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, soaring through the skies, fell into deep contemplation. Android 21 clearly stated that the androids were far superior to Frieza. Why do they appear so feeble? Wait, my heart condition is acting up prematurely. Krillin is still single. It seems the future has altered. Suddenly enlightened, he instantaneously transported himself to the hospital's delivery room. Awaiting him were Subai, Bulma, and Rulin, who were taken aback by his sudden appearance. Sun Wukong, what brings you here? Subai Nguayith. I defeated Android 19, but they are remarkably weak. Could they truly be the ones that 21 spoke of? Sun Wukong pressed urgently. Vegeta and I are in search of true warriors. Subai then clarified. You have misidentified the genuine androids. They are actually the sibling duo, androids 17 and 18. There are even stronger adversaries yet to come. A fierce determination ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. Indeed, thank you. Wait, Subai called out suddenly. Next time, refrain from using instant transmission to find me. It creates undesirable disturbances. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies. This situation is urgent, and thankfully, I did not interrupt your moment with Chi-Chi. Subai was left speechless. If you discover the androids, do remember to contact me. Raise your energy to its peak, and I shall instantaneously arrive. Here is the address that 21 left behind. You should search the laboratory. Since androids 19 and 20 have already appeared, it is likely that the others will soon follow. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Thank you immensely. With that, he pressed his fingers to his forehead, sensing Krillin's energy before vanishing once more. Upon materializing on the battlefield, he was met with a flurry of punches from the others. Stop. It's me, Wukong. Why have you returned? Dealing with such low-level androids doesn't require your intervention. It is time for us to showcase our training results. Vegeta, frowning at Sun Wukong's unexpected return, remarked, You are mistaken. The future androids are not 19 and 20, but rather 17 and 18. Our timeline has undergone significant changes. The course of history has been completely altered. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of realization. Now that makes sense. By the way, I obtained the address from Subai. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero stood within his laboratory, his gaze fixed upon 3 metallic capsules. 62109428. I truly do not wish to activate them unless absolutely necessary, but I have no other choice at this moment. I hope the modifications have been completed. With the sound of machinery whirring to life, the door of capsule 17 slowly creaked open. The silver-haired youth opened his amber eyes. Good morning, Dr. Gero, he greeted. Chapter 59. The elderly scientist could hardly conceal his astonishment. Are you greeting me? Of course. After all, you're the one who created me. Dr. Gero trembled with excitement. It seemed the program. He eagerly opened the hatch of Subject 18. The moment the golden-haired girl awakened, her sharp gaze immediately fixed upon the remote control in the elder's hand, his thumb pressing down on the emergency stop button. Good morning, Doctor. Have you also attained artificial intelligence? Thanks to you, I have acquired eternal life. The 2 cyborgs had been forced into a dormant state 2 years ago. Though unable to move, their consciousness remained alert, acutely aware of the relentless erosion of their minds by the electronic program. Time flew by, and the 2 years of torment had finally come to an end. At this moment, the disdain the siblings felt for Dr. Gero ran deep, their hatred intensified. Yet, circumstances compelled them to endure. They had to convince Dr. Gero that the modifications were successful to lower his guard. Seizing the remote control would signal his demise. Thus, the pair orchestrated a performance together. Dr. Gero was both astonished and delighted. He had not anticipated their compliance. He silently rejoiced, feeling a sense of relief. Previously, the effects of the perpetual energy furnace and power surge made their abilities incredibly difficult to control, and he had feared they might defy his commands. Seeing them obedient, Dr. Gero exhaled in relief. Very well. Immediately proceed to eliminate Sun Wukong and his companions, leaving none behind. Subject 18, acknowledged. Subject 17, understood. However, just as they were about to step out the door, the alarm of Dr. Gero's detector blared suddenly. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others had approached the laboratory. Doctor, Jiro's expression changed abruptly. Damn it. How could they find this place? I must not be exposed. I need to escape quickly. He hastily commanded. I will open the door for you. Divert them, and then deal with them. Subject 18 smiled faintly. Certainly, Dr. Jiro. No sooner had she spoken than the door was shattered by a blast for Vegeta. The warriors appeared in formation. Krillin caught sight of Subjects 17 and 18 and was momentarily stunned. Is this really Subjects 17 and 18? The male is handsome, and the female is stunning. He touched his own bald nose, feeling utterly defeated. Piccolo warned in a low voice, do not be deceived by appearances. Subject 21 mentioned their formidable strength. Since we cannot sense their energy, exercise utmost caution. Dr. Jiro, seeing the enemies closing in, shouted in panic, they're the ones who killed Subject 19. Act now. Yet, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Subject 17 seized the remote control unexpectedly. Dr. Jiro exclaimed in shock, Subject 17, what are you doing? Subject 17 sneered. This device can forcibly stop us, correct? With a firm grip, the remote was instantaneously shattered. Dr. Jiro's fury erupted. Have you lost your mind? The debts of 3 years must be settled. Subject 17's gaze turned icy. As soon as the words fell, Number 17 suddenly raised his leg and delivered a sweeping kick, causing Dr. Jiro's head to detach from his body. Astonishingly, the mechanical head managed to utter, how dare you? Number 18, still seething with rage, charged forward and brought her foot down heavily, shattering the metallic cranium amidst a cacophony of explosions. The old fool is finally done for. She turned and pressed the activation button for the mechanical chamber, the door gradually creaking open. The eyes of the colossal android number 16 abruptly lit up. At the entrance of the research facility, Goku and his companions stood in stunned silence. Why did the android target number 20 first? Was there a rift among them? Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed. Saiyans are no strangers to killing those they dislike. You Earthlings are making too much fuss over this. As number 16 fully rose to its feet, the imposing shadow caused the group's pupils to constrict. Though it emitted no energy fluctuations, an overwhelming pressure loomed. Number 17 surveyed the laboratory, gathering energy into a sphere within his palm. This place must be eradicated. Goku and the others swiftly leaped into the sky as the laboratory erupted behind them, unleashing a furious shockwave. The entire island trembled violently, a mushroom cloud billowing forth, igniting the horizon. Emerging from the smoke were 3 figures. Vegeta assumed a battle stance. You choose one. The rest is up to them. Number 17 is mine, Goku declared, fixating on his target. Then I shall deal with the brute. Number 18 tucked her golden hair behind her ear, inquiring, is that son, Goku? After receiving confirmation from her companions, Goku flashed a fervent smile, bring it on. Meanwhile, the tremors reached a distant hospital corridor, where Subai and Yulin turned simultaneously to gaze at the mushroom cloud outside. Why do the androids have to appear now? You head to the battlefield. We can handle things here, Bulma urged. Subai fixed his gaze toward the delivery room. The system will notify me when the child is born. I must return before number 21 delivers. Even our daughter makes you jealous? Bulma feigned anger, stomping her foot, but he had already sensed 2 surging energies. Number 18. I'm coming. With a flash of golden light, Subai instantaneously transported to the battlefield, positioning himself precisely between Goku and Vegeta. Subai has arrived. Perfect. We 3 can each take one. His gaze swept over number 16, 17, and 18, finally resting on number 18. The pupils of numbers 17 and 18 abruptly narrowed. It's Mr. Subai. Number 17 regarded him as an idol, while number 18's heart raced, flustered, and at a loss. To her astonishment, she encountered Subai so soon after awakening. She glanced down at her attire. Having just emerged from the stasis pod, both she and number 17 were disheveled. This appearance couldn't be seen by him. Let us go. Number 18 and number 17 turned and darted away, with number 16 hesitating briefly before following suit. Vegeta wore a perplexed expression. Goku was equally bewildered. Why did they suddenly flee? Krillin exclaimed. Huh? They escaped. Wonderful. Where are they headed? Teen Shinhan inquired. It seemed they were about to engage, but the moment Subai appeared, they fled, Piccolo observed. Clint, are they afraid of Subai? Vegeta clenched his fists, scoffing disdainfully. Can they truly escape? I have long surpassed Subai. Today, I must defeat them. With that declaration, he leaped into pursuit. Android 16, 17, and 18 flew while glancing back. 17 inquired, has Mr. Subai not followed us? No. The trio halted. 18 sighed softly, What unfortunate timing to meet for the first time in such a disheveled state. She glanced down at herself, then smiled. Nevertheless, Mr. Subai remains as handsome as ever. While I have changed, 3 years have passed, I have matured and grown stronger. She touched her chest, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. I should dress up nicely before meeting him. Perhaps I should buy new clothes and freshen up. I wonder if he would mind that I am an android. Just as she pondered, 16 suddenly spoke. Someone is pursuing us. 17 and 18 were startled. We must hurry. Only Vegeta remained, asserting that Mr. Subai was not coming. Not coming? Then why run? This filthy attire serves as an excuse to give him a thrashing. The two had just awakened, eager to test their prowess, and Vegeta was undoubtedly a prime target. To catch up with them, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly closing the distance. Goku, Klin, and the others remained stationary. At that moment, Subai received a system notification. Ding! Good news arrives. The host has gained a fortune. Talent value surpassing 25,000, combat power soaring to 50,000, and the extraordinary regeneration trait has been unlocked. The host body enhancement process has commenced. Ding! Enhancement complete. The host talent has surged to 58,500, combat power skyrocketing to 80 million. Talent has breached the extraordinary limits, combat power automatically amplifying at an accelerated rate, with an additional reward of 100,000 units of cells. Congratulations to the host for activating extraordinary regenerative physique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring cosmic-level survival adaptability. Congratulations to the host for unlocking eternal life. Subai's pupils dilated. The increase in combat power was as anticipated, yet the enhancement of talent far surpassed Suning. Not to mention simultaneously acquiring the 3 divine abilities of immortality, cosmic survival, and longevity. This was an extraordinary windfall. A wild grin spread across his face, laughter bubbling forth uncontrollably. While everyone puzzled over why the androids were retreating, they suddenly noticed Subai laughing inexplicably, exchanging bewildered glances. Klin couldn't help but ask, Subai, what has gotten into you? Have you stumbled upon some good fortune? Subai abruptly snapped back to reality. Ahem, I just sense that my wife has given birth. I must return quickly. The alternate timeline may be shifting, and these androids may not necessarily be foes. You all carry on. Before his words had fully settled, he had vanished in an instant. Goku and the others stood in stunned silence. Another child? Is this never-ending? Goku sighed. Chi-Chi will start lecturing about the household expenses again. Klin lamented, clutching his head. Why does this guy have a wife and children? Why don't he even have a partner? Subai, be a decent person. Enough, enough. Vegeta is likely already engaged with the androids. We must hurry. A group of individuals, filled with fervor, surged towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood defiantly before the 3 androids, sneering, scrap metal. Where do you think you're going? The 18th android's gaze turned icy. Dare to call me an android again, and you'll regret it. She unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Vegeta's face, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he was forced to lean back to absorb the impact. Undeterred, the 18th android spun around, delivering a sweeping kick, which Vegeta hastily met with a raised knee. The air crackled with the collision of fists and feet, each shockwave resonating like thunder. Seizing an opening, Vegeta executed a fierce kick, sending the 18th android crashing against the mountainside. Rocks crumbled, dust billowed, and her face became smeared with debris. She brushed off the grime and coldly remarked, to strike a woman in the face, you lack both character and strength. You are nowhere near Mr. Subai's caliber. Before her words could settle, the 18th android leapt off the rocky peak, causing the entire mountain to tremble, propelling herself like a cannonball towards Vegeta. The golden-haired warrior anticipated her move, swiftly retreating to avoid her onslaught. Before the dust could settle, Vegeta pivoted mid-air, aiming a steel-like knee towards her face. Amusingly, the 18th android crossed her arms, bracing herself for the impact, using the force to flip backward and create distance. From below, the 17th android's pupils narrowed. Dr. Gero's data was erroneous. This fighter's strength was extraordinary. The 16th android's mechanical eye glimmered with a crimson light. Combat metrics were on the rise. On the battlefield, the 2 figures collided once more, retreating to opposite ends. Can androids feel pain? Vegeta mocked, flicking his cape disdainfully. The 18th android's eyes glinted with fury. Mention those 3 words again, and I guarantee you will never speak again. Taken aback, Vegeta's face twisted into a menacing grin. Let us see who becomes scrap metal first. As energy coalesced in his palm, A blaring horn pierced the air from the end of the road. "Are you seeking death?" shouted the truck driver, leaning out in anger. A crimson beam cleaved the sky, and the 18th android nimbly leaped back, vaporizing both the vehicle and its driver in an instant. "Such speed," Vegeta remarked, shaking his wrist. "Shall we cease our little tests here?" The 18th android tucked her golden hair behind her ear. "Or perhaps you have grown less arrogant." Vegeta's fighting spirit surged as he declared, "This next move will make you regret ever being born." The 18th android smirked slightly. "That suits me just fine." In a flash, the 18th android's forehead collided forcefully with Vegeta's nose. As the Saiyan prince flew backward, he realized that a knee had struck his abdomen, the sharp pain turning his vision crimson. Chapter 60. Coughing, Vegeta knelt on one knee, a metallic taste rising in his throat. When he looked up, he saw the 18th android adjusting her slightly disheveled collar. Before Vegeta's taunting could fully escape his lips, the 18th android was upon him, delivering a crushing blow to his chest. With a resounding crash, the mountainside splintered, enveloping Vegeta in a cloud of dust. A cold laugh echoed from within the rubble. "Is that all you've got?" "Oh." The 18th android suddenly appeared beside him, her iron fist smashing into his face. The silver-haired prince was sent hurtling through the air like a puppet with severed strings, yet he managed to twist his body mid-flight. Thud! The golden-haired girl's forehead collided heavily with his nose. The energy blast detonated at close range, and Android 18 struck her soot-stained vest. "This outfit is a limited edition. Disperse!" Vegeta commanded as his palms erupted with blinding light, and the Gallic gun tore through the earth. As the hem of 18's skirt fluttered, she effortlessly evaded, her gaze suddenly turning cold. "Have you had your fun?" The sound of cracking bones was unmistakable, as Vegeta's right arm contorted at an unnatural angle. The continuous onslaught had drained him of too much stamina, causing his attacks to become increasingly erratic. Was Vegeta truly being suppressed? Krillin, who had just arrived, widened his eyes in disbelief. Android 17, whistling, leaped into the fray. "Want to gang up on him? Count me in." He turned to his silent, towering companion, exclaiming, 16. "Don't just stand there." "I refuse to fight," came the mechanical voice, devoid of emotion. "Dr. Gero created me to combat Son Goku, but those directives have been erased." How ironic. 17 laughed heartily. 3 rebellious androids, enough to resurrect that old man in his coffin. Suddenly appearing before Son Goku, he taunted, "The legendary Super Saiyan? Come and face me." As Goku assumed his fighting stance, he inquired, "Why did you flee earlier? Afraid of Subai?" "Flee?" 17 tilted his head with a playful grin. "He is an idol for my sister and me, a hero who saves the world." As for 18, he deliberately elongated his tone before modifications. She would shout daily about wanting to marry him. Huh. 3 astonished voices erupted in unison. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo were once again left dumbfounded. What was going on with Subai? Managing to charm even the androids who had never appeared. Was another beautiful ally added to his entourage? How infuriating. I remain single while he is surrounded by a plethora of beauties. Son Goku, perplexed, asked, "What on earth is happening?" "Goku, we still harbor directives to eliminate you." "Enough chatter, let us begin." Before the words had fully left his mouth, 17 lunged at Goku with ferocity. Vegeta sustained grievous injuries, soon rendered powerless, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Goku was taken aback, fearing that 18 would take Vegeta's life. "Vegeta," 17 interjected. "Do not worry. You want to die?" Who told him to mock us as androids? It serves him right to be taught a lesson by 18. "What? You don't intend to kill him?" 17 countered, "Dr. Gero is dead. What purpose would it serve for us to kill him?" Krillin's eyes lit up. "This is great. You're not villains. Mr. Subai was right." 17 and 18 trembled, immediately ceasing their combat, the siblings encircling Krillin. He trembled in fear. "Does Mr. Subai know about us?" 18 pressed eagerly. "What else did he say?" "He mentioned that 16, 17, and 18 might not be malevolent beings." 18 was overjoyed. "Wonderful. As expected of Mr. Subai. He can see our inherent goodness at a glance." Goku also relaxed his fighting stance. "So, are we not fighting anymore?" 17 waved his hand dismissively. "No more fighting. You win." 18 leaned down to Krillin and asked, "Hey, little bald guy, what type of girls does Mr. Subai prefer? Will he like someone like me?" Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, she would have an affinity for it. Upon hearing this response, Android 18's face flushed crimson. She cupped her cheeks with her hands, lost in delightful reverie. The entire group, including Sun Wukong, stood in stunned silence. Android 18 continued her inquiry. You're quite familiar with Subai, are you not? Krylin nodded. Yes, we often interact. The mention of their interactions reminded Krylin of the time Subai had seized the Dragon Balls. The first time was to ensure the safety of Android 21. And last year, it was to grant his wives eternal youth. However, during the second wish, Krylin finally grasped that Shenron could not assist in finding a partner. Subai's residing in Bulma's home was purely coincidental. It was a match made in heaven. After that incident, Krylin completely abandoned his fantasies regarding the Dragon Balls. When Android 18 mentioned her familiarity with Subai, a thoughtful glimmer crossed her eyes. She bombarded him with a rapid succession of questions. Does he prefer spirited and forthright girls, or those who are gentle and reserved? What style of clothing does he favor? Is it the mature and alluring older sister type, the fresh and refined campus style, or the vibrant and athletic look? Krylin instantly recalled the same tactics employed by the fervent fans on Came House 3 years prior. Those girls had scattered like birds when they realized Subai had not appeared for an entire month. Faced with Android 18's captivating beauty, he chuckled nervously and evasively replied, "With a beauty such as yours, any attire would only enhance your allure. I am certain he would appreciate it." Upon hearing this, Android 18 beamed with a sweet smile. Her hands pressed together at her lips, her eyes sparkling with a dreamlike radiance. Just as Krylin sighed in relief, she abruptly shifted her tone. "Little one, regarding the matter of Vegeta destroying my clothes, you, as my companion, are responsible for compensation, are you not? Since he is unconscious, you shall pay for my bathing and changing attire to meet Mr. Subai." Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Krylin trembled as he handed over his life savings of 300,000. After Android 18 and her companions departed, Piccolo sighed, marveling at Subai's astonishing influence, capable of even diffusing a crisis involving androids through the lens of fandom. At that moment, Vegeta struggled to awaken. Krylin, the Senza bean. Krylin, clutching the bean, murmured, "Please remember to set the repayment date before the end of the month." In the hospital corridor, Android 21 fluttered into Subai's embrace like a delicate butterfly. "The results are wonderful. Our little princess is extraordinarily healthy. Definitely not a Godzilla offspring." Subai gently encircled her. "Do not be so hasty after just giving birth. My constitution allows for instantaneous recovery." Android 21 lifted the hem of her garment to reveal her flat and firm abdomen, saying, "Look, not even a trace of stretch marks remains." Bulma gasped in astonishment. "You have completely bypassed the confinement period. That is quite unfair." Yurin gazed at the faint outline of her abdominal muscles, genuinely impressed. "This recovery is simply incredible." Suddenly, Android 21 spoke. "Wait, I sensed the presence of androids just now, didn't I? Let's go take a look." "All right. I will use instant transmission to take you there." Subai turned to Bulma and Yurin. "We shall head to the battlefield first. You two return home." Both nodded in agreement. Subai immediately pinpointed Klin's presence. This fellow was most likely the sole individual who had evaded the fray and thus escaped unscathed. In the original narrative, he had received a kiss from Android 18, and it was imperative to prevent that incident from occurring. Having located him, Subai initiated a teleportation, and the two materialized on a desolate mountain path, surrounded by the remnants of a fierce battle. Klin was vigorously shaking his wallet, yet not a single coin fell out. Klin, the bald warrior, turned at the sound, while Subai observed the surroundings. "Where have the androids gone?" "You mean androids 17 and 18? They've departed," he replied. "Departed?" 21 questioned, incredulous. Klin nodded. "Indeed, they killed Dr. Gero and defeated Vegeta, but did not pursue further." Subai spoke the truth. They were indeed the good ones. 21 was even more perplexed. How could the androids, known for their massacre in the future, be considered virtuous? Klin recalled 18's inquiry, and a pang of pain surged in his chest. "Aren't you a good person too?" They claimed Dr. Gero's demise rendered the slaughter meaningless, and all 3 androids departed. 3? 21's pupils dilated in shock. Did he create another 21? "No, it's a tall one, Android 16. 21 furrowed her brow. 16? That model doesn't exist in the future. The timeline has veered off course, and I cannot predict what follows." Subai scrutinized Klin. "Did 18 do anything to you before she left?" He feared that 18 might have bestowed a farewell kiss upon Klin, as she was his designated sweetheart. Klin nearly spat blood. The query felt like salt in a wound. He waved his empty wallet. "Of course, 18 was particularly interested in you. She is your fan, and even inquired about your preferences and ideal type. Vegeta soiled her clothing, and I had to compensate her over 300,000. She mentioned wanting to dress beautifully to meet you. Congratulations, you seem to have gained another admirer." Subai remarked incredulously, blinking in disbelief. 18 is my fan? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in 21's eyes. I see now. They may have been your followers before their modifications. Before she could finish, 21 suddenly cupped Subai's face and kissed him fervently. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Winning the world championship and becoming a global idol has transformed the entire world. Even androids like 17 and 18 have been touched by your charisma, turning into benevolent beings. You have made this world a better place. Subai was taken aback. Could their character transformations genuinely be linked to him? After a moment's reflection, he realized that this timeline lacked future Trunks, and perhaps 21's presence had triggered a chain reaction. Clint watched Subai and 21's intimate exchange, and, as he witnessed 18's affection for Subai, he felt another wave of despondency wash over him. You two carry on. I shall take my leave. With that, he soared into the sky, his solitary figure gradually fading into the evening glow. What's wrong with him? 21 pondered aloud. Isn't the resolution of the android crisis a cause for celebration? Subai wrapped his arm around the waist of number 21, chuckling. Perhaps it's our sweet atmosphere that has brought us here. By the way, although number 18 is an android, she possesses remarkable beauty. I wonder if she has reproductive capabilities. Since she admires you so greatly, for the sake of world peace, why not? Subai raised an eyebrow. This is your suggestion, so I shall not hold back. But now, with no trace of them to be found, where should he search? Subai di plaith kamli. I shall wait for them to come looking for me. As long as I make my public appearance, I believe they will show up. However, I heard from Clint that number 18 seems to be preening herself. As night fell, and with your production completed, we can continue to relish our time together. Number 21's cheeks flushed. You're truly insufferable. If you are unwilling, I shall seek out Bulma and the others. Don't leave. I'm merely feeling shy. Number 21 clung tightly to Subai like a koala. The day the androids emerged was tranquil, as usual. Number 21 successfully gave birth to a healthy baby. Even more delightful was that number 18 had also become an admirer of Subai. For him, it was a day filled with bountiful gains. On the night when number 21's injuries healed, Subai's villa trembled throughout the night. Days passed in calmness, with no signs of the androids causing chaos. Nor did number 18 make an appearance. Subai appeared rather disheartened. They had agreed that she would come dressed in her finest. So why had she not kept her promise? He anxiously awaited at home. Bulma and Lan Chi nestled beside Subai on the sofa, noticing his distracted gaze fixed on the television. Bulma gently inquired, Darling, it's rare to see you so melancholic. Lan Chi playfully licked her lips. Could it be that you are lonely? Would you like some comfort? Subai pinched Lan Chi's nose lightly, grinning wickedly. Little imp, dare you provoke me? Just wait and see how I handle you. You're insufferable. As the three of them frolicked, the television suddenly interrupted with an urgent news broadcast. A terrifying monster had appeared in Chuanchi town, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. The military had only discovered the monster's shed exoskeleton, while its true form remained elusive. Experts surmised it to be a carnivorous beast, urging citizens to securely close their doors and windows at night to avoid going outside. Chapter 61. The news footage displayed streets in disarray, alongside a close-up of a grotesque biological shell. Had Cell emerged prematurely? Bulma and Lan Chi exchanged glances. Who is Cell? At that moment, number 21 entered the living room. He is the ultimate android, a fusion of multiple powerful genes, far surpassing both number 17 and number 18. More terrifyingly, he will evolve into his perfect form after consuming number 17 and number 18. Subai suddenly stood up, determined to prevent him from finding number 18. Number 21 scrutinized Subai meaningfully. I thought you had forgotten about number 18. She is quite the fervent admirer of my husband. Bulma's eyes brightened. Is she exceptionally beautiful? Absolutely. Lan Chi clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, How wonderful! We are finally welcoming new sisters after 3 long years. What type will this one be? The response came from the battle-oriented 21, who giggled softly. Subai donned his coat, declaring, 21 is responsible for protecting everyone while I scout the situation. After receiving an affirmative reply from 21, he soared into the air, heading straight for Chuanchi town. Vegeta, now recovered, was filled with frustration. It was infuriating that despite having surpassed his limits, he was still outmatched by those artificial beings. The fact that 17 had voluntarily conceded to Kakarot felt like a personal affront. His furious roar echoed through the skies. In the streets of Chuanchi town, Subai meticulously searched for traces of Cell. This cunning adversary was not only exceptionally intelligent, but also adept at concealing his presence. Should he evolve into his perfect form, the consequences would be dire. It is Mr. Subai. The hero has come to rescue us. The citizens cheered in waves. After acknowledging the crowd, Subai hurried away, determined to find 18 before Cell did. Meanwhile, 18 had donned a brand new outfit, navigating the city alongside 17. Regret washed over her as she bit down on her straw, thinking she should have exchanged contact information. 17 swallowed the last sip of his juice and suggested, "Why not issue a public challenge? The world champion would surely not decline. If you want to stir up trouble, do it yourself." 18 replied with a light scoff. "I must maintain my image." Her gaze drifted into the distance, sparkling with anticipation. 17 and 18 resolved to confront Subai directly. Although they initially struggled to locate him, they devised other means of tracking. Within the Divine Temple, Piccolo was also present. The Supreme Kai, as always, observed the safety of Earth, but suddenly his expression shifted, indicating he sensed something amiss. Noticing the Supreme Kai's grave demeanor, Bobo quickly inquired, "Supreme Kai, what have you discovered? What is this terrifying entity?" Piccolo frowned, pressing. "A terrifying entity? Stop being cryptic and clarify." The Supreme Kai remained silent, fixated on the scene below. Growing impatient, Piccolo urged, "Have you seen enough? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what you see." With a soft sigh, the Supreme Kai finally relented, yet he still refrained from elaborating. Piccolo pressed further. "What kind of monster has appeared on Earth?" The Supreme Kai replied, "You need not know yet. Once we merge, you will understand." It seemed they had finally made a decisive resolution, indicating that this matter was of great significance. The Supreme Kai gravely stated, "We must act swiftly, otherwise more lives will be at stake." Piccolo cautioned, "I wish to retain the lead. Do you understand?" "Of course, you are stronger and younger than I am. It is only right," the Supreme Kai acknowledged. "I can only enhance your power and enrich you with knowledge and wisdom." "Everything is in your hands," he said, placing a hand over his heart. "Very well." Bobo, filled with concern, interjected, but the Supreme Kai turned to him, calmly asserting, "Earth does not require a Supreme Kai at present. It needs true warriors." Piccolo had undergone a transformation. His malevolence had completely dissipated. "This fusion is irreversible. I'm grateful for your long-standing care, Mr. Popo." As the words faded, the deity suddenly transformed into a beam of white light, merging seamlessly into Piccolo's being along his arm. Unlike the agony experienced during the fusion with Nail, everything unfolded effortlessly, as though they had always been one. Piccolo's gaze deepened in an instant. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power that was hard to contain. Popo gazed at his silhouette, whispering, "Take care. Divine One, please ensure your safety." Piccolo replied, "I am neither deity nor Piccolo now, merely a Namekian who has forgotten his name. Farewell, Popo." With that, he leapt from the temple of the deity. Meanwhile, Bulma, Launch, and Android 21 were at home watching the news. The broadcast continued. "The town of West City has completely vanished an hour ago." Upon the arrival of the investigation team, they discovered that all residents had mysteriously disappeared. The area is devoid of life, and the police are making every effort to investigate this bizarre incident. Experts speculate that it may be related to the recent emergence of monsters. Bulma's expression sharpened as she quickly unfolded a map. It seems that Cell is in the suburbs of West City, near the town of Kijia. She turned to Android 21 and asked, "Aren't you able to handle Cell? Should we go check it out?" Android 21 firmly shook her head. "Protecting you is my primary task. It's south too close to us. Wouldn't allow me to go." Bulma sighed, "Very well, but we must do something." Android 21 sank into contemplation. Initially, they had come to help him strengthen his abilities to save the world. Yet after all this time, they had merely indulged in enjoying life. He had gone so far as to neglect his training. Although being cared for was blissful, it was indeed a conundrum. She wished for him to focus on his training, yet couldn't bear to part with him. It was like wanting him to strive hard, while simultaneously desiring his constant companionship. Having followed him for so long, Android 21 had also learned to act spontaneously. Yet, someone had to bear the responsibility. For now, all they could do was continue training Goku and Vegeta, nurturing them into formidable guardians of Earth. "You should contact Goku and the others," Android 21 suggested. Cell's appearance presents them with an opportunity. Bulma nodded and dialed the Turtle Hermit's phone. "Hello, this is Bulma. Is Krillin there?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "Turn on the news. They're reporting an unusual incident, which may involve Cell." The Turtle Hermit inquired, "Who is calling?" Bulma urged, "Let's watch the television." Krillin promptly switched on the television. The news was still unfolding. A large number of clothing items have been discovered, yet all individuals are missing. Some clothing items were found alongside weapons. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. They've found many clothes. Preliminary assessments indicate they belong to the victims. 15,000 residents of Kijia town have vanished. Yamcha gasped. 15,000 people? The turtle hermit speculated. Could it be the work of the androids? The voice of Bulma resonated through the phone. Number 21 claims that it is the work of the ultimate android, Cell, who preys even upon other androids. What is Cell? A creature born from the fusion of cells, growing stronger by devouring life. The group immediately became alert. Call Goku. We must set off. And Vegeta? That guy has vanished since his defeat. Upon receiving Bulma's message, Subai promptly departed from Chuanchi town, heading towards the town of Kijia. During his flight, his office received a call. Mr. Subai, someone has issued a challenge to you. No time. The challenger identified himself as the strongest androids. Number 17 and number 18, proclaiming their intent to defeat you. Subai post. Location? The site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wait for me. I'll arrive in 3 minutes. Understood. The secretary ended the call and announced to numbers 17 and 18, Congratulations, Mr. Subai has accepted your challenge and will arrive in 3 minutes. Number 18 was overjoyed. Really? That's fantastic. She suddenly turned to number 17, anxiously asking, quick, check my makeup. Is my hairstyle okay? Is my outfit neat? Hurry. Number 17 sighed. You've truly lost your mind. People get nervous. Hurry up and check. Piccolo was the first to reach Kijia town. Upon landing, he immediately began his search. Where's the monster? He could sense no energy at all. Just as Piccolo focused on investigating, Cell suddenly appeared, standing over a chubby man who was crying out, I'll pay. Please save me. Piccolo was shocked to discover that Cell's aura was a chaotic mix of Goku's and even Frieza's energy. You can understand me, right? Spare him. Piccolo said sternly. In an instant, Cell's tail pierced through the chubby man, reducing him to an empty husk, with only his clothes falling to the ground. Now it's your turn, Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo's pupils dilated. How do you know my name? Cell suddenly released his energy, creating a massive crater, unmistakably infused with Piccolo's own aura. I am your brother. Stop the theatrics, Piccolo shouted angrily. A dying person need not know. Then let us see if you can withstand my power, Cell sneered. Are you feeling murderous? You know a lot about Piccolo? Piccolo unleashed a surge of energy that obliterated the entire town. Too bad you've mistaken me for someone else. Cell was taken aback. What? You are not the Demon King, Piccolo? Absolutely correct. You've slaughtered the inhabitants of this town, which suits my intentions perfectly. Cell was bewildered. What are you saying? What do you mean? This way, I can unleash my full power. What? Suddenly, Piccolo struck, unleashing a fierce energy wave towards Cell. Cell swiftly retreated to evade the attack, only to find it was merely a feint. Piccolo darted forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Cell flying. Cell spun through the air, but landed gracefully. Piccolo coldly remarked, It seems you are indeed a dangerous creature. Cell cackled, Ha, how strong am I? Wait until I evolve into my perfect form. I will be even more formidable. Perfect form? Is this the reason for your tragic existence? Indeed, I require the essence of life as energy. With that, Cell drew back his arms, adopting the initial stance of the Kamehameha. Kamehameha, Piccolo was astonished. How is this possible? Cell's palms erupted with blinding radiance. And only then did Piccolo realize he had mastered the authentic Kamehameha. The energy wave howled towards him, prompting Piccolo to leap into the air to evade it. However, in the next moment, Cell suddenly seized Piccolo by the throat, his long tail piercing forward like a spear. This was precisely what Piccolo had anticipated. He quickly raised his arm to block the tail spike, but his entire arm was instantly drained and shriveled. Determined, Piccolo severed his own arm to halt the absorption, simultaneously breaking free from Cell's grasp. Cell scoffed. Humph. Even if you escape, losing an arm still puts me at an advantage. Piccolo feigned panic, clutching his severed limb. Indeed, I can barely maintain my balance. It seems you have triumphed. Cell laughed triumphantly. Accept your fate. Once I absorb you, I will be but a step away from achieving my perfect form. Piccolo pressed. Before I perish, tell me why your energy resembles that of Goku and Frieza, and why the Kamehameha. Seeing Piccolo cease his resistance, Cell sneered. There's no harm in divulging this. I am a masterpiece of Dr. Gero, who many years ago used micro-robots to collect your cells. Even those of Frieza and the King were not exempt. Although the cell of that Subai was commendable, the Saiyan cells of Goku and Vegeta were more than sufficient. After countless experiments, I ultimately fused into the super cell, and after 3 years of cultivation, I was born. Unfortunately, before I could fully mature, The likes of Android 17 destroyed the upper levels of the laboratory. The power outage interrupted my nutrient supply, halting my growth. Though I cannot defeat them for the time being, I have already developed a certain level of combat ability. Chapter 62. To survive, I had to flee the laboratory, secretly absorbing the life essence of ordinary people to continue my development. Unexpectedly, this misfortune allowed me to evolve even faster. Remember my name? Cell. Piccolo. Without waiting for Android 21 to explain, discerned everything from their brief exchange. So that was it. He cast aside his cloak and removed his headband, and in an instant, his severed arm regenerated with power. Your information is quite useful. Now I can utterly annihilate you. Cell's pupils contracted sharply. You feigned weakness merely to extract information? You will not evolve into your perfect form. Fool! Did you not realize my arm can regenerate? This is impossible. Even after absorbing the energy of my arm, my strength still eclipses yours. Underestimating your cunning while pretending to be injured was a grave error. This is the wisdom of the KO Shin. Cell suddenly comprehended. You have fused with the KO Shin? How slow to react. Beneath his feigned panic, Cell rejoiced internally. The Dragon Balls are ineffective. The deceased cannot be resurrected. What a delightful surprise. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Piccolo had lunged towards Cell like lightning. At that moment, Goku and the others at Kame House sensed the anomaly simultaneously. Frieza, Vegeta, and even my own energy are intertwined? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Bulma urgently reported over the phone. It has been confirmed that Cell has indeed fused with the God of Destruction. You must hurry. In an instant, Goku pressed his fingers to his forehead, urging his companions to hold on tight. Tien and Krillin immediately grasped his shoulders, and the trio teleported to the battlefield. Is that monster among the residents? Krillin stared at Cell's tail, breaking into a cold sweat. Piccolo warned sternly, beware of that tail. It has claimed countless lives. Goku gazed at the myriad auras enveloping Cell, igniting within him a fierce spirit of battle. What exactly is this amalgamation? Piccolo replied gravely, we will discuss the specifics later. For now, we must eliminate this foe. Cell grinned ominously. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? How naive. Piccolo smirked slightly, fixing his gaze on Cell. In your current state, you cannot even withstand us, let alone face me alone. Cell nodded in agreement. You are correct. It is indeed wise to momentarily retreat from the limelight. Meanwhile, Subai redirected his course towards the martial arts tournament to locate Android 18. In less than a minute, he sensed the intertwined energies of Piccolo and Cell. Cell had indeed made an appearance. However, in his incomplete form, he should be no match for anyone. The priority remained to find Android 18. Subai abruptly accelerated, racing towards the site of the previous martial arts tournament. Upon hearing Cell's intention to flee, Piccolo scoffed. You think you can escape? Your Kamehameha is ineffective against me. Goku was taken aback. Kamehameha? How does he know that technique? Cell boasted. That is not all, Goku. I can also perform the Spirit Bomb. Goku declared fiercely. Cell, there is no escape for you. Cell roared. I must absorb Androids 17 and 18. No one shall stop me from achieving my perfect form. The only one who can contend with him now is Piccolo. Before he could finish, Cell abruptly raised his hand to shield his eyes, shouting, Solar Flare. A blinding white light engulfed the area. Seizing the opportunity, Cell concealed his aura and fled at full speed. When the brilliance faded, Cell had vanished without a trace. Damn it, he got away, Piccolo cursed. Isn't the Solar Flare Tien's technique? Piccolo remarked coldly, his aura has completely vanished. He has mastered this technique as well. Cell sprinted through villages and forests, laughing maniacally. Ha ha. You think you can catch me? With Frieza cells, I don't even need to breathe. I will temporarily hide and absorb the essence of humanity to enhance my power. Then I shall confront 17 and 18 once I surpass them. There are towns nearby. I will gradually absorb their energy. If I am discovered, I will simply move elsewhere. Suddenly, Cell sensed Vegeta's energy rapidly approaching and swiftly concealed himself behind a tree. Vegeta? His power is far greater than the data indicated. I cannot confront him directly. I must act quickly. Once Vegeta had flown past, Cell turned and dashed towards the next city. As Vegeta flew, he puzzled over the situation. Two immensely powerful auras. One abruptly vanished, while the other remained. What could be happening? The androids should have no detectable energy. What on earth is going on? This astonishing aura has indeed surpassed even that of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta instantaneously appeared beside Piccolo, roaring in fury. Damn it, my momentary carelessness allowed him to escape. He must not evolve into his complete form, or else. Upon realizing that this formidable energy emanated from Piccolo, Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. Piccolo, how can it be you? Why has your power surged so dramatically? Krillin interjected. He has fused with the Supreme Kai. Fusion? Is that all? Vegeta found it hard to believe. Having suffered successive blows, Vegeta's mindset crumbled entirely, first being utterly defeated by Android 18, and now being surpassed by Piccolo. This mere Namekian's combat prowess now eclipsed that of a Super Saiyan. Piccolo swiftly relayed the situation regarding Cell to everyone. Android 21 had initially intended for Cell to absorb androids 17 and 18, after which they would defeat Cell in a practical training session. As a final safeguard, she could have intervened at any moment. However, the situation spiraled out of control. Influenced by the butterfly effect, 17 and 18, upon awakening, did not turn malevolent. Instead, they became fervent admirers of Subai. Faced with this predicament, 21 found herself at a loss. She understood that Subai would never permit Cell to absorb Android 18, rendering Cell incapable of achieving his complete form. Thus, she chose to abandon the plan entirely. The site of the World Martial Arts Tournament was revitalized. Upon hearing that someone dared to challenge Subai, the crowd surged like a tidal wave. How dare they challenge Mr. Subai? It's that brother and sister duo. Is anyone now able to challenge Mr. Subai? I shall try my luck tomorrow. Save your breath. Mr. Subai is exceedingly busy. To be granted a chance to challenge him, that brother and sister must be incredibly fortunate. Android 18 and 17 counted the seconds on the arena as if they were years. He's here. Mr. Subai has arrived. A golden figure, accompanied by a thunderous presence, descended from the sky. Subai slowed his descent and hovered, waving to the ecstatic crowd. The cheers of Subai were deafening, punctuated by the rising cries of those wishing to bear his offspring. Lightly landing on the arena, Subai raised an eyebrow as he noticed Android 18 clad in a pink tracksuit, bashfully clutching the hem of her attire and keeping her gaze lowered. Upon seeing Subai, 17 exclaimed with excitement, Mr. Subai, thank you for accepting our challenge. I must quietly inform you, our strength exceeds your imagination. Subai calmly replied, do you wish to face me together? 17 shook his head. I shall go first, my sister will follow. Very well, let us conclude this swiftly. I have long wished to witness your prowess. The temporary referee struck the gong, signaling the commencement of the match. 17 displayed a confident smile, darting towards Subai like an arrow. His punches whistled through the air, fiercely aggressive. Yet, Subai merely shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the blows. 17 unleashed a flurry of punches, yet he could not land even a single hit on Subai. The onlookers could only witness the blurring shadows of 17's fists, while Subai, with mere movements of his upper body, flawlessly dodged each attack. Mr. Subai's prowess was so formidable that he scarcely needed to lift a finger. The overwhelming aura he exuded was simply beyond belief. Step 17 retreated a pace, cautioning, Mr. Subai, my stamina is inexhaustible. Should you remain idle, defeat is inevitable. Subai replied with an air of nonchalance, as you wish. No sooner had he spoken than Step 17 launched another assault. Subai leapt into the air, with Step 17 in relentless pursuit. Just as the fist was about to strike, Subai vanished, reappearing behind Step 17. In a flurry, Step 17 spun around to retaliate, only to have Subai grasp his wrist firmly. With a deft flick of his finger, he pressed down gently. Boom! Step 17 plummeted like a meteor, crashing through the arena and into a deep pit, rendered unconscious. Step 18 gasped, Step 17. Fear not, he is merely asleep. The arena fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt moments later in thunderous cheers. Subai! Subai! Step 18's eyes flickered as she realized she had gravely underestimated her opponent's strength. Subai spoke gently. One should be tender toward a lady. How about this? I shall refrain from using my hands or feet during our duel. Without a moment's hesitation, Step 18 responded. Very well. Subai smiled slightly. If I win, I shall grant you a wish. Should I lose, you must agree to fulfill one of my requests. Is that acceptable? To be fair, if I am defeated, any wish shall suffice. Step 18 nodded without a second thought, agreed. She was entirely unprepared for Subai's seemingly self-restricting wager, not to mention the additional promise. It was an opportunity handed to her on a silver platter. Strangely, she accepted such an uneven challenge without hesitation. Had it been anyone else, Step 18 would have been furious. This was clearly a slight. Yet he was Subai, the legendary figure known for his unwavering gentleness towards women. Moreover, he had just incapacitated Step 17 with a mere snap of his fingers, his strength beyond doubt. But how could one attack without hands or feet? Excitement ignited in Step 18's eyes. Mr. Subai, I will strike now. And I shan't underestimate you as Step 17 did. Come at me. The moment the bell rang, Step 18 shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. She withheld 30% of her strength, aiming directly for Subai's face. As anticipated, his figure vanished. He must have evaded to her rear. Step 18 spun around for a flying kick, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of fluttering fabric. She had guessed correctly. Subai leaned back to evade her sweeping strike. Yet before she could alter her attack, he appeared before her in a ghostly manner. His handsome visage loomed large, and she could even see the mirth dancing beneath his eyelashes. Thud! The dull sound of their foreheads colliding sent Step 18 staggering back, instinctively pressing her reddening brow. Losing focus is unwise. I was not distracted. She stared in disbelief at Subai, who stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. The man revered like a deity 5 centuries ago faced a synthetic being equipped with an eternal energy furnace, still exuding effortless grace. Dr. Gallo once boasted that they had acquired powers rivaling the divine, yet the stark reality is that he could not even move a single step. Shall we continue? Subai raised an eyebrow. Number 18, casting aside distractions, surged forward once more, this time fixating intently on her opponent's shoulder. Let us see what tricks your mind can conjure. Her fists, like a tempest, rained down upon Subai. He danced gracefully amid the flurry of strikes, evading them with finesse. Just as number 18 unleashed her fervent assault, Subai executed a nimble sidestep, closing the distance between them, resulting in a resounding collision of their chests that sent number 18 staggering back several paces. A rosy hue crept on her cheeks. Having made contact with Mr. Subai, though it was an accidental collision, his chest felt so warm. Considering the rules that prohibited her from using her limbs, this unexpected proximity became a rare opportunity. With lingering desire, number 18 lunged forward again, but this time her punch struck only an afterimage. Had he maneuvered to her rear? She quickly pivoted, sweeping her arm across, her head following suit. Little did she know, Subai's visage was mere inches from her shoulder. As she turned, her lips brushed against his cheek, and time seemed to freeze. Their movements came to an abrupt halt, and the audience fell into a hushed silence. What audacity to steal a kiss from Mr. Subai? Chapter 63. This girl was clearly enamored with Mr. Subai's charm. My heart shatters. He is the embodiment of my dreams. It infuriates me. Number 18's face flushed in instant crimson. In a fluster, she swung a powerful punch at Subai. This time, he did not evade. He took the hit squarely, his body tracing a parabolic arc as he fell outside the ring. The arena plunged into silence once more. Had he truly lost? Mr. Subai had been defeated. Such a blatant concession. Number 18 stared incredulously at her fist. Mr. Subai was undeniably a gentleman, conceding to this young girl. How infuriating. I must challenge Mr. Subai as well. Save your breath. You couldn't even discern number 18's moves. Indeed, even her mere breath could knock you down. Despite the defeat, the audience's enthusiasm for Subai remained undiminished, with cheers of Subai, Subai, echoing throughout the venue. Subai rose gracefully, smiling at number 18 atop the stage. Congratulations on your victory. Feel free to express any wish you may have. Number 18's heart raced, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in her mind. Aware he had intentionally allowed her to win, she felt a sweet joy within. Mr. Subai was truly kind. He had invited her to share any wish. Perhaps she could ask him to marry her? But would such a direct approach be too demeaning? Would he perceive her as frivolous? A girl ought to maintain poise. Yet this truly was her deepest desire. Noticing number 18's hesitation, Subai offered no prompt. He leaned slightly closer to her ear and whispered, any wish can be fulfilled. The Dragon Balls have been gathered this year, ready to summon the Eternal Dragon. The mention of the Eternal Dragon caused 18's pupils to constrict suddenly. The Eternal Dragon. She never imagined that Mr. Subai possessed such extraordinary abilities. She had never contemplated that the reward for defeating him would be such an astonishing promise. Especially since this victory was intentionally granted. The Eternal Dragon could grant any wish, even resurrect the deceased. This was no secret on Earth. Yet, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls was a feat that most could scarcely accomplish in a lifetime. For Subai, however, it was merely a trivial task. Initially, she harbored only 2 deep-seated desires, to exact revenge on Dr. Gero, and to bring solace to her parent spirits by completing these matters. Tomeri Subai. Yet, in this moment, Subai's words ignited a new yearning within her. The possibility of resurrecting her parents, who had passed away 3 years ago. Was it truly feasible? At this juncture, 17, who stood beside her, could no longer contain himself. Aren't you always proclaiming your desire to marry Mr. Subai? Speak up. This remark caused 18's cheeks to flush from her face to her ears, igniting a frenzy in the audience. What? That's her wish? How infuriating. She asked, clearly coveting Mr. Subai. How envious. I'm going to challenge Mr. Subai right now. He asks, so gentle with girls. I can do it too. Amid the chorus of teasing, 18 had become the object of scorn among all the women present. She clenched the hem of her garment, her lips parting and closing repeatedly, yet no sound emerged. What wish could rival this? Yes, bring her parents back to life. But that plea, please marry me, burned like a branding iron on her tongue. Could one not have both fish and bear's paw? 17, growing anxious, pulled her closer and whispered urgently, what are you dazed about? You used to call him husband so freely, and now you're acting coy? Yet 18's voice trembled. He said the eternal dragon could fulfill wishes, so then my parents. Fool. 17 lightly tapped her forehead. Once you become Subai's wife, I will be his brother-in-law. Resurrecting your parents will be but a mere word. 18 felt as though struck by lightning. Indeed. Have you made your decision? Subai's voice resonated at that opportune moment. She abruptly raised her head and declared resolutely, please marry me. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. She truly dared to say it. The ensuing wave of astonishment reverberated throughout the venue. A love like no other. The shameless third party, daring to steal my idol. I will not let this go. Shouts of indignation rose from the audience. Subai stamped his foot heavily, and the venue fell silent in an instant. I am deeply honored by your affection. However, 18 is to become my wife, and any insult directed at her is tantamount to enmity with me, Subai. The atmosphere became thick with tension. Goodness, Mr. Su is exceedingly doting on his fiancée. This was no mere affection. It was an elevation to the heavens. What merit did she possess to enter the Su family? Perhaps it was a fortune earned from a past life. How enviable. Mr. Su, I would be willing to serve as a mere servant. The subsequent scene was even more breathtaking. Before the watchful eyes of all, Subai knelt on one knee and extended his hand towards number 18. Number 18, will you share your life with me? A gasp swept through the crowd. It was she who was to marry him. Why this additional gesture? What do you know? This is Mr. Su's romantic flair. What girl does not yearn for a proposal from her beloved? This is undoubtedly a memory to cherish for a lifetime. How sweet it is. Did she save the galaxy in her past life? Envy and jealousy abound. She must find happiness. Number 18 trembled slightly. I do. This gentle affirmation dissipated all her pain. She suppressed her racing heart and placed her hand into Subai's palm. The warmth was reassuring. Subai softly kissed her lips. Amidst the chorus of blessings, the couple exchanged vows. Thunderous cheers erupted once more. Meanwhile, Cell continued his rampage through the village. The warriors were powerless, forced to witness him devour innocent lives. Krillin gritted his teeth. Damn it, we must deal with him quickly, or the casualties will be catastrophic. Piccolo concurred. More importantly, we must prevent Cell from achieving his perfect form. Krillin hesitated. Are we to eliminate number 17 and number 18 to stop his evolution? Vegeta scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. I can't even defeat number 18. With number 17, you have even less chance. Krillin sighed indeed. Moreover, number 17 and number 18 are not inherently evil. It would be unjust to sacrifice them to save others. Tenshinhan clenched his fists. We must, by all means, prevent their fusion. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Piccolo added, not just Earth, the entire universe will suffer. After all, Cell carries the genes of Frieza and his father. Vegeta interrupted with irritation, and mine as well. Who cares about fusion? Fewer enemies make things simpler. But number 17 and number 18 are not villains. Krillin argued. Vegeta's anger flared. That woman dealt me a grievous blow, and you still defend her? This is utterly absurd. If I weren't temporarily unable to defeat Piccolo, I would slay you all. The thought that a proud Saiyan prince was outdone by a Namekian filled Vegeta with rage. In my eyes, the only fate for the enemy is death. He bellowed. Piccolo warned, do not underestimate Cell. He is far more dangerous than the androids. Vegeta roared, you have no right to lecture me. Do you wish to meet your end, prematurely? He steadied his breath, suddenly wearing a proud smile. I have never encountered such a formidable foe. Now that I know of a higher realm, just wait. I will surpass the limits of Super Saiyan. With that, he turned to leave, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Surpassing Super Saiyan? Is that possible? Hey, Vegeta, if you're short on training time, why not try the hyperbolic time chamber? Number 17 discreetly created space for the two and departed alone. Subai led number 18 to the vicinity of Dr. Gallo's laboratory, where she appeared utterly perplexed. Mister, Subai, aren't we going home? Where are we headed? She inquired. The mention of her husband caused her heart to race and a blush to creep across her cheeks. Biting her lip in hesitation, she finally whispered, husband. The utterance left her feeling weak, as if an electric current had coursed through her entire being. She had never anticipated truly becoming Subai's wife, and in this moment of bliss, she felt a sense of fulfillment that rendered her fears of mortality inconsequential. If only she could resurrect her parents, she would want for nothing else in this life. Glancing at Subai's silhouette, she quietly asked, where are we going? Can't we go home? Without turning back, Subai replied, not yet. There is a matter concerning you that needs addressing. A pang of anxiety gripped number 18. Could it be that they were heading to? She furtively surveyed her surroundings, suddenly recognizing the environment as strikingly familiar. Wasn't this near Dr. Gallo's laboratory? Her eyes widened in astonishment. What are you bringing me here for? Subai's lips curled into a slight smile. Now that I have married you, I must eliminate any potential threats. Threats? Number 18 was taken aback, her pupils dilating in realization. She suddenly recalled the device implanted within her body. How could he possibly know this secret? Yet, upon reflection, it was unsurprising that her husband possessed such knowledge and abilities. Amidst the ruins, Subai deftly cleared away the debris, revealing a concealed entrance. I found it, follow me. Number 18 gazed in awe at the previously undiscovered underground passage. Inside, the subterranean laboratory, precision instruments radiated a cold luminescence. What is this place? She marveled. This is Dr. Gallo's core laboratory. Subai indicated a damaged incubation chamber. The device there is responsible for creating the ultimate android. The recent attacks on the village were orchestrated by Shalu, who was birthed from this very place. No. 18 gasped in shock. Are there other androids? Indeed, Subai's expression turned grave. It is evolving and will soon seek you and number 17. By consuming you both, it can attain its complete form. What? It intends to absorb me and number 17? Subai responded calmly, precisely. Thus, the transformation of us is not the ultimate goal, merely a means to serve another's ends. He confirmed once more, exactly. A sudden tightness gripped number 18's chest. She had believed that by vanquishing Dr. Gallo and gaining power, she could freely traverse the world. Fortuitously, she had encountered Subai and become his partner. The prospect of love, family, and a splendid life seemed within reach. Yet, who would have thought she remained ensnared in the doctor's machinations? A chill ran down her spine. Instinctively, she pressed her hand to her chest, gasping for air, only to be enveloped in a firm embrace. As Subai's warmth enveloped her, the tumult of her emotions subsided. Do not worry, he reassured, stroking her golden hair. Now that I am aware of Shalu's conspiracy, I will never allow him to succeed. His promise sent a tremor through her fingertips. His immense power effortlessly eclipses Vegeta. Yet his tenderness is undeniable, marking him as the man who has captured her heart. Now he belongs to me. This realization ignites a blush upon her cheeks. She surveys the laboratory, cluttered with instruments, and ponders, are we to obliterate this place entirely? Not just that. Subai opened a hidden compartment in the control console, stating, I am searching for the blueprints that can liberate you from the shackles within your bodies. Liberate the shackles? There are also forced dormancy programs that must be eradicated. The pupils of Android 18 dilated in shock. In the brief time they had spent together, the astonishment brought forth by this man had far exceeded her expectations. Just how many secrets does he conceal? I found it. Subai pulled out a yellowed blueprint, glancing over it before breaking into a light chuckle. Though I cannot comprehend it, let Bulma analyze it. Once the inhibitors within you are dismantled, his fingertip gently brushed her heart, beyond the power of eternal youth. You shall attain true freedom. True freedom? Indeed. The sudden flush of the young girl's cheeks elicited a raised eyebrow from Subai. What are you contemplating this time? Grasping his garment, Android 18 murmured shyly, Can it nurture life? Subai smiled and kissed the top of her head. Of course it can. This simple declaration exploded within Android 18's heart like thunder. Is it true? Chapter 64. Yes. Marvelous. Android 18, filled with ecstasy, leaped into Subai's embrace. He enveloped her tenderly. Their gazes met, brimming with affection. Noticing her fluttering eyelashes gently close, Subai also shut his eyes, deeply kissing her ruby lips. She could feel the slight tremor of her delicate form in his arms. 3 years of yearning and waiting had finally culminated in this moment of fulfillment. Subai's warm embrace left Android 18 utterly entranced. She bashfully reciprocated the kiss. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Meanwhile, Cell continued to ravenously consume humanity, perpetually shifting his attack locations. The warriors were exhausted, always a hair's breadth away from success. Android 21 contacted Krillin, ceased the futile pursuit. Krillin, agitated, exclaimed, "Are we to allow him to continue slaughtering thousands of innocents? The victims can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls." Android 21 calmly analyzed. Although Piccolo has fused with the Supreme Kai, he could be reinstated. If not, the new Namek holds alternatives. The group understood, so that is the case. The urgent task at hand is to enhance their strength. Android 21 continued to strategize. Goku and Vegeta need to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. As for Cell's perfect form, she paused. Android 18 has become my husband's partner. Thus Cell is destined to never attain perfection. What? Subai? Krillin was struck once more by the revelation. While they fought valiantly on the front lines, someone else had secured a return and effortlessly mitigated the greatest crisis. Android 21 waved her hand, dismissing them. Enough, you may disperse now. Krillin quickly responded. Understood. I will keep an eye on their training. Goku grinned widely. Do we really need your urging? I've heard Cell is far stronger than 17 and 18, and I'm ready for the challenge. It is still Android 21 who sees the situation most clearly. After the crisis was temporarily averted, Subai helped everyone address the potential threat posed by Cell's perfect form. The group returned to their rigorous training, understanding that only through the enhancement of their abilities could they face the impending final battle with Cell. Number 21 spoke truthfully. Although the fusion of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai rendered the Dragon Balls inactive, they merely merged, and their capacity to create the Dragon Balls remained intact. Currently, he was neither the Supreme Kai nor Piccolo, and with a willing heart, he could restore the Dragon Balls at any moment. Furthermore, the presence of Namek as a contingency plan provided reassurance to all. Meanwhile, in an underground laboratory, Subai was tenderly interacting with Android 18. In a moment of intimacy, 18 had succumbed to a blissful haze, yet Subai refrained from advancing further, leaving her with a tinge of disappointment. Gently caressing her face, Subai spoke softly, "Once the situation settles, I will use the Dragon Balls to revive your parents and host a grand wedding." What? Revive my parents? In an instant, 18's eyes welled with tears as she leapt into Subai's embrace. She had not anticipated such thoughtful consideration, with plans for both a wedding and the inclusion of her family. What girl does not dream of donning a wedding gown and marrying her beloved amidst the blessings of those dear? The thought of having her parents witness this moment was overwhelming. Initially believing that achieving her desires would require humility, she was astonished by how Subai had meticulously catered to her every aspiration regarding love. To marry such a man was truly a fortune earned over several lifetimes. After their tender moments, Subai took 18 by the hand and personally demolished the underground laboratory. He then brought her to Bulma's residence, presenting the design blueprints for her research. Aware of Bulma's relative inexperience, he had also invited Dr. Brief to assist in the oversight. Dr. Brief scrutinized the designs, murmuring to himself, though that old rascal Jero may have nefarious intentions, he certainly possesses remarkable skills. There are aspects even I struggle to comprehend. This technical approach, based on human anatomy to modify organic materials, could indeed facilitate cellular fusion. I must delve deeper into these micromechanical devices. Perhaps the breakthrough lies within. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his glasses, he declared, "I'll have this resolved promptly." How long will it take? Years? Dr. Brief suddenly erupted in laughter. Under normal circumstances, it could be completed the day after tomorrow. Subai nearly choked on his surprise. Was this the thought process of a genius? What had been articulated as complex could be accomplished in just a day and a half. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, esteemed father-in-law. This is our new member, Lazuli. You may call her 18. 18's pupils flickered. He was aware of her true name. The memories she had almost erased were surfacing. The girls instinctively lined up. I am Bulma. Pleased to meet you. Lanchi, at your service. Yorin. Wendy. I am Android 21 from a future timeline. We are somewhat akin. You see, as 18 prepared to respond to each introduction, she froze upon hearing the last name. 21? The pink-haired girl blinked. Let your husband explain the details to you later tonight. Bulma suddenly leaned in and playfully pinched her pert posterior, exclaiming, "Ah, this waist-to-hip ratio could undoubtedly bear twins." Number 18 instantly felt a flush of warmth spread from her neck to the tips of her ears. Thank you, sister. This afternoon, my husband will accompany us on a shopping spree. I will introduce you to the most bustling commercial district in the West Capital. Throughout the afternoon, Subai resembled a mobile shopping cart, each time purchasing 6 scoops of ice cream, adhering to only his preferred flavors. Lost in reverie, Number 18 gazed at the dressing room, overflowing with luxury items, marveling at how these once dreamlike pieces displayed in shop windows had now become mere commodities in their shopping escapade. Were it not for the omnipotent capsules, their spoils could have formed a veritable mountain. Imagining a future filled with such exquisite living, Number 18 felt as though her heart had been struck by honey. Was this not the epitome of happiness? Love, wealth, and sisterhood all flourishing in harmony. She envisioned giving birth to many adorable babies with Subai. Irma mentioned that her husband preferred daughters. Then they would have a bevy of little princesses. Immersed in unparalleled sweetness, every second spent with Subai left her utterly enchanted. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having witnessed the might of the androids and heard tales of Cell's terror, was already ablaze with fervor. Yet, he understood that his current strength paled even in comparison to Piccolo's. Number 21 had specifically instructed Vegeta and Sun Wukong, recognizing them as the core fighters of this timeline. She urged Krillin to relay to them that there existed even mightier forms beyond Super Saiyan, motivating them to train relentlessly. Upon learning that Vegeta had entered the hyperbolic time chamber, Wukong was inspired by number 21 and donned his battle attire. "Wukong, are you going to fight?" Chi-Chi asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "Fear not, I won't act recklessly. Presently, Vegeta is beyond my capabilities, and I am no different. Therefore, I must surpass the Super Saiyan level." Master Roshi looked on in astonishment. Surpassing Super Saiyan? Is that truly possible? Indeed, Wukong replied, his gaze resolute. Number 21 stated that there are higher realms of Super Saiyan. She foretold that in the future, Vegeta and Subai would join forces to defeat Cell with a strength that transcends Super Saiyan. In this timeline, however, she hopes for Vegeta and me to grow stronger. History had shifted. This was a positive development. Really? Master Roshi asked, half in disbelief. There is no reason for her to deceive me. Wukong chuckled lightly. I once thought number 21 was merely slightly stronger than I, but after sensing her aura, I realized otherwise. The path of martial arts has no end. There are always those who are stronger than the strong. With just a year training, I shall surely transcend my limits. If I still fail, then I shall concede. Master Roshi's eyes widened. A year? That is far too long. A year in the hyperbolic time chamber equates to merely a day outside. Vegeta entered yesterday. Today, it is my turn. With that, Wukong instantaneously teleported away to bid farewell to Piccolo. Piccolo, astonished, remarked, "You intend to train for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber? No one has ever persevered for that long. Last time, you only lasted a month. This time is different. I possess an undeniable reason to grow stronger." And Goku is brimming with confidence. Krillin could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Goku, when confronted with an adversary stronger than Frieza, do you feel fear or excitement?" Goku grinned widely and replied, "Certainly excitement. With Android 21 by my side, there is nothing to fear. I can fully concentrate on enhancing my power and ultimately triumph over my opponent. Let this serve as a rare trial. She has mentioned that the future Saiyans will far surpass her, and I yearn to reach such heights." As soon as he finished speaking, Son Goku utilized instant transmission and departed. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow and looked at Krillin. The Earth is in grave danger. Do you still have the leisure to ponder such trivial matters? However, Krillin wore a look of relief. This is wonderful. Goku is not disheartened at all. We have hope. If anyone is to break through the limits of Super Saiyan first, it must undoubtedly be Goku. Vegeta finally made his appearance. Upon Goku's arrival at the temple, he witnessed Vegeta emerging from the room of spirit and time, brimming with vigor. "How do you feel, Vegeta?" Goku inquired. Vegeta smirked. "Kakarot, I have now surpassed Super Saiyan. Remember this name, Super Vegeta." With a tremendous surge of energy, he underwent a magnificent transformation. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. "I never anticipated you would be so invigorating." "You cannot possibly keep up with my pace," Vegeta declared proudly. "Cell is my prey. You may wait here and be entertained." With that, he leaped from the temple, heading straight for the battlefield. Watching his retreating figure, Goku clenched his fists and turned to enter the room of spirit and time. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Subai was enjoying a leisurely moment with Android 18 and several beloved wives. He always remembered his promise to host a grand wedding for Android 18. He had initially thought that tonight would allow her to rest well. However, after a few sips of fine wine, the two found themselves unable to contain their emotions, remaining awake until dawn. Only when the first light of morning appeared did the exhausted Android 18 drift into a sweet slumber. Just as Subai stepped out of the bedroom, a call from Dr. Briefs came through. "We have made significant breakthroughs in Android technology. brings 17 and the others to the laboratory. Gazing at his sleeping beloved, Subai softly kissed her forehead, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he turned away. It seems my brother-in-law will have to cooperate with the experiments. On the streets, Android 17 kicked a stone in irritation. Has my sister completely forgotten about me? Not a word all day. Beside him, Android 16 looked up at the soaring birds. My scanner cannot locate them. My apologies. At that moment, a communication device suddenly chimed. Is this 17? Subai's voice came through the receiver. What are you shouting about, Mr. Subai? It should be brother-in-law. Yes, brother-in-law, what do you need? Get over here with 16. It's urgent. Android 17 paused momentarily. So, brother-in-law resides in West City? Yes, hurry. It's right next to the Capsule Corporation laboratory. It's quite conspicuous. Understood. Over 2,000 kilometers separate them from the West Capital. Yet for the two of them, a brief flight would suffice. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed more than 500 kilometers. Suddenly, an energy projectile hurtled toward number 17. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, number 17 evaded to the side. The energy bolt narrowly missing and detonating upon a distant mountain peak, reducing it to rubble in an instant. Who is scheming in the shadows? Cell materialized. It was quite the challenge to find you, number 17. Come, let us merge as one. Number 17's expression darkened. Monster, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? I merely wish for you to become a part of me, to aid in my ultimate evolution. Chapter 65. Cell lashed his long tail, splattering viscous fluid. Disgusting. Before he could finish his taunt, Cell's arms flailed wildly, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Number 17 was instantly enveloped in flames. Let's see how you escape. Cell clapped his palms together, causing all the energy blasts to converge and explode at the center. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, number 17's figure was engulfed. As the smoke cleared, number 17 stood unscathed within a spherical energy shield. A protective barrier? He casually placed his hands in his pockets, a look of disdain on his face. Just a scratch. Cell, enraged, declared, the real show has only just begun. Let's fight elsewhere, number 17 suggested, gesturing towards the wasteland. Do not desecrate the island. We must be environmentally conscious. Number 16 nodded in approval. Before Cell could respond, number 17 had already soared toward the desolate terrain. Cell pursued relentlessly, fixated solely on number 17. Number 17 assumed a combat stance. Cell, now I shall get serious. In a flash, his claws slashed through the air, aimed directly at Cell's throat. Bang! Cell staggered backward, nearly losing his footing. Seizing the opportunity, number 17 executed a sweeping kick aimed at Cell's head, who barely managed to evade in time. Just as Cell regained his balance, number 17's iron fist came crashing down upon his chest, piercing through his body like a dagger, sending Cell crashing to the ground. Number 17's formidable strength left Cell secretly alarmed. As Cell attempted to rise, number 17, like a specter, descended upon him, delivering an elbow strike that slammed him back into the earth. Cell's long tail whipped across, but number 17 nimbly leapt back to avoid it. Interesting, Cell sneered. As he stood up, the gaping wound in his chest, healing almost instantaneously. I am the ultimate weapon. Number 17 smirked slightly. Before he could finish his thought, he sprang into action once more. Cell swung his elbow in retaliation, only to strike at a mere afterimage. Number 17 flickered to his side, but was met with the force of Cell's palm, pushing him back. Before he could land from a backflip, number 17's knee forcefully collided with Cell's abdomen, sending him flying back several dozen meters. Cell spat out blood, hastily attempting a headbutt in retaliation. Number 17 effortlessly blocked the attack, then countered with a hook that sent Cell crashing down once more. Leaning on his knee, Cell gasped for breath, then suddenly roared, Kamehameha! An energy wave shot forth. Yet number 17 had already teleported in front of him, delivering a flying kick that sent Cell hurtling away. As Sheru contemplated in the air, he resolved to act swiftly and decisively. A golden aura erupted violently as he entered full power mode. Although he could not alter his hair color like a Saiyan, the surging energy caused the very earth to tremble. He fixed his gaze upon Android 17, a cunning glimmer dancing in his eyes. The strategy of trading injuries to absorb this perfect being was indeed exquisite. Meanwhile, Vegeta was frantically enhancing his strength, scouring for the whereabouts of the androids, vowing to redeem his past failures. Just then, he sensed the tumultuous energy fluctuations emanating from Sheru. Despite Sheru's formidable power prior to entering the hyperbolic time chamber, His presence now was even more alarming. Nevertheless, Vegeta's prowess had long surpassed Sheru's. Without hesitation, he charged towards Sheru's location, a menacing grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Be it the androids or Sheru, all must submit beneath the feet of Super Vegeta. In West City, within Bulma's laboratory, Dr. Brief, Android 21, and Subai were gathered. Subai leaned idly against the door of the operating room, while the two technological prodigies, Bulma and Android 21, busily prepared surgical instruments. Suddenly, both Subai and Android 21 sensed a familiar energy wave. Sheru was engaged in battle. However, the absence of detectable energy characteristics indicated the involvement of 17. Concerned for the still slumbering Android 18. Subai felt a pang of anxiety. He needed to bring her back swiftly. Yet, Android 21 stepped out of the operating room and pulled him aside. Darling, I know you wish to rescue 17, but this time you must refrain from intervening. Subai frowned. Am I to stand idly by while he is devoured by Sheru? He is my brother-in-law. Android 21 sighed softly. If Goku and Vegeta cannot grow stronger before Majin Buu's arrival, and if we ultimately meet our demise at Zamasu's hands, your attempt to save him will only exacerbate the situation. Sheru is an obstacle we must overcome. While the threats posed by Majin Buu and Zamasu are far more dire than one can imagine, we have already disrupted the timeline to preserve 18. Should we also prevent Sheru from absorbing 17, their growth will cease entirely. She paused, her tone tinged with resignation, unless the words hung in the air, swallowed back. For she had reiterated these points repeatedly, only to find Subai indifferent. Turning his face away, Subai muttered to himself, forcing me to train again. My path to strength differs fundamentally from Goku's. Yet the secrets of the traveler and the system could never be disclosed to anyone. Ultimately, he relented. Very well. I can still use the Dragon Balls to resurrect my brother-in-law. Do not hold it against me if I choose not to intervene. He had intended to use him for an experiment, but now he could only subject him to hardship temporarily. Surely, he would not want to witness his sister mourn in solitude, would he? Upon hearing his murmurs, Android 21's eye twitched slightly. Darling, if you truly wish for him to survive, there is another way. Would you consider training in the hyperbolic time chamber a few times? Not a chance. Unless 18 accompanies you in the training. In the gravity chamber, the atmospheric pressure was oppressive. Aside from 18 and 21, the other wives struggled to adapt. On the 21st, she silently averted her gaze, disinterested in engaging. In her heart, she mused, is this truly cultivation? It is evidently something else entirely. Who knows? Perhaps the team will grow even larger upon our return. Subai had indeed contemplated bringing the 21st into the spirit time room to enhance her combat prowess. However, considering the detrimental effects of such a high-pressure environment on maternal health, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Who would be mad enough to prepare for pregnancy in such a place? Turning back to the room, he found the 18th curled up in slumber. His fingers brushed against her earlobe, eliciting a sleepy protest. Don't disturb me. Gazing at his wife's flushed cheeks, a sudden idea struck him. Why not use the 17th for experimentation once he is revived? After all, he felt no remorse in exploiting his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the turtle hermit's abode. Krillin sprang to his feet, his teacup toppling onto the tatama mat. Cell's power has surged uncontrollably. Tien's 3 eyes widened in unison. Wasn't the android taken away by Subai? Undoubtedly. It was the 17th, Krillin asserted decisively. That fellow would never harbor a man. Would he? Piccolo tore off his white cloak, his green skin radiating battle intent. We must not let Cell prevail. On the battlefield, the 17th began to falter. Cell had completely abandoned defense, employing a shocking tactic of exchanging blows. Even more terrifying was the fact that he grew stronger with each confrontation. Boom! Vegeta descended, enveloped in golden energy. Where is the 18th? Cell's multifaceted eyes flickered with data. His combat power has increased again. Enough chatter. Vegeta sneered, raising his thumb. All of you, attack together. Just as the 17th was about to mock, Piccolo's thunderous shout resounded. Watch out for the tail spike. In a flash, the 17th spun and leaped backward, his military boots forcefully kicking away the approaching poison needle. As the dust settled, a new generation Namekian stood before him. An ambush? How dare they underestimate me? Upon hearing news of Cell's complete form, the 17,500th immediately grasped Cell's intentions to absorb him. Confusion clouded his mind regarding the concept of a complete form. What on earth is happening? Why must he absorb me? Piccolo clarified. He is the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, Cell. Currently, he is not fully mature and must fuse with you and the 18th to evolve into his complete form. The 17th trembled. Are you saying that you and the 18th were created solely to serve as his evolutionary nourishment? Although he found it hard to believe, the truth was undeniable. Cell fixed his gaze on the 17th and said, "Brother, you should feel honored. Once we merge, we will become an invincible super warrior. This is the perfect masterpiece that Dr. Gero has pursued throughout his life." The 17th, filled with rage, pointed at himself. "You delude yourself if you think I would allow a monster like you to absorb me. The strongest warrior stands before you now." Cell sneered. "Whether you like it or not, you are destined to become a part of me." After observing for a long time, the 16th suddenly spoke. "Run, 17th. The enemy's power far exceeds your expectations. Only by finding Su can you protect yourself and the 18th. Didn't the 18th instruct you to head straight to West City? Do not delay any longer." With a scoff, number 17 remarked, "I expected you to offer some profound insight, yet you suggest I become a coward? Utterly laughable." Before his words had faded, number 17 charged once more at Cell. Number 16 sighed in resignation. Number 17 is always so obstinate. What harm is there in a temporary retreat? Vegeta interjected. A true warrior would never flee from the battlefield. Number 16 shot a silent glance at Vegeta, the gentle android who held little interest in combat. Observing number 17's refusal to retreat, Piccolo exclaimed angrily, "Youth is often accompanied by arrogance." Seizing the moment when Cell had distanced himself from number 17, Piccolo unleashed a long-prepared special beam cannon, a brilliant torrent of energy that engulfed Cell in an instant. The onlookers were taken aback. "Did you defeat him?" Number 17 inquired anxiously. Number 16 replied sternly, "Do not be naive. He remains unscathed." "How can that be?" As the smoke cleared, Cell stood unharmed. Piccolo, aghast, demanded, "To what extent are you truly powerful? How many lives have you absorbed?" Cell erupted into maniacal laughter. "It is their honor to fuse with me. I have merely consumed a few 100,000 souls." "What?" Piccolo was left speechless, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation. Just then, in an instant of distraction, Cell appeared beside him, his fingers tightening around Piccolo's throat, a sickening crack resonating through the air. Piccolo's head drooped lifelessly. Cell's laughter echoed ominously. "Insects, my slaughter far exceeds the energy required for evolution. I could crush you time and again." Suddenly, a green figure lunged forward. Claws aimed directly at Piccolo's heart. In a flash, Cell's pupils dilated in shock as Vegeta's iron grip seized his wrist, the veins on his hand bulging as he held firm. "Impossible." Cell's multifaceted eyes trembled violently. The sound of rushing air heralded the arrival of Krillin and his team. Vegeta hurled Cell away with a mighty swing, Piccolo's battered form soaring through the air. "Catch!" Without the need for words, Krillin had already produced a Senzu bean. Super Saiyan? That was merely the beginning. The golden light enveloping Vegeta transformed into blazing flames. "Are you ready to witness true power?" Number 17's mechanical eye flickered wildly. Data anomaly. His power level was equal to number 18's last week. Number 16 calmly assessed the situation. Energy readings have surpassed the threshold. Immediate evacuation is advised. But it was too late. Vegeta's fists wove a deadly net, and Cell tumbled through the air like a rag doll. Tien's third eye glistened with cold sweat. This pressure is akin to facing Frieza at his peak. "Damn it!" Cell spat green blood, roaring, "How can this be after just one day? A mere frog at the bottom of a well." Vegeta's golden hair stood on end, his fury transforming into a tempest. This is what it means to be a Super Saiyan second grade. The earth cracked beneath the weight of his power, and number 17's shield activated automatically. Krillin's bag of Senzu beans was blown several meters away. He had genuinely transcended the legend. Cell staggered, wiping the slime-like blood from his cheek, its viscous nature stretching from his palm. The outline of Vegeta's bulging muscles was reflected in his trembling compound eyes, as if a demonic deity had descended. Chapter 66. Vegeta raised his thumb to himself and shouted, "I am Super Vegeta Cell. Your demise is imminent." Far away in West City, Su Bai and Android 21 simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. Was Vegeta truly that formidable? Had he already attained the Super Saiyan 2 level? Android 21 furrowed her brow slightly. Su Bai gazed at the screen, murmuring, "It indeed seems so. Could it be that your relentless training over the past 3 years has begun to yield results?" Android 21 revealed a satisfied smile, stating, "Excellent. It appears the course of history has undergone a significant change." as long as Vegeta breaks through to Super Saiyan 2. Even facing Perfect Cell should not pose a problem. Ding. System notification. Vegeta's current state is Super Saiyan at full power, with a power increase of 100 times. Though his speed has diminished. Subai suddenly understood, so it's merely the muscle form of Super Saiyan at full power. While his strength approaches the ordinary Super Saiyan 2 level, he has sacrificed speed in the process. However, he is indeed just one step away from achieving true Super Saiyan 2. Android 21 nodded, saying understood. Go for it, Vegeta. I have faith in you. She cast a furtive glance at Subai, inwardly pondering if only this guy could train as diligently as that. Now, they could only rely on Son Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen, causing the latter's eyes to fill with blood vessels as he collapsed in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly turned and unleashed a kick, sending Cell flying. The violent energy ravaged Cell's body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Arrogantly, Vegeta approached, taunting, Cell, can you still stand? Cold sweat trickled down Cell's face as he suddenly lashed out, but Vegeta effortlessly blocked the blow and retaliated by slamming him into the ground. Despite Cell's repeated attempts to attack, he was unable to breach Vegeta's defenses and could only endure the onslaught. The spectators were struck with astonishment at Vegeta's overwhelming dominance, victory appearing within reach. Just then, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Cell's eyes. Cell suddenly clasped his head and roared, Solar Flare. This is bad. He intends to escape. As the blinding light dissipated, everyone hurriedly searched for Cell's whereabouts. This opponent, capable of concealing his energy, was indeed challenging to track. To their astonishment, Cell remained in place. Yet his body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Krillin exclaimed, what is happening? Vegeta scoffed, Cell, what trick are you playing? You know you can't escape, right? Piccolo's expression suddenly changed drastically. Number 17 is missing. He has been devoured. What? Vegeta, stop him. Cell grinned maliciously, too late. With the explosion of his shell, Cell instantly transformed into a monstrous maw, his energy surging. He had indeed evolved. This was troublesome. Krillin assessed. Though he has evolved, Vegeta's energy was stronger just moments ago. Vegeta arrogantly declared, do you think such a minor enhancement can defeat me? With that, he launched a punch, but only struck at an afterimage. Vegeta continued his assault. Yet Cell effortlessly evaded each blow. After several exchanges, Vegeta was panting heavily, while Cell remained unscathed. Suddenly, Cell materialized before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Before Vegeta could react, Cell's iron fist was already whistling through the air. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The onslaught was relentless, and Vegeta's arrogance transformed into disarray. Number 16 staggered to his feet, witnessing Cell's overwhelming strength, his expression suddenly grave. The speed was such that Tan, slick with cold sweat, murmured, there's no hope left. Although the others wished to assist, they struggled to even catch a glimpse of Cell's afterimage. Krillin, with a flash of insight, recalled that Goku was still training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Even a normally indolent Subai seemed a poor reliance. The only beacon of hope remained number 21. Krillin, trembling, dialed her number, exclaiming that the entire team was on the brink of annihilation. At Subai's residence, number 18 slumbered peacefully in her bedroom, while Subai watched a television program with Bulma and Lan Chi. Suddenly, the screen shifted to breaking news. A catastrophic disaster has struck 500 kilometers west of Subai City, obliterating dozens of towns. An extraterrestrial force is suspected to be behind the attack, and rescue teams have been dispatched. What a commotion! Subai raised an eyebrow. His private phone rang immediately. Mr. Subai, extraterrestrial invaders have appeared 500 miles to the east, resulting in countless casualties. All of humanity awaits your intervention. How troublesome it is to be a celebrity, he thought, hanging up the phone. Who orchestrated such a grand affair? Just wait until I dismantle your operations. Number 21 burst through the door. Husband, you must teleport. The entire army is about to be obliterated. Oh, are we not continuing their training? Subai replied, but before she could pull him, she grasped at empty air as he had already sensed Cell's energy and teleported away. Could he handle alone? Number 21, filled with concern, suddenly widened her eyes. The terrifying energy erupting from the distance sent shivers down her spine. All these years of idleness, she incredulously murmured to herself, how could he surpass even Super Saiyan Vegeta? Without fully comprehending the situation, number 21 bolted from the house, soaring into the sky towards Subai's location. Meanwhile, Vegeta lay on the brink of consciousness, his body battered and broken, scarcely resembling a human. Cell, however, only relished in tormenting him, delaying his demise. Seizing an opportunity while Cell had kicked Vegeta aside, Tien summoned his strength. New cannon. Boom! Cell was forcefully driven into the ground. Furious, he attempted to rise, but Tien struck again. Bang! Another blast descended, keeping Cell firmly subdued. Stop gawking and get Vegeta out of here, Krillin exclaimed, finally reacting. Just then, Su Bai's figure appeared abruptly. Cease this, Tien. You will lose your life. Su Bai, what brings you here? Where's number 21? Hurry, bring her, Krillin urged. Cell has absorbed number 17. His power has surged. Even Vegeta stands no chance against him. Before he could finish, Tien unleashed another blast to suppress Cell, but he had exhausted his energy and collapsed, nearly losing consciousness. Su Bai let out a cold snort. Just because the tiger does not roar, do you truly believe I'm a sickly cat? In an instant, he flashed to the side of Tianjin Fan, tossing him over to Klin. Klin, feed them the Senza beans. Yet, only a single bean remained. You can't split it? Klin paused for a moment, then raised his thumb in approval. Brilliant. At that moment, Cell soared out of the deep pit, grinning menacingly. Another fool has come to meet their demise? I'll send you to your end, Su Bai replied without a hint of politeness. Cell, rather than becoming angry, laughed. Do you dare speak to me like that? Today, none of you shall survive. He smugly pointed at himself, declaring, having absorbed Android 17. My speed is now as swift as lightning, and my power has greatly increased. With that, he suddenly launched himself off the ground, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Su Bai's face. Without hesitation, Su Bai waved his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that engulfed Cell in a brilliant white light. Taken by surprise, Cell could only hurriedly defend himself. As the radiance faded, half of his body lay shattered. However, thanks to the infinite energy of Android 17, Cell quickly recovered, sneering, "You cannot kill me. I possess cells superior to those of Kakarot, and I'm even stronger." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he lifted his leg again, viciously kicking toward Su Bai. Unmoved, Su Bai retaliated with a swift and fierce counterattack. A sharp crack echoed as Cell's shin bone broke on impact. Gasping in pain, Cell exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? How can you be stronger than me?" It was evident that he was no match for Su Bai. Vegeta, who had just consumed a Senza bean, stared in disbelief. This guy's been lounging about all day, and he doesn't even know how to open the door to the training room. Utterly ridiculous. Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. In stark contrast to Vegeta, Cell's regenerative abilities began to activate. Flesh and tissue writhed at the broken bone, swiftly knitting back together. Yet this life-saving skill would soon transform into his nightmare. Suddenly, Su Bai seized Cell's scorpion tail, swinging him like a weapon, causing the bioengineered monstrosity to see stars. A flash of inspiration struck Su Bai, prompting him to alter his strategy. With a grip like a vice, he locked onto Cell's throat, delivering a series of punches to his abdomen, each strike accompanied by the sound of air being displaced. Although the speed of his punches was not particularly rapid, each blow contorted Cell's face in agony. Blood vessels in his eyes burst, and saliva mixed with nasal blood flew in all directions. 10 minutes had passed, yet Cell's abdomen remained eerily still. With infinite stamina, Su Bai continued his relentless assault. Observers, including Vegeta, watched in disbelief, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. What is the structure of this lazy creature? After 3 years of slumber, he can still crush Cell? Upon receiving news of Su Bai's challenge, the television station swiftly dispatched the nearest reconnaissance team. As a swarm of drones arrived, following the energy fluctuations, the cameras captured an astonishing scene. The legendary savior was single-handedly confronting the source of calamity. To maintain societal order, all channels immediately switched to live broadcasts. The screens, initially displaying disaster footage, transformed into a sensational display of the hero mercilessly battering the monster. This was the very Su Bai, the one responsible for the destruction of over 20 cities. Behold, the monster is being used as a punching bag. The backdrop of ruins is precisely the area featured in the recent news. It is no wonder that there has been so much commotion lately. They have been battling such creatures. My daughter, merely 8 years old, incessantly declares her desire to marry Mr. Su Bai. My husband glances at me, acknowledging my maturity. Quickly, take action and vanquish that monster. Darling, come and witness the live broadcast. Mr. Su Bai is delivering a stunning blow to the extraterrestrial invaders. Far more thrilling than any science fiction blockbuster. With Mr. Su Bai safeguarding our world, one truly feels a sense of reassurance. Mr. Su Bai, we shall always support you. At the moment when Su Bai was subduing Cell, number 21 arrived on the battlefield. Witnessing Su Bai's display of prowess, number 18 found herself perplexed. Despite his lack of conventional training, how could he maintain such formidable combat capabilities? Could it be that my understanding of him is still insufficient? Krillin, noticing the arrival of number 21, smiled and remarked, "It seems your intervention is unnecessary. Su Bai can handle this alone." Number 21 nodded slightly. The progression of this time-space was entirely beyond her comprehension. In her memories, her future husband had endured 3 years of arduous training, followed by 2 days of intense practice in the hyperbolic time chamber, before ultimately defeating Cell. Yet the Su Bai before her had been living leisurely since her arrival. After a prolonged assault, Su Bai realized that Cell was showing no signs of abnormal response, prompting him to hurl the creature skyward. Kamehameha! As Su Bai's energy surged once more, the spectators were left in awe. Was this power truly Su Bai's? It was terrifying, almost beyond belief. A dazzling beam of energy cleaved through the sky, instantaneously engulfing Cell's form. When the brilliance faded, Cell had been utterly obliterated. Splendid. The crisis has been averted. Su Bai, you are truly remarkable. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo all offered heartfelt praise. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and silently turned away. As he departed, he inwardly vowed, "Curse it. I was too hasty. I must endure another year of rigorous training. No, I shall isolate myself in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years." Number 21 gazed at the prince's despondent figure, sighing softly. "My dear, perhaps Vegeta may finally break through to Super Saiyan 2. Su Bai also observed Vegeta's departure. After all, he had a penchant for striking that iconic pose. Aside from Gogeta, no one could master that stance with such perfection. Judging by his state, it seems he is close. "Let's return," he said. Number 21 reminded everyone. "Although we have temporarily resolved the crisis, we must not let our guard down. We must continue to enhance our strength." Chapter 67. Krillin reflected, "Thanks to Su Bai, it turns out he has been training in a unique manner all along. Su Bai chakid, indev. I engage in special training every day. It is simply a different approach. Everyone, keep pushing yourselves." The group nodded in agreement and subsequently dispersed. Number 21 gazed meaningfully at her husband. "My dear, you aren't training in your dreams, are you? As 3 years have swiftly passed since the day you graced my presence, joy has taken up permanent residence in my heart. It is only later that I discovered the remarkable qualities hidden within this corporeal form. When my heart is as clear as a boundless sky, my strength ascends with unwavering momentum. Yet, when dark clouds gather overhead, my cultivation stagnates." Number 21's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Is this truly the case? Have I ever deceived you even slightly? What must I do to ensure your perpetual delight? To bear children?" Number 21's cheeks instantly flushed, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment. Absurd. Su Bai smiled and took her hand, teleporting them back home. "Ladies," Shalu announced with outstretched arms, "it is time for some merriment." The gaming cards in Bujima's hands scattered across the floor, while Lanchi knocked over a teacup, eliciting simultaneous gasps from Yulin and Wendy. Only number 18 curled up in the corner of the sofa, sleeping like a cat. Has Shalu already been defeated? So soon? Bujima adjusted her glasses. Su Bai raised a finger and shook it. "My dear lady, one should not inquire about man's speed." Number 21 cleared her throat. Though Vegeta has not emerged victorious, he has nonetheless dealt a heavy blow to that monster. Goku is still training in the time chamber. But her gaze flickered. "In the end, my husband's skills surpass all. When he fiddled with the Who is the undercover agent cards. We did not watch the live broadcast. Those reports only breed panic." Just as Su Bai was about to take a seat, Number 21 tugged at his sleeve. "The urgent matter regarding Dragon Balls is to resurrect everyone." After Piccolo relinquished his role as the Supreme Kai, Su Bai frowned, realizing he needed to find an Namekian. The group held their breath as he pressed his fingers to his forehead. "Moments latte." He shook his head and sighed. "There is no energy left. We must use King Kai's planet as a launch pad. Tomorrow, when Goku emerges, it shall suffice." Number 21 suddenly leaned close to his ear. "Shall we first engage in something that brings you joy tonight?" At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, amidst the ruins of the battlefield, a single fragment of flesh began to writhe mysteriously. It lurked in the shadows, gradually transforming into the perfect form of Shalu. This time, he had learned to conceal his strength and maintain subtlety. However, in an instant he sensed something amiss. "How strange. It seems my power has increased once more." Shalu attentively perceived the changes in his physique. Slimmer, yet infused with energy that surged exponentially. Could this be the ultimate form? The true pinnacle of perfection? At long last, I have attained it. Is it possible to reach completion without absorbing number 18? He strolled to the riverbank, where the surface reflected his sharply defined features. He appeared threefold more handsome than before. With a casual swing of his fist, a surge of power coursed through his veins. Shala could not help but erupt in wild laughter. Not only was there a pure increase in strength, but speed, perception, and recovery were all geometrically enhanced. Recalling the overwhelming pressure Subai had previously exhibited, he now regarded it as trivial. When next we meet, I shall ensure that this fellow kneels at my feet. Much like Vegeta, I owe you my gratitude for that brutal beatdown. It has allowed me to shatter my shackles and ascend directly to the realm of perfection. Gazing at his increasingly pale hands, Shala suddenly realized the Saiyan's near-death enhancement characteristics may indeed hold the key to my breakthrough. He stretched his body, every cell immersed in exquisite ecstasy. It was akin to a destitute man suddenly finding himself in possession of a mountain of gold. The sheer act of existence sent shivers down his spine. What followed? Subai, igniting the Earth's core, commanding the starry river? These trivial desires had long since dissipated. In this moment, he yearned to proclaim to the world the essence of absolute power. Even the assassination mission of Sun Wukong, set by Dr. Gallo, seemed utterly mundane. Only the fervor for dominating all beings ignited within him. Why not host an unparalleled martial arts tournament? A sinister grin spread across Sheru's face as he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the television station. The station plunged into a new frenzy, incessantly replaying footage of Subai ruthlessly vanquishing Sheru. The global populace collectively gasped. The world-destroying demon has suddenly attacked multiple cities, only to be obliterated by. That monster must be the demon responsible for countless atrocities, yet it falters before Lord Subai. Lord Subai protects this world, truly a blessing for all humanity. The elegance of Lord Subai in battle is utterly captivating. I wish to forever follow Lord Subai. It turns out Lord Subai has been safeguarding the world from shadows. No wonder he rarely makes public appearances. Indeed, without Lord Subai's sacrifices, how can we enjoy our current peaceful lives? As the television reported on Sheru's demise, the host praised Subai's achievements when suddenly, the scene was interrupted by a figure. Sheru burst through the floor, appearing beside the host. The host, in panic, shouted, "Security, call the police." With a mere flick of his hand, Sheru sent the host flying. He turned to the camera, wearing a dangerous yet graceful smile. "Greetings to all the viewers across the globe. Please allow me a moment of your time. What is happening? Who is this man? What does he intend to do? How dare he interrupt our viewing of Lord Subai? Who is this person to usurp the spotlight from Lord Subai? Someone remove him." At that moment, several guards rushed toward Sheru. Without looking back, Sheru unleashed a wave of energy, sending the guards sprawling. Viewers at home finally sensed that something was amiss. Sheru continued, "I bring you a delightful announcement, one that will make your lives all the more thrilling. I am Sheru, and I trust you have all heard about the recent events. Yes, I am the evolved form of that very monster." "What? He is that demon? Then who did Lord Subai eliminate? He appears somewhat different from the previous one. Yet there are indeed similarities. Look at his form. Does he not resemble a beetle? Clearly, he is a mantis. Yes, indeed, a mantis. If we were to consider insects, there might be many of the same kind. Lord Subai has merely eradicated the strongest among them." "Indeed," came the reply. "Quickly inform him. But let us first listen to what he has to say." Shalu continued, "I extend my gratitude to those who have provided me with life energy. They sacrificed their precious lives. However, I no longer require such sustenance. The good news I wish to announce is that in 10 days, the world's premier martial arts tournament will be held. This grand event is named the Shala Games, set to take place 28 kilometers northwest of Zhengdu, where the competition arena is nearing completion. Unlike the world's foremost martial arts tournament, your opponent shall be solely me, with no limit to the number of participants. The use of wheel tactics is permitted. The defeated shall exit, allowing for replacements to battle on. Thus, the more participants you send, the more advantageous it will be for you. Even I, no matter how powerful, shall eventually exhaust myself. The rules will mirror those of the world's premier martial arts tournament. Losing consciousness or falling outside the arena results in defeat. Furthermore, I will show no mercy. Thus, death will also be considered a loss. All of humanity is eligible to participate. Should your forces be entirely vanquished, I shall eradicate all life on this planet, reveling in your terror and utterly crushing this fear. Therefore, those who deem themselves capable Do not hesitate to come forth. Before his words had fully dissipated, Shalu unleashed a wave of energy, instantly obliterating the back wall of the television studio. The residual light wave continued unabated, turning distant mountains to ash upon contact. The audience before their screens was once again struck with horror. If you wish to prevent Earth from repeating its past mistakes, send more individuals to defeat me. By the way, that gentleman Su by nearly claimed my life. At that moment, I also believed I was doomed. However, my core remained intact, leading to my rebirth. I have now evolved into my complete form, stronger than ever before. If gratitude is due, let me be directed towards Mr. Subai. Until we meet again at the world's premier martial arts tournament. As Shalu's figure vanished, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. How dare you frame Mr. Subai? Do you dare insult my idol? Lord Subai will surely obliterate you. My husband Subai is the best in the world. If he could defeat you once, he could do so again. Subai is invincible. Please, put an end to this madman. In the Kame house, Master Rashi, who was secretly watching a yoga session featuring beautiful women, was interrupted by the news. Is Shala truly that terrifying? To be reduced to dust, and yet resurrect and evolve? Krillin clenches fists. Is he really intent on exterminating humanity? Yamcha expressed his concern. Can Subai handle him? Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Even Vegeta was crushed by the evolved Shalu, and now he's grown even stronger. Subai may. Master Rashi proposed, to protect the Earth, why not allow Subai to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for 3 days? With his talents, training for 3 years would enable him to defeat Shalu with ease. Krillin fell into a prolonged silence. Rather than persuading Subai, it might be more practical to enlist the help of Android 21 directly. Can number 21 still contend against Cell? He once again dialed number 21's phone. Hello, is this number 21? Have you seen the news? However, the one who answered the call was Lan Chi. What are you doing calling at this hour? If you're single, don't disturb others' romantic moments. The call abruptly ended. Holding the receiver, Klin stood frozen in place, suddenly realizing it was late at night, and others were relishing their intimate moments while he remained a solitary figure. Even Master Rashi awkwardly turned away. Compared to Cell's threat, this blow was far more suffocating. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Vegeta learned of Cell's resurrection. Piccolo wore a serious expression, while Vegeta ignited with fierce battle spirit. Only this prince can ultimately end Cell, he thought to himself. The following morning, in front of the time chamber, Vegeta crossed his arms, gazing intently at the entrance. He had been waiting there for an entire day. After suffering a bitter defeat from a year of rigorous training, he returned merely an hour later. Kakarot, if you don't come out soon, I'll tear down this wretched door. Piccolo advised, there are still 3 hours until Goku emerges, and Cell's games have 10 days left. You've just finished training, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Vegeta scoffed. That Namekian going in is merely a waste of time. Only a Saiyan can break through their limits. Clenching his fists at the thought of Subai's power, he added, it's just a temporary lead. I shall surpass everyone. Suddenly recalling something, he added, do as you wish, but the remaining 8 days must be entirely mine. Piccolo cautioned, be mindful. The time chamber can only accommodate a maximum of 48 hours. Vegeta frowned. What happens if I exceed that? Once you enter this room, the exit will vanish, and you will never be able to leave. Vegeta's expression hardened. Are you saying I only have 1 day left to train? Piccolo nodded, indeed. Fine, I'll go in first. Just then, the door creaked open. Goku stepped out of the time chamber, his golden hair still maintaining the Super Saiyan form. Yet his aura was as tranquil as a deep pool. Vegeta scrutinized the figure before him, astonished. He can maintain Super Saiyan form in a natural state, but that feeling noticing Vegeta standing at the entrance, Goku waved with a smile. Hey, Vegeta, has Cell been defeated? Vegeta's I twitched violently. This was a painful jab. Chapter 68. Piccolo fixed his gaze on Goku. How did you manage to do that? Maintain your transformation without any fluctuation in energy? Goku scratched his head, explaining, well, getting used to the transformation state reduces the burden during battles. By the way, what happened with Cell? Piccolo replied in a solemn tone. Subai had already defeated Cell, but that guy had core. After we left, he not only resurrected, but also evolved into his perfect form. Perfect form? Did you engage him? No. Cell declared war through television. In 10 days, he will host the World Martial Arts Tournament, inviting the strongest fighters from around the globe to challenge him. A tournament? Now that sounds intriguing. Vegeta interjected coldly. Kakarot, what brings you out so early? Sun Wukong stretched his limbs, replying, I've been cooped up in there for too long. My body can't withstand it. It's better to conserve my energy. Vegeta scoffed. Even you can't handle it? He continued. Overtraining is detrimental. However, you may continue if you wish. That insolent Vegeta. He roared. Are you suggesting you have surpassed me? Sun Wukong nodded calmly. Indeed, I am much stronger. What did you say? Vegeta's face contorted in disbelief. After being subdued by Su Bai, now even this wild monkey, Piccolo hurriedly intervened. Let the martial arts tournament reveal the truth. Vegeta retorted, storming towards the time chamber, his black cloak billowing behind him. As a metallic door closed, a thunderous roar erupted from Vegeta within the training grounds. Damn it! You all deserve to perish. Su Bai, Kakarot, and that accursed cell. I shall crush you all. Meanwhile, Android 18 awoke in Su Bai's residence, lazily stretching her graceful form, her fair skin glistening with a radiant sheen. She gazed at her sleeping husband, a sweet smile gracing her lips, only to be unexpectedly pulled into a warm embrace. When Android 21 hurriedly entered, she caught sight of the blonde girl springing up like a startled cat, desperately trying to maintain her composure. Cell has evolved into his perfect form, she remarked, adjusting her glasses as she noticed Lan Chi sleeping soundly on the floor. We're all family here. Why the embarrassment? Wait. 18 suddenly woke up. Did you just mention Cell? That guy announced via live stream that he intends to host the Cell Games. Android 21 gestured at the disarray around them. First, let us wake these two lazybones. In the living room, Su Bai was lamenting the design of their home. The master bedroom is far too small. Lan Chi always steals my blankets. This is already the most luxurious layout in West City, Bulma retorted. I say we should build a grand bed like they have in the Northeast, the silver-haired youth remarked, inching closer to the inventor. You're clever, dear. You deserve a kiss for that. Android 21 tapped the coffee table. Let us get serious. Cell has been resurrected in his perfect form. Is that all? Su Bai nonchalantly toyed with the ends of Yulin's hair. Unless my little Yulin is expecting again, that hardly qualifies as a major issue. The blue-haired girl playfully punched her husband. You scoundrel. Do you think of me as a mere breeding machine? Android 21 fixed her gaze on Su Bai, pouting. Why are you so unfazed? Are you truly capable of handling Cell now? If you lose, I'll have to step in. I can assist now, but when Majin Buu appears, I will be powerless. Su Bai gently caressed her lips, reassuringly stating, do not worry. If I focus even a little, Cell will vanish once more. Besides, Sun Wukong is still training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta seems to have gone back in as well. You are not just the ace. I'm also a hidden trump card. Android 21 sighed in resignation. All right, I'll trust you this once. By the way, Cell announced the hosting of the World Martial Arts Tournament in 10 days. On the other side, after leaving the television station, Cell found the perfect location. With hands like blades, he effortlessly sliced through rock, swiftly constructing a colossal arena. The arena is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also highly functional, situated far from the city, allowing the contestants ample space to unleash their full potential in battle. After its completion, Cell stood quietly on the platform, awaiting the grand tournament set to commence in 10 days. Cell's televised declaration plunged the recently calm world back into chaos. The military decided to take proactive measures. The Royal Guard, accompanied by fighter jets and a substantial ground force, surged toward Cell's location. Royal Guard, advance! At the sight of the approaching troops, Cell gracefully leaped to a nearby mountain peak. The commander shouted, Are you afraid? Planning to flee? Cell retorted with a cold smile. I simply wish to avoid damaging this newly constructed arena. The commander promptly ordered an all-out assault, and in an instant, artillery rained down, engulfing Cell in a fiery tempest. The deafening noise reverberated through Su Bai's home, shaking the very ground beneath them. Is the military attacking? Number 21 exclaimed anxiously. We must stop them. This is tantamount to suicide. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. It's futile. They will not listen. One cannot reason with those seeking death. They will not relent until they have tasted suffering. Su Bai understood that even the likes of Sun Wukong could not dissuade the military, and there was no need for him to expend his efforts. Yet, was it not too tragic to sacrifice lives so needlessly? After all, it was Cell's doing. He could simply be revived afterward. Number 21 was momentarily speechless. By the way, Sun Wukong should be emerging soon, right? The conversation shifted abruptly, catching number 21 off guard. After a brief pause, she responded, he should be. I wonder if he can reach Super Saiyan 2. That's not what I meant. I was referring to the Dragon Balls. He should retrieve the Namekian and restore the Dragon Balls first. Indeed, if a mass revival were to occur, securing the Dragon Balls would be the prudent course of action. Su Bai nodded. Yes, number 18's brother and parents will need them as well. Once Cell's game concludes, I shall revive them and then hold a wedding with number 18. At these words, number 18 felt a surge of emotion. How considerate of him to remember the revival of her family. Yet with so many ordinary people perishing, should they not prioritize their revival? If she insisted on reviving her parents first, would that be too selfish? Would he resent her for delaying a year? She hesitated. After all, they had grown quite intimate over the past few days, and it was likely that they had conceived a child. With this thought, number 18 reminisced about Su Bai's tenderness. The wedding could not be postponed any longer. She truly wished for her parents and brother to witness her moment of happiness. They would surely boast to friends and family about her marriage to Su Bai. Without someone to share this joy, the experience would be halved. However, if she insisted on reviving her family first, making millions wait another year would be inconsiderate. As the wife of a public figure, she had to think of his reputation. Thus, she softly said, Darling, I am not in a hurry. Let us first revive those slain by Cell. My parents can wait another year. Su Bai embraced her gently and replied, How can that be? The Dragon Ball should certainly be prioritized for you. No one is more important than you. Number 18's cheeks flushed with warmth. Although she understood these were merely sweet nothings, who wouldn't relish such words? Rationality dictated a broader perspective. Yet her heart delighted in knowing that to him, she was more significant than the entire world. Ultimately, however, she was sensible enough to cover Su Bai's mouth with her hand. Thank you, my love. Yet, I believe we should prioritize reviving those affected by Shala first. So many families are shattered. The Dragon Balls should be utilized for a more meaningful purpose. Without hesitation, Su Bai shook his head. No, I've said it before. No one is more important than you. We shall revive our own first, and if there is power left, we can consider others. They have not borne my children. Why should I prioritize their needs? Are you serious? Number 18 exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Of course, can there be any doubt? The others were momentarily stunned. They had assumed Su Bai's urgency in using the Dragon Balls was to save lives, only to discover it was merely to fulfill his promise to number 18. A tempest of emotions surged within each of them. Number 18's eyes glistened, and tears brimmed as she absorbed his words. They have not borne my children. Why should I prioritize their needs? This rationale was indeed irrefutable. Number 21 regarded Su Bai silently, her own emotions in turmoil. Coming from the future, she was aware that the Dragon Balls could be adjusted daily on Namek, allowing for the granting of 2 to 3 wishes. Ideally, 2 wishes could revive many, if only 1 wish were available. It would require conditions as Su Bai had previously imposed. She had anticipated that Su Bai would wield the Dragon Balls for a noble cause, prioritizing the revival of the masses while appeasing number 18 by promising to resurrect her parents after a year. After all, number 18 was already his partner, and comforting her would be no great challenge. Even if he chose this path, they would find no fault with it, perhaps only feeling a bit uneasy. Thus, she could subtly propose an optimized plan for the Dragon Balls, rescuing him from his dilemma while achieving her own ends. But to her surprise, he resolutely opted to prioritize the revival of number 18's family, without a trace of hesitation. The lives of a million people seemed far less significant to him than hers. His declaration that no one was more important than them deeply resonated within her. It appeared selfish on the surface, yet it perfectly aligned with their innermost desires. She, along with number 18, Bulma, and Lan Chi, were all Su Bai's partners. They did not wish for their beloved to be a grand hero willing to sacrifice himself or his loved ones for the world. They desired not a legendary champion, but rather a devoted companion, someone who would give everything to protect those close to him. At this moment, warmth flowed through number 21 as her fingers instinctively clenched the edge of her garment. Bulma's teaspoon created tiny ripples in her cup, while Lan Chi's golden hair cascaded over Lien's shoulder, when he suddenly felt as if the clouds outside had transformed into cotton candy. Over the years, even the most temperamental number 18 could not recall the last time she had thrown a tantrum. The more she witnessed him frown and reject external expectations, the more fervently her heart burned. The clamor of those calling him a savior was ultimately the fanciful imagination of outsiders, separated by the vastness of the galaxy. What they desired was ever so simple. Even if the heavens were to collapse tomorrow, they wished to clasp hands and witness the apocalyptic fireworks. Number 21, playing with the Dragon Ball radar, remained silent. Why shatter the tranquility with words now? When 2 wishes were granted, the victims of Cell would be resurrected, and her husband would be met with delightful surprises, a most fulfilling conclusion. The shrill ring of the phone shattered the serenity. Mr. Su, the casualties in Cell's army do not go to your demise. Subai extinguished his cigarette. Naturally, challengers would emerge as the game commenced. As he hung up, number 21 regarded him with the focused gaze of a scientist observing a petri dish. Shall we venture into the hyperbolic time chamber? I will supervise you. Must you bring number 18? The named woman lifted her gaze from a magazine. What is that? Inside, a year would pass while merely a day elapsed outside. Subai accepted the universal capsule box handed to him by Bulma. Suddenly, number 18 recalled Vegeta's meteoric rise, her fingers unconsciously brushing against Subai's wristwatch, which had marked 365 days of solitude, even with the presence of the ever-illuminating number 21. As she kicked aside a chair, she accidentally knocked over Launchi's nail polish. Upon seeing the trio in the sacred world of the Kais, Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply. How did you come to be here? Could it be? Subai offered a slight smile. Indeed, we intend to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. Wait for Vegeta to emerge. You may enter first. I shall join later. Subai patted Piccolo's shoulder. Thank you. Just then, Vegeta stepped out of the chamber, exuding an intense and commanding aura. Number 21 appraised him and inquired, How do you feel, Vegeta? Vegeta, with a confident smile, replied, I have surpassed my limits. I am now beyond a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. What brings the three of you here? Number 21 answered, We also wish to train. The corners of Vegeta's mouth lifted slightly, pondering. Indeed, Subai fears being outpaced by me, hence his eagerness to train. Chapter 69. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us proceed. With that, Subai led number 18 and number 21 into the hyperbolic time chamber. As they crossed the threshold, a heavy gravity bore down upon them. The boundless space was suffocating. Dear, shall we spar a bit? Number 21 eagerly suggested. Number 18 chimed in excitedly. I will fight alongside my sister. Subai raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Both nodded vigorously. Number 21 laughed. We are not weak. Be careful not to lose embarrassingly. Subai shrugged in resignation. Very well. Since you insist, let us proceed. The first to concede will be deemed a little dog. With that, he tossed out a universal capsule. With a bang, a massive bed appeared out of thin air. Subai swiftly shed his shirt. What are you still doing? Number 18. Your pregnancy lasts at most 10 months. Let us exert ourselves and emerge with a child. Number 21. Number 18. Hey, I thought you brought me here to train. Subai shook his head. You do not comprehend. This is my method of training. Frustrated, number 21 stomped her foot and stormed out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Number 18 stood there, utterly bewildered, as Piccolo observed Subai entering the hyperbolic time chamber. He was filled with anticipation. However, mere moments later, number 21 stormed out in a fit of rage. Piccolo, perplexed, inquired, Number 21, why have you emerged? Without uttering a word, she leaped from the sacred temple and departed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours had passed in the outside world, while 4 months had elapsed within the chamber. The door swung open once more, revealing Subai, who stepped out with a measured pace. Piccolo, his face alight with surprise, exclaimed, has it concluded so soon? How was your training? Subai offered a slight smile, replying, it went exceedingly well. At that moment, number 18 emerged, her cheeks flushed and her abdomen visibly rounded. Piccolo scratched his head in confusion. How could one gain weight under such intense pressure in the chamber? Taking number 18's hand, Subai led her towards West City. Upon noticing the protrusion of number 18's abdomen, number 21 broke down in tears, exclaiming, you two have gone too far. Number 18, adhering to Subai's guidance, reassured her, sister, please don't be upset. I was already pregnant before we entered. Subai, diligently honing his skills, had reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Number 21, wiping her tears, gazed at Subai in astonishment. Is that truly the case? To which Subai confidently affirmed, absolutely. Yet, number 21 remained skeptical, but you've never witnessed Super Saiyan 2. How can you be certain you've attained that state? With a calm demeanor, Subai proposed. Shall I transform before you now? After a moment of contemplation, number 21 replied, this place is not secure. We might attract Cell's attention. Let us return to the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon their return to the sacred temple, Piccolo noticed their reappearance just as he was about to enter. Subai explained, number 18 is struggling to keep pace with my training, so I have invited number 21 to serve as my sparring partner. Piccolo nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Please continue your training. It would be best to remain for a full 24 hours. Once inside the chamber, Subai immediately unleashed a golden aura, his body crackling with energy. He deliberately regulated his power to around 4 billion, comparable to that of perfect Cell. Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 strength was approximately 5.5 billion, fluctuating slightly with emotional intensity. In truth, Su-Bai's actual power had long surpassed the 80 billion mark even in his transformed state. Witnessing Su-Bai's prowess, number 21 was both astonished and elated. You truly succeeded? Is there any doubt? Suvaiti Tortif. When have I ever deceived you? Number 21, grasping the hem of Su-Bai's garment, softly apologized. Darling, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. Will you forgive me? No? Suvai fermi declined. Number 21 froze, her heart aching as if gripped tightly. Had she truly angered him this time? He had never been harsh with her before, yet now he refused to grant her forgiveness. It was all her fault for being willful. Just as regret washed over her, Su-Bai added, unless you promise to give me another child. Number 21 nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief, realizing her husband was merely jesting. You scared me. I thought you were displeased with me. However, given her husband's newfound Super Saiyan 2 strength, there was no need to rush her training. She promptly nodded obediently. Of course, I can bear 100 children. Shall we go outside? No. Suvai interjected, producing a capsid. We shall remain right here. You are not leaving until we conceive. With a resounding thud, a grand bed materialized from thin air, accompanied by several conspicuous rolls of toilet paper. Number 21's eyelid twitched. The following day, Piccolo discovered that Su-Bai had yet to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, and his hope was rekindled. After all, Su-Bai was a prodigious half-Saiyan, renowned for effortlessly dominating Frieza and his father, and leaving the first form of Cell utterly defenseless. Now, having trained for over 30 hours in the chamber, his power was bound to have surged dramatically. At that moment, Vegeta rushed in. Did you not enter the time chamber? Piccolo merely gestured towards the closed door, indicating that Su-Bai and number 21 were still inside. What? Vegeta's expression turned grave. They've been in there for an entire day? Upon receiving confirmation, the prince felt a weight in his heart. Su-Bai was already formidable, while he may not rival Cell in his perfect form. Aside from Cell and his own second training, he was the strongest. Now, after such an extended period of training, clenching his fists in frustration, Vegeta sighed inwardly. It seems I'm simply out of luck. If only the spaceship had sufficient fuel back in the day, and he hadn't squandered that half-year. The mere thought of that spaceship still belonging to Su-Bai made Vegeta grit his teeth in resentment. Just then, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open. Su-Bai emerged, holding number 21's hand. To everyone's astonishment, number 21 was still clad in a loose-fitting maternity dress, her belly distinctly rounded. Piccolo scratched his head in confusion. How could number 21 have gained weight too? What a strange occurrence. As a Namekian, Piccolo neither needed to eat nor could, making it difficult for him to comprehend such changes. However, Vegeta understood all too well. When he beheld the pronounced curve of number 21's abdomen, it struck him like a bolt of lightning. He exclaimed, Su-Bai, what on earth were you two doing in there? Training. Su-Bai replied nonchalantly. And what is going on with her belly? Su-Bai rolled his eyes. You can't expect to train for 24 hours straight without a break, can you? One must relax appropriately. Vegeta was momentarily rendered speechless. I'm leaving. We shall meet another day. Before he could finish his sentence, Su-Bai had already jumped off the Supreme Kai's temple with number 21 in tow. Vegeta gazed at their retreating figures, a sudden realization flashing through his mind. Number 21's condition was highly suspicious. Could it be that the lad had been slacking off in the time chamber? Piccolo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather unusual. Previously, when Su-Bai and Android 18 entered for a few hours, she emerged visibly pregnant. Now, after number 21 has spent a full 24 hours, her belly has also grown. Is it possible that the time chamber could induce weight gain? Wait a moment. Vegeta suddenly grasped the crucial point. A few hours equated to 3 or 4 months in real time, and Android 18 was precisely in her second trimester. Given number 21's unique constitution, her gestation period was 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary human. Reflecting on the arc of number 21's belly, combined with her regenerative abilities surpassing even Cell's, it was evident that she was indeed pregnant. 24 hours in that chamber equated to a year in real time, aligning perfectly with the characteristics of pregnancy. Vegeta came to a startling realization and cursed inwardly that crafty Su-Bai has taken advantage of the hyperbolic time chamber. You are utterly doomed. In recent days, Sun Wukong has refrained from entering the time chamber. He has chosen to remain at home, cherishing moments with Chi-Chi and Gohan, reveling in familial bliss. Currently, he finds himself at an impasse in his cultivation, with no progress to be made through arduous training. He must await a new opportunity. perhaps ignited by an overwhelming fury or a profound epiphany. Similarly, Vegeta is ensnared at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. Despite his consuming jealousy, this twisted emotion proves insufficient to propel him past the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. Since their return from the time chamber, Android 21 has not urged Subai to train. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, they indulged in each other's company, neglecting all else. Before their departure, Subai unleashed his energy once more. The doubling of his combat power left Android 21 utterly convinced that as long as he was in good spirits, his strength would soar. In truth, during the years spent in the time chamber, Subai's combat prowess naturally surged by 10 million, reaching an astonishing 9 billion in his Super Saiyan 2 form. However, he opted to conceal this power as a trump card. Should she once again dare to lament his lack of diligence, he would reveal his hidden strength, ensuring her submission. While chaos reigns outside, tranquility envelopes the Subai household. He has spent a leisurely 8 days playing poker with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Wendy. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed, and the Cell Games are set to commence. Subai's presence has captured the attention of the television stations, with reporters setting up equipment from a distance for a live broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, only 10 minutes remain before the start of the Cell Games. Let us anticipate the thrilling spectacle this confrontation will unveil. The camera shifts to Subai as a reporter excitedly narrates. Observe Mr. Subai, unfazed and composed. This confidence undoubtedly signifies his determination for victory. He truly is the most trustworthy man on earth. The audience erupts in cheers. Mr. Subai is so handsome. Just seeing him brings me peace. Go, darling. Does he need encouragement? 100 cells wouldn't be enough to challenge him. Indeed, Subai is invincible. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Krillin, and Android 16 arrive in succession. As the time draws near, Sun Wukong turns to Vegeta. Shall you take the lead? Vegeta scoffs. Kakarot, I have surpassed you. You may take the opening, while I shall make the final appearance. Sun Wukong stretches his wrists and grins. Very well, I will take my turn. He leaps onto the stage, where Cell calmly inquires. Are you ready? Let us begin. The battle erupts instantaneously. Sun Wukong maintains his Super Saiyan form, forcefully striking the ground before launching a sweeping kick toward Cell. Cell raises his arm to block, but Wukong retracts his leg and spins, delivering a powerful punch, which Cell deftly intercepts. Their figures intertwine, with punches raining down like a tempest, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. After a brief exchange, Sun Wukong retreats to create distance. The cameraman is left bewildered, unable to capture their movements. One intrepid reporter dares to approach Subai, with the cameraman closely following. Mr. Subai, are they truly engaged in combat? Subai turned towards the camera, smiling and waving. Greetings, I am Subai. This level of contest indeed transcends the visual limits of ordinary individuals. Only through high-speed cameras slowed down by 100-fold can one discern the finer details. Just focus on capturing the footage. There is no need for commentary. I recommend using drones for remote recording, and personnel must maintain a safe distance. The situation may escalate shortly and could potentially affect onlookers. He then flashed his signature smile at the camera. Mr. Subai is remarkably considerate, always mindful of the safety of the crew. That smile is simply breathtaking, almost causing one's heart to cease. He is smiling at us, and I can almost envision the appearance of my future children. Sisters, let's shake hands. I'm already consulting dictionaries for names. After an intense exchange of dozens of rounds between Sheru and Sun Wukong, both gradually found their rhythm. Wukong was wholly focused on his opponent, secretly astonished. The depth of his strength is unfathomable. A moment's carelessness could lead to defeat. Sheru also silently admired. As expected of Sun Wukong, despite his inferior combat power, he can match me equally. Suddenly, Wukong let out a fierce roar, and a golden aura surged upward, energy waves creating a violent gust. Chapter 70. In the distance, reporters hurriedly stabilized their equipment, filled with trepidation. Thank goodness Mr. Subai warned us. This energy wave is akin to a typhoon. Such overwhelming force emanates purely from its momentum. It is terrifying. Mr. Subai must prevail. Watching from the sidelines, Vegeta clenched his fists. Is this his true strength? Piccolo's eyes sparkled with intensity. Indeed, he has surpassed his limits once again. Krillin exclaimed. An astonishing surge of energy. Wukong has progressed further. Observing this, Sheru also unleashed his oppressive aura, sending even stronger shockwaves throughout the arena. Reporters stumbled and swayed as the live broadcast signal began to waver. Goodness, This distance can still be affected. I can barely stand. In a flash, Subai had appeared before the press corps. A soft glow enveloped him, forming a barrier, and the violent airflow was immediately redirected. The rescued reporters cast grateful glances towards him. Lord Subai is incredibly impressive. A human windbreak is simply astounding. Thank goodness for Mr. Subai, allowing us to witness such a breathtaking duel. I'm now a fan. If I were a girl, I would surely marry Mr. Subai. Brother Subai, I want to bear your children. Wukong elevated his energy to its zenith, engaging Sheru in battle once more. His punches were exquisite, and his movements were as swift as lightning. Even Sheru began to revel in this contest. Facing the current Wukong was truly a delight. Not only was the combat exhilarating, but also perfectly showcased his full capabilities. Sheru felt that this martial arts tournament was truly worthwhile. Otherwise, how could one encounter such a thrilling match? Sheru laughed maniacally. Wonderful, Wukong. This is precisely the kind of evenly matched contest that is exhilarating. Wukong grinned. That suits me perfectly. At the moment of their separation, Cell suddenly thrust his hands back, adopting that iconic stance. Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Stop. At our current energy levels, how could the Kamehameha possibly deter Cell? Just as the final word was about to escape his lips, Goku soared into the sky. I'm right here, Cell. With eyes like lightning, Cell redirected his focus skyward. Boom! In the instant that an energy torrent was poised to engulf Goku, his figure abruptly vanished. Before Cell could react, Goku materialized at his flank, delivering a vicious kick that struck Cell squarely in the face. The sheer force sent Cell hurtling hundreds of meters away. However, Cell's reflexes were astonishing. After performing multiple flips in the air, he landed gracefully. Cell, puzzled, remarked, impossible. That Kamehameha clearly locked onto you. With your speed, there should have been no chance to evade. Goku explained, it's instant transmission. Can you do it? Cell pondered, instant transmission? Indeed, that complicates matters. Goku countered, I have a question as well. If I hadn't T-leaped, would you truly have used the Kamehameha to annihilate Earth? Cell responded with a sly smile, perhaps. But I anticipated you would jump. Goku smirked, interesting. You seem smarter than I imagined. Cell suddenly turned serious, but let me clarify. I truly do not wish to destroy Earth. That would be rather dull. No sooner had he spoken than Cell became a blur, launching an assault. Despite Goku's utmost concentration, he could not fully evade the onslaught. Uppercut, sweeping kick, iron knee, striking palm. Goku was struck by a fluid sequence of blows, sending him flying. Cell smirked. Though I cannot teleport, my speed is not to be underestimated. Before he could finish, Cell charged again. Goku's eyes narrowed as he instantaneously appeared behind Cell. To his surprise, Cell reacted even faster, pursuing him relentlessly. Bam! A powerful punch landed squarely on Goku's face. As Goku staggered back, Cell unleashed a relentless barrage. In a precarious moment, Goku activated instant transmission once more, yet Cell anticipated his position, sweeping him down with a kick. Goku struggled to regain his footing, but still crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. He swiftly rolled back up and darted towards Cell like lightning, only to find himself grasping at air, as Cell had already shifted behind him. After several exchanges, Goku barely managed to create some distance. Cell hovered in the air, gazing down at his slightly panting opponent. What a thrill! Cell laughed heartily. If the battle were to end simply because one fell from the ring, that would be quite anticlimactic. Goku was perplexed. Let us abolish the ring rules. With that, Cell raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave, transforming the entire arena into a chasm amidst the roar. Now the entire Earth is our battlefield. Fire ignited in Cell's eyes as he declared that only death or surrender could conclude this confrontation. Goku suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. So, it is he thought, let us fight with abandon. In that instant, Cell launched a ferocious onslaught, unleashing energy blasts that rained down like a torrential storm. Goku, fatigued from evasion, found himself unable to shake off the relentless pursuit. Confronted with Cell's full power, Goku recognized that a war of attrition was futile. He inhaled deeply, positioning his hands behind him, adopting that iconic stance. Cell erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha! I advise you not to launch the Kamehameha from that angle. It would spell disaster for the entire planet. Kamehameha! Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Kakarot, do not be foolish. Yet Krillin remained composed, confident in the outcome. Rest assured, launching it from that angle would annihilate the Earth. Cell, incredulous, demanded, what on earth are you attempting? You would dare not unleash it. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. He truly intends to fire it. Cell's pupils dilated in shock. How is this possible? What audacity does he possess? Just as Goku was about to unleash the wave, his form suddenly flickered beneath Cell. A blinding white light surged forth with the speed of lightning, hurtling towards Cell. Oh no! Cell could only hastily raise his arms in defense. Attends explosion ensuite. The devastating energy wave engulfed Cell. In the blinding radiance, his head was obliterated. As the brilliance faded, only the lower half of Cell's body remained, lifeless on the ground. Goku gasped for breath, weary but triumphant. Yamcha cheered exuberantly. Incredible. That was instant transmission. Goku has defeated Cell. Even the reporters on site were in uproar, astonished that an unknown fighter had vanquished Cell. In that moment, Subai shouted urgently, "Do not relax. He's still alive." A hush fell over the crowd. Under countless scrutinizing gazes, Cell's lower half gradually stood, while his upper body regenerated at a visible pace. Goku remarked solemnly, "As expected, it is not so simple. However, your energy has significantly waned." Cell sneered, "Humph. You two are panting, I see. Allow me to remind you not to rely on the same old tactics. Repeated attacks will only drain your stamina and render the battle dull." Goku replied earnestly, "Understood. Is that so? Shall we continue?" "No, Ikun Sada." Cell was taken aback. "You concede?" Goku reaffirmed, "Yes, I concede." Cell seethed with rage. How could this fighter, who had withstood his full force strike, surrender? The battle concluded before he could exact his revenge. Though victorious, he felt a profound sense of frustration. Surveying the arena, Cell noticed Vegeta brimming with determination. Very well. The rules were set by him. The arena had already been modified once, and to alter it again would be childish. He would settle this score with the next contender. With a grim countenance, Cell declared, "Fine, let the next one step forward." All eyes turned to Vegeta. Goku called out to him, "I concede. It is your turn now." Vegeta smirked confidently. "Humph. In crucial moments, it is my prowess that shall prevail." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light. Darting towards Cell, he unleashed his full power without reservation, launching an assault fueled by an unwavering belief in victory. Cell, too, wore a cold smirk as he swung his fist to counter. The two formidable forces collided fiercely in the air, creating a shocking wave of energy. After several exchanges, both combatants retreated. Subai, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He had anticipated that Cell, in his rage, would dominate. Yet he was astonished to see that Vegeta could hold his own. It seemed that the years of training had not been in vain, Subai thought with relief. Cell's expression turned grave. "I never imagined your power would surpass that of Son Goku." Vegeta replied defiantly, "Humph, my strength far exceeds your imagination. I will not waste time like Kakarot." With that, Vegeta launched another fierce assault. His fists rained down upon Cell like a tempest, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Cell attempted to counterattack, only to find that his strikes were resolutely parried by Vegeta. The fighting style of the Saiyan prince was starkly different from that of Son Goku, relying purely on brute force rather than finesse. After more than 10 exchanges, Cell began to show signs of fatigue. He could hardly believe it. Having evolved into his perfect form, why was he still being suppressed? Impossible. Cell roared as he unleashed even greater power, his muscles swelling instantaneously, his aura intensifying. As Vegeta's heavy fist came crashing down once more, Cell ceased to defend and instead retaliated with a powerful strike of his own. However, Vegeta's figure suddenly vanished. In an instant, he reappeared behind Cell, delivering a devastating punch directly to his back. Cell let out a muffled grunt, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. The onslaught continued unabated. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly again, mercilessly hammering at Cell's abdomen. Cell spat out saliva, howling in agony. Unlike Son Goku, Vegeta showed no mercy, offering his opponent no respite whatsoever. As Cell staggered backward, Vegeta executed a swift kick, propelling him into the air. At that moment, Vegeta's arms surged with energy, his palms pressed together, gathering power for the final flash. Final flash! A cataclysmic beam of light shot toward the heavens. Cell hastily attempted to counter with a Kamehameha, yet his attack was as feeble as a flickering candle in the wind, swiftly consumed by the destructive energy of the final flash. As the blinding light dissipated, only dust lingered in the air. He won. Vegeta emerged victorious. It was simply unbelievable. Witnessing Cell's demise, the onlookers were left in disbelief. Yet the reality seemed indisputable. "Vegeta, you are incredible," Son Goku exclaimed without reservation. Krillin shouted, "Vegeta has surpassed Son Goku. The Earth is finally saved." Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief. Exiting his Super Saiyan form, he pointed his thumb at himself, a proud smirk gracing his lips. Kakarot, Subai, from this moment on, I, Vegeta, am the strongest Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Piccolo's pupils dilated in alarm. Not good. He is still alive. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Cell's energy remained. Had he revived again? All eyes were fixated on the vanishing figure of Cell. Suddenly, a tempest roared, and the sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning. A golden blaze surged skyward, and Cell's silhouette re-emerged amid the electric brilliance. Subai sensed the overwhelming aura, and a weight settled in his heart. It was an ascension to Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained at the Super Saiyan 1 level. However, thanks to his almost masochistic training, his foundational combat power had long surpassed the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. This was why his Super Saiyan form could overpower the fully formed Cell. Cell gazed at his palms, intoxicated by the surging power. So this is the result of the cells of Piccolo allowing me to be reborn. And the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger when near death has enabled my evolution. This power is utterly magnificent. A smile danced on Cell's lips as his gaze fell upon Vegeta. Not only did Vegeta feel a tightening in his chest, but those present also sensed an unusual tension. Krillin shouted urgently, Vegeta, concede. Chapter 71. Vegeta clenched his jaw tightly and retorted fiercely, You'll never make me submit. I'd rather die in battle. No sooner had he spoken than he roared once more, transforming into a Super Saiyan, charging at Cell like a bolt of lightning. As his fist approached, Cell's iron fist struck first, landing a crushing blow to his abdomen. Coughing, Vegeta halted abruptly, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Impossible. I can't even land a hit on him. Before he could regain his composure, Cell's fists rained down like a torrential storm. Each strike carried the force to shatter, and Vegeta's defenses crumbled entirely. A piercing scream echoed through the air. On the brink of losing consciousness, Vegeta suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, pushing Cell back. It was a desperate gamble. The dignity of a Saiyan prince could not be trampled. Under Cell's slightly astonished gaze, Vegeta crossed his arms, gathering a blinding golden light in his palms. Final flash. The destructive energy surged forth but dissipated like mist upon reaching Cell. Once the brilliance faded, Vegeta found himself beneath Cell's foot, his offensive thwarted, his spell interrupted. Blood seeped from his mouth, and a flame of defiance ignited in his eyes. Cell tightened his grip around his throat, energy coalescing in his palm. Boom! Vegeta! The blinding light receded, leaving only charred remnants on the ground. Aside from Subai, everyone else appeared ashen-faced. Goku's eyes widened in horror. He has clearly lost his combat power. Cell gently stroked his palm, declaring, The game is over. What? He continued. You're not even worthy of my seriousness now. You monster. Cell suddenly grinned widely. How about a little encore? As he spoke, 7 miniature cells emerged from their cocoons. Kill them. Shadows surged forth. Goku launched a powerful punch at the nearest target, only to be met with a counterstrike that shattered his arm. These doppelgangers were even more ferocious than the original. More despairing was the fact that there were 7 of them. Even Goku found himself retreating step by step, while Krillin and the others were like lambs to the slaughter. The shadow of death loomed over the entire arena, unmatched and insurmountable at this critical juncture. Subai stepped forward. Halt! All movements of the small Sheru came to an abrupt stop. The crowd turned in the direction of the voice, witnessing Subai striding towards them. With a cold tone, Subai addressed Sheru. Is this a mere jest to you? You have altered the rules 8 times over just 2 contests, such as your magnanimity? Sheru, with a mocking gaze, appraised Subai. I almost forgot about you. My main opponent. Unfortunately, you are no longer worthy of standing against me. I harbor no interest in defeating you, so perish. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of destructive energy erupted around him, surging towards Subai. In an instant, Subai activated his Super Saiyan 2 form, enveloped in a radiant aura of electricity. As the energy wave approached, he swiftly redirected it towards the nearby small Sheru with a decisive motion. With a thunderous explosion, that small Sheru was obliterated. Sheru's pupils dilated in disbelief. How is this possible? Do you truly believe yourself invincible, treating this as a mere game? Agrave mis juzgment. In my eyes, you are naught but a foolish jester destined for demise. Before Sheru could fully register his words, Subai darted towards him like a bolt of lightning, delivering a fierce kick that cleaved through him. In an instant, Sheru was severed at the waist, unable to react. Even a lightning Sheru, boasting a combat power of 6 billion, was no match for Subai's imposing 9 billion. It was indeed Su-Bai who had struck, a feat almost beyond comprehension. Initially perceived as an unstoppable force, Shenron was unexpectedly overwhelmed by Su-Bai's prowess, suffering grave injury from a single blow. Su-Bai exuded an elegance befitting the guardian of Earth, his strength leaving spectators breathless. Such a level of power transcended our understanding. With Su-Bai at our side, hope for Earth remained. Yet, even after being bisected, Shenron had not been entirely vanquished. Should he find himself in dire straits, he would drag the entire Earth, perhaps even the solar system, into oblivion. Seizing the moment before Shenron could regenerate, Su-Bai hurled his remnants into the sky. With deft precision, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, annihilating the stunned small Shenron. Then, with his palm raised skyward, he bellowed ultimate flash. In a cataclysmic roar, a fan-shaped wave of energy engulfed Shenron. The ferocity of the energy obliterated Shenron completely, reducing even his core to dust. The heavens cleared once more. Su-Bai stood resolutely, one hand raised in triumph. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Had Shenron truly been eradicated? Someone hesitantly inquired. Indeed, his presence could no longer be felt. Marvelous. We have triumphed. Su-Bai, you are extraordinary. Piccolo observed Su-Bai's composed demeanor, his eyes reflecting admiration. The training in a hyperbolic time chamber had evidently borne fruit. Perhaps one might contemplate making certain adjustments to enhance the efficiency of training. Although the televised broadcast failed to depict the battles unfolding, the ultimate outcome was unmistakably clear. The dismembered form of Cell, the dazzling display of energy, and the striking silhouette of Su-Bai. The jubilant cheers of Krillin and others echoed through the skies. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Su-Bai is so handsome, the guardian of Earth. Su-Bai, quick, screenshot this pose, it's perfect. How about my dream material for tonight? I must save this handsome photo. The crisis had finally been averted. The likes of Android, 21, and 18 witnessed the entire event through the live stream. When Cell's power surged, defeating the formidable Vegeta, tension gripped everyone. The subsequent emergence of numerous Cell clones further spread despair. Yet, in an instant, Su-Bai eliminated all threats with a thunderous force, conclusively resolving the crisis. Android, 21, fully aware of Su-Bai's strength, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Both Android 18 and 21 instinctively caressed their abdomens, their faces radiating joy. Peace had endured for 3 months, and Android 18 began to envision the future. A beautiful scene of donning a pristine wedding gown and walking hand in hand with Su-Bai into the sacred halls of matrimony. With the battle against Cell concluded, the world returned to tranquility. Android 21 gently stroked her slightly rounded belly, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Although the pregnancy might last longer than usual, she wished to bless her husband with 2 more children. Suddenly, she clenched her fist, her cheeks flushing with color, having heard that the likelihood of conceiving twins increases with multiple efforts at night. The golden-haired Launch chimed in, hands on her hips. Then I want quintuplets. Not to be outdone, Bulma declared, I want sextuplets. Wendy, languidly reclining on a beach chair, laughed lightly. A mother of quadruplets finds it rather boring. Perhaps I should challenge octuplets? The blue light of the television screen illuminated Satan's face. Indeed, champions could not compare to the monsters. He gazed at Su-Bai's image on the news, murmuring to himself. Beside him, Piddle's eyes sparkled as she suddenly tugged at her father's sleeve, exclaiming, Daddy, when I grow up, I want to marry Mr. Su-Bai. The azure coastline unfolded 7 days of joy. Goku was fishing with his wife and children. Piccolo dozed beneath a coconut tree, and Krillin held hands with a brown-haired girl. Tenshinhan's new disciples were practicing stances in the distance. Under Su-Bai's sunshade, Android 18 rested her cheek in the palm of her husband. Even sunscreen could not shield them from the tropical sun, which cast a honeyed hue upon everyone. Let us set the wedding date for the 18th, Su-Bai suggested, tracing the curve of his beloved's waist with his fingertips, knowing that soon her pregnancy would become evident. Android 18's eyelashes cast butterfly shadows upon her husband's neck, as you wish. Suddenly, Android 21 turned back from the waves, droplets cascading down her synthetic skin. Did my husband just say he likes pink? 21, Su-Bai smiled, extending his hand, come with me to the temple. A gentle breeze caressed the sun-kissed shoulders, heralding the imminent conclusion of the holiday, coinciding with the news of the resurrection of Dragon Balls. Vegeta, the only warrior to have perished, found himself cast once more into the depths of hell. Day after day, he endured the biting cold and searing heat, alongside the unending lashes and tortures. How infuriating it was to be surpassed once again. Subai, should I be revived the moment I surpass you? Your life shall be the first I claim. A year in hell felt like an eternity, while merely a day passed on earth. Kakarot, why have you yet to grant me resurrection? Do you comprehend how I have endured this year? Another year slipped away in hell. Damn it. Has it truly been 2 years? And yet the wish upon the Dragon Balls remains so elusive? In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Could it be that they have no intention of reviving me at all? Kakarot, you deserve a fate worse than death for subjecting me to 5 years of torment. Why does the pain linger after a decade? Revive me at once. I can no longer bear it. In the next moment, Vegeta was plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil, his anguished screams echoing through the inferno. Meanwhile, on Earth, Cell had devoured hundreds of thousands of lives. Both Vegeta and Android 17 had met their demise, and over a week had elapsed. It was time for the Dragon Balls to make their appearance. Subai, along with Android 21, Goku, and Krillin, gathered in the Heavenly Temple. Goku turned to Piccolo and said, "You must assume the role of the Supreme Kai once more, otherwise the Dragon Balls cannot be utilized, and those consumed by Cell cannot be revived." Piccolo shook his head. "Regrettably, that is not feasible. When I fused with the Supreme Kai, I took the lead, sacrificing the ability to create Dragon Balls in pursuit of greater power while retaining excessive wisdom and combat prowess. Had I known, I would not have hesitated to fuse. So that was the case. Indeed, it was impossible." Goku sighed. Android 21 stepped forward. "I initially believed it was Piccolo's unwillingness. I did not realize it was unattainable. Goku, you must travel to King Kai's planet to inquire about the coordinates of the new Namek. Then, teleport there and bring back a Namekian to take on the role of Supreme Kai." To King Kai's planet? Precisely. Ever since the Dragon Balls petrified, I have harbored this plan. In the future, it will be Subai who retrieves the Namekian. However, it is said he exerted considerable effort to locate it. You share a good rapport with King Kai. He should assist you. Goku nodded, as expected of Android 21. Possessing foresight certainly makes things easier. Before the last word escaped his lips, he had already teleported to King Kai's planet. "Oh, Goku, what brings you here?" King Kai inquired. Goku replied with a smile. "Are you not aware that Earth is in grave peril? Cell has claimed countless lives, and after Piccolo fused with the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls have turned to stone. I will help you," King Kai responded. Goku needs to find the coordinates of the new Namek and prepare to bring back a Namekian to restore the power of the Dragon Balls. King Kai nodded slightly. "I see. Earth has indeed faced numerous calamities lately. Let me see what I can do." Before the words were fully uttered, King Kai began to search for the position of Namek. The antennae atop his head trembled incessantly, and soon he had an answer. "Found it. It is located in that direction." "Splendid. As long as the direction is correct, I can perceive the aura." Sun Wukong pressed his fingers against his brow, and after a moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. "Indeed, I can sense the presence of Elder Muley. My lord, king of the universe, I bid you farewell." Before his words could fully dissipate, his figure had already vanished. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the new Namek, drawing the curious gazes of the residents engaged in their labors. Who is this newcomer? Is it not Mr. Sun Wukong, the very hero who, years ago, stood against Frieza on Namek and rescued us all? Indeed, it is he.